got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and right back from the Ford Center, the Star in Frisco, Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell. We got Pepe firing up the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube, and you know this is the place to be to start off your morning for all the sports news you need. The Dallas Cowboys press conference airing live on this radio station. Let's start with your takeaways, Ralph.
Oh, I can't even say that was as expected. That was a train wreck. And if their whole goal that press conference was to be so off the wall that it made the hiring process look smooth and efficient, it was a smashing success. Smashing success, because that made this organization look like it's just floating and there's no direction, because there isn't. Because you've got at least, I would say, I don't know, of the three people up there, one is a normal, functioning human being. That's Brian Schottenheimer. One is a clown.
Whoa.
And that's how it is.
And which one is that?
I think we know which one that is. It's the one on the right.
Okay, so Schottenheimer himself, clearly, like the whole pitch yesterday from the Cowboys and from Schottenheimer's culture. That's their whole focus, is just, we are going to lean into this. For Schottenheimer to use the exact phrase, the X's and O's will come, that doesn't matter. Which, I mean, I don't think he's saying it doesn't matter. I get it. I'm just saying, for him to say, like, that is how secondary it is to whatever we're going to establish with the culture. That, to me, says his entire pitch in these meetings was, there's something broken fundamentally, and there's been something broken here the last 5 years, and I can fix it.
Yeah.
And so that's clearly what he's leaning into, is culture. And that's the thing that, when we talked about the hire, it's like, well, that's going to be his biggest selling point as a candidate, is he's a big-time CEO and leader, and you had a dozen players walk in and sit down and take part in the press conference, including Dak Prescott, who was not present for Mike McCarthy's press conference, by the way. He was present for this one. It's a thing, I think, where they're just really leaning into, hey, we're all one now. Brian Schottenheimer's going to make sure that we're one.
Yeah, I think we knew what we were going to get from Schottenheimer. I found him to be likable, genuine, honest. There's already more genuine here than I think we got a lot of times with Mike, where it felt like a little bit of an act. He was trying to be genuine, but he was also, Pittsburgh tough. Jerry Jones clearly is aware of what has been said about their offseason. Bobby texted us starting off while they're listening saying, this could go off the rails. He's very defensive. Is this an attack on the media? As Jerry was kind of hitting all the bullets. It's like Jerry was sitting in our show prep meetings. Very impressive that he's toloing as much as he obviously is.
He's heard every single last bit of it.
Yep.
Every single last bit. And that's why it was, I mean, when he starts in on a lot of his answers yesterday, I don't know, it almost felt like he was trying to convince himself at times publicly. I think there was definitely, one of the impressions I got yesterday was definitely Jerry was probably a bigger resistance to this than Steven was. I think Jerry's on board, but Jerry made sure to hit over and over and over again the topic of, this is so risky. Guys, this is risky. Holy cow, this is risky. He has no experience. It's like, are you defending this high? What are you saying right now?
I didn't know what he was doing there. It was like he was just sitting there trying to say how much of a risk taker he is and how he's willing to go outside of his comfort zone by saying what a giant risk hiring this guy is.
Well, I think he's trying to fight back at the narrative that they're lazy. He's trying to fight back at the narrative that this is all about comfort.
Or a puppet or whatever. Like everyone keeps saying, oh, he's your puppet.
And I guess I'm maybe the only one who agrees with him. This is risky. I think it's risky and comfortable at the same time. It is a tremendous risk to throw Brian Schottenheimer, first-time rookie virgin head coach, into the seat of America's team. That is a humongous risk. Everyone's laughing at it for a reason because they're like, are you crazy? Are you stupid? That's not going to work. At the same time, as David Hellman points out, how much of a risk is it to hit 4 on the conference phone speaker down the hall and say, come down here so we can get this thing settled?
Yeah, I mean, look, is it risky to take any rookie head coach? I mean, I don't think anybody would have thought it was risky to hire Ben Johnson. They'd have been like, yeah, that's the play. That's what you got to do.
I mean, they're all risks.
They're all risks. You could bring Bill Belichick in here; it's a risk.
Yep.
You know, he's ancient,
power hungry.
He's power hungry,
unlikable.
Absolutely. Pete Carroll again, the old. How long is he going to want to do this for?
Yeah.
So there's risk with everybody. It has nothing to do. I tell you that
you're very angry.
That was the most disgraceful performance I've ever seen in 23 years here in town.
Why?
It was. Did you not see the same? Did you not see it the same way?
I'm not feeling the same anger and disgust, but I want you to explain it.
I'm just trying. I mean, look. Social media was ablaze yesterday.
To me, it's like, but it always is, right?
Yeah.
Every time they speak, like, what were we expecting something totally different from Jerry or Steve? We're used to this.
I was expecting him not to be so sensitive to everything that was said about him over the past whatever X amount of weeks. I was just so. I was at the gym yesterday listening to this thing, and it was like I was literally enraged. I was looking around at other people, wondering who was listening to this thing as well,
and who was like doing extra sets
based on like
they turned up the treadmill.
Yeah.
The elliptical went up. No. They were getting angry.
I don't associate with cardio people, Sean. It's on a different floor. Just based on what they were doing. I was literally looking around.
Yeah,
and I was getting enraged. I was getting enraged by this because that press conference was exactly why it is going like this.
I'll be the opposite one again. I like that Jerry is now. I don't want him to act on every single media opinion. I like that he's aware of it. I feel much better knowing that they're aware, at least, hopefully it's a discussion point of all the problems that the entire Metroplex has been talking about versus go up there and appear oblivious and delusional.
Yeah, and look.
So I actually like it. But I've heard some other people say, is it a good thing or a bad thing that he's aware of the narratives and what's being said?
Look, here's the reality. The Cowboys are more than just Jerry. I know Jerry's the face, but the Cowboys are more than just Jerry. The Cowboys are a machine. They are a massive machine. That's why they get to the point that they do. It's not one guy running a $10 billion franchise. It's not one guy who gets that value up to that point. So there's a whole machine in place here with a bunch of different people that, they want to be aware there of just, hey, what are people saying about this? The same group of people that are talking about, I think they were floating Brian Schottenheimer, floating this name to gauge our reaction, are now surprised that they heard it. Like you already thought a couple weeks ago that they were listening to what you're saying. I'll say this. There's not a thing I think that Jerry does or that the Cowboys do that they're not aware of public reaction to it. All of it. He leaned in yesterday. He goes, Clarence, I'll say this for you, all in. He knows exactly what reaction is to everything. And whether you agree with him or not, I'm glad at least he's not going to go, you guys were right, I just screwed this up. Like, he's at least going to defend the decision. Right or wrong, doesn't make him right. I want him to defend what he did. I want him to at least have a backing for, well, this is why I did it. And I want him to say it with his chest. Yesterday, he did say it with his chest. He pissed off a lot of people in the process. But to me, I thought that it was just, I came away from it more thinking you saw conflict from Jerry in terms of how he got to this point. He was very open about being conflicted about the decision, I think. He was not conflicted about wanting to bring Brian Schottenheimer back. Everything he said was, I wanted him here next year. The decision to actually make him the head coach was the conflict. But the other thing I came away with, and I know there's a lot of melting down on Twitter, I saw a lot of what I thought we would see, which is, you know what, maybe Schottenheimer won't be so bad. Maybe he's kind of good. I can see it, because that's what's naturally going to happen. He got this job for being charismatic and a really effective communicator and being able to sell the ideas.
All right, let's start from the beginning, and let's have some fun with this. This is Tad Carper, who, by the way, announced that he was cancer-free, so that is absolutely fantastic. If you're not aware of the Dak Prescott connection to that, go ahead and look it up. It'll put you in your feels to start off a Tolo Tuesday. This is Tad. I felt like he was trying to control. At first, we were having a debate yesterday in Crosstalk. What are they going to get into? How many negatives? Is this just going to be flowers given to Schottenheimer? And I felt like this was an early attempt by Tad to control the press conference. It did not go as well as maybe they thought.
Our new Dallas Cowboys head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. And Chief Operating Officer, Executive Vice President of Player Personnel, and co-owner Stephen Jones.
All right. We'll clap for you.
First awkward moment. Now, the part in that we didn't include, we should have included, was the intro for Jerry. Jerry did not get applause first. Then Schottenheimer applause, and then painfully awkward with Steven.
I think so here's the thing. At these press conferences, they will, a lot of times it doesn't go to air, but they will introduce everybody before they start. Just, here's Jerry, here's whoever. I think they did it with McCarthy. When they introduce them, there's never applause. It's like just a setting of here we are. And so once there was applause for Schottenheimer, I think once it got to Steve, people were like, are we? And so that's why it was weird.
Yeah, the media got caught. You're not supposed to. I'll be old school media curmudgeon guy here, journalism ethics. You're not supposed to. It's not the media's job to applaud.
More than half of the people in the group were not media.
Yeah, they have supporters.
There's family. There's employees of the Cowboys. And so those are the people who were clapping.
It's like cheering in the press box, though. You know, like. And you've seen it in other press conferences, like the media can give an applause to the new coach. It's a welcome. But nothing for Jerry. Other people in the room cheering for Schotty. And then Steven, it's like, what do we do? They got caught. They got caught, and Steven, unfortunately, was the recipient. And then the opening answer that everyone started going off about.
Still going.
Eric Chiafalo couldn't even time this thing. Calvin Watkins. Where was David Moore, by the way? David Moore didn't get the first question.
I did not see. I think David Moore may have already been in Mobile or something like that, but I didn't see David there yesterday.
Calvin Watkins, start us off.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. This is for Jerry and Steven. Why did you pick Brian Schottenheimer? What was it about him that you guys felt like he was the right fit for you guys?
Bobby actually got out the stopwatch.
Yeah, 8 seconds, followed by 11 minutes and 16 seconds.
Yeah, I got into the sauna when this thing started. I usually do 15 minutes in the sauna, and I almost went the entire time with just this answer.
And this was that 8 seconds of silence was, as soon as he started talking, I got the feeling of like, okay, that was intentionally dramatic. Just because he was like, building up something.
That was Landman. That was Landman Act 2. That's what that was.
It absolutely was. But I did come away with the impression, like when you listen to that whole explanation and the way that he's talking about it, I don't know when he started talking if he knew exactly what he wanted to say. I think he had an idea of where he wanted to end up, but I think he went down so many different paths
Weave the weave.
Because I think in the end, he's, and I don't think he'd push back against this. I think he was conflicted in hiring him. Like I said, I think there was some sort of hang up for him. I think he had to be sold. I think Steven was on board. I think there were players on board. I think Jerry was the one who had to be sold on, hey, we want to bring him back. He's like, great, would love to bring him back. Jerry talked about sitting in Monday meetings and cocking his head up and going like, ooh, the stuff that guy just said, I like it. He clearly likes him. I don't think he had considered head coach until it started getting put in front of him, and then he had to go, oh, I got to think about this, guys. And so I think he's the one who had to be convinced that this is the direction that would go. I think he ended up there, but I think he definitely had to be convinced. And that 11 minutes and 16 seconds, you kind of
talked himself into it.
No, I think you heard that process or that conflict that existed for him.
I still don't know what the point of missing the Senior Bowl practice or the combine. I've missed 35 years. I've missed one day of the combine, one day of the Senior Bowl, and I still don't know what the final point was. I thought he was going to say, and it was to meet with Brian Schottenheimer, and it was to have this discussion. I don't know.
I assume it was I wanted to get this done now, or I wanted to be sure about this process. I was willing to thoroughly.
So he's talking about missing this Senior Bowl day?
Yeah, because he missed
this
it.
one.
Yesterday was Senior Bowl day, and he missed it. And he's always out there for every single day.
Okay.
And so I'm guessing that what he was trying to say was something to the effect of, that's how thorough. I was willing to drag this out to this point and then lock it in, knowing it was going to collide with this.
I really love Mobile. It's got a wonderful catfish restaurant down there, and I missed it.
877-881.
That was Mosley.
I know. I did kind of throw some Mosley in there.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. So you got your usual insults thrown at Jerry and Steven, but did you change your mind at all about the new guy? Let's hear from Mike McCarthy's replacement himself, what Brian Schottenheimer had to say on the home of the Cowboys next. But speaking of Franklin Franco, they are the Tolo team of attorneys. They're the ones.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good.
I love it.
And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, let's meet the main man himself. I think we would expect to have Coach Schottenheimer on every single week during the football season. We had Jay Jeezy on Mondays, Mike McCarthy on Fridays, and hopefully we'll get to sit down with him in Oxnard as well here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Does that need to be our top priority at night in Indianapolis? Is we got to find Brian Schottenheimer out in a social setting and just break the ice early?
Yep.
That needs to be a top line item, I think.
I don't think we have to break the ice with this guy, man. He seems cool as hell, I think.
Oh, yeah. No, he seems very likable. I mean, you could totally see why he would crush an interview.
Yeah, this should be, and I'm a sucker for interviews. RJ has pointed out accurately so how, that 15 minutes, that hour can trick you and be deceiving. But he started off saying, look, we're criers, us Schottenheimers. We are criers with emotions.
Which was met with two different reactions from Cowboys fans. Either, man, this dude's so real, I love this. And then there were others who were like, oh, great, Detroit gets kneecaps, we get crying.
Yeah. Where's the discipline? But that type of stuff, and you just said it, you could absolutely tell how he emotionally hits the right buttons with the Joneses. Jerry and Steven, in my opinion, they remind me of my dad in a lot of ways, like very, very emotional and soft people. Like you can get the joke with Ben Rogers when he was here was whenever they would get Jerry on their show, Ben was trying to be like Roy Firestone, and he could get Jerry to cry on demand. A very soft touch and talking about his dad. How many references did we get to Brian's mom yesterday? Jerry loved talking about that and the emotion of it and the family aspect. All those things just nail, check with Jerry and Steven, in my opinion. What is Brian Schottenheimer looking for? World-class competitors, relentless work ethic, people who value relationships, and then this X's and O's thing I felt like was the most overblown thing from media members and fans. Oh my God, it's not X's and O's? Guys, Guys, how many times have you heard people say it's not the X's and the O's, it's the Jimmys and the Joes? He's not throwing out X's and O's. He's just talking about the importance of people and character. But man, social media lost their minds with this.
Yeah, he was saying, what he was saying was, this is not the top line item of what's broken here. It's something that'll need to come with it, but that's not the top line item. And then the other thing he was saying behind that, I think, was if this gets right, everything else will be fine. We will be on task with everything else as long as everything culture-wise is set.
And he was asked, what do you think you can make different from the McCarthy era that we just saw?
Mike's one of my best friends. And when you talk about what Mike and this football team has done over the last 5 years, it's been some incredible success. One of my greatest strengths is my ability to create relationships. Relationships that are built on trust, respect, connection. I'm really good with X's and O's, but I'm great with people. The type of men that we have in this locker room are excited about that. And so I think as we build this thing out, as the culture comes together of this team, that's where I feel like my greatest impact will be felt. With the relationships, the ability to communicate. I've always been someone that was very good at having open dialogue, hard conversations, and I've always tried to paint very clear, bright lines. And that's what I plan to do as the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
I thought it was a great line. I'm very good with X's and O's, but I'm great with people. And as he was talking about the relationship building, Dak was in the back going, like doing his little silent cheer. Well, not really silent because reporters heard him there in the back. Why is he ready now? He said it was a rough 19 years because I think he thought he threw away his chance. You know, Adam Schefter the other day when talking about Schottenheimer is like, this is a lesson that if the job comes around, you may want to take it. And he had written down on his index card, like Emmitt Smith, I want to be the youngest head coach in the National Football League, passed up some opportunities. Did he say he passed up 6 opportunities? Did you say that?
So I didn't hear 6. I do know that when we had talked about, you remember I said a couple weeks ago, I was like, he turned down jobs, I remember, and we were trying to remember what they were. I went and looked it up. It was, he turned down the Dolphins job and he turned down the Bills job at 2 different points. And that was to stay with the Jets both different times.
Why is he ready now? He said the things that used to make him pause, he has more answers for. And then he kept talking about Pete Carroll challenging him to be authentic. And it was Pete, I didn't love hearing this, that Pete Carroll was saying, go study the new offenses. Because Pete's thought of as a dinosaur. Go look at Shanahan. Go look at McVay. Go look at the new trends. And he said, Pete told me, go look at them. Don't totally copy them. Make them ours. But again, Seattle's thought of as old school with their offense.
Yeah, and I mean, that may just be more. He said he had the line yesterday that he was asked about, what is it that what are the things that you believe in, or what have you found that you believe in? And he said that over time he's found more the things he doesn't believe in. Like study has shown him the things that he doesn't think works. And so I think it's like when Pete says something like that, I think it's just, hey, you need to know what's out there and be certain that you're doing the right things here. Even if it's just to find out that you don't want to do it. But I think he did end up liking some of those concepts. A lot of the stuff that he talked about yesterday was some of the newer trends. And I think that's an area where he and McCarthy kind of butted heads at the end, was wanting to accept some of this new stuff, whereas McCarthy didn't.
I think that this was my favorite part of the press conference. I think it was a favorite part of the Tolos listening because you got into some meaty X's and O's when he was asked. He is going to be calling the plays. And Jerry came out and said, we wanted him to call the plays. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here.
Yeah, the idea was, and something Steven had said later was, if Mike McCarthy would have been back, Brian Schottenheimer would have left. Because McCarthy would have been back calling plays and Schottenheimer would have left. And so that was part of the decision that was facing them.
And Jane Slater nailed that. I didn't believe it I still went in like RJ talking about Brian overall. I'm not going to believe it till I actually see it or hear it.
He's calling the plays you're talking about?
Yeah, well, you were talking about him just that he was named head coach, period. But I was not going to believe that he was calling the plays. I mean, there's no way they're going to go into this with that type of setup. They are. And here's Schotty's way of modernizing things.
Yeah, again, I go back to my days with Pete. I think if you go back and you look at some of the things we did in Seattle, obviously the starting point for me would be things that our players do well. You're always going to start with that. If your system's not flexible enough to do what your players do well, then you're probably in the wrong business. But I'm a big believer in cut splits. I'm a big believer in shifts and motions to distort things. We're going to do a great job of marrying our runs and our passes and make those look the same. I'm proud to say that 2 different times in my career as a coordinator, we led the league in rushing, and they go hand in hand. The running game and the action passing game go hand in hand, but I would say there's a tempo element that we're excited to mix in, that our players have all shown an affinity for. And let me expand on that a little bit. Why do players like tempo? Well, they like tempo because it allows them to play free. You guys have heard some of the play calls. Dak could rattle off 4 or 5 of them right now. They're pretty long. So when you go fast and you're playing on the ball, these guys, it's a little bit more like pickup basketball, you know. And those would probably be the biggest things that I would say from an offensive standpoint.
I thought that was the best answer of the entire thing. A lot of mention about tempo. What are cut splits?
Condensed formations. So tightening the formation, which McCarthy ran the widest spread formations in the league for much of the year last year. So cut splits are receivers closer to the line of scrimmage.
And then, Chop, we got into play action, we got into tempo, all these different things.
Big fan of the play action. You know, it's the new doing it from the shotgun is a little bit more, I guess, difficult. Not difficult, but it's kind of a deviation from the norm. I still think the best play action is when you're under center. But the Cowboys I guess they would do more under center, at least historically, with Dak than a lot of the rest of the league has gone through.
I don't remember what their numbers were last year in terms of being under center with frequency.
Well, you did a lot of great breakdown, though, of the tempo, the play action, and the differences from Mike.
Yeah, so when they talked about, and there was a lot of it yesterday, they were dropping hints all throughout of just like, hey, just so y'all know, Mike and Brian didn't see things the same way. It was not said that directly most of the time, but when Jerry's talking,
which is like, I don't want my coordinator and my head coach to necessarily see things there. I want different opinions on there.
Sure, I think you need to have an overall agreement on where the offense needs to be going, though, and I think that if you want to have ideas and challenges. But I mean, that's the thing, though. I think they were I think they'd become, their core beliefs were completely different, and
you just don't want it to conflict.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So he mentions there he wants to run cut splits. He wants tighter condensed formations. That's very popular with Rams, 49ers. That's the McVay Shanahan style. McCarthy ran the widest formations in the league last year for much of the season. I think they finished 3rd. He mentions he wants to use motion and shifts to distort what things are going. We sat in Oxnard with Mike McCarthy while he told us about why he likes static looks in what they're doing. And the Cowboys were 17th in motion last year, 23rd in snap motion, 15th in shift percentage. Schottenheimer's last year calling plays in Seattle, the Seahawks were 7th in motion percentage, 10th in snap motion, and 3rd in shift percentage. He mentions the running game, how critical that is to what he wants to do. In McCarthy's 21 years as a play caller, the highest his team's ever finished in rushing was 7th. They finished in the top 10 twice. Schottenheimer's finished top 5 on 4 different occasions in his 12 years calling plays. He mentions the play action stuff. Cowboys were 27th in play action percentage last year. Schottenheimer's Seattle teams were top 10 in the NFL in play action percentage during the 3 years he was there. And the final 3 weeks he called plays for Jacksonville in 2021, they shot up to the 5th highest rate in the league. And then McCarthy and most notably CD had some conflicting comments in the media this season about tempo, where CD would go, I don't know why we don't go more up tempo. Dak had some of that.
So are we talking about no huddle?
Not necessarily no huddle, but just a more deliberate pace. You can huddle up or you can go no huddle, whatever it is. Typically, they've called it their fastball offense or turbo or different things like that. And there were times where McCarthy would get pressed on, why don't you bring more tempo? And I think he wanted a more deliberate I don't know about methodical, but he wanted a more deliberate approach of, hey, let's stand here, examine things, take a look at it. And Schottenheimer talks a little bit about the same thing that we heard Peyton Manning talk about in week 2 when the Falcons came back against the Eagles, when they went into 2-minute offense, where Atlanta hadn't moved the ball all day. And then he was like, this is really effective for veteran players when they're in a new system, especially because it's playing football. It's all the stuff they've done their entire lives of just, hey, guys, do this, we're going. And I think that's why the players like it so much. And Schottenheimer, it sounds like, really wants to lean into some of that
Deliberate can be good, like if your defense is thin, because you are burning more clock, theoretically. You know, you're snapping it with a couple of seconds left versus 20 seconds of the play clock. But it also can put your offense at a disadvantage because it gives the defense time to reset.
We have just received a Kellen Moore update. Are we getting the Mahomes rules next season? There's already a chip in the football and some stuff we have to get to from best and worst of the weekend. It's all on the way. Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive, hooking you up on the...
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And we're so grateful that you are our teammates right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. We want you to win the Jason Aldean tickets coming up around the corner. Turn it on, leave it on, you get them here from Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks to Tolo Diego and others sending us some coaching news. Adam Schefter with the update. About 25 minutes ago, the Saints completed an in-person interview last night with Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore for their head coach position, fresh off dropping 50 on Washington with 7 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah, which is what we said yesterday, more than the Cowboys had all year, more rush touchdowns.
So that's improvement.
That's definitely improvement. Yeah, I guess they flew up to Philadelphia to go meet with him in person. Now it's, I don't know that they can officially hire him until the game is over. So are they really going to wait 2 weeks?
And then I even feel dirty bringing up this guy's name. But Bobby, you said he's 50-50. Tony Pauline saying that the Saints not that impressed with Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, it was, what was the exact language? Something like...
Not enamored with, that's what they said.
But I mean, it made it sound like just like, oh my gosh, there was some offensive interactions. Because the way it was like, they have not been happy with the interview or something like that. But Tony Pauline, yeah, he is somebody who we've talked about on the show before. He is a Russian roulette of accurate information. There's every now and then it's like, bang, oh, yep, that was right. But a lot of times it's just an empty shot. And so I don't think I was asking around to a couple people the other day. I didn't hear anybody saying that McCarthy was, unimpressive to them or that they had any issues. In fact, there were a lot of people who still sounded like they thought he was in the running.
So I was told that Kellen bombed the Cowboy interview. We know it did not last 3 hours from other people's reportings, but I was told, quote, he bombed the interview. So how does that play in New Orleans or other places? Obviously, he's had his Brian Schottenheimer sit-downs over the course of the years, has not led to the big chair. But that's what I was told about Kellen with the Cowboys.
He got interviewed for the Boise State job at the end of 2020, I think it was.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were like, oh, perfect fit. Young guy from Boise, like, savant, X's and O's genius. And he got in there and he didn't get the job, and a lot of people were surprised. And when we asked about it at the time, I was just trying to figure out, all right, why didn't Boise want him? The feedback he got was they loved the X's and O's. They loved this and that. He walked in there and he didn't actually have they didn't feel like there was a solid plan for how to build a program. And so I know that was one of the things that NFL or college job, he had been given feedback on, hey, if you want one of these, you're going to have to come in with a clear, concise plan of this is what I want it to be.
See, this is one of those things where the interview process and just I don't care for it all the time because what's the important part of being a head coach? Is it being charismatic and nailing the interview, or is it the meat and potatoes of? You don't
think program structure is meat and potatoes?
Well, look, I mean, it depends on what you're hiring.
College,
yes, but it depends on what you're hiring him for. Were you hiring Liam Cohen for his personality or his playbook? You know what I mean?
I think you can steal playbooks. I think a lot of the time.
Hang on. Replay that, Pepe. This is Liam Cohen. I've moved from Mike McDaniels to Liam Cohen as the coach I'm most interested in to follow now in the NFL.
Duval.
And his eyes while doing it, he turned his head. He got the psycho eyes.
It's so bad.
I saw somebody yesterday. Say, I genuinely thought this was one of these AI press conferences. Somebody was just doing it. Look at this awkward interview.
Yeah.
It's oh no, he really did that.
And guys, I appreciate you sending all the Jerry Jones press conference AI stuff. We can't play it. Only G-Bag is silly enough to play that stuff. I'm not going to retweet it. I'm not going to comment on it. There's a lot of funny things in there. It's a little too personal to play on the radio. I appreciate you sending it, but I'm not going there.
It's funny, yeah, but we're
I'm an idiot.
no, it was funny when the Liam Cohen stuff was out there yesterday. Somebody quote tweeted to, and they're like, "This is why this guy has had 7 jobs in 7 years." This is just awkward.
Has it been 7 and 7?
7 jobs in 7 years.
Wow. By the way, Tom Pelissero, the Cowboys are expected to hire Nick Sorensen as their special teams coordinator. Spent last year as the 49ers DC, but he has special teams experience most recently with Jacksonville in 2021. The intel that Brian Broaddus got on the special teams hire, quote, "He's a good coach and a good dude. Really enjoyed working with him. Smart, thoughtful. People and players in the building will really like him, and he will connect with them." Nick Sorensen, special teams.
Yeah, and all of his special teams experience has come with Brian Schottenheimer on staff. Jacksonville 2021 was with Brian Schottenheimer. There was some stuff with the Seahawks, like you just mentioned there, where he did different special teams things. So
looks like a younger dude. Great 5 o'clock shadow. Look at this. He's got that.
Good shadow.
He's got that silver fox, that young silver fox look. He looks like he rode in on a motorcycle.
Straw jawline, cheekbones, just chiseled.
The Sons of Anarchy look.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that reference. I know the show, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, just motorcycle.
I didn't.
Gruff biker.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'd never seen Sons of Anarchy. And then did someone else just tweet something that they're staying here or coming here?
Yeah. Cowboys assistant offensive line coach Ramon Chinyoung is staying around, and he's a guy who a lot of the players really like, and it's becoming clear, I think, here. Schottenheimer yesterday talking all about culture, hitting that aspect of it. Sorensen is a players coach, relationship builder, culture guy. That's Chinyoung. You get in the sense that Lunda Wells is going to be back. That's Lunda Wells, same sort of thing. I think he's looking to the entire staff is going to be, all right, we want personalities that are going to help us build this.
All right, yesterday we were all football, so we did not get into any best and worst of the weekend, but RJ Choppy, I definitely wanted to get to yours. Best and worst of what you just did and what you're going through here.
Oh, yeah. I got best, worst, worstest. Got them all.
Oh, yeah, 3 categories.
The best, obviously, we had talked the previous week about, Julian was, he's in this new basketball league, and, I didn't show up to watch him pass, He's enamored with assists. I'm like, look, assists are great, cool. Take a shot every now and then. You're open, pop it. And he did. He came to play, popped the J a couple of times, drove the hoop, scored like 8 or 10 points, something like that.
All right,
Good
so
game.
what's the average and what did he score?
I think he had like 8 or 10, a couple of threes. You know, they only score like 30 points in these games. So you're scoring like a third of your team's points. That's a good game.
How many shots did you put up to get those 8 or 10? Was this Gilbert Arenas volume?
No, he was 2 for 3 from 3.
Gilbert puts up different shots.
He there's a lot of layups. A lot underneath stuff, but
Did they win?
oh yeah, they killed him.
Okay.
Yeah, they won. They won pretty good. We got a big game coming up. We're playing Columbo's kids team. We're gonna get worked.
Is he coaching?
No, he sits in the he's just an animal.
He's
in
like
the
the Tom
stands.
Thibodeau of youth basketball.
Yeah, he's sitting in the stands like an animal.
He's investigating murders.
Is that
Or different Columbo?
It's a different Columbo.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Absolutely.
His girl's like some stud athlete.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
think,
sure. It was swimming.
Yeah. But you know, this is a problem that I think is more of an issue. Not a problem, but it's more like an issue that we have to deal with now.
This is tremendous as a topic. This old days when you could have these conversations. This would be a man card violation.
It would
in
be
question.
It would be, but you know, he. So last year he wore the Giannis's, right? The Giannis shoes. The year before, my older one, Luca, had the Aunt Pearls. They're the pink Kevin Durant shoes. They're called the Aunt Pearl. They all wore the pink shoes. Well, this year he's got the Sabrina 2s.
You like that?
Oh, just for you, Bobby.
Sabrina Ionescu?
Yeah. And now in our day, this was grounds for being made fun of until you developed like some kind of an issue that needed therapy. In today's world, it is
Okay, now you got to start from the phone call or how you found out he wanted them and who got them for him.
He didn't tell me. Jana got them for him. And he comes over. I was like, oh man,
Are these them?
They're black with like the gold swoosh.
Okay, so these.
And sequins.
Kind of like those, yeah. They're kind of like those. It's all black. There's no silver, right? So it's just black with like a little gold swoosh.
Do they let you play with open toe shoes?
All right.
Basketball?
I want to
Jeez,
hear this.
Bobby.
Shut up.
So, like, you know, he just brings them over there. I was like, oh man, what are these new shoes? I've been to Giannis's. He goes, I outgrew them. And I go, which ones are these? And he goes, the Sabrina 2s. And I said, the who? And he said, the Sabrina 2s. And I said, like the WNBA player? And he goes, yeah. And I'm like, that's a thing. He goes, they're all shoes now on the website are unisex. They're all unisex shoes. And I'm like, man, I'm thinking to myself, my goal is to raise toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I want. I want to raise toxic masculinity. That's what I'm looking for. Not. I don't want to go to the Andrew Tate level. Okay, I don't want to go that far.
You don't want to get tied up in trafficking
Right.
and stuff.
I don't want to go that far. But like, somewhere in the meaty part of the toxic curve. Somewhere in there. That's what I'm looking for. I draw the line at Birkenstocks. That's my line, Birkenstocks. But look, they're sharp-looking shoes, and he's not the only one that's wearing them. Other kids have them on.
Okay.
The thing is also is
looking at them, do they look like they're just normal, regular?
Yeah, they look. You couldn't tell. A lot of kids.
Has he ever watched her play?
I don't know.
Does he know who she plays for?
I have no idea.
Who she played for?
I don't know. He is he's a basketball junkie.
She went super viral a couple years ago. She made like every single 3-pointer in a 3-point contest. She missed like 2 shots or something. So.
Yeah. So she's like, he's a basketball junkie, so I'm sure he knows who she is. But like the other thing is the kids are wearing now is like they'll have 2 different color shoes. Now they're set, like they come like that, but one's white, one's red. Or one's, you know what I mean? And one's black, one's white. So it's kind of cool, but that's something in our day. You never would have been able to get away with that.
Hell no. I want to know what the behind-the-scenes conversation was really like. Did you hide them? Did you cut the laces?
I did not. He needed something to wear. I definitely didn't hide him.
All right, is that a boy card violation from one young Julian Choppy? Here, he's progressing. He's advancing.
He's
society
advancing.
for us.
He is advancing society.
Because a bunch of girls that probably had to wear all boy shoes while playing youth basketball.
I assume they did. There probably wasn't a whole big market back in the 90s.
He's right on track to be the starting quarterback for the Bears in a couple of years.
Well, guys, it's not that
Spittle is listening.
It's not that abnormal based on the fan text 817. A lot of NBA pros are wearing these shoes. 214 NBA players are wearing the Sabrina 2s all the time. And then you have from the 817, I feel you, Choppy. I had the same conversation and problem with my kids that he's a sophomore. No way I'm buying him a WNBA pair of shoes.
There it is. Lay down the law. Does Stephen Jones not know what air quotes are or mean? Next, the most angry moment from the Cowboys press conference. We'll talk about it right here on The Fan. But a little Tex, a little Mex, a whole lot of damn good barbecue. It is Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue restaurant of the Texas Rangers. It is your...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't.
So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Does Stephen Jones not know what air quotes are or mean? Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday with a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway coming up for you during the commercial-free Expressway. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. And Choppy, you are referring to yesterday's Cowboys presser as a ghost ship? What is that?
Just felt like it was, kind of like wandering through the ocean. You know, the press got a lot of weave. You talk about the weave, right? A lot of weaving. There was direction, but then no direction. And it was like, at times Jerry was preemptively answering questions that hadn't been asked yet.
Yeah, all the questions that I was running down yesterday and we were debating whether the media would fire them off. Jerry took care of that for us.
First 11 minutes, he answered about 6 of them. It was, he just like preempted. It's like he knew what they were going to ask, and it was just like bam, 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 bam.
Probably, yeah. I'm guessing when we started talking about yesterday, when Sean was asking about the pie, how it gets broken up, I'm guessing Jerry just went like, all right, let's hit some of these now, and then we can just focus on getting questions that you guys actually want to. We can get to some of this stuff for Brian. I will say, I thought there were more questions for Brian Schottenheimer than I was anticipating, and that may have been because, all right, well, Jerry answered all that already, I guess.
Well, the criticisms that Jerry addressed, right? Lack of search, the cap criticisms. He went out of his way, saying that this was a comfortable, safe hire. Boom, boom, boom. He's just checking all these different things off. Why didn't you go and talk to Ben Johnson and the others? But Jerry was basically, I got so many tweets from Tolo saying, he has been monitoring or listening to y'all's program and station. But he was going right down the list. So you did not like that?
I did not. It's not that I didn't like it or not. It's just, it was just very, very strange. I also think that what it does is it deflects. So, like, instead of the media asking that question, and then having a follow-up, it's like, well, it's already been addressed.
Okay.
So they're not going to go back to it.
Okay.
So it kind of shields those questions being asked.
Maybe
it doesn't. I don't know.
I would disagree a little because I think he's giving you the answer he would have given you if you asked it. So they're like, it's the same sort of thing. And even still, they went back to the well on some of it throughout the press conference, and there wasn't anything that he said. The only thing I heard him say yesterday, not getting into that today, was after the press conference when people were trying to ask him about potential staff additions. He was like, I'm not getting into that. I'm not doing that today. That was the only thing I heard him say yesterday that he wouldn't answer. But otherwise, he was willing to go back to the well on just about anything.
Jerry choking up to start, saying that he missed, a Senior Bowl practice, the only one he's ever missed. People were criticizing him for making it about him. He was taking shots at the comfort zone narrative and talking about the risk, the humongous risk that this actually is.
Now, I get my proverbial ass kicked over needing people in my comfort zone. Without this thing being about me in any way, if you don't think I can't operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take. No head coaching experience. Now, let me share something with you. With all of that, you've just heard him reference his osmosis, his family. Anybody in this room that doesn't believe the apple doesn't go far from the tree has missed it someplace down the road, especially if there was an effort to make it that way, and there was an effort. But then you go around to the countless numbers of coaches that Schotty has served on staff with and been around, the countless players. How often do you have someone that has 25, I'm going to say 25, it may be 26, of years of working through the human relationship and working, aspiring to learn, of have his ears and eyes wide open and looking for techniques and looking for things that make coaches better.
And that was Steven's main point, saying this is the combo of continuity and change. We're getting both. We're getting continuity, change, and energy.
This just dawned on me now. And I think Newey brought something up with this after the press conference, sort of, but they did hit so often with McCarthy. Almost every time it was, he's won a Super Bowl. He's done it. He's won a Super Bowl. He's done this. He's done that. And now they're just leaning on, well, he's got broad experience. He's been around for 25 years.
Yeah.
And it's that there. I mean, as Newey had asked him afterwards, he's never won a Super Bowl, period, on a staff, anything. So what's the deal there? And he's like, coaches don't win Super Bowls on their own. You didn't say that with McCarthy.
I just wonder how much of this is Schottenheimer is Steven. It's the parallel in their mind. It's the son. It's growing up through the league. You got the family ties. Yeah. You got the famous dad. And I just wonder how much Stephen Jones sees Brian Schottenheimer as himself and how much Jerry sees Schottenheimer as Stephen. But Stephen Jones, my goodness. This is probably the angriest moment from Tolos of the entire hour plus heard right here on this station. The air quotes.
Well, I think we, you always have to evaluate, where it didn't go right last year. And obviously we're also evaluating where it didn't go right, in terms of, this drought that people say we're in terms of a championship game or a Super Bowl. And, we just have to continue to make this roster better. It'll certainly be something that Jerry, myself, Will and his staff, and now Coach Schotty and his staff, we'll sit down and take a look and see what we have to do better. I think we got a lot of great pieces. You ask why Schotty? I think Schotty's the perfect combination, keeping some continuity, but also affecting change. And we have to support that as well in terms of being behind him and doing the things he wants to do. I've walked in Schotty's shoes. I have a lot of deference in myself as well, working with Jerry. Schotty did the same with Mike. Would he do things different? Is he going to do things different than Mike? Absolutely. I'm convinced of that.
All right, a lot in there. Air quotes to the drought. People destroyed him yesterday. It's not air quotes. It's a fact. Those weren't the only air quotes. And then the word deference was used multiple times as well from Jerry and Steven.
They both said it numerous times. He's shown a lot of deference. Oh man, he has bit his lip. Let me tell you, he bites his lip in there sometimes. There was a lot of just.
I heard some media by the way, let me defend Schottenheimer in this regard. Sorry, Bobby. I heard some people criticizing. If the call, it reminded me of the Dez Micah Twitter fight the other day. If you wanted more tempo and you wanted to fix the culture, why didn't you just do it? You've been in the building for 3 years. Are you seriously asking that? Other people in the media whose opinion I sometimes respect. It's still Mike McCarthy's offense. He was the offense. The term offensive coordinator in these types of situations mean nothing, in my opinion. Nothing. Not when the head coach is the play caller. It doesn't matter who Sean Payton's offensive coordinator is. It's not going to matter who Liam Cohen's offensive coordinator. It doesn't matter. And you're not going to sit there and change everything that the head coach wants to do culture-wise because you are a subordinate. If Tim Collins takes over for Gavin Spittle tomorrow, our assistant program director for the program director, Tim is going to make some changes. But it doesn't mean that Tim is soft or scared because he's not sitting here overriding what the boss, Gavin Spittle, wants to do right now today. Everyone's going to have natural change and adjustments. But this whole thing, why don't you do it? You were in the building. Why don't you change the culture? Come on, be smarter.
It's not his decision. Yeah, it's not a decision that is given to him.
Yeah, it's not Mike's mandate.
Now, the question could come up: Did he voice this directly enough and frequently enough to Mike? Did he actually?
And they said multiple times we didn't see eye to eye. He was trying to say we did not see eye to eye on all things regarding offensive philosophy. It's fine. I'll ask. I'll ask the guys and a lot of people for opinion, and my wife always does this. She goes, "Why'd you ask for my opinion?"
The restaurant.
Why'd you ask for my opinion? Well, I like to gather opinions, and then if it's a topic that where I'm going to buy something or make a big decision, I'm going to make the final decision, but I still want to know your input in case there's an idea I need to borrow, steal. Oh, I should take this. I should take that. It doesn't mean that your opinion doesn't have any value because it was the waiter at the restaurant. What would you order? 1, 2, 3. All right, give me 4. No, I still want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, and that's it. Now, again, the thing you might be able to point to and say, Was that handled correctly? We don't have any clarity on this. They didn't address it. But is the idea of, if you had these differences, were you just complaining about them to people other than Mike, or were you delivering this to Mike as well? Or were you just going, well, I'm biting my lip and I guess I'll complain about it to other people? That could be problematic.
That's a problem, but
I don't know that I'm just saying, is that what occurred?
Well, look, I don't know. I don't know how big of a problem it is from this respect. Let me try to couch this, because something I've said already this morning has been tweeted out in headlines about the Kellen Moore interview. I know of an instance where a big boss went to Schottenheimer and was like, "Why the hell are you running this play?" It's something that a lot of Tolos would complain about during a game. Schottenheimer has to have an answer for that. You know what I mean? It's not Mike, someone above Mike. So is that ratting Mike out? Is that tattling? Is that throwing Mike under the bus? When you have to provide an answer to a big boss, you're the offensive coordinator. Why the hell did you call that stupid play? It makes no sense, and our fan base is calling it out. I don't view Schotty as a weasel, and that's probably too harsh of a word. I don't view Schotty as throwing Mike under the bus if he's like, that was Mike's call. What's he supposed to say? You have to have an answer for it. Your boss is asking you.
Yeah, the disagreement on philosophy and how that was communicated to people, and the fact that they did see things differently, that could have played out in 1,000 different contexts where, all right, well, 700 of these are okay. 300 of these, you kind of go, well, that's where, like, they're a bunch of, so yeah, that's a fine context. Is the context more just going around the water cooler and like, can you believe my, that's a problem.
Diggs.
So how does that, we don't know how that information was disseminated to other people in the organization, but clearly everyone knew they saw things differently.
Chop, you are the great justifier of the radio station.
Yes.
Steven's air quotes.
Well, we're not in the weeds. Folks in the weeds see things differently, right? They see things, I think, differently than those on the outside looking in. They don't see it as maybe a drought or failure. I don't know how they don't. That's the only thing I could think of. I think the other thing is that maybe he just was misusing air quotes. Like that's because I was listening to this. So you're listening to this on the Odyssey app or on the fan, you're not seeing the air quotes unless you take some really good drugs. I think then you might be able to.
What else?
But I don't think that's the case here.
What else did he use them for?
He was talking about the perfect marriage of change and continuity. And he does it like the perfect marriage, and like so. Here you go. This is it. Actually now I'm starting to see it. I think maybe, and this. I'm going to try and play chop here. Marriage, quote unquote, drought, quote unquote. He's having an issue with referring to literal words and using them as analogies. So a drought is obviously there's no rain, no anything. So he's going like drought, I guess. He also, if you'll notice, he said this drought. People say he did it around people. Maybe he didn't want to misgender them.
Yeah, it was people and marriage.
Maybe he's got the Sabrinas.
Yeah. So it was just I think he was doing the air quotes around generic statements like marriage or people.
This is what it's titled.
This is what it's
versus dismissing the reality of it.
Right.
Because the crazy thing about this, Steven over the past 2 years, and Bobby, you've mentioned this multiple times, he's been the most realistic and in touch in speaking about their struggles. Mm-hmm. When he comes on the station, I know that the guys all joke about the tardiness and all that stuff and all the deflection. Steven has, I think we all agree, he's been the most in touch with them coming up short and saying, I get it. I understand the fan base. So it would be weird that he was so dismissive if he was being dismissive of the 30 years.
He said, he repeated that line that he said last offseason. He said something yesterday that was similar where he says, when he's talking about that, he said, like, I know we have to prove to them because we haven't done it. Like, and that's the line that he typically goes. He says, I know it's not enough for us to just say we're going to do it because we haven't done it, and so we need to prove it. So, I mean, he's been realistic about this. So, now is it bad optics? Absolutely. Yeah. Is it unusually bad optics for Steven, who is very measured? Yes, absolutely. Yes. I just think it was, I think he was very flippant.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's like, this is what some referred to it as a drought.
Yeah, because because they've talked about, we have the 6th most wins or whatever in this amount of time.
People say it's actually the 8th most.
Yeah, we've been a good team. Which, I mean, those are all, that's true. But it's also factual that it's been 8 leap years since you went to a Super Bowl. It's been 8 leap years. That's a lot of time.
All right, we have a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway next for you putting up with us on DFW Sports Station. And I don't know if they do this in every other city, but here we have the press conference and then we have the post-press conference where sometimes the real goods get let out. We have the audio of it because of Bobby Bell. Why didn't you interview Ben Johnson? And what's up with Dion and Jason Witten? Commercial-free expressway with a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway next.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. You're waking up with Sean and RJ.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Entertainment Companions, 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And that means we are commercial free. You know what? We usually try to drag this out a little bit, get more listening time, but your views and the listenership going up during the commercial-free Expressway has been dominant over the past few weeks with no Cowboys football, so let's not have you wait today.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Jason Aldean on August 14th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
What's so funny?
Jason Aldean has like 15 number one hits, and Peyton picked the one song that was like, hey, this is what almost got you canceled.
Oh.
Because it's try that in a small town. Like it's the idea of just like you come around a small town, you try that, you might get it.
Oh.
And so
and what is that?
A gun shot at you. Basically, it was like
no. Try that. What does that mean? What is he?
I don't remember the whole
Don't try
context.
it.
Just like people. I don't remember what all the specifics of the song were.
Protesting or something?
I didn't like the song. No, it was like basically just
everything that's been
Drink a Bud Light.
Drink a Bud Light. Yeah, try that in a small town. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but that like the whole song. I mean, I thought it was an overreaction at the time that people were like, "Oh my gosh, this is so off." I just didn't think it was a very good song.
All right, Ross Tucker, our filthy friend, is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 as the show of Wales continues on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. All right, Bobby, paint the picture of what happens after the official press conference ends.
Okay, so after the press conference ends, and this is the norm whenever there's a big Cowboys press conference for anything. So they're introducing, they're announcing a Dak signing, they're introducing head coach, whatever it is. When they have a press conference, when it's done, the media kind of just disperses, tracks over to Jerry and Steven off stage. Usually you'll get kind of a split, and then they stand over there and basically ask them another round of questions, which is usually a little more pointed. It's not that it's, oh man, you're not getting this stuff that's going to be shown to everybody else. You're not getting this information that can be out there to everyone else, because it gets reported. Or in this instance, like I was there to get it. We're going to play it. But in a lot of instances, I think people just feel like, all right, this is more this is an official introduction. Hey, you got your job. Great. All right, over here now we're going to get into some stuff with you.
You sent the audio. I'm glad RJ asked. I was scared to transcribe and put this out there because we didn't know whether it was on or off the record.
Because coaches, you can't do that with. So Jason Garrett, Mike McCarthy, I assume Brian Schottenheimer will do the same. They would, when they're done with their press conference, they do a walk-off, which is just off to the side, and it's a little more informal, and it's not on the record. It's just you're chatting about, hey, what's going on here? What's this or that? That you can't record or play back.
That's where Bill taught the media everything about football. Randy Galloway called this the largest collection of football idiots in the world of North Texas, as we used to say. And the media was all part of that. And Bill, during that time, his walk-offs were great. That's where you would learn everything.
Does every coach do this in every sport?
It's pretty common in football, at least. I don't know. I don't think in the NBA, but I mean, it's pretty common in a lot of markets with football.
All right, let's get down to business. When asked about Deion Sanders, Jerry's like, it was a conversation. Deion already has a job. And that was pretty much it. Has he had conversations? So the Jason Witten answers kind of confused me, but it felt like everyone left that scrum thinking that there had been no official conversations with Witten about joining this staff.
Yeah, I don't, and we'll ask Nick about this more at 9:20, but I don't get the sense there's much of a chance right now that Witten's actually going to join the staff, just from some of the stuff that Jerry was saying yesterday, some of the stuff you're hearing around. But yeah, Jerry had said, he was asked if you talked to Jason Witten at all, and he went like, yeah, I'll leave it at that. And he goes, wait, you mean in the last month? About joining staff? No. And then he got asked to follow up, and he's like, not getting into that today. Don't really want to talk about it.
I wonder if Jason did not want to. I was told some things behind the scenes. I don't feel comfortable enough relaying it. I'd have to ask more people if this actually happened because it's pretty strong stuff. But I wonder personally if Jason, the media narrative turned him off in that he didn't want to be viewed in that regard. I could see someone like Jason Witten be like, no, I don't want this to be set up like I am the Grim Reaper looking over the shoulder of the next coach, that I'm handed this Dallas Cowboy head coach in waiting position. I could see Jay. I don't know Jason that well at all, but I could see him being. I wouldn't want to just be given that and be labeled as the one everyone's side-eyeing in the building on the coaching staff.
That's possible. I will say this is the same Jason Witten who went up in the booth for a year and came back down and went, all right, tight ends, get out of here. I'm back. I'm taking this job again. You guys.
Or went up in the booth to begin with and bumped someone more deserving and more experienced as a color analyst.
Yeah. So I mean, I think there's a decent chance that it just isn't the right fit right now. Is the thing.
Okay. Stephen Jones really took me aback and set off some Tolos listening when he was asked, why didn't you guys interview other candidates? This process, why didn't you go get the young whiz kid, Ben Johnson? Why didn't you talk to other people? Stephen said, we did. The way of the league is rookie offensive wizards, and we did it with someone who has the experience. We got a better version of it. And poof! I thought my computer was going to blow up.
Yeah.
So Ben Johnson, McVay back in the day, Shanahan back in the day, he's like, we have a young offensive wizard, and we know him. And he has more experience than those guys. Check, check, check.
I think Schottenheimer made clear to them during the process, I want to do more of the things that are being done by San Francisco, LA. I think that's part of it. They think they're getting those concepts brought in because I think that's part of what he and McCarthy butted heads about.
Here's Jerry. This is the audio you have not heard. Bobby collecting it as the Cowboys insider in the post presser. Jerry on not interviewing other top coordinators.
Because I have one that is very capable in those skills that those players you just mentioned. He's got those skills. Okay, he's done that. In particular, he is uniquely qualified to coach our team. He's uniquely qualified to coach Dak. Okay, you say, well, how about Moore? Okay, and Moore? Okay, Schotty's been doing this 25 years. He's got tons of experience. He's dealt with many players and quarterbacks. And so that's what I was talking about. This is a rare opportunity to have a young mind, spirit, first time, the benefits of being that. And this is my time. I've got to go. I want to show and be emboldened by the experience that he's had for 29 years, both in communication with other players, with other coaches. It's just a rare situation. That's why I took it for the Cowboys.
Does not excuse what they did, in my opinion. You can still have everything Jerry just said and Schottenheimer waiting off on the side. Does not excuse you not. You can think to yourself, you know what? It's like searching for an airplane ticket. I'll be like, okay, usually I'll text Choppy, help me, please book it. But I'm like, okay, that looks like the right one. I'm going to reserve it for 24 hours. I can cancel, but I want to see if it's true that there's lower tickets on Tuesdays. So I'm going to wait one more day just to see if there's a price break. I have this locked in. That's what I'm probably going to decide on, but I just want to see if something else surprising comes up. And for them not to do that with Ben Johnson or other people is inexcusable. And, I can get behind what a lot of things with Jerry and Steven did yesterday. I'm not going to let them off the hook for that.
I think they wanted to talk to Aaron Glenn in some capacity. Aaron Glenn got snatched up. I don't think they ever had.
Well, I can tell you for damn sure, after listening to Aaron Glenn yesterday, that would not have worked around here.
No,
you talk.
No.
Aaron Glenn laid down the hammer. Woody Johnson went off to the side and watched his kid play Madden or tried on his next little bling chain, and it was just Aaron Glenn standing up there and they asked him about Aaron Rodgers coming back.
Will Aaron Rodgers be your quarterback?
You're going to continue to ask me the same question and get the same answer. We're still in evaluation mode. So for anybody else going to ask that, I'm going to give you the same answer. So don't waste your time. We're clear.
Well, let's answer that. What do you look for in a quarterback? Like, what's an Aaron Glenn quarterback?
A winner. A winner. Mental and physical toughness. When you talk about that, you're not going to get me.
Well, let me ask you this. Parcells, I know you guys are close. He always said...
That's Parcells.
Okay.
I'm Aaron Glenn.
Okay, so you don't...
That's Parcells. I'm Aaron Glenn.
Okay.
Boom! Boom!
Yeah.
I love it. I'm in fact... What?
I hate it.
Why?
He can't invoke Bill Parcells on his own up there in the press conference, and then when somebody else goes, all right, well, Parcells viewed quarterback, and then try to go, don't bring up Parcells.
Did he invoke him?
Yeah, he did. He brought up Parcells on his own in the press conference.
I love it, and I'm just smarter than you, so that goes. But the point is, that ain't gonna work here.
No, and
that's too blunt. That is too real.
Dan Campbell, I don't believe would have worked here. He wouldn't have been able to do the same thing. Look, if they. I have no problem if you find, if you know something's the right, that. Look, that's the right deal. Just go ahead and take it, right? Because Jerry would view it. So you were giving the analogy about the airplane tickets. Jerry would view it the other way, I think, where the moment he recognizes a good deal, it's a bigger risk for him to.
But how do you know how good of a deal it is? Because you didn't look for any other deal.
I think because you have a number in your head, and that's your, hey, I assume this ticket's gonna be $300, and I see it for $219.
Right.
I'm jumping on it.
Yeah,
right. You know the market. I guess you know the market, right?
But that's the thing; they don't know the market.
They don't know the market.
They didn't know They didn't investigate the market.
No, they didn't. But they obviously had no interest in Ben Johnson. That was just they don't want that. They don't want somebody. The comfort, and Jerry talked about comfort, and he. Basically, and that was the very strange, diatribe where he was talking about, I went outside my comfort zone here and I took a huge risk.
Yeah.
It's a very, very awkward moment.
And look, there is something, it's boring and it's, recycled and all that, but there is something to be sold in. We're going to hit the ground running. You could see it yesterday with Schottenheimer walking down the hallway with all the players in there. You can easily sell an advantage of Brian Schottenheimer knowing the building, knowing the players, and having the relationships versus someone else coming in and learning how does it work with Will McClay? What is Dak Prescott like? You can absolutely sell, and that's what the Cowboys wanted. They never want to take that step backwards, so this is just another selling point for them moving forward. We can keep moving forward because this guy has familiarity.
Yeah, and I'll say I think the answer there on Ben Johnson is. That's Jerry giving an answer so that he doesn't give the actual answer, which is I think they had mutual friends that communicated about them I don't think that's a great fit for you too. For instance, when I was you respect Sandler. You really like Sandler's perspective on things. He knows you know him. He knows exactly what your kind of vibe is. If when you were considering all right, bringing Bobby on or bringing somebody else onto the show, if Sandler would have told you I know him, I love him, you two, that wouldn't work. I'm just telling you, I know you, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
You might have kind of move on and go okay, maybe I'll look somewhere else.
Yeah, but he said that about you and you're here.
Yeah, that's true. But
he goes, no, hell, we did have a discussion about you and you're here. So I didn't totally listen to what Sandler said.
But if somebody said no for I'm talking about you two don't work.
I'm just joking.
No,
I'm half joking.
No, he only says that about my therapy.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I would if you were it's like you said with Nick Harris.
Mm-hmm.
You're I think you're gonna like this guy. He does things the right way. He's this, he's that is. I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna 90% believe your word of mouth because I trust you. And it's proven to be true.
Yeah, so
he's the only one who gave me the Schottenheimer credit.
So if somebody is talking to both sides and saying, "Hey Ben, I don't think you'd love working there," and they're going, "Guys, I don't think you'd like working with Ben."
Yeah,
I think that's
okay. Well, that's for Ben Johnson. There's a lot.
Sure, no, I just think for
I'm not. I wasn't married to Ben Johnson, but there's a lot of other coordinators. There's a lot of other possibilities. A lot of other candidates, and they didn't go outside to try to do anything else with it. What about the fans? What about the fans? Jerry Jones was asked in the post presser who are furious and ticked off at you.
Well, I understand that, and I'm mad at me right now, but that's not the issue. Is what are we going to do about it? I'm the best man to do something about it. So that's where it goes. When you do and live the life I live, you change the mirror. Your question should be, how many times have you changed your course? How many times have you done differently in your life for meaningful things? And the answer would be, it's a habit of doing things differently. That's what you do. When you basically work for yourself, you've got to change. There's no joy in Mudville if you're not in the mirror. There's no joy. But what you're doing and what you're motivated by is get to be a part of, in this particular case, championship. Get to be a part of it. The hardest thing about success is being around to enjoy it.
So this is the general manager hamster wheel. It's round and round and round and round and round. A lot of Tolos, and I agree, sick and tired of the 30-year-old stories. Okay. Oh, we know about the Bronco. All right. We know, but it hit me yesterday. I believe it's a theory. The reason Jerry Jones keeps bringing these things up over and over about how he got the Dallas Cowboys and how he was told that
bad deal, terrible decision. You
can only build the stadium if you resign. He talked about all these things yesterday. Jerry is and the oil fields, right? He brought that up again yesterday. It only takes one. And he has these burned in memories of everyone telling him that's stupid, that's dumb. The advisors, not one person told me to buy the Cowboys, and I wrote a $150 million check. Why does that apply now? Because I think Jerry still has that contrarian mentality of everyone is saying this is dumb. And I became a genius when everyone told me, I feel like Gavin Dawson psychology right here. Pass me that bait. I became a genius when everyone told me I was an idiot and everyone told me no. And it only takes one oil drill for me to become a genius again.
So I bet you that's every billionaire. I bet you every billionaire was told at the start that idea is never going to work.
Well, I would hope I would hope other billionaires after a 30-year period were smart enough and egoless enough to say, this isn't working. I need to change it. But it is working for Jerry financially, so he can hang on to that. He can always. That's his Brian Schottenheimer. The finances are always on the side. I'm always going to have that. It takes one oil drill for me to look like that genius again and tell everyone, I told you so. You told me not to buy the Cowboys. You told me I could not build the stadium. You told me the vote couldn't pass. Jerry Jones believes that he is living 1 in a million odds. That he's the luckiest SOB on earth and that it could just happen. All it takes. He's always got that glimmer of hope in his eye and when he's speaking, and it's the whole GM hamster wheel over and over. He went through there's a 3.5% coach turnover in the NFL. I don't even know what the numbers are for general.
3.4 years is the average head coach.
Yep, 3.4 years. And then finally, I think it was Newey Scruggs who asked the great question. So no one else in 25 years made Brian Schottenheimer their head coach, even though Bobby pointed to the 2 jobs that he turned down. What do you know that we don't?
No head coach has won anything. Somebody that's never head coached has won anything in the definition of, do you win it just by being the head coach? Okay, can you have had victories by being in other positions other than the head coach? I told you, this is a risk because he has not head coached, not even high school, but he's been around people that have in their own way been a part of that. Let me just say this. Every coach, every situation, you've got boxes that are empty. You've got boxes that you check. I like the boxes that I checked with Schottenheimer.
He said that Brian had his nose busted. He wants to get that Super Bowl for the Schottenheimer family. Again, talking about mom again. And that was a little recap of the post presser with Jerry Jones yesterday.
Yeah, and I think we didn't have it there, but one of the things he talked about too was just that
And by the way, I'm going to say it again. I said it in the 6 o'clock hour. I'm sorry, Bobby. He is right that this is a risk. Everyone's saying that this is not a risk. I believe that those people are wrong. I'm going to defend Jerry there. This is a monumental, what many people, us included, think crazy risk.
Oh, it is.
This is an unbelievably, like...
I don't know that you say that with the guy next to you, though.
What's that?
I don't know that you say that with the guy sitting next to you.
Oh, that he shouldn't have said it? He doesn't care.
He doesn't care. No, of course not.
He's thinking of it like, he said it. He goes, you're in the big room now. He said that. Then they brought the mics down. TMP up in heaven was like, put that down. Don't get the pre-presser conversation on microphone. Turn down the mic. You're in the big room now. He's like, you're lucky to be here. You're lucky to be here. It don't matter what I say like that. Sorry, Bobby. Back to you. But this is a risk. He's right.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a risk from a couple different perspectives of just the inexperience and where it goes. But also, it's a risk in terms of the motto in this building for a long time was get comfortable being uncomfortable, or whatever that phrase was that Jason Garrett used to always say. This feels like comfort in a lot of ways to them. Like they talk about continuity but it's change with continuity. There is a definite risk in comfort and carryover from things that have not worked here for almost 30 years, a drought, you might say. But I think the biggest thing from Jerry yesterday was just, it struck me that he's on board, but he had to be sold. And they effectively sold him on it.
Ross Tucker coming up at 8 o'clock to talk filthy and everything else NFL. First, this.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Yep, it's time for Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. We do this every Tuesday at 7:40. We will get your thoughts on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and on the Twitch and on the YouTube. And we're going to get it off. That didn't sound good. We're going to start it off, quote unquote. Going to start it off. You know what? With that, I'm going to start with you, Chop, just for that. What did your ex ruin for you?
Which one?
Pick him. Just something an ex ruined.
Cell phones,
trust,
windshields,
faith in humanity,
televisions,
windshield, every memory
kids'
ever.
photos, footballs.
Yeah, kids' photos. Let's see, wedding albums. Let's see, literally cell phones, windshields, TVs. My Bursa sack. That thing was popped. Every time I turn on a car, the mobsters. You turn on a car, you wonder if it's going to blow up. No, mine. I just wonder if there's a tracking device on it somewhere. So, yeah, I mean, the astonishing tales of the dating life of R.J. Choppy.
Michael Irvin, we went to dinner one night. His mouth was on the ground listening to the R.J. Choppy and watching them, too.
Yeah.
man, if Michael's jaw's on the ground, jeez.
You remember that? Yeah, Mike's jaw's on the ground.
Mike's jaw's, yeah.
Zach Brown Band. Zach Brown Band was ruined for me.
Oh, yeah, it could be a song.
Not a fan of Chicken Fried?
No, this is I like that song. It was just
Old Beer on a Friday night.
Very it was favorite band of hers, and there was a specific song, Keep Me in Mind, that she used to reference like in the middle of arguments, or that I was just like, I like them, I can't listen to them now because it's just like so every time I hear it, it's just like
all their songs.
I mean, there's a couple of them that I can listen to, but generally whenever I hear them, I just kind of like, oh gosh, like a little bit of that.
Pepe, what was it for you? Olive Garden?
No, I still go there. It was going to movie theaters. She always complained about,
That's a big one to cross off your list.
I know, she was never into movies, so that's why I can't, my movie knowledge is kind of blank now, because I don't enjoy really watching movies. I can't just sit still for 2.5, 3 hours. I got to be able to walk around, do all that sorts of things. So me and my ex, we never went on dates to movie theaters. We went to one movie, and that was it. She complained about it, so I was like, you know what, we're done here. We never went back.
I think it's interesting how you say theaters.
Yeah. He says he has a couple different odd pronunciations.
And you sound a little spazzy. Like you cannot sit down for a 3-hour movie.
No, like even games, if I'm watching a game, it could be my team on the TV, and I got to, get up and walk around.
For me, it's a big bottle of Cavit white wine. Cavit. This girl would go into the store, get like a big 1.5 or whatever the big size is, and whenever I walk by in a liquor store or your usual grocery store and I see that brand and that bottle, disgust.
Here's some
Cavett white wine.
Well,
Yep.
here's some of the answers on the fan text. 972, country dancing and girls having guy friends. Well, sounds like he got burned there.
Man.
Girls having guy
about that.
friends?
Yeah, it sounds like a guy friend who was country dancing with her. 801, my ex
Sounds
ruined
like someone else at Billy Bob's.
my ex ruined fatherhood. I found out 17 years later he might not be biologically mine.
Oh, no.
That's pretty terrible.
That is awful.
940, my credit. Another 940, ex ruined redheads for me.
My credit.
So we're getting a lot of different answers there on the fan text. All right, next one here on Ask Reddit. Sean Sharif, what did your parents have that you never will?
What did my parents have that I never will? I know the opposite of that is cable. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a technology thing.
Wow, what a privileged individual.
Technology, they wouldn't have had anything
Yeah.
more technologically advanced.
Come back to me.
I mean, a work-life balance, no fear of being canceled. Like the ability to express your views and keep your friends. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Although my mom,
have you lost friends?
I haven't, but my mother, man, you know what? I was going. She said the other day, she goes, I can't. Our niece, she goes, I can't find her number on my phone. And I'm like, well, just put it in. And I go down there, and it was blocked. She accidentally blocked it. And I went through her blocked numbers. This woman has like 5,000 blocked phone numbers. I go to her Facebook. Half the family is blocked up. I'm like, what are you doing? She goes, I can't deal with their political posts.
She's political.
I know. But it's her politics. It's not the other one.
Bobby, you'd be shocked. You meet this nice, sweet lady.
I met her. She was great. She was
you
great.
did?
I met her at a Lucas baseball game. She was great.
Right.
I have an answer. My parents had a basically one-parent household while we were growing up, and I'm not going to have that. Every time I change a diaper, I'm so bitter and jealous towards my father. I'm like, he didn't change a diaper. Doing all when I'm picking up the baby and I'm playing around, I'm like, my dad never did this. He got away with all this stuff. So for you saying you're just finding out 17 years later that the kid is or is not?
Is not.
Oh, well, that really sucks because you had to put in the work. You had to put in the work. If you could just fast forward to like year 12, 13, you'd be good. But no, my parents had one individual, and I love my pops. I'm not crying, but my mom did everything. No, I'm trying to be 50-50.
9 babies. That's what my parents had.
Dang!
I don't need 9, but I do. I did want more than I ended up getting, and I'm not going to get them now. And every time, I think there's a chance because every time Kristen opens Facebook and sees Ava, she gets a little bit of.
Oh, I got a good picture this
it's
morning.
like her milk comes in or something.
I
She's
can get you twins off this picture today.
There we go.
Yeah,
Whoa,
it's a good one.
But she is. That's what the girls have really started pestering her about. We want a baby. We want a younger sibling. We want a baby.
Get a dog.
She doesn't want to.
Just
Addison's allergic.
Oh,
so that's the problem. But she doesn't. She just doesn't want to start the clock over again.
It'll look like a golden
it's a-
doodle.
Kristen is finally living life. Bobby's this G-lister. He's this public figure now. All these events. That girl's all taking flights and sitting here and there. Let her, Kristen. Don't go backwards. Go forward.
Peyton,
hanging out with Nate Newton's wife.
Peyton, what did your parents have that you'll never have?
So
a moat around your giant estate?
Nope, not that. It's a pool. Now look, I've made it clear. I love to swim. I love swimming. I hate the maintenance that goes with it, though. Having to keep up with it, I would hate doing it. Now, if I could pay someone to do it, then sure, maybe I'll do that.
Well.
But it's a pool. I'd never get a pool in my house.
Wow, that's
great.
That's a great answer.
Ask Reddit here on 105 through the fan. Chop, what is the most basic thing you're terrible at?
Multitasking. 2 things at once like that. I can't. If you guys are talking and I'm like looking at the computer or whatever, or if I'm like typing or I'm texting, I'll be texting at home. I'll be looking at something. Sarah will say something like 5 minutes later. I'm like, did you say something? What? My mind my ears and eyes do not work at the same time.
All right. I mean, I feel like there are times where you multitask pretty well, but there
I'm
are
really
other
good
times
at
where you
BSing.
zone in.
I'm
on
really good
something.
at BS.
That may be it.
That's
That could be it. I'll say the most basic thing I'm terrible at is handwriting. I hate writing anything down.
Really?
I hate it. I just hate the way it looks. I was like, I'm not going to do it.
No, you don't have anything handwritten over there?
I'm genuinely not going to
do you have terrible handwriting?
Yes. I hate whenever KNC asks me to sign Mike's chair. I really get anxious about it.
I never knew this.
I was going through some of my dad's old documents the other day, and he's like a calligraphy writer. I never seen anything like it. This is like the most. It's like Ben Franklin.
No, I hate it. I will avoid it at all costs. I mean, just anything I can do to avoid it. Peyton, what about you? Most basic thing you're terrible at?
So look, I love to cook. It's cooking rice. I can't do it. I swear I have followed the directions a million times down to the
add water and eat.
It's either not enough water or it's not enough rice, and it's always crunchy.
Rice cookers are great.
Pay. That's what I was going to say. Put it on your registry. That's what I'm going to get you.
Oh, yes.
I'll get you a rice cooker.
Yes.
And it's fantastic. It is fantastic. It's tricky. I think it's very, very tricky, but put it on there. That's a great answer.
What about you? What are you terrible at? A basic thing you're terrible at?
I'm just really dumb with a lot of common things. There's a way to mess? I mean, just I can't change a tire. Maybe change the oil. Like RJ's becoming, Tim the Tool Man over here, and I'm going backwards. I got to get my father-in-law to come over and do the car battery. Basic. I'm gonna have to figure out how to save face with my son when I'm talking to him about this stuff. Really, because he should, grow up and be a man. I'm just gonna have to buy him the Sabrina 2s. and let him
threes
know.
by then.
The threes.
There's some great answers here on the fan text. 469 reading. I can read for 30 minutes and have no idea what the hell I just read.
Yeah.
But I'll know what I'm doing tomorrow. 915 zippers give me problems. 254 patience. 817 I can't snap my fingers no matter what I do. Yeah, I got that. Whistling is tough for a lot of people.
Whistle.
All right, we got time for one more, I think, here. Sean Sharif. What jobs are most likely to have colleagues that hook up?
What if you work at a strip club?
That big rack of hers.
There's one.
That peanut butter skin.
That peanut butter skin.
Oh, you know what? Like a model photographer. I always feel like those people, if it's a dude, you got the in already, and you're traveling around with them all the time. You can hear all their stories and all that. So I would say the photographer for good-looking people.
I was thinking anything in the arts, like drama. I felt like drama in the drama club in high school was like a dorm at Texas Tech. I just felt like that was what it was. Like they were the only ones that were just completely hooking up with everybody in there. I think drama.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just generally it's younger people that are just making some money in college or whatever else, and so you get people around the same age. I have known so many people who worked in fast food and then hooked up with somebody that they were working with there.
What?
If there were other college age people there or whatever else, I've known so many of those. Peyton?
Any job that involves sports, whether it's a professional team or...
We don't hook up.
Yeah, I mean, we don't, not Sports Talk Radio, we don't have many.
You mean a cheerleader with an athlete, someone who would work for Bally?
Staff, training staff. A bunch of co-ed jobs like that.
Somebody would work for Bally.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yep. R.I.P. to Bally. The girl, I think she's still alive. Ask Reddit. She didn't date Bobby, but she's still alive. Commercial-free expressway with a Jason Aldean ticket giveaway. We got to give props and get his thoughts on the new Cowboys hire. Our friend from Filthy, Ross Tucker, next.
That's our friend from Filthy, but let's talk about our trusted friends at D&M Leasing.
A blowout product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Pitches it out to Barkley, takes off to the outside. He's at the 50, he's at the 40, he's at the 30, he's going to go! 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Saquon Barkley, 60 yards on his opening touch.
Joining us now on the D&M Leasing Hotline, he's cool enough to fire up the Zoom, fan cam, and Twitch. This has been a whale that we have not been able to track down.
Oh, he's so busy.
My gosh, the Ross Tucker pod. He's got all the different Odyssey connections, CBS Sports, Westwood One. We think he's still our good buddy, Ross Tucker, joining us on the home of the Cowboys. Good morning, sir. How have you been?
Fantastic. Did you guys try to get me during the season and they said no?
We can't
But the
afford
last
you.
like 4 weeks.
We can't afford you. All of a sudden, you switch on over to that Michael Irvin, that payment schedule, and we're like, what the heck? I feel like I can't even text you on the side because of your people.
All right, so first of all, you guys can always text me. Secondly, I don't decide. All I know is how many total radio hits I go on during the year for Odyssey. I don't know how they decide which ones to put me on. I go on in Buffalo and Kansas City every week. Maybe they just want you guys to have a better team first before they'll put me on with you guys.
All right, we'll get into your good team that's still playing, but first we have to get your thoughts on the reality of Brian Schottenheimer, new Cowboys head coach.
Yeah, I think I'm about to blow your guys' mind away.
Uh-oh.
Make sure you're rolling on this on both video and audio.
Just
okay?
like his Micah Parsons prediction, we'll save it in the archive.
Yeah, I'm going to give you 4 reasons why I like the Brian Schottenheimer hire.
Okay.
First of all, a lot of people will tell you that he was never the hot shot coordinator. Go back when he took Mark Sanchez to 2 AFC championship games, running the rock, play action. Sanchez, 2 playoff games. Brian Schottenheimer was the OC. That's number 1. Number 2, even if you think he's not the hot shot coordinator, you know what the reality is? A lot of those guys end up sucking as head coaches because it's a totally different skill set. Game planning and calling plays is not the same as clock management, setting the culture of the team, or everything that goes into being a head coach CEO. Maybe Brian Schottenheimer was an average coordinator, but he's a great head coach as opposed to guys that are the opposite. Great coordinators, but they can't make it as head coaches.
But should we be worried that he's also calling the plays?
That's a fair question. Let me get to my other 2, then I'll get to that. The other 2, I had 9 head coaches in the NFL, okay? His father, Marty Schottenheimer, is the best head coach I've ever been around, okay? I had Bill Parcells when I was in Dallas. I had Bill Belichick in New England. I had Joe Gibbs in Washington.
Wow.
I know that Marty Schottenheimer did not have the success those guys did in terms of winning Super Bowls or what. I get that. All I'm telling you is sitting there as a player, watching what they say to us, watching how they go about it. Marty Schottenheimer was the best head coach I ever had. Better than the 3 Hall of Famers I just named. And the last thing, maybe the most important thing, the reality is nobody knows anything. I mean, you go back to 2016, the guy that was ranked as the worst hire was Doug Peterson. In 2017, he took the Eagles to their only Super Bowl ever. Okay? And then the next year they went to the divisional round, the next year, whatever. 4 years ago, the Eagles hired a guy nobody had heard of. It was the last guy hired, a guy named Nick Sirianni, who didn't even call the plays for the Colts. Frank Reich did, okay? He's now taking the Eagles to their 2nd Super Bowl in 3 years. My point is, the press conference doesn't matter. How much buzz they have when they get hired doesn't matter. Nobody really knows. Everybody likes to act like they do. Everybody likes to talk like they do. Brian Schottenheimer might be awesome. He might be terrible. You don't know until they actually get in that chair and have that job.
Well said.
Ross Tucker joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Ross, so you mentioned you were in Washington. 01 was your first year there. And Brian Schottenheimer, I know, was the quarterback's coach. Do you remember much about him, the way he ran his group, how vocal he was? Do you remember much about his personality within the locker room?
Yes. Well, first of all, I remember him being very young. And I remember, it's funny, a couple different interactions. One is I missed an OTA to go graduate from Princeton.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And,
what a flex.
No, but you don't understand. I'm an undrafted piece of crap free agent. And I had to go into Marty Schottenheimer's office and I said, Coach, there's nothing more important to me in the world than trying to make this football team. But there's no scholarships in the Ivy League, and my parents paid a lot for me to go to Princeton. Is there any way I could go to graduation? Like, if you think it hurts me at all, he started to laugh and he said, if I paid that much money for my kid to go to college, I'd want to see him graduate too. So go ahead. The reason why I'm telling you guys this I graduated on like a Tuesday morning. I drove right from graduation to the facility to watch practice that day to see who got the second team reps at right tackle instead of me. And while I was in there, Brian Schottenheimer poked his head in. He's probably thinking, we got done practice at noon. It's like 6 o'clock at night. Who is this? I think that this is like one of the reasons why they love me. He popped his head in to see who it was, and he said, how was graduation? He already knew. Like he knew that this piece of crap undrafted free agent from Princeton missed because I was getting graduated. I said, it was great, coach. Thank you. But I'm sure he told his dad, hey, that dude drove right here from graduation to watch and see what he missed today, and that was favorable. Remember this. That was the year, Bobby, that they cut Jeff George, our starting quarterback, after the second game. We played a Monday night game against the Packers. We get there on Wednesday, and everybody's like, did you hear what happened? I'm like, no, like, they cut Jeff George. It's my rookie. I'm like, they cut our starting quarterback? Like, I was like blown away. He got a lot that year out of Tony Banks and Kent Graham. We were 0-5, including a loss to you guys in Dallas when we were both 0-4. Jay Leno's making fun of us. It was a Monday night game. LeVar was crying in the locker room after the game. He was so upset. I had never been to Texas Stadium. Watching it on TV as an Eagles fan my whole life, I thought it was amazing. I got there, I was like, this place is a dump. I was like,
it was run down by then.
Totally blown away. Anyway, he was very well respected. You know, you guys should get on Sage Rosenfels. I can give you his number because Rosenfels was the rookie quarterback that year, and those guys were always doing extra stuff after practice. I remember Tony Banks, Kent Graham was the backup. Sage, they were doing stuff. But Sage could give you a lot of Brian Schottenheimer insight. But I thought he was good. I mean, look, I didn't interact with him that much, but from what I saw, he did a nice job. It's not easy to be like a 28-year-old quarterback coach, and Jeff George is probably 10 years older than him at that point.
That is incredible. Ross Tucker joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and Zoom. One of the other people they interviewed, one of the few, was Kellen Moore. All the reports have the Saints interviewing Kellen Moore yesterday. What are your thoughts about Kellen Moore, and how much have you gotten to interact with him covering the Eagles?
Yeah, just a couple times. One production meeting during the preseason games, and then I actually said hi to him before the NFC Championship game Sunday. You know, I thought he called a really bad game against the Rams in the divisional round, and it almost cost the Eagles. They almost lost the game. I did not think he called a very good game. I thought NFC Championship game, obviously, they scored 50-some points. He did a terrific job. He did a nice job with them this year. It's so fascinating. They have like the weirdest offense I've ever seen, where Hurts really that was Hurts' best game in like 2 months. He hasn't really played that well. Saquon Barkley will have like 2 yards, -1, 6 yards, -2, 70. It's
like Barry.
They have a weird offense. I enjoyed my interaction with Kellen. He's a pretty soft-spoken guy. I would be interested to see what he's like in the front of the room, in the offensive meeting rooms. I don't feel like head coach run through a wall type when I'm talking with Kellen Moore. Whereas, I don't know if Brian has this in him, guys, but Marty Schottenheimer, holy crap. The only coach in my NFL time, the hair on the back of your neck standing up. Like, I mean, I can just think of some Marty Schottenheimer speeches right now, and I want to headbutt RJ right now. Like, I mean, just thinking about some of those speeches.
Do it.
I don't know if Brian has that, but Brian obviously witnessed like 10 years of it, so he's got to have some of it.
Ross Tucker joining us here, 105 through the Fan. I know Sirianni takes a lot of crap around in Philadelphia, all across the country.
This room,
not by me. I like him. They hate him. Is he Is he a great coach? Is he a elite? I mean, he could go to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. I mean, where do you put him?
It's tough to say because I think this is at least the second time in the last 3 years they have the best roster. I mean, they have the best players. It's like you look at them, it's crazy. Best O-line, best running back, top 5 wide receiver duo, maybe top 2 or 3. Dallas Goedert's a top 5 tight end. Hurts, when he's playing well, is like a top 10 quarterback, and they have the best defense in the NFL. I mean, it's bananas. So he doesn't get credit because of that. That's the thing, though. There have been plenty of other talented teams, and you guys know this, that coaches screw him up, and he doesn't do that. I know this. The players love him. He sets the culture and the tone. For whatever reason, they love him. Part of the reason why he got into it with the Eagles fans is they told him during the bye week that they wanted him to be more aggressive, more passionate, more energy. He has their back, and so they love him. And he did a nice job hiring Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio this year as well. He's pretty good on the game management, clock management stuff. I think he's a good coach. I think he probably has to win one with this roster to say he's a great coach.
What does Big Dom do?
Like everything. More than you can imagine.
Like, how do you get introduced to him at first? Like, this is like Pulp Fiction. Like,
he's the wolf?
Something. What is he?
He called Darius Slay a couple years ago in free agency when Darius Slay was going to sign with the Ravens and, like, convince him to come back. I don't know. Like, everybody loves him. Everybody knows him. He does all the background stuff. He knows everything about every player. He knows everything about everybody. And, like, I don't know, the players trust him. You know, I don't know what he does for them, but the players trust him. And there's, like, a number of examples, like Jalen Carter, right? Nobody else wanted to draft him. They were all worried about Jalen Carter. And whatever research Dom did, they took him. And that is a bad dude. They got him with like the 9th pick.
Yeah.
He should have been the first pick in the draft. He's one of the best 2 or 3 D tackles in the league now. He's an absolute monster. He's trying to kill people. I love him. Reminds me of like Junkyard Jerome Brown. And Dom said, no, he'll be fine. He's with these other Georgia guys. I got him. We got Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis. He'll be fine. They haven't had any issue with him. None so far.
If we see you in New Orleans, tell your security to let us through so we can say hello. I know you're probably too big for the Super Bowl parties now where we used to catch up for a beer, but we thank you for making this time, and you were well worth the well, not that long of a wait, but you were really good.
Good wait.
So I'm hoping to go to the media party and have beers with you guys Tuesday night. Westwood One might have a dinner. More importantly, everybody listening, especially you two, needs to go to myfrontpagestory.com because it's the best Valentine's Day gift ever.
Yeah.
Get your loved one. It looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper. Framed, beautiful. I'm telling you guys, flowers, take them out to dinner, that doesn't cut it. She will cry tears of joy. You will win. And not because the Cowboys stink. It's because you got her the best Valentine's Day gift ever. myfrontpagestory.com.
Yeah, you've been talking about them for years. It's like you have your own personal writer who's a columnist dedicate all the love and all the thoughts and all the feelings. There it is on the fan cam. Look at that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Look at that. There's
that
no
is
way
good.
your wife or any of her friends have something like this. Put her on the front, just to be able to say, hey, babe, I want to do something special for you. So I had a story written about you.
Yes.
That just sounds awesome. Then she'll have it hanging up in the house. Next time you get an argument, just be like, oh, really? Did you have a story written about me? No, you didn't. I had a story written about you. myfrontpagestory.com. I'll see you guys in New Orleans.
Thank you, brother. The absolute best. Ross Tucker selling Brian Schottenheimer on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We got Golden State Clay last night, and Jimmy is suspended again. Next on the Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Those are those. Nutmeg maidens? No. Just say that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it sometimes called?
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel First 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
PK, who's already had two sensational rack attacks, going to drop the shoulder and drive. Dribble handoff. Thompson. Thompson gives him a
7th 3 of the first quarter. Golden State Clay was at the AAC last night. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here with Pepe and Carter in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. They should be in a total that stands for turn it on, leave it on. Mavs beat the... Don't look. How many wins do the Wizards have?
I already know.
I already saw that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I've got one for you. Since November 1st, the Dallas Cowboys have as many wins as the Washington Wizards. They have 4.
No way.
Yep. The Wizards are like 4-35 since November.
6-39 overall. They're 0-10 in their last 10, and they've lost 14 in a row as the Mavericks get a victory at the AAC 130-108. Klay Thompson scores 23 in the game, 21 in the first quarter, sits out the fourth as they beat down the sorry Wiz.
You could have sat everybody after the first quarter. You really could have.
You kind of did.
42-16.
Yep. And then and Washington played. They played everybody who dressed. If you dressed for the game, they played 14 guys. They played. I've never seen that. Never seen a team play 14, 15 guys in one night.
I just love it for Kyle Kuzma that he's sitting over there and having to.
Yeah.
I don't know about that Dallas team. I don't know if they're going to be competitive enough.
How are we grading Clay so far? 877-881-1053. The numbers are 13, 3, and 2 while shooting 41% from the field. This is about what I expected. I was excited, but not that optimistic that Clay was all of a sudden just going to turn around the end of the Golden State years.
I was going to say, if you look at, when you get those progress reports for behavior for your kids in school or whatever, and it's like, here's the standards, and then they've got the letters for them. It's like meeting expectations, exceeding expectations. He gets an M. He's meeting expectations. It's just, he's about what you realistically probably thought he was going to be.
What were the expectations? It was different for different people. Some thought, oh my God, he's the missing third for a championship.
Yeah, I think
that was too high of an expectation.
A guy who can...
Yeah, he's not a 3.
When Luka's in the lineup, a guy who can be a deadly option, I think can function as a deadly third option. If Luka's not in the lineup or anything else, he's not going to play very well.
Yeah, it's okay. So you know how when you get a young, just a rookie player, a 19-year-old, you're going to have a lot of ups and downs. You'll have some games where you pop, and some games where you're not. It's almost the same way when you're aging. Just on the reverse side, your upside not necessarily as high, but you'll have some really good games. Then you'll have some games where your body just doesn't show up, and I think that's what happens with Clay.
Jimmy Butler is embarrassing Pat Riley in the Miami Heat. I love this. I know you guys are sick of it. I love it. Give me all the drama, especially if it's not mine. Jimmy Butler got suspended again yesterday. He walked out of practice after they told him he was going to be coming off the bench, and he stormed out.
Yeah, he walks in, does the Simpsons grandpa thing with the bar, walks in, puts his hat on the coat rack, and walks right back out. Oh, you're not going to start? Okay, I'll see you. And now suspended indefinitely, which any suspension would have brought them to the trade deadline pretty much.
Yeah.
And that's where they're going with it.
It's going through the trade deadline. It's almost as if he's convincing Pat Riley that he's going to be a good soldier. All right, suspension done. I'm going to go back out there. But no, he's got the James Harden plan in full effect. I'm going to keep embarrassing you until you deal me. This is the way it is, Pat.
Yeah, and look, Miami's handling this the wrong way. Get him out of there. Just get him out.
They said they're working on a trade.
Yeah, I know.
Now the asking price has come down, apparently. They're like, we may not. We're not going to get 6 number ones for you.
That's the thing. The longer they drag this out, and Jimmy may be hurting himself, but Jimmy in the process is going to hurt whatever value they get. If they keep having to suspend him and another story comes out like this and then another one comes out, then you're building up a reputation of teams going like, I don't want to trade for you. And so the Heat the longer they drag this out, the more they're hurting their own value in terms of being able to get something for them.
23-22. They're first in the Southeast Division, and they're 6th in the East. This one made me really depressed when I saw that Jimmy is costing himself what per game?
Oh gosh, $700,000.
$532. $530K a game.
That's amazing.
Do you know how rich he has to be like, okay. Okay. All right, fine. Keep it.
But do you even make $500,000 a game in ticket sales as an NBA team? Let alone paying that on one guy?
I would imagine you can get close. Like, especially if you consider parking and other things that go around it. Yeah.
Back to the Schottenheimer hire in Below the Belt coming up at 8:40 here on DFW Sports Station. Let's go on there around the rest of the league with the rumors. Pete Carroll introduced in Vegas, and there's a report from Ian Rappaport that he's remained close with Russell Wilson, and Wilson is a strong option in Vegas. Meanwhile, Art Rooney, the Steelers owner, it was so weird to read quotes from an owner and say, wow, he talks one time a year.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But Jerry, don't stop, at least for our benefit
Jerry
and purpose.
is the GM too.
That's right. Art Rooney said we would want to have Russell and or Fields back. Now, I don't know if he was speaking as a starter, but he's like, no, we want one of them back. But here's Ian Rappaport saying that Pete Carroll could be thinking about Russ in Vegas.
So we've now created a market demand for Russell Wilson. That's what we've hit.
We know that Joe Brady staying in Buffalo, no to the Saints. How about this news that the Texans moving on from Bobby Slowick, who was a red-hot name last year. He was like the Ben Johnson last year of offensive coordinators out in the armpit.
I was stunned when I think Bobby sent this over. That blew me away. Like, what happened? Like, he was supposed to be one of the next big things along with Ben Johnson and Clint Kubiak. You know, they were among those names. Liam Cohn, they were among those names. And two of those guys have jobs now. One of them is still, I guess, the OC. I assume Kubiak is staying in New Orleans?
No, Kubiak just got hired as the offensive coordinator in Seattle.
So now we're all over. Now we're slow going to go. Like, what happened here?
I don't know. Here's the thing: is that it's stunning how quickly it turned. Where and you remember we were talking back in November. We were previewing this game. I don't remember who we talked to. John McClain. And John had said that
Die Hard.
No concerns about Bobby Slowick. Like, everybody's still high on him. There's no, so something must have fallen apart really rapidly. Because, I mean, they just had so much trouble in the second half of games scoring. But to go from the candidate last year to this, Mike Shanahan, when Connor Orr came out with his list of coaching candidates every year, of like future head coaching candidates, Bobby Slowick was on the list, and he had a write-up in there. He had reached out to Mike Shanahan and talked to him, and Mike Shanahan told me, he's like, that was the first thing I told Kyle when he got the San Francisco job. I was like, you need to go hire Bobby Slowick. Because he said, Mike Shanahan said Bobby Slowick was one of the sharpest young coaches he had ever been around in his life. It was just like full-on endorsement for him. And to go from that, like getting that kind of an endorsement from somebody so influential in what's going on in the NFL right now to get the hell out of here, that's stunning.
Todd Monken is staying in Baltimore as the offensive coordinator.
Well, good. Maybe he can run more than 4 RPOs in a game in the playoffs when you have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry.
Yeah, Ravens guy who we had on, Tony Lombardi, when we were previewing Baltimore, Dallas. I was like, oh, is this going to be playoff Lamar? And he goes, I don't know, but we're getting playoff Monken. So they have that type of feeling towards him when the postseason rolls around as the OC, even though the numbers are crazy and through the roof.
They are. I mean, they've been really solid. It's just that was a weird situation, 4 RPOs in a playoff game.
What about if Slowick, though, by the way? What if he is just kind of staying around and Jerry said yesterday, Steven said yesterday, Schottenheimer will call the plays. They're going to hire an offensive coordinator who will function similar to the way Schottenheimer has. If Bobby Slowick's having trouble with play calling, bring him in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Reach out.
I don't know much about him. I just know that the name was hyped up.
Yeah, and somebody who, again, gets a lot of positive endorsements from really innovative minds. Shanahan, Kyle, and Mike both loved him. Go ahead.
Is there any theme to Schottenheimer's possible staff so far?
Yeah, there's so far a lot of the guys that he's interviewed, it looks like a lot of heavy culture guys, which is stuff that he's referencing, but it's young. Like a lot of these names that we're hearing about that they're interviewing, they're young. There's a Clayton Holmes. No, not that one. From the Cardinals. He's their offensive line coach, and he's 42, really well respected, really highly thought of. They interviewed Chris Banjo for their special teams role. He didn't get it, but Chris Banjo, 34 years old. A couple of these other coaches, it's like 35, 36 guys on the ascent. It's a change where Schottenheimer seems to be much more into like, hey, let's build a really strong staff that'll build up. That honestly had been an issue with Mike McCarthy here at times, where it was like, is their total security and confidence in having such a strong staff behind you?
And then, Chop, you asked yesterday if the Lions were pulling a Jerry Jones.
Yeah, so like Jerry was the comfort thing, right? They're only interviewing people that they knew, unless they were forced to by the league. Well, the Lions have tabbed a guy to replace Ben Johnson. They're hiring John Morton. By the way, the only more generic name than John Morton might be Ben Johnson.
Johnny's son.
Yeah. So, and why is this a Jerry Jones hire? Well, prior to being with
Bobby,
Denver,
who's Johnny Morton?
The receiver? The old Lions and Chiefs receiver?
Good job.
Absolutely. So, prior to being, so he was with Denver. He was with Sean Payton in Denver. Prior to being in Denver, he was with Ben Johnson in Detroit with Dan Campbell. And where was he before Detroit? He was with Dan in New Orleans. So there's the whole thing. It's a relationship thing. It's a familiarity thing. And they've shown the Campbell era, they're one of the better run teams, but they're doing the same type of thing. Now, the problem is the Cowboys do it seemingly with every hire that they make.
Yeah, this guy, he has been around the league for a while.
He's like 50.
Yeah, he's 55. He has worked with Gruden. He's worked with Schottenheimer. He's worked with Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh.
Of course, the Bears are celebrating Ben Johnson. Did you see what the Bears chairman did the other day to Joe Buck? The shots fired. George McCaskey was asked about Tom Brady being on the Lions Commanders broadcast. McCaskey said, quote, "I don't care who they put on, but when Joe Buck's on, I turn the sound down." So McCaskey, some random that we didn't even get explanation as to why or any follow-up, but shots fired at the great, let me say it, the great, all-time great Joe Buck. Joe Buck's a freaking
I feel like
Joe Buck's good.
Anybody who takes a shot in an official capacity with a team, anybody who's taking shot at a national play-by-play announcer, that usually tells me the play-by-play announcer's doing good. And like McCaskey just couldn't handle Buck probably talking honestly about them.
What have I told you? That the Dallas Cowboys just got a cockier, more charismatic, modern version of Jason Garrett. Below the belt. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Roger that, Sally.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't that Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
How we doing, guys? Right kind of guy.
Guys.
What else do we have? Dallas football Cowboys. Are we going to hear that from Brian Schottenheimer now? Yeah, we're going to get some clapping. What if I told you you just hired a more charismatic, cockier, more modern version of Jason Garrett?
I find it hard to believe you be more charismatic than Jason.
If you get a more aggressive version of Jason Garrett on the chalkboard, but you get to retain his culture that he had here, would you take that kind of a coach as a replacement for McCarthy? Or do you say, I didn't love the Jason Garrett culture to begin with? Because I think that's ultimately what Brian Schottenheimer is going to try and instill here, is a culture similar to what Jason Garrett always sought to achieve and maybe fell short at times.
How do you think Jason's culture was different from Mike's, Choppy?
Well, I thought they were both like generally pretty good cultures.
Agree.
I think the Jason's culture was more like, I don't want to say one message, right? A singular focus. It felt like,
what's your one thing?
One thing. It felt like there was a little bit more, and this is really kind of strange because I think we know how Jason got the job, but I think there was more. I feel like there was more backstabbing going on in the Mike one.
I think so. Yeah,
and not necessarily by like any one person in particular. Just like
there's some people who think Jason backstabbed to get his job.
Oh, I was the first one to say it on the radio.
Oh, you said it.
I said it in 2010.
Wow.
Yeah, cite him.
Yeah, cite me.
Sean,
Damn it. But
look,
once he took over, that was gone. It was all the messaging, all the corny quotes.
Let me just speak for a lot of the Tolos probably. Anything you sell me on and soup up this, that, and it mentions Jason Garrett, no personal offense, I'm not going to get excited about it. So I hope that it's a different, better version, period.
Yeah, and I think if you're talking about what are the differences between what the culture was here under Mike McCarthy and what are the differences between the culture when it was Jason Garrett, I think one word comes to mind for me: emotion. This was a much more emotional culture with Mike McCarthy, and I don't think in a good way. Jason Garrett, the thing everybody hated, trust the process, and we're this and that, and we never get too high, never get too low. When you would hear Jason expand it in other settings, like when he went to Princeton, and he had that big talk with that forum, you got a little bit more of a sense of what he talked about, which he said, if I have a baseline, if I say this is the way we operate every day, then there's nothing that will be unexpected. You will never be caught off guard by something because you just go, this is what we do. We do this regardless. I understood the pitch, and it was effective at times. It really protected them at times where they could have gotten distracted. There were also other times where people felt like, well, it made you play down to competition at times. You weren't as locked in. You weren't as jacked up. You didn't have that sort of motivation. Whereas with the McCarthy era, I think there was definitely a lot more, hey, you know what they're saying about us out there, guys? And there was a lot more about letting that stuff in at times purposefully, and some of the you went with the ebbs and flows. Mike McCarthy would go with the highs sometimes, and he would go with the lows at times, and that, I think it went to the team as well. Now you could say, I want them to feel bad when things are going well. I don't want them to act like nothing's wrong. There's both sides of this that you can play, but I do think yesterday when you hear Brian Schottenheimer talk, his big thing is culture, culture, culture. That's what he wants. That's what he needs. It was, Jane asked him near the end of the press conference, said, what do you, whenever you leave Dallas eventually, what do you want to be remembered as? And he threw out there first, he's like, well, first a champion. And they said, but he wanted to be viewed as the architect of, quote, one of the greatest cultures professional sports has ever seen.
Wow.
That was his top line item, which tells me that was the top line item he really pushed to Jerry and Steven, and what Jerry and Steven must have loved, because he wanted to drive home over and over again, that's what we're doing.
They clearly love the culture, and Brian is probably no dummy. The way he talked, let's just play cut 10, Peyton. If you sign your quarterback up to $60 million, you have to have the head coach and offensive mind be in love with the quarterback fit, and we got that yesterday.
You know, iron sharpens iron, and Dak and I have an incredible relationship, just like I have an incredible relationship with all these guys. Dak and I know how to push each other's buttons. We know how to have hard conversations. I laugh because I think about in training camp last year, a ball got intercepted, and we kind of had a thing in place where it was like, if you throw an interception, you come out. And so I took Dak out, and he's like, what? Like, he pushed back. He's like, ah. And the competitor in him is special. And so I think he and I working together, along with the rest of the guys, putting together the system, there'll be tweaks. There's going to be changes. He's the type of worker that changes an entire organization. And I think he and I see the game of football offensively very, very similar. And we'll have tons of communication moving forward on some of the thoughts of things we want to do, whether it's tempo or, you know, some of the different things we're trying to do with our play action passing game, the run game, things like that. But he's easy to talk to, and I love and respect him along with all those guys.
The way it came across in small, again, a lot of this is being guilty of reading between the lines too much, but it's the Cowboys, right?
Yeah, I do.
We always try to translate Jerry.
Hard.
You got little bits here and there where it seemed like to me, Brian and Dak were in the hallway or a side room going, God, let's do this. Let's do this. And Mike's doing that. Just a little of those tidbits I get. But in terms of selling the Jones family, it was clear as day. It was clear as day what landed with them. Loving Dak, the bro-to-bro relationship that they seem to have, family with dad and Marty and mom, modernizing the offense, moving forward a little bit from what McCarthy had, and then culture. That just, I could see Jerry and Steven and the antennas going up, loving it.
Yeah, and I know you're speaking for you. I'll speak for me. So this is not Sean saying, this is me. When you say you think there was a little bit of that with Dak and Schottenheimer, I think there was a lot of that. And I think there was a lot of that in 23. That's when a lot of the offense changed after the bye week. I think that was very player-driven with Schottenheimer kind of overseeing and lobbying to Mike on their behalf of Mike. The guys want to do that. That's why I think so many of the players trust him. When they won out in the fight for the offense in 2023, the players did in the middle of the season, that was in large part viewed as Brian Schottenheimer was our advocate that managed to get this done for us. And I think that's...
Yeah.
And that's where the relationship, though, will be more difficult as it goes on, because now it's a different position for Schottenheimer. He's not the friend go-to guy anymore.
Right. Yeah.
He's gonna have somebody else.
There is that. I think he also he would sometimes...
You can't always be good cop.
He would reverse that sometimes, though. I think Mike would try to instill, and Schottenheimer's job would be, all right, I'm going to tell the players, guys, this is what you need to do. That's where, to be honest, it did create probably in the last 2 years a little bit of an uneven playing field. Like, was Mike always viewed as the ultimate authority or who they wanted to lobby to when they wanted something to get done? That probably created naturally not the best environment for everybody to be moving forward on the same thing. Here was the thing that I took away from this press conference, though, yesterday with Schottenheimer. There's a big difference between talking the talk and walking the walk. That was Jimmy always used to say that. If you're going to talk the talk, you better walk the walk. Jimmy used to scream that at the Cowboys all the time. So words ultimately aren't going to mean much. Just like how people were saying, I don't care what he says at the press conference. I need to see him win. I was really impressed with how Schottenheimer continued to underline definitive things that, like, not just this is my goal, we're doing this.
Yeah.
These were some of the things he said yesterday. Dak's going to play elite level football, and he's going to lead us to championships. We're going to do a great job of marrying our runs and our passes and make those look the same. I'm ready now. I know what I want. I know what it looks like.
Yep.
I'm really good with X's and O's. I'm great with people. We're going to build this thing the right way. We're going to get the culture right. And that's a characteristic that he got from Marty. So Schotty's talked about this quote before.
Ross Tucker at the top of the hour, if y'all missed it, Ross Tucker said, I played for Gibbs, Parcells, and Belichick, and Marty Schottenheimer was my best coach of them all. Wow.
Massive praise. And the line that he got from his dad, he's mentioned this before Dallas. He's mentioned it while he's been in Dallas. One of his dad's sayings to his team was, expect to win. Expect to win, expect to win, expect to win. And Schotty's always said it was a combination. Expect to win is one part like awesome preparation and then another part confidence.
He said, why else are we doing it?
Yeah, and so I think that's the thing is that one of the things that you can see Brian got from his dad is, all right, the preparation and the confidence are massive to getting a team on board with the expectation that we're going to win ball games and we're going to do this and have that sort of approach. And I thought it stood out repeatedly that he was underlining, this is not a goal, this is happening.
Yeah.
And we're doing this. And that may honestly rub some fans the wrong way at some point.
Well, it doesn't for me.
I love it.
I love it too. I remember with Choppy, the first time we asked Garrett, this drove me crazy about the last two regimes. They always wanted to stay away from like these types of statements. What's your identity? No one ever wanted to answer it. McCarthy didn't want to do it. They act like it was some offensive question. Jason Garrett, same thing. Jerry, what do you want the identity of the Dallas Cowboys to be, of your football team? What are you guys? They act like it was a Belichick type question. Brian Schottenheimer did a good job of talking Super Bowl yesterday without it coming across as blustery, headliney, promotion-y. It felt real. And there's nothing wrong with, in my opinion, saying those types of things strongly, boldly. It doesn't mean jack squat will ever happen, but making these types of statements is something like Jerry Jones is petrified to talk about a Super Bowl around here anymore. He knows it's going to be some gotcha headlines, but there's just been this, like, I don't know whether it's a lack of confidence. I don't know whether I don't know what it's been.
Creates an attitude. It just creates, like, it doesn't matter whether it happens.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether it's true.
Yep.
It just creates an attitude.
I mean, Dan Campbell came in and talked in very similar manner in Detroit. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, there is an aspect of that.
Winning than we've ever won.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's an aspect of that
direction
that Schotty just said. The only thing that could annoy them, I think, even when they lose, that's going to be a consistent message from Schottenheimer. He's going to talk about the things they're going to do, and people are going to say, "Stop talking about it. Do it." So when those struggles occur, I think it's going to rub some people the wrong way. But I thought he was really, really strong yesterday, and I think he spoke directly to the fans a couple times. I think he's heard the criticism, and I think he talked to them on a couple different occasions.
I want to hear from the Tolos. What did you think of the presser? Did it change your mind at all about Brian Schottenheimer? Are you going to go off on Jerry and Steven? 877-881-1053. Hit us up right now. 877-881-1053 on the home of the Cowboys, plus Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday edition continued.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. Like that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks to all of you for turning it on and leaving it on. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider who was living at the Ford Center in Frisco yesterday, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Carter in the back. And the way to hit us up, I want to hear from you about this press conference. Did it change your mind? Did it make you angrier at Jerry and Steven? Hit us up at 877-881-1053. One of the things before yesterday, I think we were all universal with, all of us. Okay, I'll give Schottenheimer, a chance as head coach, but don't call plays as well. And I'm texting Bobby Bell and tweeting and said, ask the damn question. Somebody ask if Witten's going to be on the staff and if Brian is calling the plays. I did not realize that the media order was based upon seating row.
I had no idea. I never would. See, and this is another thing. Like, this should not be open seating. This should be based on seniority. Okay, this should be based on when you go to the White House press. I mean, they have you sitting in the same spot every time, right? It's the same spot, and sometimes they know who they're calling on first because it's the person in the middle. So I've seen Deep Impact. I know exactly what happened.
So here's how it works. They're all up front. In that front row, the way it works is you just put your hand up, and then Tad Carper, the Cowboys PR director, who announced yesterday, told everybody he's cancer-free. Awesome news. Great cheer for Tad. Love that.
Very nice.
He has this list that basically people put up their hands, and so the people right in the front, he sees them instantly. So it's like, okay, all right, let me stack them up. And then it's after that, he's having to spot a hand. So it just naturally kind of filters back until hands are going down.
Well, Jerry did the job for many media members because he was just picking off like he was hunting squirrel, saying, I know that criticism. Bam. I know that you said I'm scared to take risk, which, by the way, Jerry's saying he's taken more risks the last 5 years than like his entire life. What has been the football risk? I would love to have that in a one-on-one interview follow-up.
Does he just count it as money?
Yeah.
Does he count money as his risk?
Yeah.
So it was all the. I paid 2 DAC contracts. I paid one to CD. I guess that.
I would think that is because the way he would look at it, that's his biggest liabilities.
Jerry knew that he was criticized for lack of a search, being too conservative, this not being risky. The general manager hate that he gets, salary cap, all those things, and he just answered the play caller question himself.
We wanted Brian to call the plays. We cherish his relationship with our players. We wanted him to call the plays. As my mind and our mind would drift around to alternatives, I believe, he doesn't have to speak for this, but I believe if he doesn't call the plays, he probably not with the Cowboys. He doesn't have to speak to that, and he probably might not know himself, really. I'm not, anyway, talking down. But I know one thing, one of us, I think Jerry, said, have you ever thought about that if we've kind of gotten over in this area of potential head coaching with Brian, to some degree, the conversation he's referring to. And Jerry said, You know something? If we went that way, as much as we've gone down the path, there'd be some heartbreak here. There'd be some knock the slats out from under. I'm just giving you an idea of how the process was going as we were looking at alternatives of other people that might be coaching the Dallas Cowboys, and Brian calling the plays. All of this was in the mind. All of this was there. And why is the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys?
Landman, second act with Jerry getting emotional. Let's hear from the Tolos. Jake and McKinney, start us off. You are live on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, good morning, guys. Appreciate you taking my call. So I'm excited about Schottenheimer. It feels like he's going to get the best skills and abilities out of these guys and work with them instead of them working towards his knowledge and skills and abilities. But I really think it's going to be great, and I really don't think Mike McCarthy gave us his best effort last year. So I look forward to seeing what he could do. I'll let you guys talk. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for the call. Bobby asked in the commercial break, he's like, well, so at the end of the day, what I tweeted yesterday, I left that presser feeling more concerned about Jerry and Steven than Brian as a first-year coach. What Steven did with the quotes, Jerry, the lack of search, we're salary cap experts. I am more concerned about them helping Brian than Brian having never done this before. Gary in New Mexico, listening on the Odyssey app. Gary, you're up next.
Hey, man, I agree with what you just said. I have more confidence in Brian Schottenheimer than I do in the Joneses, and I'm willing to give the guy a chance, man. Maybe I love an underdog story, and this guy's an underdog story, so I'm rooting for him. And I like what he said. But Jerry and Steven, I don't understand. I don't speak idiot language, and that's what they speak, and I just don't understand what Jerry's talking about. And if I never saw Steven again, that would be too soon. When you get up there and start bragging about being the sixth winningest team, I don't know what that's about, but they just need to reassign him to the mail room or something. Get him out of there. But if they'll let Brian run the show, I mean, to a certain extent, I know you got to deal with Jerry, but give him the tools to succeed, man. Go give him some players.
Yeah.
And give him a shot and go get it, son. Go see what he can do.
Thanks for the call. What did you make of the whole salary cap stuff? Same old, same old?
Yeah.
We know the cap. Now, some people are trying to hear.
Can't have it all.
Some people are trying to hear that they might reevaluate the way that they do it. I didn't really get that. I felt like that was just a throw-in statement to make people feel better.
Yeah, I thought it was their same general comments on the salary cap that they've had for the last decade. I thought it was pretty much similar. But I will say, when he talks about if they let Brian Schottenheimer be Brian Schottenheimer, I think everybody seemed surprised by the fact that Schottenheimer was able to convincingly say, if you're going to give me this job, I'm calling plays and win that battle potentially. So I would hope that if he's able to win on that front, I would hope he would similarly stand firm on, if I want to instill this culture that I want, you got to let me do things the way I want to do them.
Jay in Plano, you're up next on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Jay.
All right, guys. I love you guys. I've been listening to y'all for a long time. So look here. Riddle me this. Who says this? Let the mind control the body. Let the body control the mind.
Jimmy.
God, it's Jimmy Chuck. Yes, sir. Truth be told, optimism, pessimism, whatever. I feel like the Dallas Cowgirls need to be practicing in the heat in Texas in the summertime, and that's going to perhaps get us over the edge.
Thanks for
I mean, look, they tried that in Wichita Falls with Dave Campo. Didn't work.
Tried what?
Practicing in the heat.
You know, the Patriots had a dynasty practicing in those brutal New England summers.
I mean, honestly, I feel like the bigger issue for this team usually is playing in cold weather than it is.
Yeah.
I would like to ask Brian how he feels like he's similar to Marty coaching style-wise. Because Marty was, thought to be a hard ass who won a S-ton of games. Gustavo in Dallas, you're next up on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Go ahead, boss.
Tolos, good morning. Thanks for taking my phone call. I'm coming in with a whole bunch of optimistic after I watched that interview in its entirety. I'll tell you what, man, his energy, the way he spoke, the way Jerry spoke on behalf of how he got to this point brought some hope back into me for next year even. And I'll finish off with this saying that the biggest hope that I got inspired by was when I heard the interview with Mrs. Schotty, his mom. She said, we've been teaching him X's and O's since he was 9 years old. And she was super excited. After I finished watching the interview, I was like, let's go, Cowboys. DC4L for life, baby.
All right, so
phone call, guys.
There it is. You got a Cowboy fan back. You got one kind of turning that corner back towards that love of the star. Let's get to Austin in Florida. Odyssey app. Austin, good morning. What's up?
What's up? Yeah, so I'm realistically optimistic about this. I think it's going to be kind of the same old. Maybe we win 10, maybe we win 12, go to the playoffs, and then kind of. But what's frustrating, what I'm pessimistic about is, so I'm in Florida. The Jags sucked really bad when I was a kid, and I saw 2006, Bill Parcells, Terrell Owens, Tony Romo. It's this bigger than life show, and we are like a shell of that. It's completely the opposite of exciting and fun and what's going to happen next and winning. It's just like. And it feels like the net's never going to end when Jerry goes eventually, and then Steven. It's just like, what are we doing here? I'm never going to quit because it's too much fun, but it's becoming less fun. I'll put it that way.
Thanks, Austin. How about the introduction of co-owner Steven Jones? That had a lot of people noticing that change yesterday, or has it been a change?
I guess there hasn't been a press conference where Steven would have been introduced like that recently. But I had heard,
I don't remember any introductions ever.
That actually changed in the media guide, I guess, last year. So it's a new note. He's referred to as co-owner. That hasn't always been the case.
Did you get any feeling from Steven? Jerry clearly has heard the criticism.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get any of that feeling from Steven, or he just didn't talk enough to know?
Yeah, I think Steven hears it too. I think Steven was not blinking at it as much, but I think I got the sense all three of them heard it. I thought Schottenheimer referenced it a couple times, is kind of subtly.
But the problem with that is, like, the Schottenheimer criticism isn't necessarily directed at him. Like, some of it is, like, it's a guy that has been completely out of the loop in terms of the coaching searches, but nobody. I feel bad for him yet. Like, I really do. I felt bad for.
And I think that I don't think he believes anyone should feel bad for. I think he thinks I deserve this spot. Like, I absolutely should. It's
not about the deserving of the spot. I feel bad for him because, like, all the attention is over here.
But I think he's talking to you, and I think he's talking to the people who think he can't do it and who think he's an unqualified hire, whether they feel bad for him or are angry with him. He was talking to them and saying a couple of times, fans, you're part of this. It's us. We're doing this.
Jerry and Crowley, you're up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, Jerry.
Good morning, guys. Tolo here. This still raised its head yesterday. I mean, it wouldn't matter if we went and dug up Tom Landry, Vince Lombardi, and Don Shula. They can't fix this, okay? It's not about coaching. It's not about players. It's about be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. Steven put those air quotes up yesterday, the drought, 30 years. Let me tell you something. I watched the Cowboys in the 60s, the 70s. I mean, they were always in contention. They were a number one franchise. Be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. And Steven is the problem. Everybody kept saying, I can't wait till Jerry gets retired and Steven takes over. We're in trouble, boys.
Yeah, over the past 2 weeks, I have shifted my negativity more to Steven after some of the things I've heard behind the scenes. But he'll get the most credit from me if Schottenheimer works out, because I think that's his guy.
He said it, though, yesterday. He said, like Brian, I give deference sometimes. He clearly told you yesterday he and Jerry view things differently in a lot of ways.
Yes. Ignacio in the Bay Area.
We're global.
We're global.
Yeah, we're like the pit bull of radio.
I mean, you want him to listen to the morning roast? They have no options out there in the Bay Area.
Ignacio, I hope I'm getting that name right. You're live on Sean and RJ.
You guys are outstanding. Hey, blessings to you folks. Okay, I'm up here in Northern California. This is Raider in 49er country up here. Hey, listen, I wake up with you guys in the morning. Outstanding job of just attention to detail, covering everything along the way.
Thank you.
My question is this. Hey, listen, as much as it is not a popular choice, we get it. Here was a golden opportunity to bring in a big name, a big splash. Yep. It didn't happen. At the end of the day, who knew that a young McVay, a young Shanahan, a young LaFleur was going to become what they are today?
No one.
So here's here's Schottenheimer. What I like about him, okay, and I'm being optimistic as a fan here. Let's give this guy a shot. This is not his fault that he was promoted. He has a presence about him. He has an identity of who and what he wants to be and what this team what he wants to build. What have we lacked with our past coaches? You could ask a fan and say, okay, what is our identity in offense? We couldn't answer it.
Yeah.
So I like the idea. I'm going to give this guy an opportunity to come in, whether he's going to last a year or two and it's going to be, and we're going to move on in a different direction, or maybe he comes in and he not only, he commanded the room in the press conference, I thought. He sounded confident, I should say, and I just really like the vibe.
Thank you, brother. We gotta get a Nick Eatman here. What's wrong?
This is the problem.
I told you.
This is the problem. It's so easy just to get sucked back in. It's just so easy. It's just so easy.
Let him go. I want to hear what he says.
It's so easy. I mean, it was vitriol 48 hours ago, and now it's, oh, man, this is amazing. I love this guy. He's great. We don't know. We have no idea. That's the point. We don't know. But it's just so easy to get sucked back in.
Right. So isn't the rational take the one that every single caller just called in was, I'm going to give him a shot? That is what we don't know. That was their take. A couple days ago, their take was just, there's nothing possibly that was the emotional reaction.
A shot. But there's nothing you should be excited about. You can't use the word excited. You cannot use the word excited. A shot, fine.
You're usually the most optimistic person, and you are angry. You're frustrated. You're bitter. What is up with you?
Settle down just a little bit.
2025, baby. Okay. New year, new me. Toxic Ralph.
Ever since Monday, he's just been acting like garbage.
Nick Eatman sat down with Schotty one-on-one. He says this hire is more about the things you can't see. And is Jason Witten coaching this staff or not? Is he joining the staff or not? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com after this.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krld-fm, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's bring in our old buddy who is at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco alongside Bobby Belt. He is Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. We'll crosstalk with a KMC Masterpiece at 9:40 this morning. Good morning, Nicholas. How have you been?
I've been doing good, guys. Good to be on with you again.
This high...
Sounded like Steven, didn't it?
You did.
Good to be on with you.
Did you air quote it?
No. I did not. I did not air quote it. He did that a couple times, didn't he?
What was up? Does he? I mean, he knows what air quotes are and mean, right?
Yeah. It did remind me of like a Friends episode with Joey doing the air quotes, but no, I mean, it is a drought. I mean, it's a Super Bowl drought, and so I think that was probably why he might have been doing the air quotes, is because the drought usually is, a lack of water. This is a lack of Super Bowls, but either way, it's a drought that people, still refer to every day.
The title of your column, DallasCowboys.com, is "This hire is more about the things you can't see." What does that mean?
Well, I'm like everyone else. I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, this is a great hire. I knew it all along. I mean, I was surprised. I didn't have him on the radar. And you're looking at, the success or lack of success with X's and O's, play call, production, all that stuff. It's not there as much. It's not there as some of the other hires. I get that. Everyone knows that. But the things that the Jerry and Steven and the people here in this building, they've gotten to know him. They see him. They're big on leadership, big on character, big on culture. Those are things you can't see. That's what they believe, and they believe that this guy's going to make it happen. And he was successful yesterday. Well, I thought, can you win a press conference? Well, he did. But those aren't the wins that matter. I know that. We all know that. But I thought, he did a nice job yesterday. It looks like character, culture, those are the things you can't see. Those are the things I think he did really well. But does it translate to wins? Obviously, is the biggest thing.
What have been your interactions with Schottenheimer? What have you heard about him behind the scenes? And what did you get from your sit-down with him one-on-one?
Yeah. Well, what I like about him a lot, and if he didn't admit it, but he didn't lie in the press conference yesterday either. So I was like, he's like a straight shooter for sure. And he's genuine, and at least that's the way it comes off. Here's one of the things that when he said, you win with people, and we've heard Jason Garrett say that, and I'm a believer of that. I think we all are. You win with people the way you carry yourself. one of the things that stood out to me, it happened at least 4 times, 2 to me, which maybe is because I asked a bad question. I don't know. But there was 4 times that I saw yesterday where he actually disagreed with the question. Well, it's not really like that, or I don't really look at it that way. But he did it in a way that, that's not easy for people to do. They say, no, that's not right. But it's how you handle people, how you handle conversations, how you handle deference, which is what came up. So I thought that was interesting. I asked a couple of questions, and he was like, no, it's actually more like this and this and this, and not in a way that is disrespectful tone or anything. That might be a small thing to some, but I think it's a big thing when you're talking about how do you handle conflict, how do you handle disagreements, things like that, and just kind of knowing how to massage the situation. So that was a small thing, but that's something that I picked up on that I thought it could be a bigger deal. I enjoyed my talk with him. He knows this business. I think he's going to be easy to work with. Easier. Let's see what happens when, you start losing games and all that kind of stuff. Or just when things happen. But I think he's going to be easier to work with. He just kind of gets this culture, this situation. I think he's going to be good for our team, social media, be good for you guys. So from that standpoint, I think it's good.
Trey Wingo, by the way, he tweeted that Brian Schottenheimer, just out of curiosity, drove to the ESPN studios one day just to see how they kind of do everything.
Yeah.
To try to look at their perspective, the way they're coming across from the media standpoint. I thought that was a really cool story for Wingo to share.
And that's probably the same time, because we have a media consultant that works with us as well, that has had some experience with ESPN, and I'm sure that's probably where they cross paths as well. And so it's the details. It's the attention to details. It reminds me of the Jordan Lewis press conference or media session when he said details about 50 times. But it seems like he's a master of details. Those things, matter. When we did our interview, he had to make sure his tie was right twice, but he also said, this is probably the last time I'm going to wear a tie. Jerry and Steven didn't have one on, so I'm ditching this thing. But but one of those things where I think you introduce him once, I think he knows your name the second time. I believe that, and so I just again, nobody's ever like I said, win a press conference or whatever. That hasn't led to wins and all that kind of stuff. But I still believe that he's got some success coming just by the way he kind of carries himself.
Nick Eatman join us here at 105 through the fan. By the way, us in the lying community don't really consider Mike to have lied in that statement. That was just a non-truth.
The lying community?
Yes, the lying community. We're a community now, Sean.
Well, it went 30 minutes. Yeah, I have a personal rule about that. You can be joking around for 30 minutes. I was just joking. But after 30 minutes, it becomes a lie. So, that's kind of the way I always handle it. You can play a game and joke and all that about 30 minutes.
The lying community is a pride, by the way.
We're a pride. Yeah, we're a pride. It's a non-truth.
Yes.
Non-truth. Not a lie, non-truth. But is his biggest hurdle from a culture standpoint going to be changing the perception of him as going from like, hey, I'm like a friend of the player. I'm a go-between to now being the head coach and maybe not having to have a different set of boundaries?
I think that's a question I tried to ask him about comfort, and that's a good question, Chop, because to me, I look at that as like, all right, yes, you can be friends of the players, you could be a player's coach, but what happens when I've got to get on you and say, hey, this is not how we're doing things? And from the things that I've heard, and they haven't come out yet, but I do think he's trying to kind of implement some things, some different positions on the staff, just different things to try to help with that. I think they understand that it's a tricky thing. If he said something about treating all the players the same, whether you're a role player or a superstar, that one's tricky to me, because I don't think you do treat players the same. They don't get paid the same. They don't play the same amount. They don't practice the same, and so that they don't have the same amount of pressure. I don't think you treat them the same, but I think you treat them with the same umbrella over the top, and then every circumstance is different. It's the same with having kids. You have to treat your kids differently. So that's something I think he'll figure that out too along the way.
Nick, yesterday there was a lot of, all three of them, Steven, Jerry, Brian, they all mentioned disagreements that Schottenheimer had schematically with Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Do you think that those were those differences played up a little bit to kind of emphasize change, or do you think they actually maybe kind of downplayed and gave a conservative view of what were some real differences that the two of them had by the end?
Well, I just state the fact that he's here as the head coach is. This is the first time I've actually uttered this point, so hopefully it comes out right. But the fact that he's the head coach makes me think that they saw the differences all along. That a lot of people did, because you can think about it, he's the head coach and he's the offensive coordinator, and it's not exactly working out well. And so they're going to say, all right, let's move on from the head coach, or however that happened, however that went down, and then we're going to go with the other guy that was here as well. Because a lot of times you would look at it and say, wait a second, like everyone says how prepared Schottenheimer is in the details, which I just mentioned. Well, this team didn't score a touchdown in the first quarter for like 17 or 16 of the 17 games. They didn't score a touchdown in the third quarter either. So, where's the preparation coming out of the locker room all week long? So, again, the fact that they're saying, all right, it's not the head coach and the play caller, but we're going to make this move to go here, makes me think that they believe there was a lot of difference in the way that they thought and the way they prepared things on offense last year.
Nick, how is this staff looking like it's going to shake out? Are we going to see a Jason Witten edition? I know there's a lot of buzz about Matt Eberflus. What can you tell us about the staff?
It does seem like the Eberflus thing is happening. I know there was a play there for Robert Saleh at the end, but he obviously went to San Francisco. Sorensen, that seems like that one was, from last I heard, was close. You got to remember too, and social media can be the devil. We know that, but no one asked Emmitt Smith to play wide receiver. Okay, and the reason why I say that is this guy Sorensen is getting judged on how things went as a defensive coordinator, defensive coach in San Francisco. He's a special teams coach. I think that's what he's played a lot of when he was tenured in the league. I think he's had more success as a special teams coach. So when you hear 49er fans or whatever, laughing, saying, "Oh, okay, good," that's not what he's not going to be the defensive coordinator. If he's here, he'll be the special teams coach. I do not think Jason Witten will be on the staff. I don't think that's going to happen. And it did look like a time that it might, but I still think you're going to see Eberflus, one of us. I still think you're going to see 2 or 3 familiar faces coming back to this staff this year.
At the end of all this, how shocked were you that they actually did it? And do you have more questions about the person or the process?
I think the process. I mean, the person. I think he's genuine. I think he is what he is. But that doesn't always win games. It's the process. You've got to figure out. And I know this is getting compared a lot to Dave Campo because he was a guy that was here in the building and all that. The problem that Campo had was that he had a third of the salary cap, tied up in dead money. He had cap problems and he didn't have a quarterback. That was the 2 big issues there. So my point is that if he's going to have the players, he's going to have to, they're going to have to figure that out. But I do think that he's the right guy. But there's a lot of right guys out there that just doesn't work out for them. So yeah, I would say the process. And then to answer your question, I'm very shocked. I'm very shocked that they did this. I mean, when I looked at our list, we did a list on our website, 20 names to look at. I thought maybe we were kind of just being nice by putting Zimmer, Fossil, and Schottenheimer in there.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was a realistic candidate. I really didn't. Again, this goes back to the article I wrote and what we said at the top. These are about the things you don't see. We don't see behind the closed doors. We don't see how he's the relationships that he's built and just the way he talks to the players and the way the players seem to respect him. So those are things you can't see, and we'll see if they relate to wins.
Thank you, brother. Good to catch up. We'll do it again soon.
Definitely. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
The man, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Go check out his column and a sit-down one-on-one with Brian Schottenheimer on the website. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember
Well,
that.
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
PJ, who's already had 2 sensational rack attacks, going to drop the shoulder and drive. Dribble handoff. Thompson. Klay Thompson gives him a shimmy. He drills his 7th three of the first quarter.
Follow up with a call. Mavs TV. Klay hits 7 threes. Scores 2 points the rest of the way. Didn't need much more as they destroy the horrific Washington Wizards. It's Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Where's Kevin? We got therapy.
I don't know. His phone
I have
rang.
therapy tomorrow, so I'm out tomorrow for Crosstalk.
Okay.
His phone rang, and he told Mike to shut the F up, and then walked out of the room and said hello.
Portland radio.
Probably. I got a phone call from Oregon right before he did, so maybe they were calling me. I'm not answering.
I just got a call from somebody saying, "Is this Infancy Outdoors LLC?" And I was like, "No."
Did you know it was a spam call? And do you
No, I
usually
don't think
pick
it
them
was
up?
a spam call. I think whoever Infancy Outdoors LLC gave the wrong number to this probably collections. I don't know.
Very scarcely answer the phone if I don't know the number.
How long?
I'm not like Choppy.
How long do you give the
I've run to it.
spam person to lay out their pitch, and how do you ultimately end the call? I would love to hear from Bassick.
So I tick off people all the time. For some reason, because me and my dad have the same name, I probably get a call once every 2 weeks at least. I might even be once a week. If I would like to sell the house in Arlington, which it's not my house. And I go, that's where my parents live, and I will make them homeless if you give me $2 million.
Would you buy them a house with that money?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be like, I
See?
just sold your house for way more than it's worth. Every time I say that, they go, are you kidding me? And I'm like, you called me. I thought you wanted the house.
Man, it's a lot of work to redo that backyard. That's a great backyard.
I know,
You
but
can't redo that.
It's funny because they call you, and I'm like, how many people are desperate to sell their house? Like, they just can't sell it, but it's not even on the market.
Yeah.
And then a person calls and says, I want to buy your house, but I want to buy it for 60% of the value it's worth. Because that's what they're hoping is they get a major discount on your house, and then they immediately do a couple things to it and then sell it for 40% more than they bought it for. And I'm like, what morons are doing this?
Choppy's looking to buy.
Yeah. Hard to sell.
Have you found any other good ones?
Trump's going to fix that, though. Somehow he can control the rates on homes, even though I don't think you have any control over that.
Yeah, the Fed's got to lower the rate. Right? The Fed will lower the rate.
He said the Feds are going to lower the rate, but I'm like, you have nothing to do with it.
You just pressure the Fed.
Yeah, you pressure them, right? But we're looking always. But there's a lot of things out there, but I can't. No houses don't sell in my neighborhood. It takes like 2-3 months. So I'm gonna have to sell it and then be homeless and then find a house. That's how it's gonna have to work. And
Corey?
I don't want to move twice in 3 months.
What's coming up?
We do discuss Brian Schottenheimer right out of the gate, whether or not you're going to give him a chance. Mike asks all the football questions at 10:20. We hit the Mavs at 11. And at 12:20, a moderately deep dive on the Cowboys' free agency approach. Stephen Jones said they're going to take a long, hard look at it yesterday, so I went ahead and did it for him yesterday.
Don't forget about the G-Bag Nation today. Pepe, are you familiar with the Brass Tap as one of these? Isn't that a place that you've recommended to me in Rockwall?
Yes, it is, and that is the place that Mackenzie and I went on our first date to. I'll be showing up after my nap today with the G-Bag Nation.
They're going to be serving Stella in buckets. I love Stella. And on draft, so that's Tuesday.
So you can't get a bottle of it, or just you have to drink a whole bucket of it?
Why don't you call and ask? Thanks for joining us.
Where is it? The Brass Tap?
Brass Tap.
It's in Rockwall.
In Rockwall. That's a long way from here. Might as well be driving to Massachusetts.
But your proximity is so small.
I don't think that.
Peyton drives it every day.
Yep.
Every
it's only
day.
30 minutes, Mike. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, at 4 a.m. it is.
You're right.
You
35.
drive you drive it at 8 a.m. That's an hour drive.
Would you rather drive?
What are you doing in Rockwall at 8 a.m., Mike?
Well, I'm just saying, we drive in traffic. We drive in morning traffic to get here. That's why you guys get paid way more than midday, is because you have the morning drive.
Yeah.
So that's just a lot. It takes a lot longer to get places between, let's say, 6:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. than it does at 10 a.m.
Would you care to explain your tardiness?
Yes, I'm sorry. And I make this mistake every time. I was doing a hit with Portland radio, and they say, is that what you guessed?
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Why do you have this allegiance to Portland? Who cares?
Because
no offense.
No, you're right.
Tell them to call Dawson.
They're really nice, but I fall into this trap every time. They're like, hey, we'll call you at 9:30. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I can make that work. And then the phone rings at 9:36, and I'm like, oh, son of a gun. And so that's
perfect for G-Bag. They're running on their clock.
That's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry
Are
about
they
that.
asking you about the Cowboys presser?
Yes.
Are the Cowboys like kind of Portland's team? What?
No, it's just the Cowboys are everybody's team.
I know, but who's Portland's team? Is it the Seahawks?
Seahawks or Niners.
Like, why are you getting a guest on to talk about the Cowboys press conference?
I mean, I all these Kansas City will have us on, right? I was on Saskatchewan radio talking about the Cowboys.
You
the other day.
were?
Yes.
I went on Hawaii radio once and Seattle. So, yeah, they've been all over the place, man.
Probably when they're about to face them.
No, it's all over
when
the place.
Hawaii is about to face the
They
Cowboys.
never matched up against Hawaii that year.
Well, you know what I mean, smartass.
Sorry, but you're right. You're right. My apology.
All right, so the biggest surprise for you of the press conference, positive or negative?
The biggest surprise was, I think, using air quotes for what is a factual thing. That was really infuriating. He was like, because he tries to make it seem like it's this thing, Steven, that just fans talk about. It's not a thing that fans talk about. It is a fact. It's been 30 years going on this season since you've been in the conference championship game.
Could I argue that he wasn't trying to be dismissive of it as a fact, and he was just like, this is what people call it, the drought. I'm trying to come up with something.
You might be right. The reason why I don't think so is because we've had so many conversations where you get we were historic in the last 3 years before this last season. 36 wins. And he goes, yeah, I know, like, we need to have success in the playoffs. Yeah. Like, the way they describe that is like an afterthought.
Well, my counter to that is I feel like Steven with you guys and with G-Bag has been the realist between him and Jerry of, look, we know we've come up short.
Yeah.
He's given those real answers, so it's so weird to have him be like, this drought, you guys like to call it. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, I hear
what I mean?
You're saying. I think he classifies, I think the way they're trying to spin it is, hey, we got into the playoffs. That counts. Now, you don't count it because we didn't get far enough in the playoffs, but we were in the playoffs, and that should count. And people should be happy.
I think they might think we don't give them near enough credit for the 36 wins over 3 years.
And they would be right about that. I do not give them
Did you hear
much
what Brian
credit
Broaddus said?
No.
They give it no credit, so why should we? If the Cowboys give it no credit,
how don't they give it credit?
They moved on from
yeah, they moved on from their. They're like, it's not that big of a deal. Obviously, like that's how Brian looks at it, and I think that's a good way to look at it. The Cowboys didn't respect it at all.
That's a good point.
Is there any chance the air quotes are just he's referencing something people have said? So he's like the quote from other people of this. I don't know, because it doesn't make sense to do it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Joe, I'm sorry.
But then he did
you're
the
not using it right.
quotes at another time, which was also weird. What was that for?
He did it during the marriage of continuity and change. And he went, the marriage of. I was like, what are you doing it for that?
That makes sense.
I'm just excited for the meme. Laser.
Yeah. So don't you think Brian Schottenheimer would have been way better off with the people if he could have just done this press conference by himself?
Like Aaron Glenn?
Yes.
I mean, Choppy was infuriated this morning. He had his best gym session ever as he was listening to it in the gym, just pumping out more and more weight and reps.
Absolutely. Extra time in the sauna, just listening.
Because you're conversations with people in the sauna.
They were having conversations yesterday, but they were from England, so I didn't understand what they were saying. And
this damn English.
It's just the accents. I can't. I need subtitles.
I got you.
It's a Cockney accent. I need subtitles.
You might not be watching like Peaky Blinders,
right? Absolutely. If I'm in the mood for it,
gosh, you got to really focus.
But you got to see the lips move, and I can't have one headphone in with Jerry and then one head,
right.
So look, that's. To me, that's the problem right there in a nutshell. Like, who was on the podium next to Dan Campbell when he was given his thing? Who was next to Aaron Glenn?
Yeah.
Why did they need to be up there? Like this is not the Jerry and Steven show.
Because you're going to understand it the way they want you to understand it until they stop talking. Like there were the very first question, Jerry told go ahead, Bobby.
No, I was just going to say, I will say that I understand what you're getting at, but if they would have put Schottenheimer up there without Jerry and Steven, they would have been accused of running from the hire.
Yeah, but nobody else.
That's
Woody
fair.
Johnson isn't accused of running from anything
because he's not
Wilma Ford or whatever her name
Let's run
is.
things like the Jets.
Is it Willa Ford? Not Willa Ford.
Because Woody's not getting criticized. Woody's not getting criticized for their hire.
No, but even if he was getting criticized, he wouldn't be there. Like it's a time and place, right? It's like you know what I mean? Like that's
I understand.
I get your point, Bobby. There were two things that I know press conferences are not always the place for specifics, but Jerry said in the last 5 years he's made like more. I can't remember, it was bold or dangerous choices or whatever, risky choices than he has like in the rest of his life. And I was like, tell me one. Give me any semblance of one example, because I've heard that story about how nobody thought he should buy the Cowboys in 1989, 50 million times. And then it was the same thing when they were like, oh, Mike McCarthy left some really good stuff. Oh, really good. Like what?
Bobby, let's end the show on a good note, okay?
A Mike McCarthy note?
Yep. Josina Anderson.
Yeah, we got 5-time G-Bag status last time.
Thanks to T. Rainey for sending this. Josina says, a league source tells me some of the questions surrounding McCarthy and the Saints have involved sentiments over the power structure and communication when it comes to football decisions, length of contract, similar to the situation in Dallas. Obviously, McCarthy is very tenured and accomplished. It's not hard to surmise where he'd likely expect due respect. Everything has its own weight and impact on talks. Adding that note for context towards what eventually happens in New Orleans. Okay, a lot of league perspectives have been given as to what Gail Benson, owner, should do when it comes to operations in her building in the future. Is this like a Mickey Loomis GM power struggle?
This sounds like Mike just wants control over everything, which he was not going to get here, and it doesn't sound like New Orleans wants to give him, and he's never done in his career. So, I mean, he's asking for something. He's asking teams to give him something he's never had in his career.
Yeah.
Seems like it's one of those, like, I'm going to get everything I want, or I'm just going to go away and retire.
It feels like the RJ way.
I don't think RJ going to go in there and say, give it to me now.
I want.
Well, he might in one room.
I want the least amount of responsibility you could possibly give me.
The KMC Masterpiece is next. Tomorrow, another Jason Aldean ticket giveaway, and we'll chop it up. Also, a Meet Church Wednesday. KMC next on The Fan.
state-of-the-art D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, the famouser Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
We have to wait.
What do we have to wait for?
Sethnicity on the Twitch said BRB, guys, so we should wait until he gets back.
Okay, what do you guys want to talk about in the meantime?
How was your night? Everything go all right? You get some sleep? I woke up at 2 this morning, never went back to bed.
I watched Raw.
Oh.
There's a lot of talking.
There is a lot of talking.
But a dude hit his head, like, I'm serious.
JD McDonough.
A dude did a backflip and tried to land it. Unfortunately, went a hair too far, and he hit his head on the announcer's table. And
You
not
saw
like
that,
a,
right, Alec? That was terrible.
Not like a fake table, but like a real table that didn't move. And I was like, oh my gosh.
And to your point, Corey, God bless my wife. She woke up at 4 o'clock with Noah, and he decided that it was time to play.
Oh, okay.
So thank you very much.
She has the boobs. Was he hungry?
He is 2.5 years old.
So he's eating hard food now?
Yes. Some kids breastfeed up to 6.
Yeah, I've seen it.
6?
I've seen
It's a
movies
weird
about that.
thing.
Whoa.
Sometimes even adults are like, hey.
Stop this. Stop. You already proved you
put
could
some in the
out
coffee.
You have to
hardcore
keep-
joke me this morning.
You
all
have
right?
to keep breastfeeding for the milk to keep happening. So
Oh my God, it's gone so bad so fast. I hope
what he's
Seth
saying is like some guys.
Hey,
Well,
look.
the woman has to be producing milk for a baby.
It was
A
my
guy
wife
can't
and
get-
she had a baby. and I was
Sethnicity
like,
is
hey.
back or he's not. We're moving on because I can't take this anymore. All right. We got a lot of stuff to talk about today. We will dive into a whole bunch of different things. But as you can probably guess, we're going to start off. I want to go back to yesterday for a minute because my question for the fans, and then I want to get y'all's take as well. The hire has been made. The presser's taken place. Now, will you give Brian Schottenheimer a chance? And I want to talk about some of the other coaching moves that the Cowboys have made as well. But I want to know to the fan base because there was a lot of negativity yesterday. And I understand. I was part of a lot of that negativity because I love the Cowboys. I was born and raised here in the Metroplex just like all you guys. But it's done. There's nothing you can do to stop it now. Will Cowboys fans give Brian Schottenheimer a chance? And does that even matter?
Well, what do you feel as a chance? Like how long before they start booing? Or how long before the negativity turns to positivity? Or does it turn to positivity first and then reel back a little bit?
Like, I know this is a super low bar, but will we get to game 1 and people will say, I'm curious to see what Schottenheimer does as opposed to, well, the season is already over because our head coach sucks.
We're not seeing anything in preseason.
I would assume not.
They're going to be like, why would we show anything in the preseason?
Yeah.
Like, because you have to get good at stuff. Like you're not good yet.
Yeah.
Kevin, I guess 4 games into the season is when I'll start going, okay. But then even still, 4 games into this last season, their offense and defense wasn't what it was at their best.
Definitely.
So I'm kind of trying to figure out, like, I think 4 games is a good idea of what's going on.
And by the way, somebody already said, LOL, yes, from the 682. What kind of question is that? Of course we want him to succeed.
I think people do.
But
for the most part.
But for the most part.
They want the Joneses to fail.
I think there's a subsection that's like that say they want the Cowboys to fail because that means the Jones family will fail. I don't
agree with
feel
that.
that way. I
don't feel that way, but I agree that there are people like that.
And so that's what I kind of wanted to see. And that's all I'm asking is, can we just get to the first game and you're like, hey, maybe you're concerned about the way our cap works and our quarterback coming back from injury. I'm not here to dispute any of that, but I'm curious if we'll get to the first game and people will give Schottenheimer a chance. And then after the first game, I'm assuming all bets are off because that's just how sports work.
Mm-hmm. From 254, I've been through 4 Super Bowls, so I know what it feels like to win. So they're like that. If you guys come back from Oxnard and tell us that things look different, I might bite. I trust your guys' evaluations more than I do Jerry or Steven's evaluations. From the 806, I'll definitely give him a chance. He deserves that. I became a fan, Schotty, when y'all interviewed him at training camp. I just don't trust the Joneses.
Okay, and can I go back to yesterday? I know I said this, and I appreciate it. I thought Bobby had a really good answer to, well, the Jones, Steve and Jerry needed to be there, or else people would accuse them of ducking the media. I actually think that is a well thought out answer
What do they
from
care?
Bobby.
They've been accused of that before.
Yeah.
And nobody cared.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. They just rinse and repeat.
That is true. But I think the sentiment would be so much different today if it was just Schottenheimer up there talking about what he learned from Pete Carroll and his other coaching experiences, talking about how he was so bummed that his dad never got that Super Bowl as a head coach. And one of the things that he would love to do is win a Super Bowl. And like, it can be in part for his dad. That feels like a very, like, a message that would resonate with people. And you're like, I also have a dad that I want to make proud, or a parent, or whatever. And so, like, I think he would have been so much better off if every third question wouldn't have gone to him. It would have been every question, and then the Jones family wouldn't have been answering in between.
Kevin, I think it would have been the way you want to position it, too, by just having him up there. Every time he answered a question, I felt like I was being given stuff from the Joneses, too.
Okay.
So by them being there, I was looking at them and listening and hearing them, and everything felt like a lie. Everything felt like no credibility either. Like, Schottenheimer doesn't have credibility yet, and he's trying to earn it with this press conference. Well, the Joneses don't have credibility with me either right now.
Sure.
Because the Joneses, how many playoff wins, Mike, do they have in the last 30
4,
years?
because Tony Romo has 2 and Dak has 2. So literally, obviously, Troy Aikman had more.
Yeah.
But
so four playoff
I think
wins
in 1999 they won a game. They beat somebody, then got destroyed.
Yes.
So I think 1999 they won a playoff game. So they've had 5 playoff wins since like 1996. They've had 5 playoff wins.
So the credibility for them to tell me that they are striking gold with this one is weird to me, right? It's not credible to me. So that's why when them sitting there, it deteriorated Schottenheimer's credibility to me. So that's what that was yesterday. But again, I sleep on it, listen to more of what he said, the way he said things, and I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful for him because I like him as a person.
And I think it's only 4.
Okay. For some reason, I thought Aikman won one game
in 96.
In 96. So 99, they were out in the first round.
Yeah, correct.
So there you go. Yeah, so that, like, why would I believe that over this time, you guys have just been unlucky in finding the right coach to get you multiple playoff wins? Oh, what, Jason Garrett had multiple playoff wins. Other than that, nobody. So, like, why would I believe that when they're sitting next to him and going, this is the guy? Guys, we know what he can do. You just haven't seen it yet. It's not credible for me yet.
And I wanted you guys to, for the first 7 to 10 minutes, kind of get that off of your chest. And I don't want fans to stop answering this question if you're going to give them a chance or not. But the thing is about this question is I go, the Jones family isn't going to give them a chance.
Yeah,
they're not going to give them a chance to set the culture. They're not going to give them a chance to really change things up or make drastic changes. Jerry Jones doesn't allow that. And then because he's their daddy, Jerry Jr. and Charlotte and Steven, the kids that are part of the organization, they're not going to upset daddy. So, like, I like the question. I just think the real question is, will Jerry allow Schotty to actually be the head coach and to set the culture that he believes he can set?
And Kevin, I said this on Twitter this morning. I think Mike would probably agree. I think any coaches we've ever worked with in our history, going back to high school, I've always felt that if they're all talking culture, every single one of them, every college coach that gets hired, culture. Everybody's saying culture.
Right.
All right. So they're all wanting to say it. The action again of it. The action is going to be the excellence that comes from it. But in my world, it's always been they've had a tremendous amount of respect for the man in charge. And then all the lieutenants in that locker room or clubhouse were strong presences. And therefore, he didn't have to be the one bringing the hammer down on everybody all the time, but everybody knew he could. But Schottenheimer, again, doesn't necessarily have the hammer. And I don't know who he's going to in that locker room that's going to be the one patrolling that locker room and saying, we're changing the culture here because it feels like those guys have been here for a while.
I don't like this for Schotty because I'm not saying he's a good coach or a bad coach. I obviously have no clue. We know that 31 teams didn't really want him as a head coach or an offensive coordinator in this offseason or the offseason before. Because he could have taken another job and nobody was offering it. This is a career-ending move for him. And what I mean by this is if you look at the Cowboys, and we'll get to Mike Ask football questions, so I'll kind of ask a question like this, but I don't think it's going to go too well. I think salary cap-wise, we'll get to that at 12-20. They're going to probably not be in great shape and not really do anything different. Your quarterback is getting older in a hurry, even though they lied about where he's at health-wise yesterday. I look at it and go, just like Chris Woodward, he hasn't been offered another job. We've never even heard him being offered another job after taking over a rebuilding situation. And I know I'm going to the sport that I know best. Bo Porter, who was the rebuilding manager for the Houston Astros, and they hired A.J. Hinch. Well, A.J. Hinch got another job, even though he's part of a cheating scandal that was factual. Detroit's he's a heck of a manager. He kept getting that team to the World Series and to the playoffs, where Bo Porter couldn't do anything for Houston. Bo Porter's now doing more television stuff than coaching stuff. And I think that for Schotty, he took a job that for a max of 4 years, he's going to not do that good at. And then hopefully he gets a Jason Garrett job after this and he can work off of the Cowboys fame to get a job in media. To me, this was a career-ending move for him, but I get it. It wasn't like he was getting offered the last few years quality jobs.
I want to go into this text specifically because I just disagree.
Have you seen much positivity on the fan text, Kevin?
No. And
I've seen some people say they're going to give him a chance because to get to the season is what they got to wait for.
Two really clever texts that I liked was they hired a Timu Nick Sirianni.
Come on.
And then
don't use
follow in the footsteps of Cody Rhodes and finish the story. So obviously, I really like those texts.
I actually really do like that one a lot. That is because listen, I didn't watch it, but I know you guys did.
Yeah.
And I knew what the story was, and having sat with him and seen how much him and his brother care about that conversation meant a lot to me.
And so this is the text I wanted to focus in on because I fundamentally just disagree with this line of thinking. From the 682, any hope is stupidity. It's been proven over and over again. Stop being an effing sheep. It's the second part that I disagree with. I don't follow the Cowboys. I don't root for the Cowboys. I don't love the Cowboys because I'm a sheep. I don't do that because I hear Jerry Jones or Steven or Will McClay or whoever, and I'm like, that's a damn fine point. This is our year. I support the Cowboys and I follow the Cowboys because that's the team that I love. I've said that time and again. I just want that person to know I get why people are not in on the Cowboys or you don't think the Cowboys are going to win.
Yep.
I'm not arguing that whatsoever. You're right. Their salary cap is in a really bad spot. I do have concerns about their injury quarterback coming back. All of that is fair. But I root for the Cowboys because that's the team I watched with my mom growing up. Mm-hmm. And that's just the way it is. And that's the way it's always going to be.
That's how Jerry got most of us.
Yeah.
He knows that based on that nostalgia, we're going to stick around for it. And he just has to open up the doors to let you in just enough.
And for me, and probably the next generation, it's too late because that's how I fell in love with sports. And I watched the Cowboys with Brandon all the way growing up. He is also pessimistic, but loves the team in the same stupid, infuriating way that I do. But it's not because I believe what's being sold to me. It's because, for better or worse, I was born geographically in this place, and I feel attached to that sports team. Mm-hmm. If you don't feel that way,
what a random
thing. That's totally fine.
What a random thing how just being born in a place in the world, you got plopped down. And you became a fan there, and people say you can't be a fan of anything else because of it.
I think you can.
Oh, that's different.
And I absolutely think you can, and I respect Mike's point of view. That's just not my direction, and I don't think people who continue to cheer for the Cowboys should be called sheep or stupid. They love who they love, and that's the way it is.
Love is love. You've always said that.
That is true.
Yeah, that's always.
And that's the whole point of fandom. is you get crushed all the time for these idiotic beliefs and opinions and hopes and dreams that you have.
I'm oftentimes a Cleveland Guardians fan because Mike played for him. Like, that's the only reason. A lot of times I'm like, well, my friend Mike played for him, so I'm going to root for them today. Or the Mets.
Sure.
But never the Nationals. I don't know why. There's something about Washington I just can't. Sorry.
Because you're not a nationalist.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Thank you, Mike.
Did they ever call their fans that? Probably not,
I don't
right?
think so.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike asks all the football questions.
Could Jerry do this again if he was 20 years younger? Next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mahomes was looking that way, breaking down, able to get rid of it. And somehow, at the end, I think the Bills, no, they're going to say Worthy has possession. We got a flag down, but this is a catch by Worthy.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to allow Mike to ask all the football questions.
All right. Since Jerry Jones is the face of the franchise, and he was able to accomplish that pretty quickly by winning 3 Super Bowls, my question is this. I can't ask it today if he bought a team. He doesn't have enough time left in his life to make a major impact in an organization.
I got you.
I'm going to put him at 62 years old. He bought the team at 46 years old, I believe he said yesterday. Right around that age. So let's put him at about 60 years old instead of 82 years old. If he were to buy another team struggling financially and he had 20 to 30 more years of life left in him, do you think he could do the same things that he was able to accomplish with the Cowboys?
I do not. And here's one of the reasons. I think the avenue that he exploited and did a great job of in the NFL is monetizing more of their their deals with different companies and stuff. He
like
did
Pepsi and Miller Lite.
Exactly. He did a great job with that. Well, now the NFL learned from that and they're like, we're going to monetize the crap out of everything. So I'm not saying he couldn't be successful in any way. I don't think he would just surge in this concept.
When you ask this, are you talking about on-field success or the income, the revenue?
It's a great follow-up question, and because my follow-up question would be this, if you want to answer this question and not that question, is let's say he took over the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Arizona Cardinals. They struggle to sell out games. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Like people don't really want to go to those games because they're losers. So if he bought a losing franchise and winning mattered, like you had to win. There's no way to just sell crap.
Yeah.
He figured out how to do it, but it was by winning first. He's like, I've won enough. Now people don't care about the winning and losing. I won in that way.
But trying to win
if he had to buy a team financially that was struggling and they were not getting butts in the seats because they don't win, like, do you think he could accomplish those things?
I don't. Because the way he did it here, in that respect, he brought in edgy head coach that had all the power in the world that he needed. I don't know that he knows what he's looking for there when he's looking for that Jimmy Johnson type of personality. So I don't think he could do that. Now, do I think he could get butts in seats without winning? Yes. I think that he would stir up enough stuff that he would get interest in him. And interest in some of the players, probably the quarterback and this and that. He would get interest, but the winning part, I just don't know if he's going to have that kind of success.
I guess I'm going to kind of chime in here instead of just asking the next question.
Oh, crap. Mike answers all the football questions.
Mike asks Mike.
I struggle with this because, one, I got to watch my language. Our boss told us to not call Jerry James names or say he's stupid or
Did you
dumb
just call him
or
Jerry
anything
James?
Heck yeah, he
whatever
did.
he is.
Okay.
Good, close enough. I don't know if he deserves his last name right now.
Oh, no.
When it comes to Jerry, trying to watch my words carefully so I don't get called into the office, I struggle with this because I think he's smart.
Yeah.
I think in a way he's even football smart.
Okay.
But then I question myself going, why am I giving him that credit if for close to 40 years it feels like here, since like he got rid of Jimmy Johnson, he refuses to do smart football things. So I'm like, I think he's smart enough to know how to get this thing back on track, or if he had enough time in his life, if he had to take over another organization, how to make it a winning franchise first, because he would know with Arizona, he'd have to make it a winner first, and then he could sell everything afterwards and make zillions and zillions of dollars. Do you guys think he's football smart and intentionally does it wrong, or he's not football smart and is doing it what he thinks is the right way, which 99.9% of the people know it's the wrong way.
I think he's football smart, but there are a lot of other football smarter people. And
I like the way you said that.
So I think, and he doesn't necessarily want to hear that there are other smarter people all the time, but he does listen to the smart people that he knows. He'll tell you that every time. Listen, I call people all the time and have conversations with them. I think he has more information than a lot of us outsiders have. So I do think he's smart enough to know some things, but there are a lot of other smarter people.
I do think he's football smart, but he got to the point where he was like, it doesn't matter anymore. You said it. It doesn't matter if you win at that level. You just need to win at a certain level to keep your relevancy. And so I do think he's football smart and chooses to do otherwise, which is really infuriating.
I think that's where I'm at with it too, but I kind of struggle with that as I've quit the Cowboys.
Because you don't think
he goes against his own knowledge a lot of times, where he's just like, but that's not going to get me this factor.
Okay, because think about it, and I'm dead serious about this. And sorry if we're cutting into your questions, Mike.
No, it's
but
fine.
I think some sort of, you know how you've always heard the awful stories about like companies will determine what are the lawsuits versus the cost to fix everything up. I think the Cowboys have done a cost-benefit analysis of how much it would take in terms of manpower and time and money to go win the Super Bowl or try to get in that mix for real. And then I think they've cross-referenced that with the amount of increased revenue and decided it's not a winner.
Yeah. If I'm wrong here, every team that fired their head coach or didn't bring them back, they've hired a coach. Am I correct? Has every coach...
Except for the Saints.
Saints. Thank you. The Saints. All right. So out of all of the coaching jobs that have now been filled, the head coaching jobs, which coach will have the biggest positive impact on their organization?
This year?
Well, I think for like 5 years from now, the organization's going to be like, that was a great hire, and we don't have to worry about hiring another guy for another 3 or 4 years. So it's like 5 years from now, they're like, this was a great hire.
My answer then is Ben Johnson. My short-term answer was going to be Pete Carroll.
Man, we're on the same cycle, Mike.
Oh,
me
no.
And me
Don't
and
say
Kevin.
it like that.
Yeah.
I just think for this year, Pete Carroll can bring that attitude into the room that you need, and you're going to see a bump up. I just don't know, like, long-term. They're still the Raiders, how that all is going to work. So long-term, I do believe in Ben Johnson.
That is a disenchanted franchise.
Sure.
And it's like it is bumbling around a lot on the field.
Definitely.
On the field, which I don't think Pete Carroll's going to allow. And I think he knows how to get the message across.
The Raiders make the Cowboys look like the Chiefs.
Now, Vrabel, on the other hand, though, is a guy that I think you're going to go, yes, they were good. But I don't think you're going to go, man, they were amazing. So that's kind of where I feel is he immediately, I think they win a few more games, but I don't think you're like, man, I'm afraid of them.
Okay, next question. Back to...
Do you have an answer on that one?
I lean towards Ben Johnson because now he was the hottest name. Everybody feels like he's going to have kind of a McVay. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. The Minnesota Vikings head coach O'Connell. Like they think that he's going to have that type of impact. So I'll go with, if most of the teams around the NFL thought he is the next guy, then I'll go with the majority of general managers felt like he's the next guy to have that big positive impact over time. I hear what you're saying, but I think over time they're going to be like, we don't have to worry about head coaching for a while.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. Obviously, the NFC Championship game was 2 NFC East teams. Now, I'm going to ask this over a long period of time, not next year because I think it's close to impossible, but how will the Cowboys get better than the Eagles or the Commanders over the next 4 years? The reason I say 4 years is because Dak supposedly has 4 years left as the quarterback and Schotty has 4 years to be the coach. So over this Schotty Dak time, how do they get better than the Eagles and the Commanders?
Like, how are they going to try? Because they are going to draft and hope that that's good enough and then spend about $1.5 million on players that they add in free agency that are guys they'll keep around for a year or two, and that's about it. That's how they plan on doing it. Build culture, draft within, re-sign those players. What the goal should be is to make the most talented roster. No matter what, give yourself the most talented roster. Give Brian Schottenheimer the best chance possible by having that talent. This morning, if you were listening to Sean and RJ, they had Ross Tucker on. And they asked him, is Nick Sirianni a great head coach? And he said, This is a guy that grew up an Eagles fan, covers the Eagles, all right? He said, that's a difficult question to answer because 2 out of the 3 years he's had the best roster, you could say, in the NFL. Give him the best roster. That's the way you win. You have to have talent on the field in order to win football games and win big football games.
I have 3 things that I could think of. I think 2 of them are somewhat realistic. Dak stays healthy, and then CD and Micah really do turn into the absolute best at their position. Like, I think that's what you're going to need. I just don't know how realistic that is, but that's what I'm going to go with. You're going to pay Micah top of the heap money. You paid CD just about top of the heap money. You need them to be like literally the best or second best at their position. And then Dak needs to stay healthy. And I was going to say mobile. That's probably not fair. Stay healthy for that to happen.
Okay. Next question. DeMarcus Lawrence is a free agent, correct?
Believe so.
Does DeMarcus Lawrence make more sense for the Washington Commanders and where they're at budget-wise and Dan Quinn and the chance to win more than the Cowboys? Or should he, like, if you were DeMarcus Lawrence and his agent and the Commanders were after you and the Cowboys wanted to keep you, like, I feel like there's a good chance that the Commanders make a run at DeMarcus Lawrence, and that makes more sense to end his career there than here.
Now, they do have Dorrance Armstrong, who was DeMarcus Lawrence's backup most of the time when he was here. So, and they love Dorrance, and he was good this year.
Yeah.
He was really good this year. I think that, yes, if he was willing to take a backup role and less money to try to win a championship.
How much less money?
What do you think he's going to get offered here by the Cowboys?
$6 million.
If he was willing to take that for Washington, I think he'd be fine.
So
$7 million. And they have what, $100 million to work with now?
And they've got money. Here's the struggle that I have with this, and this isn't totally answer your question, but I would think if I'm DeMarcus Lawrence, I would go to the Commanders because you know how much DeMarcus Lawrence makes for the Cowboys next year? $7.4 million.
Okay.
You can't stop that. It's done. So whether he plays here, whether he doesn't play here, he makes at least $7.4 million. Now, if you sign him again, he'll make more money than that, assuming you go off a 1-year deal. So I would look at that, and I'm like, all right, so you already owe me $7.5 million on the cap before I even sign with you, or I could go to Washington, who owes me nothing, and I will only count 5, 7, 8, 10, whatever amount you think it's going to be. I think going to Washington makes more sense.
Okay, that's my football questions, because if I ask another one, it'll eat into nuggets.
Oh, and we wouldn't want that. Coming up next, let's do some baseball nuggets.
Rangers Sports Network and the Astros are getting better next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Okay, so a week or so ago, everybody got mad at the Texas Rangers because you
get it though, right?
Right, because you had to pay $100 to watch all of their games next year on Victory Plus, and all I could say was be patient.
But the way they roll,
I don't know if the Rangers did that or Evan Grant got it from somewhere, and they're like, "I'm rolling with it," and then the Rangers had to roll with it.
It was
I
not
don't know
helpful. If it was Evan, not helpful for the team.
So Evan Grant, and if you go to MLB Trade Rumors and other places, here's the great news. And there's not specifics in this, but it's specific enough to go, all right, now that you got mad at us, or me specifically, because I'm the one person you can get mad at that's on the radio every day from this, is the Rangers announce the creation of Rangers Sports Network. From owner Ray Davis, one of the main goals when seeking solutions for Rangers television broadcast was to give more fans access to our games. There's about 16 million people in the area, and I say just area. This also includes Arkansas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, New Mexico, all of the state of Texas. They have that region. And only 3 million people over the last few years had the ability to watch Texas Ranger games. They want all 16 million people to be able to watch the games. Yes, it says in this that they have a deal that's already in public with Victory Plus that you can pay $100 if you want to watch it on an app. That's the way to watch the Ranger games. But by creating their own network, the Rangers can negotiate contracts with different cable and streaming providers to handle in-market broadcasting, which the Rangers plan to announce additional deals with cable and broadcast television providers in the coming days. So I would say, I'm going to guess, but I honestly don't know this. In the next 48 hours, I believe, the Rangers are going to tell you all the different ways that if you have, and I'm just throwing out these, I don't know if they've created deals with these. Hulu, YouTube, keep naming providers you can.
DirecTV is what popped to mind.
Fubo. Tubi. There are going to be so many different ways to watch the Texas Rangers that your head's going to blow. And you're going to be like, gosh, I cannot believe that I yelled at Mike Bassick on 105.3 The Fan for the Victory Plus thing.
The people like DM you and like, hey,
it's like, I can't. First of all, I don't own the Texas Rangers. Second of all, I don't leak the information. Third of all, why get mad at me? Right. What do I have anything to do with this?
You're the voice. Whenever I hear people talking, I hear your voice. So I'm like, I gotta talk to that guy. I gotta talk to him. Yeah. I know he can fix it.
But Evan Grant, Dallas Morning News, writes that the various forthcoming contracts are expected to expand access to nearly every household within the club's broadcasting territory, which includes not just all of Texas, but most of Louisiana, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Arkansas.
Wow.
So if you are listening to us right now, obviously we have a big, whatever we call it. Signal is...
It's a big stick.
Is you can't even hear us all the places that the Rangers have their territory.
Okay.
So if you're listening on YouTube right now or the Odyssey app, however you're doing it, thank you.
So it's kind of like the Lion King.
Like this is going to be huge.
All of this is
that ours. Everybody listening in those 5 states I mentioned.
Yeah. Okay, that's
are going
very exciting.
to be able to watch the Rangers very easily the rest of your life.
So what are you gonna price this at then, Mike? What are your how am I gonna have to pay a lot to you for this?
Mike is not in charge.
I assume this. If you pay for DirecTV, Dish Network, Spectrum, YouTube TV, Fubo, Hulu, whatever the crap you have, you're going to get the Texas Rangers, so deal with it.
Okay, all right. You just got to find the right
Unfortunately, you're going to have to watch the Texas Rangers every game because they're going to give you access to the Texas Rangers every game, whether you like it or not.
I feel like people are generally in favor of this, but this seems like a great thing for, I'm not kidding, for Rangers fans who have been, feels like they feel like they've been stuck for like the last 3 years. That's a good way to put it.
They've been shafted for a while.
So I was watching yesterday, I turned on the Rangers podcast with Jeff Wilson and John Radigan, and they had on Dave Raymond, and it's the Rangers DLLS podcast. And they were talking about this, and John Radigan brought up some great points because he worked for Fox Sports, he worked for Bally's, and he said, look, he was bringing up the Bally's and Fox Sports were easily handing over $110 million a year to the Rangers, and they had like 200 employees that they were paying.
Yeah.
And Bally's was making money, and the Rangers were making money. And he was saying, look, he has no clue about the numbers, but think of it this way. The Rangers own it all now. So I'm not saying this year they're going to make $200 million off of television.
Sure.
I don't think that's the case. But this is good. The Rangers are actually forward thinking on this because a lot of teams went back to Bally's, now called FanDuel, and they just took 80% or 60% of what they were getting paid and said, screw it, we're just doing this. The Rangers are looking at this, Ray Davis and Neil Liebman and the other people too. I'll just say those two because I know that they're somewhat, obviously Ray Davis, majority owner, but they're looking at this going, hey, if they were able to pay us $110 million and pay 200 employees and they were making boatloads of money and they were also paying us $110 million, how much could there be if we do it all ourselves? So I think this could be very beneficial financially for the Rangers, which you might say, who cares? But because there's no salary cap in baseball, it does matter. So that way you're hoping that extra money they get off of television goes to getting the best premium players.
3 things. I'll make them real quick.
Okay.
From the 214, thanks, Mike, for working with Ray Davis to help us see the Rangers.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was all me.
From the 903, will it be on cable, Mike? Mike has said yes.
Sounds like yes.
And then I had a friend text me personally and ask if it'll be on TikTok. So will they be on TikTok?
I don't know. I will tell you this. I think this week, if not, I think next week. I don't know. I'm not in charge of announcing these things. That is, believe it or not, the Rangers, and I'm not the Rangers. I have a Rangers hat on. I do work for the Rangers. I don't know all of their plans when they're releasing.
You cried when they won the World Series.
I still cry today that they did it. So I do think whatever you have, if you're listening, whatever you have, if you do have a stream that you're watching television on, or you are watching it through what you'd consider DirecTV or Dish Network or Spectrum, your cable providers, I believe you're going to get very good news in the next 48 hours on how you're going to be able to watch the Rangers. And you still do have the Victory Plus thing, which they've already provided. That's an app. If you just watch everything off of apps, you have the app way to watch it.
And I would say from that perspective, especially if the Rangers are going to be running this, you support by signing up, you support their advertisers. Like, that's how they're going to build money off of this. If you're like, hey, I want you to spend money on the team, that's how that's going to work.
Yeah, and I think the Rangers are in a tough situation in this. They're just like the Stars and the Mavericks. They actually have to win for your support. The Cowboys are in a great position. They don't have to do jack squat on the football field for your support. Like, it doesn't matter. In fact, right now, go to Dallas Cowboys and buy all the things that aren't on sale for them, because that's what they really want right now.
The 817, great job, Mike. When are you going to fix the Mavs network? So they're asking now if you can work on that since you've done this great job with the Rangers.
Aren't they?
They got it on free TV.
I feel like
What's
most people are happy that it's on Channel 29, and then every once in a while they're on ABC. I think that the Mavericks have provided a very good way to watch. The Stars have provided a very good way to watch. I think the Rangers are going to provide, to be honest, the Rangers are going to outdo those two organizations by leaps and bounds on ways to watch.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You can either watch on Channel 29 or you can buy the Mavs app. Those are the two ways to watch. And they're very good ways to watch. I'm not saying that's bad. The Stars are like, look, we have an app you can watch the games on for free. For now, it's for free.
Agreed.
I will say that the Rangers are going to provide you about 12 different ways to watch their games.
And you can listen to them right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Also for free.
And I do think they're going to have a very good team this year. and I didn't get to it. Maybe I'll get to it in Mike Likes It. I do think the Astros are becoming a major threat again because they made a trade. They traded Ryan Presley to the Chicago Cubs. It opened up $8.5 million more, and everybody is saying that that is going to be used to bring Alex Bregman back. I thought he was going to be gone. They did lose Kyle Tucker. That is a very good player for him. But, man, they're still going to have Altuve playing left field, it sounds like. And they got Padres, Isaac Padres, if I'm saying his last name right. I know it looks like to me Padres, but he is probably going to move to second base, they think, which moves Altuve to left field. Bregman will be at third. They have Pena at short. They have obviously one of the best hitters in the game in Yordan Alvarez, who's going to be probably a primary DH. Like, they are set up to be still a very big threat in the West.
From Miss Manager Dantastic on Twitch, I'm going to say manager because it says MGR, especially a huge thank you to Mike for making this all possible. And then from the 817, Dear Mike, thank you for the Rangers viewing getting better. Shut up about the Cowboys, please. Also, can you get the parking tickets to be cheaper since you're in charge?
Oh, wow. I like this.
That's a good question.
Because everybody who is blaming me for last week or 2 weeks ago is now giving me credit. One, I do not deserve any credit
But
for
you
this.
didn't deserve the blame either,
Two,
so it's
I
only
don't
fair.
deserve any of the blame for you guys getting mad.
I'll never credit anybody else.
That they put it on the Victory Plus app.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Mike Bassett. Coming up next, Mavs beat the brakes off the Wizards. Why else do you think he got 2 segments in a row? And is Dallas just trying to hold on till the All-Star break? Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I can only wish to even hope to dream of reenacting all the things that Mike Bassick has been doing this break while watching the Mavs Wizards for the first time and essentially just catching the last 6 minutes of the game and having questions about Kessler or Kelsler and Keebler Elves and Orange Shoes and Omax Prosper. I wish I could tell you so much more, but we would violate many, many FTC rules if we did so. But let's talk about the Mavericks. This game was over within, Corey, we talked about this before the show, the first 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, it was done. You knew immediately. And how much of it was Clay coming out just being on fire?
Okay, so in the first 6 minutes, Klay Thompson had 4 3-pointers, and it was 21-5. So at that point, you're like, oh, so this game might be over. And then I do believe Klay Thompson tied the Mavericks record for most 3-pointers in a quarter. He eventually had 7 for 21 of his 23 points. And at the end of the first quarter, it was 42-16. So this game was over.
Sounds like the 9th grade game I went to. Congratulations to Parrish for being up 42-16 after one quarter against Bishop Lynch.
It
was only 29-10 in that game.
But it was still not good.
It felt the same.
And so one of the things I watched, and Corey brought this up, Washington Wizards heroically own the 2 longest losing streaks in the NBA this season. Mm-hmm. And they're different losing streaks.
I know at one point it was 12 and then 16. And I don't know if the 16 one has continued.
So let's look at the positive. The 12 one has continued.
Okay.
Because currently they're at 14.
Okay, gotcha.
But
they're on their way.
But if you take out that 14-game losing streak and you take out that 16-game losing streak,
that was funny.
They are 6-9. So not a terrible record outside of those historically bad combinations of losing streaks.
How did they ever win a game?
I don't know, because I'm watching this game, and man, if you're a fan of the ill-planned turnaround jumper, this game was for you, because Washington loves the, hey, am I 2 feet inside the 3-point line? Time to spin around, make sure I stay in front of the line, and take an ill-determined shot. They did it time and time and time again. I am kind of amazed that this team has won 6 games.
Alec, though, doesn't know this. We had this team for a decade. They were called the 90s Mavericks.
This team sucks.
Literally, we watched it for about a decade, was about what the Mavericks, that Washington Wizards team was about what we saw at the Mavericks with Mike Izzolino at the helm, passing to Donald Hodge and Sean Rooks. And
the Washington Wizards are 1-21 on the road. And it's not like the Mavs are some formidable foe. Like, we've gone all throughout all of the injury problems the Mavericks have, and they just got freaking smoked. And now Kyle Kuzma's like, I want to trade. And I just think that's kind of funny because he's like, Wizards, they got a better future than the Mavs. I'm going to go there.
How exciting. I have no clue how it came about, but remember the Mavs wanted Kuzma last year and ended up making a trade with Washington for Daniel Gafford, and thank God we got Daniel Gafford.
Yes.
Instead of
large part because Kuzma,
Kuzma said no.
He's like, no deal.
Yeah, he wanted to play on a bad team.
He wanted to be the star. Yeah, he wanted to be the guy.
People forget he won a championship in the COVID year with LA.
Yeah, he got
but
beat
he
up
was
by
like
LeBron.
a number 5 guy for them. He was like, yeah, you're our 5th guy on our team. He's like, I would rather be a good player on a bad team than a role player on a good team.
And that's the thing. They have like a couple of elements that I think could work, like Alex Sarr, Bilal Coulibaly. But you have to hope and pray you get Cooper Flagg, right?
Yeah, like we're watching this, you'd be like, this coach needs to be fired, but you don't want to fire him.
Yeah.
He's going to help you lose by allowing this bad basketball to happen. And then if you do get Cooper Flagg, then I think you have to fire their coaching staff immediately, because you don't want Cooper Flagg coming into that situation with whatever offense they're trying to do.
Now, Mike, I know this player caught your attention, not necessarily for the most positive reasons as we're watching down the stretch, but Kyler Kelly.
Kyler's his name. All right. I was hoping it was Kelly.
It's Kyler Kelly with an O, by the way. So it's Cylor, in case you really wanted to know.
Is he from America?
I don't know.
Parts unknown. I like it. That's how you announce
I'm sorry,
him.
I'm not sure.
Coming in from parts unknown. That was an old WWF thing,
that
right?
is true. So the Mavericks signed him on Sunday.
Heck yeah.
Because obviously...
They needed bodies.
Yes, he's tall, and they needed bodies. He was playing...
Where was Salah?
He's in AEW.
That's Tottenham.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So he was playing with the G League South Bay Lakers. He played in 9 games.
Oh, he was brawny. Set him up for success.
He started 7 times and had 9 points a game, 6 rebounds a game, 2 assists, and essentially 2 blocks.
And he scored. He made a free throw.
He did. So in case
Kelly,
you were wondering,
he ended the night with a point.
Kelly.
Well, I knew this was going to infuriate you as well. His last name is actually spelled Kelley. So
extra E's again, Corey.
So this is I don't have an extra E.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Your parents are like no E's.
So Mike, when you're at the hospital, at the kids' hospitals, when they're being born, are you also going after their last names too? Because
that's a tough one. But yeah, if your last name is Jones or James or Washington or Majors.
Oh, Majors just weird.
Yeah. We're going to spell it all one way. We're done.
No, you're not. You don't have the power to do any of this.
I know I don't, but if you gave me the power to change one thing in this world, I would change people's names.
That's what you would change?
Yeah, to one spelling.
Famine and people being hungry and racism or anything?
I'm saying other people can take care of that.
Okay.
I want to do simple things, like make sure names are spelt correctly. You know?
Okay.
Tony's with a Y at the end. All you Tonys with an I, it's over. We're gonna get our spellings correct. We're not changing up spellings and ruining people's lives.
I hate myself for having a follow-up question. I really do. Is this retroactive? Do people get to keep their name if they've already been born?
I'll say yes. I'll be nice and say yes because it's already done. I don't want to go over old birth certificates. But, you know, if I get to go to Medical City, I'm making sure if your name is Kevin, we're spelling it one way and one way only.
Gotcha.
Brian, I'm going to lean with this. Oh my God. Brian is going to be Brian, and that's it.
Why not the Y?
I made a tough decision. Right. Broadus, I'm sorry. We're not going to Y the I. We are going to keep the I on that one. Tony, we're going to get rid of the I and use the Y. Just like English, there's no reason I'm doing this. Just like the English language is stupid. I am going to make sure, though, that we're going to have common names. So when somebody wants my autograph and they say, hey, can you write this to Brian? And then I'm like, how do you spell Brian? It sounds like a stupid question that I'm asking. But there's legit, 73 different ways to spell it. So I have to ask a dumb question on how do you spell Michael? You know, like, hey, most people look at me, hey, moron, you should know how to spell this name. Well, guess what? People go to the hospital, they push out a baby.
That's the word you couldn't
find. Hey, let's F up all of these spellings.
Okay, all right, hold on. And I do want to talk about the games against New Orleans and Detroit and how important those are before you get to the tougher part of the schedule. But again, hate myself just a little bit for having this follow-up question. How are you going to deal with people who shorten their names, like our very fine Alec, a.k.a. Alexander? Is that allowed under your system?
I think that should be because nobody calls him nickname. Michael but his parents.
Right.
So I think he's okay with it. I feel
that's
like he's
a nickname.
Okay with it.
Well, how does that help? You can't have different spellings, but you can have different names? What's the difference?
I don't know. But it's a good question you're asking. I can't change everything. You can only change a few things. And on birth certificates, you're going to spell it this way. And when you want an autograph from John Cena, Alec, I don't know if John Cena's your guy or not.
Why did you have to look at him?
I'm just trying to see his reaction.
He's trying to gauge
I don't know.
He's
He's like, you can't see me, I'm Alec. You know? Watch me rap really bad. Casino rap's really bad.
I gotcha.
Thanks for the new drop.
Now when he says his name's Alexander, we're like, oh, we know how to spell Alexander. There's only one way to spell it.
Okay. Now, in terms of last night's game and the New Orleans game, so one of the questions that I had was, and I know this is a really hard transition back,
never mind. Go ahead.
are the Mavericks just trying to hold on until the All-Star break? And with that in mind, you had to win yesterday because Washington is abysmal, and they're even somehow worse than that on the road. New Orleans is not good, although you've shown you can lose to them. How important is that New Orleans game? Because then you still have, 7 games before the All-Star break, and it just feels like you're just holding on. It's like, can I get to 500? Can I get to 500?
Yeah, that's kind of where I've been, is just kind of hang around the rim like the Cowboys want to do. But also, they got to. What's really important is trying to figure out a way to play basketball, and Luka not being there is a really difficult part of this. Playing basketball when Gafford's not on the court. What kind of team are they, and how are they going to? Because they always had that option of going back to Lively and just being like, hey, we got pretty much the same guy.
No Lively, no Maxey.
So
no
trying
Powell.
to fit, and it's either we got to go
quickly.
We got to go get another guy like him, or we need to figure out an approach offensively and defensively that's going to help us be successful when he's not on the court.
You're just talking about Gafford. I want you to go back to your thought, but he just prayed with 3 of the Washington Wizards after the game, and he smiled during it, and I'm going to assume one of the Wizards praised God for getting Daniel Gafford off of this team. And just thank God that Daniel Gafford is
he's in a good
not
place
here
now.
with us.
Yeah.
And we just pray at some point you take us off of this team too.
That is,
okay. Now you're,
But yeah, I think yes, just trying to stay afloat, trying to stay in that range where you're close enough that Luka comes back. I don't know how much time we don't know how much time he's going to have to make up. But when he gets back, you got to go on a run. Like you got to really pour it into it. And like I said the other day, Mike, you're essentially playing playoff basketball for the rest of the year.
And New Orleans obviously is a team that you should beat, even with the team that you have. You have to.
Yes.
Because Detroit's not that bad anymore. Detroit's around
Kate Cunningham's been
500.
playing tremendous.
And what's the schedule? I know New Orleans. Then
you got at Detroit, at
Tough game.
Cleveland,
Loss.
at Philly. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, Philly might be in worse shape than the Mavs.
At Boston,
big L,
and then home against Houston, Sacramento, Golden State, Miami. And
Golden State and Miami are beatable teams. They're around your level.
Sacramento, Golden State, Miami. Those 3 games are in 4 days before you hit the break. And there is a chance, if you're looking for optimism. Now, I haven't heard any more about this, but
by the way, Houston beat Boston last night.
I do know a couple days that the buzz was maybe Luka could be back for that next Boston game. I feel like since maybe we haven't gotten a more concrete update, that might not be as likely.
That'll be fast, right?
Yeah, but so if you can beat New Orleans, you're 26-22, and you have 8 more games to close out, and you're like, not that you were shooting for this, but if you can go 2-6, you would at least be 500. I know that's not the goal, but I'm just saying you set up a reasonable expectation if Luka stays out, and obviously Lively's out, and Kleba's still out.
Yeah, that's the hope, is that the games that are winnable, that you win. Because I don't think you can really compete. I get you beat Oklahoma City twice. And luckily Chet was out.
3 times, actually, right?
Yeah, I guess with Luka being out.
Yeah.
And I guess Luka was out the other one, too, way back when he didn't want to play basketball to start the year. But you look at teams when they're at full strength and they're considered, let's say, a championship contending team. At this point, you really don't have a chance to beat them unless they have other guys out that help you out. So the teams that are average teams or below average, you have to win those games.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Kevin, I just want to give everybody an understanding that they can win something special.
Oh, okay.
Right now.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Not
right now.
No,
actually,
not right now.
kind of right now. All right.
I don't know.
Okay, that is true.
Because all you got to do is listen for an hour, and you got a sweet prize on your way.
So it's a slam dunk prize for you and 3 of your buds. Although I think you could always consider 3 of your enemies just to show off how you're doing. All right. The 4 of you fly to Vegas. Your flight, your hotel are paid for, plus each of you get $5,000 in cash so you can watch the first 2 rounds of college basketball's national championship. The best part, all you got to do is listen from now, which you probably already do.
Yeah, you're doing it
hopefully.
right now.
Until February 23rd, download the Odyssey app, listen to your friends at the Fan. That's us.
Yeah, we're your
for
friends.
an hour and get your daily entry. That's all it takes. And by the way, like I said, you can get another entry every single day. Listen on the Odyssey app, download the app at least an hour, and you can be entered again every single day for this national contest.
I am going to demand, I'm going to talk to somebody, Kevin, and demand that the more hours you listen, the more entries you get. But that's not the way it is right now. All right. That's
Okay.
I understand it is 1 hour and that gets you the entry for the day, but hey, just keep listening. That's the way to do it.
Okay.
Just Tolo it, and you're going to be taken care of with the Odyssey app.
Are you trying to help so that person who wins will take you on the trip?
Can I be invited on that trip?
I don't know how we could stop that.
Ooh.
But you definitely can't win.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, AM on the FM.
You got the question of the day plus stupid insurance next on the Fan.
Lola Bee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, good.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. No, there is no Cowboys press conference coming up today.
What about for the 49ers defensive guy we got for special teams?
I'm sorry, we will not have a press conference
where
for
he
that.
stands up there and answers 2 questions, and then Jerry talks for an hour.
It's not on the schedule
Had
today.
our eyes on him for a long time.
This was a big risk. I hired a coach. This is the riskiest thing I've ever done.
And I'd like to give myself all
I hired
this
a coach.
credit.
Now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea of what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, and I kind of want to edit the intro already. That's version 3. I want to get Mike saying that I can't rap and put that in there. I'm kind of torn. I kind of want to put that in there, so we'll see. That might be like I might have to do 2 different versions, kind of like how we have a bunch of different promos and rotators and stuff that play here. I might have to have like multiple different variations of that. That would be kind of fun, of just Mike like degrading me in every single intro.
You can prove this wrong by rapping right now.
I'd rather not. 877-881-1053. If you want to hear me rap, you can say that. But I'd rather you answer the question of the day.
I'd like to hear you rap.
Yeah, maybe on Friday. Maybe that'll be like an end of the week special kind of thing. I'll write something for y'all. Have ChatGPT write it like Bobby does, and then like make a 105.3 The Fan rap.
I like it.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that. But 877-881-1053, that is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Want you to answer the question of the day. There, plus, I call it stupid insurance. Is it for stupid people, or do I think it's just a stupid concept?
I need that something.
We'll get to that here in just a second. I hope you don't need this one that we're going to talk about because it's for very sticky situations. But we go to National Day Calendar, as we always do. Today is National Kazoo Day.
Awesome.
We're not going to talk about that, though.
Oh, I was going to say, please tell me you pulled the Kazoo National Anthem. That is one of my favorite videos.
It pains me to listen to. It is also National Blueberry Pancake Day.
Yum.
We will not be talking about pancakes.
Oh, come on.
Today is National Plan for Vacation Day.
Ooh.
We will be talking about vacations. What is the best vacation, your favorite vacation that you have ever been on? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you as well. I'm going to go ahead and give my answer real quick because I've only left this state like 3 times in my life.
Really?
Yeah. I really don't take enough time for myself to like get away.
Where did you go those 3 times?
All in the same vicinity. I've been to Georgia and Florida a few different times because my sister lives out there, and then I have family in Atlanta.
Oh,
so,
okay.
I've been out there, but outside of that, I was this past weekend supposed to be in LA.
Have you ever seen a mountain?
No.
He's never seen a mountain.
Nope. Like, flying over them, like, for brief moments in time, yeah. But, like, growing up, it was the, we don't have enough money for any kind of travel thing.
Yeah.
So, which, that was...
Not Plano.
That was, it was very questionable if we had the money or not. But
Dallas.
Did you say you were supposed to be in LA this past weekend?
I was, for a concert. It was going to be my first time ever going to the state of California. But it got canceled because of the wildfires.
Oh, yeah.
And the air quality is too bad. It was going to be at the Rose Bowl. So since it's open air, they couldn't have it there because the air quality is too bad. So the concert got canceled.
Yeah, that does suck.
Yeah, so I was going to finally go somewhere I've never been before that it feels like I should have been to by now, and that got canceled. So that's not happening. But for me, I did go to Disney in Orlando for my 20th birthday, I think. So that's by far and away the coolest vacation I've ever been on.
Pardon me if I'm wrong. I believe I saw a picture. Was your sister with you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That was That's fun, man. Disney is a really good trip. I've done it twice. I was in the 4th grade and then in high school. I have not taken my kids, but I've wanted to take my kids.
So expensive, right?
It's so expensive.
I tell you what, Friday, mark that sentence.
Oh, was it when he said he'd done it twice?
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, and then he got specific on when he did it.
We had won a cruise with
Not
the new
since
kids
then.
on the block to the Bahamas, and then we went to Disney World for like 2 or 3 days. So that was awesome. And then band trip in high school. But yeah, no, that's an awesome trip. I know you had fun with that one.
I went on a East Coast road trip with a bunch of my friends when I was younger on spring break, and we went all the way up to New York City and came all the way back down through New Orleans and stuff like that. It was awesome.
Yeah, my 2 favorite trips. One took the kids to South Carolina whenever Lucy was newborn. So we all went out there shortly. Yeah, very. It was a long trip. 22-hour drive was what it took us. That was the best family trip. But my trip to New Orleans with Adrian is my favorite trip we've ever taken together, and probably by myself.
Until next week,
yeah, when we go to New Orleans again. But yeah, that trip was our anniversary. It was 10-year anniversary. We partied really hard, just the 2 of us, kind of, for the first time. I think it'd been in 7 years without kids. So we were just really excited to be together, and we got to experience and get closer. So that was fun. And New Orleans was an awesome place to do it, man. I cannot wait. Everybody keeps asking. I'm like, I can't wait to get back there next week. I love the place.
Yeah.
Mike, you went to Italy.
You don't necessarily need
No, Italy's the best. I was trying to look at Gmail because we stayed at a Grand Vilas, all-inclusive resort, but I can't remember the city in Mexico that we were in. It might have been Cabo, but I'm not 100% sure.
Mexico is always a good trip, man.
But I would say Italy, and then last year in November, we went to, for some reason, I can only remember the name of the hotel, but I want to say it was Cabo. I'm not saying Cabo was it. I like Cabo. I've been to Cabo a few times.
Ooh.
But I feel like that all-inclusive was great. But Italy, probably number 1. Flying back coach, I recommend if you have money, never do that. Maybe if you're Alec, he's really little. So,
thanks, Mike.
Well, being really little kind of helps you out in the coach. But I'm not a little guy.
I thought that was going to be like
I'm
a
a big
money
boy.
joke, not a size joke. I mean, either one of those are accurate.
Well,
but
I feel like if you're little, you can handle the coach. What do you think, guys? You're big guys.
Well, then how would we know? Because I'm not little.
Yeah, coach.
Don't you look at little people though?
I do
on those flights and go.
I'm not sure if
I'm
that's
jealous.
They're not as miserable as
how
me.
we should phrase
I'm pretty
that.
jealous. Yeah, that my knees aren't shorter.
Is that a thing?
Only on the airplane.
Wouldn't it be your whole leg?
Yeah, I guess. My knees got so short. I've got all the room.
I have such big knees.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Is it the femur?
Maybe that's why Omax runs the way he does.
you told us it's for a different reason.
Don't bring that up.
Well, if you have something large in between your legs, maybe that's why you have such a wide base all the time.
From the 3, 2, 1, I need Alec to rap with the kazoo in the background. No, that would sound
I
even more
volunteer to
awful.
play the kazoo if you do that.
Oh, I bet you would.
Harmonize.
Harmonizing with kazoos. If we could pull that off, I'll actually be impressed. From the 469, my vacation consists of being on Zoom eating blueberry pancakes. There you go.
Oh.
That's very specific to today's national holidays.
I did
really
have
appreciate
a buddy text in, and he said a 4 is 4 fishing trip, and that's a fantastic fishing trip. You go down through San Antonio. There's a bunch of 4 signs up and everything, and it's just the guys having a good time fishing. Like that's a good one right there. You gotta once a year get together with your boyfriends and go on a trip.
Huh?
Nah.
Man friends.
I like that better. From the 806, Amsterdam when I was 25. Enough said. I think I was there for a week, maybe 2 months. Don't remember. And that probably makes sense why you don't remember. I like that.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff. What happens in Amsterdam stays.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
before.
what else you got, Alec? You ran out of steam on this one.
Thanks, Mike. Let's see. From the 214, Carnival Cruises are awesome. Switzerland, most beautiful place in the world from the 817.
I would want to yodel if I went there.
See if Alex prepared anything else.
I definitely have, Mike. Thanks.
All right, let's see.
I do. Is it Sweden or Switzerland that would be the most fun to go to?
One of them has a lot of knives. From the
It's got to
army.
be Switzerland, right?
I hate that.
Right?
I hate that so
They're
much.
making so many, they're just passing them out around the world. Our army has enough of these.
We got
Who
a
else needs
magnifying
it?
glass on here in
Right?
case you need it.
We're not gonna.
Don't mess with the
this
Swiss. They have knives.
All right, PSA from Mike Bassick. Be
Think about
careful of the Swiss. This is interesting from Financial Times. I've mentioned stupid insurance. And again, I don't know if this is because I think it's a stupid idea or if it's for people that get in stupid situations. I don't know. Financial Times put out a piece saying that there is a insurance agency based in London that will give you cancel culture insurance for celebrities. The policy is being created by Samphire Risk, a Lloyd's of London-backed independent underwriting agency that offers products focused on crime, hostage-taking, and kidnap risk, along with PR, but they're coming up with this insurance plan called Preempt. With Preempt, anyone can be insured against any kind of social media attacks or public media attacks against your reputation. So they will give you a whole PR firm to back against any kind of allegations or whatnot. And they say something as simple as sharing or liking a tweet can bring the whole world down on you. So we will help you prevent those things. There's a lot of anxious people, and the cancel button, as they call it, is as active as ever. So if you find yourself, I don't know, maybe the whole thing going on with Blake Lively, maybe you might need to insure for something like that. But
And that whole deal's kind of turned on her, hasn't it?
it really has. So I'm wondering, one, will high-profile celebrities actually use this? And two, how much does this cost? Does it...
Yeah, I haven't seen a cost on this.
Does it vary on the situation that you're in? Does it vary on how big your name is and how big your, IP is? How do they charge you for this?
And 3, would Jared Sandler still say what's up? Even with
he
all the
would.
controversy?
1,000%.
Yeah, he definitely would.
Jared might win for the busiest human in the world.
I agree.
He does a lot of stuff.
Every
He's a
time I
very
call
busy
him,
man.
can I call you in 5? I got something. And then he calls you and he's like, I got 1 second for you to get whatever's off your chest. Go, because I got something else going on.
Dude, he's running a charity.
God,
and he's running
Jared.
all these other things. He's got a lot going
You got to
on.
get ready for the TV.
Yeah, his
announcement,
vacation is looking up stats.
That really is.
Which is awesome. Thank you.
Did you
Jared,
look at the
'cause
B war of him 3 years ago? And you're
let me
like,
tell you
stop
something.
it.
A lot of my good information comes from Jared Sandler.
Yeah, he's a very smart man. And one of my favorite things to do whenever I did a lot of the Ranger away games, the production side, just watch his laptop during the games. He has all these spreadsheets and stuff.
They're
that
everywhere.
He has information on every single person you can imagine in the sport of baseball. It is ridiculous. He is just a machine. And also, I did want to throw out there, just to spite Kevin a little bit, I went out to Worth Collecting on Saturday.
Oh,
Out in
wow.
Waxahachie. I did. I bought a few things from him. Got a signed LA Knight and Bailey NXT card.
I support that
Where's
business.
LA Knight? He hasn't been out in a while. He hasn't been doing that punch thing with
You
his
gotta
leg.
you got to watch him on SmackDown.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, he's not on Raw?
Yeah.
And Mike, this will make you happy. I bought myself a PSA 9 Wyatt Langford Chrome rookie card.
Ooh.
Autographed?
No, just a base. But Topps Chrome update. Had to get myself my first Wyatt Langford. I'm going to get some more.
That is very cool.
And I did take delivery of a very cool card yesterday. Numbered to 10. Panini 3 count. Trick Williams patch auto.
Oh.
Who's that?
He's an NXT wrestler. So I'm trying to get my wrestling collection started, and I've got another card that just got delivered a few minutes ago. So hope the stepmom
Man,
got that
are
out
you
of the
going to be
mailbox.
distracted during the show looking at eBay now, too?
I'm going to start investing in Star Wars cards.
I'm going to talk about the Yeeter during Mike Likes It.
The Yeeter of worlds.
That would be Jay Uso.
It's a Yeeter eater.
All right, we will get to that. Thank you very much, Alec. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we ask the question, does the new Jags coach know the meaning of words?
Probably.
Next on The Fan.
Skills?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, breathe me a little bit.
Reed Blankenship came up with it for Philadelphia.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Let's start with some of the Cowboys' movings and shakings. The Cowboys are going to hire Nick Sorensen as the special teams coordinator. He was previously the 49ers defensive coordinator.
Go a little bit further back, and he was the special teams coordinator for Jacksonville under Urban Meyer.
Oh, dear.
Where his kicker got kicked by Urban Meyer. So.
Oh, yeah. So it's got to go better this time around, right?
Unless Schottenheimer's one of those guys that likes to go around kicking his kickers, but I don't think Brandon Aubrey's going to stand for that.
This is a very easy job. What I mean by that is, what other place do you have a dude who can kick the ball 70 yards and return kicks and punts as well as Turpin? Like, if you're getting a job with the Cowboys, the one that's going to make you look good are those two talented players.
Is Brian Anger under contract, or is?
I think Brian Anger is still here.
All right. And so that being said, with his 3 years through 2024, so maybe one more year after. But that being said,
maybe so.
The positions are very good. The talent's there for sure. Mike's right. Bones was like a special assistant to McCarthy, though. He had more other things to do because I guess they just trusted his football knowledge. But I wonder if Schottenheimer will be like, hey, your special teams, you're also going to help me with this too. But Mike's right.
And the Cowboys did, in fact, interview Matt Eberflus yesterday. The thought of everyone is that he will be the next defensive coordinator. A couple of notes, though. Jason Witten reportedly will not be part of Brian Schottenheimer's staff this year, and Brian Schottenheimer will call plays offensively. So at
Taps
least
is in trouble again.
That's right, because Jason Witten is coming back.
A couple people going for three-peats, Patrick Mahomes and Jason Witten.
Which do you think is more likely?
Well, I'll say since Mahomes is in the state championship game this year.
The Super Bowl?
Yeah. And Witten hasn't made it through the playoffs again.
I gotcha.
And to the state championship, that it might be a little bit more difficult, but winning state's probably easier than the Super Bowl.
I would say that feels like a fair assumption. Now, Woody Johnson came out and said that the Jets need him to, quote, be a better owner. Would it move the needle for you at all if Jerry Jones said, hey, I need to be a better owner and a better general manager? Or would you just be like, yeah,
One thing I know about Jerry is he's all about words.
Man, that is true.
No, it really wouldn't. Yeah, because like just like Mike said, what's your action to show that? What's your action to prove it? And at this point, that's all it is for me. And a lot of fans is, you got to show me for me to want to buy back in on this thing right now. And I hope you accept that challenge.
Now, speaking of words, does Liam Cohen understand the meaning of the words? Because he said in his introductory presser with the Jags, this was an opportunity you just can't pass up. Now, I didn't listen to the presser, but do you feel like the next logical follow-up question was, then why did you pass up the job? Because remember...
What he was talking about now. Before, it was a job you could pass on because Trent Baalke was not easy to work with and not good at his job.
Yeah, because he said, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to being OC.
So that was this version, though, too good to pass up because I get to be the head coach of a team. And have they hired the GM down there?
No. In fact...
So I wonder how much say he has and who he wants.
Probably a lot, because Shad Khan said they hope to have their GM hired by the end of February.
I heard they asked Jerry if they could interview Steven. They're trying to get permission.
Don't think...
You don't think so?
That is the case? First of all...
Hopefully we can keep him.
I'm sure...
How come nobody ever calls?
Do you think... I'm serious with this. Do you think that Steven or whoever would leave... Like if the New York Giants came along, they're like, we want you to be our GM.
No.
Yeah.
There's too. I mean, he has too much invested personally in this one. Unless I guess he's like, I get to go over there and take a salary from them and also still earn money with the Cowboys here.
I just wonder if he'd just do it to prove like I can
co-owner.
be my own man.
He's co-owner now.
Sure. I heard that in the presser, yeah.
Maybe that's and evidently I heard Bobby this morning saying that was kind of a thing they did last year and then it's just kind of now it's being used more often. So
yeah, when you guys were out and I worked with Will Chambers that day, we were interviewing Steven that day and he was like just making sure he got his titles right and he looked it up on DallasCowboys.com and it listed him as co-owner.
Wow.
Same with Charlotte and Jerry Jr.
Okay, should we tell Jerry now? It's like, is it weird to not be the owner of the Cowboys anymore and just be a co-owner?
Since you have to co-own it with your family.
Now, this is probably
taxes.
Not what you want to hear if you're one of the quarterbacks at the Senior Bowl. Senior Bowl director Jim Nagy had this to say about the group of quarterbacks compared to last year's group of quarterbacks. Quote, "It's certainly not last year. I don't know if anyone in this class would be in the top 6 of the guys last year. I don't know if any of these guys are Bo Nix or Penix or McCarthy. That was a unique class." So he went on to say, I think we're going to look back and think it's one of the best classes ever. But if you're one of those quarterbacks, probably don't want to hear the director of the Senior Bowl where you're auditioning to be like, they probably wouldn't be in the top 6.
No, but you have to understand the reality and kind of look at, well, and I say put that chip on your shoulder from that. If somebody's saying that, go, all right, it's time to prove you wrong and do it every step of the way.
Now, I believe that you guys can do this.
And maybe you get lucky and land on a better team.
Okay.
Because isn't that the case?
That's a good point.
You always end up on the worst team at the top of the draft.
How many quarterbacks, as of next Sunday, will have started 5 Super Bowls? At least 5 Super Bowls.
All right. Microphone's on. Brady.
Correct.
Joe Montana.
Nope.
Okay. Terry Bradshaw.
Roger Staubach.
Nope.
Roger Staubach.
Steve DeBerg.
That's not Steve DeBerg.
Steve DeBerg's good.
There's only 3, and you've named 1. Remember, as of next Sunday,
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes is the second one. Who is the third?
Bart Starr. Is it Is it contemporary?
It's somebody you remember watching as a kid.
Remember watching,
and maybe a little older than a kid.
Elway.
John Elway.
Oh yeah,
he was
lost
a loser.
3 and 1, he
3
did lose a
times.
bunch. Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah.
All right, so now I hesitate to take this next step. Can you name the quarterbacks who have started at least 4 Super Bowls outside of those 3?
Staubach and Bradshaw.
Correct.
Montana.
There are 3
Montana.
more, correct? There's 2 more.
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning is correct. There's 1 more, and you should definitely get it.
We should definitely get it. So who's on the show? Get it.
Definitely get it.
That was his catchphrase when he came out. He's like,
show
"Get
is
it."
free. You don't have to pay a bill.
Oh, Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly.
He never got one.
Yeah.
He never did get it.
Yeah. He got cancer, but he beat it
multiple times.
Yep. Good for Jim.
Dude, that letter
Wouldn't you
that his
rather
daughter
beat that
wrote.
than
Yes.
the Cowboys?
I would rather beat cancer than win the Super Bowl. What?
I mean, can I do both?
Does it matter when you get it?
Like, did he have that?
Because if I'm like 92 years
regret
old,
bringing
maybe
that
I'm
up.
like,
That's
just
fair.
let's let cancer win. I got the World Series.
That's a fair point.
Like, but if you're in your 40s or 50s, like Jim Kelly, you're like, no, I'd rather lose those Super Bowls and beat cancer.
Thank you to the folks on the fan text 214-469-682-817-903, another 817 that had Jim Kelly straight away.
And from the 682, by the way, Mike is going to love Dylan Gabriel, who measured at 5'10" at the Senior Bowl. So
is that's the Oregon quarterback?
Yeah, OU, Oregon, and UCF.
Carolina should take him later in the draft. Just have a height competition. All right, offensive lineman, here's your goal. You have to create lanes for our quarterback to see the receivers, and then hopefully they're open because that's the only chance we have of completing a pass with these little guys.
Okay, so let's go from that to the Steelers said they want to have Justin Fields or Russell Wilson next season, and that Art Rooney II said it was, quote, unlikely that the team will bring back both quarterbacks. Do you assume they'll bring back Russell Wilson or maybe not?
I kind of assume that.
Okay.
But you know what happens when you assume?
Yes.
You could be wrong. Or right. So I assume that because he's the better of the two, but Fields is the one with the young talent and all that. So I have no clue which one I'd roll out there, but I'd be trying to get a new one anyway, no matter what.
Now, I've got a heartwarming story for you today. Ravens fans started a fundraiser for Dalton Kincaid. You remember the Buffalo fans started that fundraiser for Mark Andrews and his diabetes charity, and it raised, I think, like more than $100,000. So now Ravens fans have started a fundraiser for Mark Andrews' charity, which deals with helping people out with autism. And
That's
so they've raised already more than $11,000.
I feel like, Kevin, during Peace-a-thon next year, we need to get in touch with Bill's Mafia.
Yes.
We need to just reach out to
They can
Bill's
help you
Mafia
raise
and say,
money,
hey,
man.
here's just a thought. If you'd like to help us out, we really appreciate it. And we can, if you want to send a member to talk to us about all those 4 Super Bowls y'all lost against in that time where the Cowboys won 3 of them, we're more than happy to discuss that with you.
And then a lot of people have been asking about, tracking technology in the football. The NFL, apparently, per Mike Florio, has been testing out optical tracking technology. He doesn't say, like, hey, it's definitely going to be ready this time or whatever, but they have been working on that long before the Josh Allen call in the Chiefs game. But there is plenty of precedent, or I guess the one precedent, for Chiefs-Bills changing rules in the NFL.
So we don't have time for it. I'll
Okay.
ask you off
It's
air.
over.
I'll talk about it off air.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a stunning new ranking for Rangers youngster Sebastian Walcott.
Uh-oh.
Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, you can go and pop over there right now if you want. The G-Bag Nation will be live from the Brass Tap in Rockwall. There are rumblings that Peyton will be there as well. If you want to go check out the G-Bag Nation, you should go, even if you don't like Peyton. Now.
Yeah, go harass him.
I do.
Is that's okay to say?
No,
right?
I don't feel like that is.
I didn't say sexually.
Yeah, verbally.
Whoa.
Okay, so I wanted to go through what I think is a pretty stunning turn of events for one ranking of Sebastian Walcott. Now, we talked about how the Rangers had 3 prospects in the top 50, and MLB.com has them with 3 prospects in the top 50. I think it was Baseball America who had the Rangers with 3 prospects in the top 50. So does MLB.com, but they have it differently. Whereas Baseball America had it like 20 and 21 for Walcott and Rocker, MLB.com has Walcott 17, Rocker 44, and Alejandro Rosario, who we've talked about a couple times now, at number 50. And that's all fine and well, and we can talk about that more if you want.
I would just say for Rocker, we have a lot of expectations for him as Ranger fans, but what a job he did from being like thrown off of every top 100 list out of, on Vanderbilt when he was coming out in the draft, he would have been on everybody's top 30 list of once he got drafted. We're throwing him way up on the board, but from what he's dealt with injury wise and not really being able to pitch for approximately 3 years until the end of last season, for him to do what he did and get into these top 50 prospect lists is pretty impressive from where he was a year ago on this date.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Now, I wanted to take you to somebody else because this really caught my attention. Do you know and or respect Keith Law?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So
he is the law.
He has Alejandro Rosario at 64 in the prospect rankings. Fine and well, we can...
My son asked me about him, and I was like, I honestly have no clue about him.
Okay.
He's on the top 100 list, and so I think for Ranger fans, they're like, give me more on him. I honestly have not asked. I have not watched. I don't know anything about him, except it's good news you have a pitcher in this thing.
So he had a really rough runs in college with his ERA leading into the draft, but a whole bunch of people liked him, and one of the things they talked about was he had a splitter that he didn't really use. And Miami, the college, really focused on him working more on his sinker and his changeup. Well, guess what? The Rangers were like, let's throw the splitter more and go with a 4-seamer. And boom, that has made all of the difference. Keith Law predicted, even as is, Rosario sitting at between 92 and 95. He has a plus splitter, an average slider. He could be a mid-rotation starter and get to the majors this year. So,
okay,
Mike,
encouraging.
The way things have gone is it feels like there was a time the shape was a little higher, and now it seems like the shapes of pitches are splitter. Everybody wants the splitter now to be part of their fastball splitter so they can stay low and away from guys.
Because so many guys throw hard these days.
Yeah.
A lot of times a curveball from a hard-throwing guy can at times, I don't want to say always, because think of Nolan Ryan, great curveball.
Yeah.
Dwight Gooden, a lot of players. But a lot of times what they teach is now fastball, and they'll say cutter.
Fastball,
but it's
slider,
a slider.
splitters. Yeah.
Like a cutter should only be about 3 to 4 miles an hour. If we're defining the real definition of pitches, a cutter, if you're throwing 95, your cutter should be 90, 91.
Yeah.
A lot of times it'll be like 87, right? That's a slider. That's a hard slider. You can have slower sliders and harder sliders, but then they throw the slower sliders a sweeper, right? So they've redefined these terms and everything. But I do think for guys that throw very hard, they like throwing sliders at times more because you're not totally behind the ball. What I mean by that is a fastball, you're totally behind it. That's what keeps it as straight and as hard as possible. When you're throwing a slider, all you're doing is getting a little off center of the ball, and it's kind of coming off the inside part of your number 1 finger, and that makes the ball give a little bit of sideways spin. And that's easier for a hard thrower. Just throw the living pea out of it, and it's going to move a little bit. We'll see how much it moves, and we'll say you throw a cutter or a slider or a sweeper somewhat based off of if I were just to grab a ball and say, get on the side of it, throw it, make it come off the inside of your finger. Now we'll define what you have off of that. So a lot of times, well, if I don't have anything going down like that, and you don't like throwing changeups because you just want to throw the pea out of everything, and everybody's saying just throw the pea out of everything, is, well, let's just split your fingers, grip the ball firmer, and then that ball should have pretty much downward action off of the same tunnel of your fastball, if that makes sense.
And that seems to have benefited him.
And you're going to kind of hear something variation of that. Kumar Rocker is 51st on the list. So quite a bit lower than Baseball America, even lower than MLB. But Keith Law does make reference to the rocky road that Kumar Rocker has had to go. However, the point was, when he came up to the majors last year, he looked as good as he has since his freshman year at Vanderbilt. And one of the reasons is he had lowered his arm slot, and it's back to its original position, which allows him to get more depth on his slider. His slider is easily plus and might be a 70 once again.
And remember this, I believe this, Rocker defines that pitch as a curveball.
Okay,
so for some reason, remember this last year we went over this, is like all of the websites, whether you go to Baseball Savant or they'll say a slider, but Rocker will tell you that's a curveball.
Because it does have a little more straight drop down action than it does away.
Right. And it can, and I forget which game he pitched at home and against who, but he didn't have a very good game. And that curveball that he defines as a curveball.
Staying up.
Yeah, and it became more sideways action.
Yeah.
He does not want a lot of sideways action from that. He wants more downward action than sideways action. When it gets sideways slider-ish definition, it becomes a very hittable pitch. So keep going. I just want to remind everybody that it's defined as a slider by all of these websites, but if you ask Rocker or Maddox, they'll say it's a curveball.
And it might get up to a 70 once again, and that's a 70 in scouting terms.
80's 100, which is weird.
Yeah, not in miles per hour, so obviously really high. Now, here's the person I really want to talk to because this is wild to me. So Sebastian Walcott, 17 for MLB.com. Baseball America, either 20 or 21. Keith Law, 2.
Holy cow.
Sebastian Walcott
yes, big hands. I shook it.
Is listed as the number 2 prospect in all of baseball behind only Roman Anthony. And I think MLB.com had Roman Anthony at second behind only Roki Sasaki. And you might have arguments about how you think all of that works. But the point is, everybody agrees, or seems mostly everyone agrees, that Roman Anthony is really good. So Keith Law says Sebastian Walcott has jumped from 40th to 2nd on the list.
The backfields are going to be so much fun this year. Is it going to be on the backfields or is it going to be on the fields?
I don't know if he got invited to camp or
he
not.
did.
Okay.
He did get invited to camp. I know another name that popped up that people were intrigued by is Jesse Chavez, who we've talked to before.
I love Jesse Chavez. He's a good dude.
But Sebastian Walcott will be there. And so I can go through whatever part that you guys want in this, but I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit. He was okay in high A, low A, but from then on, he cooked. 296, 351, and 511 slash until a late season promotion to Double A. So on the whole, he ended the year with an on-base percentage 17 points above the Sally League average and a slugging percentage 78 points above it, and he was the youngest regular in the league. So you're like, you're above average to way above average.
He's still 18 years old.
Yes, and he was, I think he might have just turned 19.
He turns 19 March 14th.
Oh, okay.
So in spring training, he turns 19.
Go. So
you could argue he's still a senior in high school.
That is unbelievable. And it goes on to say this, and you'll love the last part. Walcott is a shortstop now, and he's not bad there, but he's extremely likely to outgrow the position. He's going to be larger than Carlos Correa or Corey Seager, two bigger guys who defied expectations to remain at short. At worst, you've got, I see the birthday here now. At worst, you've got a right fielder who hits for average and power. He won't even turn 19 until the first week of March, so he has plenty of time to keep turning these immense physical gifts into baseball skills. I think he's underrated already, and he's my pick to be the number one prospect a year from now.
That's awesome news. I mean, it's just, it's expectations, it's potential.
For sure.
I've talked about him. I remember being at a Buffalo Wild Wings, and Michael Young wasn't there, but we interviewed Michael Young, and I wanted to bring him up because I know that he was, last year when we were in spring training, I went back to the backfields and had my phone, I believe, and you guys were doing, it was just fun to see everything, and Walcott was playing shortstop in, like, I'll say a big league scrimmage game. But Michael Young was in Jersey there and being a special assistant and helping out, and since Michael Young played all four infield positions, I wanted to ask him about Walcott because when you see him out there, he's a big kid, and then you watch him and he's like, he looks like he belongs out there. And that was last year at
Fluid,
17 years old. He was about to turn 18. So this year, when we're in spring training, we'll see him at 18 years old. And he's going to kind of look like he belongs. I'm not saying he's ready for the major leagues. There's a lot that goes into being ready for the major leagues.
His hand speed and contact rate are really high up there as well. Here's another blurb. He's got tremendous bat speed and already produces hard contact at a very high rate. So there's every reason to hope he can be a 30-homer guy with a high average, even if his strikeout rate remains in the 24-25%. And so they're like, I'm not even saying he just stops striking out. He can still have a high strikeout rate, still have a good average, and hit for power.
Wow. So does Keith Law believe this? I'm just throwing this out here. Does he believe for the 2026 Texas Rangers, and I get we haven't even played a second of spring training yet this year, does he believe it's going to be Langford in left, Carter in center, and Walcott in right for your 2026 outfield?
I would be willing to bet that.
I mean, I'm not saying that's good or bad. Garcia's a free agent after this year. So I think Garcia is going to have a very good year. I think Garcia is going to be a very wanted person. And I would be disappointed, to be honest. I get his age. But I would want the Rangers, if Garcia got back to 2023 Garcia, I would want to try to offer him a 2 or 3 year contract. And probably 3 is probably what his market's going to be at his age. And I don't know what the per year will be. But look, man, Alex Bregman's struggling to get a contract from, he wanted a long-term contract. It ain't happening. Like when you're 30 years old, teams are now getting very, I don't know about doing a 6 or 7 year deal. That could really hurt us long-term. And then if that happens, Garcia does have the ability as now to play shortstop, or he is 6'4". I'm not saying this is perfect for a kid who's as athletic. Walcott.
Okay.
What did I say wrong?
Say Garcia.
Garcia, sorry. Walcott is... You could put him at first base. If that's the position that's open, I'm not saying that you should. I'm just saying if that's the position in the future
if you need to
that's
get that
open.
bat in the lineup, and that's the only way to do it. Makes sense.
The good thing is when you do have a very athletic prospect, you can move them around to different positions and feel like they're going to get it.
And I just want to take a step back if you're curious about his journey. We're just talking about 2 years removed from him being signed out of the Bahamas. He got signed for $3.2 million, and some scouts said they think he could be the best player ever from that nation.
Oh my God.
Who is the best player from that nation?
Okay.
I have no clue. I'm asking that as a question.
I am actually not sure.
If he ends up being the best player, like if you were to say he's going to be the best Dominican, I would be like, better than Roberto Clemente. Roberto's Puerto Rican. Sorry, I already screwed that one up. But, better than, I don't even know if you consider Albert Pujols.
Adrian Beltre.
Adrian Beltre, yeah.
I don't know if he's the best. I have no clue because there's so many really
Profar's from the Bahamas, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. Jazz Chisholm is somebody that I know who plays right now that immediately jumps to mind.
Yeah, could he be better than Tim Duncan?
Or was that the Virgin Islands?
Tim Duncan? I think I've told this before. Tim Duncan came to one of my rookie ball games in A-ball in Burlington, North Carolina, because one of my teammates was Sean DePaula, who was from Wake Forest, and they were friends at Wake Forest. So Tim Duncan, as he was still at Wake Forest at the time, showed up to Burlington, North Carolina to watch a rookie ball game.
To watch Mike pitch.
To watch me pitch.
How did you pitch that day?
Probably awesome. Go look up my numbers in Burlington, North Carolina. I kicked butt and took names.
Okay.
It was just the major leagues that I stunk at.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
What happened to you, Mike?
Right here.
Major leaguers happened to me.
105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we got Mike Likes It. We've got that Billy Idol and Joan Jett ticket giveaway. Plus, Stephen Jones says the Cowboys are going to take a long, hard look at how they do free agency. What do they need to change? Next on The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Aired by the Texas Association of Broadcasters and this station.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So, what do you think is the weirdest first name for a baseball player ever? I'll let you ponder that. I will let you ponder that, but also we're going to get to the Corey Majors research project because yesterday we're going to go to cut number 9. Stephen Jones talked about the Dallas Cowboys and how they usually do free agency.
Certainly we'll do a real deep dive on putting some personnel together, whether it be through the draft, free agency. I know, typically that's not been the way we've done this team, but we'll certainly look at it and, put really good, not only players, but good football character people with some of the men we have in this room right now. And we have a lot of great players on this team. And certainly no one has excuses. We had a few challenges this year on the injury front, and that's why we think we do need to keep some continuity.
All right, so believe it or not, they kept talking for 30 minutes after that presser was over, and he went on to kind of cut right more to the chase of, look, we'll take an examination of the way that we do free agency. So, Corey, you decided to do some of the legwork, jump ahead, and do an examination for the Cowboys. What can you tell us? What have you learned?
All right, let me ask a question first.
Okay.
What is, and I want everybody out there to think about this, what is your problem with the way the Cowboys approach free agency? My problem has always been that they've always tried to find a gem out of the designer bin at the Goodwill.
Okay.
They're like, hey, we're going to go in here and we're going to every once in a while, they'll get a guy who's past his prime and might give you 3 good games. And it just seems like the talent level is low. Now, I didn't go into this looking for information to prove that the talent's low. I went into it thinking that already and then let the information tell me this story. So I have about 2.5 pages of information to dive into.
Okay, and I just want to start by saying I think I'm probably the same spot as you are. I think they inflate their own draft statistics by signing their own players to sometimes not really market representative contracts. And then they make this continued argument that they don't need free agency because of that, when I'm like, that's a flawed argument from the jump.
What's my biggest issue with the Cowboys and free agency?
Yes.
Yeah, they're 2 people that are most in charge, Jerry and Steven, are partying and not watching who is a free agent, what do they do. So the 2 decision makers have no clue who is a free agent and what they actually do or don't do.
Yeah,
so
they're reliant on somebody else.
What other team has that set up in all of professional sports?
Yeah. So I went back to 2019. I could have gone back further with this, but I decided 5-year window. Is that 5 years, Kevin? Yeah, sure. That sounds good.
6?
Yeah, okay. Sounds good to me. Since 2019, the Cowboys have signed 37 returning free agents.
Okay.
And 27 new free agents. I think one of those numbers might be off by like 1.
Okay.
13 of those were duplicate. Like Dak signed his franchise tag and then the next year signed his contract.
Okay.
So those 13 of those were duplicates. So essentially like 51 different players, specific different players. 2020 was the best. They signed 17 total, new and in 2019 and 2024, both tied for the lowest. By the way, 2020, really good season. 2019, 2024, they only signed 7 each in those off seasons.
Okay.
Those are the bookend seasons for Mike McCarthy, right? That both turned out to be poor seasons for them. 2020 and 2021, they added the most new free agents, 6 and 9 respectively.
Oh.
So they added 15 there. The other 3 years, they added 12 total.
Yikes. So low.
The total number of players who had at least one Pro Bowl, these are new players to the team that had at least one Pro Bowl before they were signed. 9 out of the 27.
So maybe 1 out of 3?
Yeah.
Which doesn't sound great.
The total number of players who had at least one All-Pro out of that 27, 6.
Okay.
The total number of new players with Pro Bowl in the season that they signed, 1. Brian Anger. The total number of players with an All-Pro the season they signed,
1.
Brian Anger.
So again, not to dismiss special teams, that's obviously a huge part of the game. But if that's where you excel, kind of, not only, but mostly, that's probably not a winning formula.
Of the players that they signed that have had multiple All-Pros, Gerald McCoy had 6. He never saw the field for the Cowboys. Dontari Poe had 2, and I believe he played like 3 games for the Cowboys.
Okay.
Jake McQuaid had 2 All-Pros, or Pro Bowls, and Brian Anger. Those were the 4 players that had at least 1 Pro Bowl or more than 1 Pro Bowl. And only Gerald McCoy and Brian Anger had multiple All-Pros. So what you're seeing there is you're signing guys who aren't often very good.
Yeah.
You're signing guys who you're hoping that you got a diamond out of this, that somebody else didn't see it. Of the old re-signings for the Cowboys, 7 were returning of the returners were Pro Bowlers, and 3 had all pros. Amari Cooper, Dak Prescott, Sean Lee, LP, DeMarcus Lawrence, LVE, and again Brian Anger, because he was the only players to have earned a Pro Bowl in the year that they signed, and this is from the returning players, Brian Anger and LP Ladisor.
So again, special teams.
The year that you signed them, Dak Prescott was not an All-Pro or a Pro Bowler.
Right.
The year that you signed him, Amari Cooper, not All-Pro. Sean Lee, that's saying all the way down the list. And then to the last part. Here's where, Kevin, the money part comes in.
Is this the part that's going to drive people crazy?
I did some numbers here. The games started total like 2,369. Games 1,032. Yeah, games started 132. On average, for new players that they sign to their team, you get 6 starts. On average, you get 6 starts out of players that they have signed from other teams, which means most of them don't even make it into the season, like George Iocca.
Yeah.
Most of them don't even, like Ronald Jones. Some of these, Royce Freeman, they don't even make it to the field. Therefore, you got them, and they never even made it. So you didn't even get average 6 starts. The older players average 23 starts. So they're getting theirs worth. Now, here's, Kevin, where I think that you might have the biggest problem. What do you think, on average, new players are paid in their yearly contracts? On average.
I know it's low, but I'm still going to say like $3.5 million.
Keep going down.
$2.5 million?
Keep going down.
You're kidding me.
You can go down a quarter more.
Is it like working at Chick-fil-A? $15 an hour?
$2.25 million is on average what the Cowboys pay.
No, that is not the same.
And I will add,
people are running to Chick-fil-A for
hell yeah. See ya, Spittle. I'm going to get $2.25 million at Chick-fil-A.
I will add, I believe Randall Cobb made 5, and then Gerald McCoy had 6 on $6 million on his slate. So that took the number up. Most of them look like ones.
Wow.
So the Cowboys, again, they're spending about $2.25 million on free agents. So that's where I'm trying to figure out, is that the right budget? And I can't say in each year it looks like they're spending about 6. And then in that one year they spent almost 9. They'd spent almost $12 million in that for that one year. Obviously there are other years on the contract, but an average year.
Sure.
And so they're just,
that's so low.
The number's low. Now they'll tell you, hey, we pay out all because they're paying their other players first. Well, I get that.
And plus, I also argue against that because you've seen the 5-year thing where they're actually one of the lowest cash flow teams because they have so much dead money.
Yeah. So what I found out was the Cowboys just looking at the names. Here's some names that I'm going to throw out there. Tavon Austin.
Okay.
Jamiz Oluwale. Cam Fleming. Christian Covington, Kerry Hyder, George Iocca, Clinton Dix, Maurice Canaday, Blake Bell, Greg Zuerlein, Terrell Basham, Carlos Watkins, Tynes. None of these guys worked out, and I know that you're supposed to take a risk every once in a while. You're supposed to try and you want to find a balance there, and you don't want to spend and lose a lot, but go get some Pro Bowlers, go get some All Pros to add to your team. Go get some real talent, not just people that are going to fill in for $1 million because you have to fill out the roster spot. So for me, Kevin, if Steven's going to take a long, hard look at it, I need you, my capist, or capitalist, if you will. I need you to help me figure out why my structure is so top heavy that I can't get Pro Bowlers or All Pros whenever they go into free agency.
So here's a great example. Man, those numbers, though, are... You said you did a study. I wish you would have put like a trigger warning ahead of this.
It did trigger you, huh?
So I would have known, like, $2.5 million. Ridiculous. All right. Here's one of the issues that you run into. All right, $2.5 million. We feel like it's preposterously low.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What do you think was the cap hit of Derrick Henry this year?
3?
$5 million.
$5 million.
Saquon, $3.8 million.
Mm-hmm.
And we all agree they both made monumental impacts. Saquon Barkley.
I'd say they're both worth $34 million because I'd say they're worth $2 million a game.
Yeah.
If I'm giving the value of what they gave to your team, but the same with Micah Parsons. Every time he plays a game, he's worth $2 to $3 million a game.
Now, I'm glad that you said that. We're going to get to Micah Parsons in just 1 second. Saquon Barkley might be the reason that you win the Super Bowl. In fact, I would dare say if they win the Super Bowl next week, it's probably because of Saquon Barkley.
Yep.
And I know what people are going to say. Well, you have to pay the cost down the road. Okay, well, let's take a look. The insurmountable cap hit for Derrick Henry next year is $13 million. Oh, my goodness. Oh, how could you ever survive such a cap hit? Well, what if you just cut him? Well, guess what? If you just went ahead and cut him, you know what his cap hit would be? $4 million. $4 million would be your hit, which essentially means you signed Derrick Henry for 1 year and $9 million. Works for me. Now let's go to Saquon Barkley. And this is the one that annoys people. When people are like, how do the Eagles keep signing people? This is exactly how they do it. All right, the cap hit for Saquon Barkley this year, $3.8 million. All right, so pretty low. Next year, they're going to be in trouble, though. $6.5 million.
Wow, they have like $10 million total.
Yes, for 2 years. Next year, they are screwed. $9.8 million.
Should be like 40, I think, right?
So I don't think it's insane. This might not happen. I don't think it's insane to think that Rico Dowdle could potentially get a 3-year, $20 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Eagles gave Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
But then, when's it going to hit? It's going to hit them in 2027 because the dead money they have then, I will absolutely concede, is $19 million. And that's going to be problematic. Except, of course, by the time you get there, they will have layered other contracts to have low hits in 25 and 26 and 27 so you can reallocate that money. And you might be like, that's great for other teams. What does that mean for the Cowboys? All right, now let's hit the Cowboys. And the comp that I use for Micah Parsons is Chris Jones.
Okay.
We all agree Chris Jones is a phenomenal defensive player who made a lot of money.
He is fantastic.
He got a
As a matter of fact, we'll talk about him in the C block.
Okay, great. He got a 5-year, $158.75 million contract. So almost, not quite, but almost $32 million a year. I think it's safe to assume that Micah will get more than that. But Micah was also quick to say, life sounds a lot better getting paid $35 million than getting paid $40 million and getting double teamed every single time. All right. So let's take a look.
Which his agent had to have hated that.
Exactly.
He's like, I got the Joneses here. What are you doing?
Don't worry, they'll collapse.
And Micah Parsons is even more of an advantageous situation because his cap hit next year, and he's still on his rookie deal. And you're going to hit the club option next year. It's $24 million. Now, this is why, if the Cowboys were sure they were going to bring Micah back, and Micah wanted to talk, his agency might not have wanted to talk. They're like, we're going to wait another year. I don't know that. I wish they would have done it a year sooner because then you could have added money to his cap hit this year, which was $5.4 million.
Mm-hmm.
And because the reason why I bring this up, you know what Chris Jones' cap hit is this year? $7.3 million. Because you can load that contract and spread the money out however you like. Do you know the cap hits from there for Chris? 34.8, 41, 34.3, and 41. I will agree. Those are all steep cap hits. Do you know what the dead money is at the end of that? Nothing. So when they think that he'll be done, he'll be out. If they think he's going to be done in 2026, guess what? There's a lot of guaranteed money in the first 3 years of the deal. They want to bail after 2026. Dead cap hit, $12 million. You want to post June 1st that? $6 million a piece. So when people get caught up saying Micah's going to cost $40 million, for Chris Jones, for the next 3 years, he costs $84 million. Now you're only talking about a $28 million a year hit. I just saved you $12 million a year with limited damage on the backside of the salary cap.
I really appreciate that, Kevin. Thank you for saving me that $12 million. I'm going to roll that over next year because I got to sign one of my guys next year.
And
that's what we get.
Yeah.
Is you have this money for this year that you can spend on a couple free agents that might actually help this team. That might be starters for your team. So you're not rolling out backup defensive ends. You're not rolling out backup linebackers. You can actually roll out there somebody who's started in the league and understands how to play in this league and is ready to go from game one. I understand, though, they do like to draft and develop. That is their philosophy. But Stephen Jones said we're going to take a long, hard look at the way we do free agency.
And here's one of the things they can't get out of, because I see people are asking, what's Dak's cap hit? We've been through this a couple of times. But just remember, when you talk about Dak Prescott getting $60 million a year, there is no year of his contract coming up in which he will make as little as $60 million. I might have blown some people's minds right there. And yes, I did say as little as. Here are his cap hits. $89.9 million, $67.8 million, $61.7 million, and $71.7 million. And that takes him all the way through the time that he'll be about to be 36. Do you want to restructure that deal coming up next year? They're going to. So they're going to drop his cap hit by, I don't know, probably like $30 million, give or take. Where's that $30 million going to go? It's going to go to 26 and 27 and 28 and maybe beyond, when he's definitely not going to be the starting quarterback of this team. How do I know that?
Sounds like Schotty's got a good chance to succeed here.
And that's what I hate about the way they do contracts. I know they're going to do this because that is literally what they just did.
And they're going to
with
use
Dak Prescott's
They're going to use that money that they save on Dak to pay Micah?
No, I mean,
not to go get other free agents?
Kind of, because right now they're essentially at zero with their salary cap. And here's the frustrating part when you talk about, well, let's use the money to go get our own people. You could use that $30 million to add to your salary cap. I just told you Micah Parsons' cap hit for next year is $24 million. I could drop it to 10 to 12 like that. Mm-hmm. So I just saved you another $10 to $12 million. That's $40 to $42 million that I have already saved you. And I realize you could be putting yourself in a crap situation in 26, 27, 28. But I'm going to give Schottenheimer the ammunition if you think you're close. And that whole press conference was about 30 minutes of people saying, we're right by the rim.
Right there.
All these other people told me how close they are. All right, put your money where your mouth is.
Mm-hmm.
Take that $40+ million and go get people to dunk the freaking ball.
Exactly. And Kevin,
I like how we always do football, and they're like, well, he's going to be on a pitch count this Sunday.
Yeah.
Like, why can't you just say a snap count?
I don't know.
We're around the rim. How about we're near the goal line? You're playing your own sport. Stop using other sports.
It's buzzwords.
By the way, just real quick, this is a great question. I'm sorry, Corey. For the 903, how is the cap hit different than they make? So keep in mind.
Oh, man.
So, like, and we won't go too far into the weeds on this, but when you hear Dak Prescott got 4 years for $240 million, that's simple, $60 million a year. But realistically, he got $212 million, like, guaranteed. And you can spread that signing bonus out and that guaranteed money kind of how you see fit. Not exactly, but kind of. So you can manipulate the numbers however you want. And so Dak can flip a switch in his contract where he's like, hey, all this money, boom, that's now a signing bonus all of a sudden. And you're like, guess what? I can now spread that money out across the contract again.
So this part of it that's the beginning. The next phase, I would say, is now Steven and your group go over the last 5 years and see all the free agents that you didn't sign that you could have spent $6 million on instead of $2 million and see how much better, again, go check them out and see the ones that you were interested in that were maybe too expensive and how they did. because they could have had a Von Miller injury. That's fine. But you need to do that research, and you need to have that information so you can say, holy crap, we've been missing on a lot of talent.
That is a great point.
Or we're doing it right.
I don't want to make it sound like every free agent is Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
That's not realistic. It just so happens that this year we're in happen to have two really great examples. But
they just happen to be running backs.
Yes.
It could have been linebackers or safeties or whatever.
And we have talked to Steven about this for people asking. We've talked to Jerry about this, and they have essentially told us we do not want to put our future years of the cap in that peril. So whenever you ask, why don't the people in charge do it like this? We asked. They said, we don't want to do it like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sorry, Mike. I know we cut into your time from Mike.
It is now
He's gonna
official.
be ticked off.
Matt Eberflus is now signed as the Cowboys defensive coordinator.
That's shocking.
I don't think you're shocked at all by that.
I'll tell you what. I don't know if you could have had a riskier hire than that. In fact, I would say that's the riskiest thing Jerry's ever done in the last 5 years.
On Thanksgiving, late in the game, it could be.
Okay.
I mean, you know what would be riskier? If you didn't pick up the phone right now.
Oh, my God.
Because it's time.
Let's get something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Free agents.
Will win a pair of tickets to see Billy Idol and Joan Jett on May 7th at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. Doing this giveaway all week long in the noon. 877-881-1053. Now, Mike likes it.
Okay. You cut into Mike Likes It.
I'm sorry.
And I can't believe you did. Because we're going to start off Mike Likes It with something that you might like, Kevin.
Oh, wrestling!
A little audio here, Alec. Okay, so this is Jay Uso. Am I saying
Correct.
that right? All right, so I call him the Yeeter.
Yeet.
I mean, that is what he says a lot.
Okay, so I want this for...
Yeet does not mean throwing something across the room.
Absolutely does.
If you're on
Necessarily.
It absolutely
It
does. I'm
could.
going to yeet it. I'm going to yeet it over there.
That's not the only... Okay.
We've done this before. It's not... You just do your hands up and down with the kicker that talks wrestling.
That is Pat McAfee, and that is also not necessarily... Never mind. Go ahead.
All right. If you're on YouTube, stop talking about whatever you're talking about and start talking about this. Has Netflix influenced you guys at all? It's only been 3 weeks, I believe, of Netflix so far. 3 episodes.
I think it's 4.
4. Okay. Yesterday was the 4th episode. I am watching more of Raw. I guess that's why I'm not seeing LA Knight because he's on Friday night. Okay, so I didn't know all this. That some wrestlers can't wrestle on Monday because they're wusses or something.
Okay, just keep going.
But has Netflix influenced you guys at all in watching more wrestling? Because it has with me, because it's easy to fast forward.
Yeah.
It's easy to maybe rewind and see a guy almost die last night by popping his head on a table.
That JD McDonough thing was scary. That question, I think, is for other people. For
Okay.
me, not really, just
Right.
because.
I know
but
you and Alec, this is not a good question.
Yes,
but for
but-
somebody like me, it has influenced me watching a little more wrestling.
And can I just give you an example? They said year over year, that debut on Netflix was up 100% audience size. And then the
You
next
said year over year.
Yeah, like the date last year.
Okay.
Kind of to the
Oh, okay.
time.
Thank you. Okay.
And then the next week, when it took the natural dip, I think the programming was still up like 40% from where it had been. So it's making a difference.
Okay. So this Yeeter guy, Jay Uso, he has to be horrible at wrestling, right? Because they do this for 15 minutes. So what I'm noticing about trying to kind of get back into wrestling a little bit is last night you had to fast forward 33 minutes into Netflix to get to wrestling. Now, I did watch some of it. They obviously, it wasn't Yeeter who was out there.
Get to see Sami
You cannot
Zayn, Drew
eat what has
McIntyre.
already been yoded, by the
But
way.
it was like, burn this down. That's
Seth Rollins.
Seth Rollins. And then they brought out Gunther.
Yes.
And then they brought out somebody else. Oh, they brought out, they booed him like crazy.
Drew McIntyre.
No, the YouTube dude.
Oh, Jake Paul?
Jake Paul. And
Logan
so-
Paul. I'm sorry.
Logan
yes.
Paul, yeah.
Sorry,
Logan Paul.
Alex was about to disown this show. Logan
But
Paul.
this guy, every episode, I mean, you go to Netflix and the 4 episodes, it's 4 for 4 now.
Yeah.
They do, and I might be exaggerating here, 12 straight minutes of nothing happening but the people doing their hands up and down. And I'm like, This guy has to be horrible at wrestling. He never wrestles, but he does come out, and the crowd goes insane.
They love him. Yeah.
For this, just doing your hands up and down, and Pat McAfee's honestly the leader of it.
Sure. He'll get up on the desk and do it. And,
And so I'm just like, so I have to watch 12 more minutes of this yeet thing? Like, either wrestle or don't wrestle.
So I think you're actually in the minority on this, Mike, because usually I get what you're saying. Like, you must not be good at wrestling because you talk a lot.
Yeah, and and all you want to do is yeet people with your hands.
And I hear what you're saying. I might have some thoughts about Jey Uso. We'll get to in a second. But that is a pretty time-honored Monday Night Raw tradition of you get the 20-minute promo from some or one of the main event people. And so that shows you that they hold him in high esteem. Right. Personally, I think Jey Uso spams super kicks a lot and maybe doesn't have the most impressive wrestling arsenal. I'm not a huge Jey Uso guy. I love the tag team,
Saturday.
but I'm not a huge Jey Uso as a single guy.
Okay, so moving on from that, but keeping that. What is one of the things that's the coolest thing in all of professional wrestling, and maybe since it's entertainment sports, is the song that they come out to?
Sure.
Kind of like our intro song for our show.
We try to do that in baseball. I'm not saying with every hitter. That's a little bit tough. But we try to do that with your closer and maybe even your setup guy. Those are two guys coming into the game with the game on the line to try to win. And everybody is told, Chuck Morgan, not saying he's the leader of this, but he gets the information. They're like, pick a song that you like and we'll play it. When you come out of the bullpen, that will be the song that is played in between innings because you're coming out, and we'll put a highlight package up on the big screen. Well, for the most part, for most of them, obviously Edwin Diaz is very different in New York for the Mets. It goes insane like a wrestling event. Here's my plea, and you guys tell me this is stupid or wrong, and maybe it costs too much money, and you guys don't know the money thing, but why don't the Texas Rangers get like their top 5 bullpen guys that they know are going to be on the team, and they sit down with the guys in spring training and they create beats and they create a song for them. Now, they can take it on to other teams when they leave because we're going to create...
like an original song?
Like how Stone Cold Steve Austin, it's busting through the glass. Everybody knows what that is.
You need to go hire Jim Johnston.
I'm just saying,
a lot of those songs.
The Yeet song's not a real song, right? It's just made for the Yeet guy, or is that a real song?
I believe that is correct.
The Rock Says is one of my favorites.
I know CM Punk has a popular song.
Yes, from In Living Color.
That's how every reliever comes out to just a song that they've decided to pick. What if the Texas Rangers, if you're listening, Chuck Morgan, he listens quite a bit. If you're listening, why not become the most creative team and you come up with something that is just, it hits, but it's unique, and you know that's that guy's song. It's a unique song to them, and I don't know how to do it, and it'd probably take way too much time and way too much money, and then guys don't stay on the team very long, especially relievers, right? I did this whole thing for Kirby Yates and David Robertson, and it lasted 45 times. So I get that it's probably not worth the time and energy, but the one thing I notice in wrestling is when it is a popular wrestler and they come out to their own theme, the place goes insane.
Look, you could make an argument, and Alec, maybe this is a different segment for a different day. The Ultimate Warrior immediately jumps to my mind that you could make an argument a huge part of their popularity is specifically the intro song and how fired up it got people.
There's that, and then current guys like the New Day as well, even though they're super over right now because of the heel gimmick. But, like, you know, they have their own custom song, like Mike is talking about, where it's introed by Big E, one of the former members now. Like, there's...
Dallas!
Exactly, like the lead into this stuff, Seth Rollins' song. I was just there this past Monday and hearing all of that stuff, seeing all the arms going up and down when Jey Uso comes out of the crowd. Like, there's something special and something, you know, really some flowers to be given for the whole idea of let's make something ours. So let's make something unique.
Can you imagine if, and I have no clue who the closer is going to be this year, so it's not a good one to be
Neither do the Rangers.
Right. But if you had a good, let's just say you had Mason Miller, you had Emmanuel Clase or somebody like that. Can you imagine if the place did that yeet thing for 2 minutes
and
going into the ninth inning? There's a 1-3 run lead and the whole crowd stands up and just starts yeeting. That's what I'm calling it.
Yeah.
Because they're all yelling yeet and their hands are going up. The place goes insane.
Yeah.
And somehow you can get wrestling fans to do it for 10 straight minutes. And I'm like, somebody wrestle or talk. And they're like, we don't care about that. And the fans here don't care about that. But I'm just thinking, how could we get the Rangers to, in the 8th and 9th inning, to have some sort of yeet situation when their studs are coming in to win a game?
Here's my suggestion. We'll load up some wrestling theme songs that were produced strictly for wrestling just as a starting point and play it for various bullpen members and be like, hey, do you have a preference? And we can kind of get an idea of where our starting point is and go from there.
Spring training.
Absolutely.
I'll see if my kid wants to make some beats for him.
So in on that.
Say, hey, what do you think about these?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is indeed time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Why is Chris Jones so difficult to stop? We discuss next.
The football world is buzzing about the...
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, you know how I'm going to use my time. I'm going to use my time by promoting something that's very important to 105.3 The Fan and you. It's a prize.
Can I help?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I help promote?
Here's all I'm asking is during this hour every day, make sure to listen.
Okay, that's a great point, because if you listen at least an hour, you can get a daily entry into the fan contest, which we're going to do. Essentially, it's a national contest. It's a slam dunk prize for you and 3 of your friends, or perhaps enemies if you prefer. The 4 of you get to fly to Vegas. Your flight and hotel are paid for. They're going to give you each $5,000 cash, which adds up to what, Corey?
$20K.
Exactly. And I would make the argument that if you're inviting your friends, you should get to keep all the cash. But I will let you decide that amongst
Divvy
you
it up however you
and your
want.
friends.
Yeah.
So all you got to do, and you probably already do it, is from now until February 23rd, download the Odyssey app, listen to us for at least an hour, and you'll be entered automatically. And you can do it every single day. And if you already do that, just make sure you get in at least an hour. It's part of the Odyssey National Contest, and you got a chance to go to Vegas.
All right, I'm gonna get to Chris Jones from an offensive lineman's perspective in just a moment. This audio is fantastic, so stick around for it. I did want to though. I saw this over the weekend, and my father-in-law messaged me and was like, "Have you seen this story?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've seen the Paul Skeens story. I've already seen this. I know." And he goes, "The part of the kid's journal just made me think of Carter, my son Carter." And I wanted to read some of this journal entry if you guys are cool with that.
Go for it.
He said it was November 13th, 2024. Lots of other words. I started begging my mom for a box at Christmas since those rookie boxes, or since those boxes were expensive, and since they are awesome, they got the box. So that's what. Since my parents are awesome, they got the box. They told me when I got home from school, and I was so excited. Fast forward to Christmas. First, I woke up 4 a.m., woke my little brother up. Oops. We waited till 6:30 a.m. and woke our parents up. 6:30 is too early to wake up for Christmas presents.
I feel like
Kids.
7 is
7. You need
cut
to
off.
mark it right there.
Yeah.
Now where my kids are, it needs to be like 8-ish. So woke our parents up. First present we opened was the hobby box. I opened 2 more packs, and then I got the second pack. I got the Paul Skeens redemption card. Me and my brother and my dad were like, OMG. My mom was very excited, but she didn't have a clue what she was talking about. Then my brain pooped, and I started bouncing all over the place. I just thought it was a really funny journal entry from this kid, and kids keep journals, so that's cool.
So he got the card on Christmas Day, but we didn't find out till a week ago?
Apparently,
Is that right?
apparently
so they were able
so.
for almost a month to keep it quiet?
Yeah, which I think allowed, because people were like, how did you get the card graded that quickly? Supposedly Topps flew the card back up to them and everything. But I think a more logical explanation is they've kept this fairly under wraps for a month and gone through the process.
How many people are frustrated? It is what it is.
Yeah.
That they bought that box has gone way down in price.
Yeah.
That they
I
were
don't know.
paying over $500 a box, and the Skeens had already been found.
That's a good question. I really have no idea. And I know he turned down the Pirates offer. I saw somebody say
Who
earlier.
would take the Pirates offer unless you lived in Pittsburgh?
You said that at first I was like, oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then
Just
I was like,
think if
oh, yeah.
the Rangers did that for the Wyatt Langford or Evan Carter card. Well, for us, that's an option. If you open it up in California like this kid, it's like, there's no option for me going to Ranger games for 30 years.
Yeah. So you would want the one-time event with Livy Dunn.
And I know
her suite.
That he's going to put it up for auction. I saw somebody speculate that he was going to donate all the money to charity. And if that's the case, rock on. I feel like you should keep some of that for college and stuff.
Charity?
Yeah, you could give it all to charity. Wouldn't you want to keep something for yourself because you pulled an unfrickin' believable card?
I'm just keeping the
Man,
card.
you sound selfish right now.
Yeah, I'm just keeping the card, actually.
Oh, okay. You're not going to
keep the card.
You're just not going to sell it.
I'm going to look at it forever.
It's like the most desired card out on the market right now.
And
you're
I
gonna
get, so I have it.
I
so
mean, I'm
the
going to
most
ask you a
desired.
stupid question.
Okay.
I
You
go
hate-
to every card show with it.
You hate Aaron Judge
Uh-huh.
because he plays for the Yankees.
Yeah, throw it right in the trash.
Yeah, you pull that card. What if you literally you got on whatever Instagram, TikTok or something,
Mm-hmm.
and you put a lighter to it and you burn that card
And
just
then-
to show nobody can ever have it. The 1-1 is done. I hate the Yankees.
I'm only burning half of it because I'm yeeting it about halfway through.
It keeps burning. You've just added oxygen.
Well,
to
but
the
it's
process.
gonna go out in the air.
More oxygen, I guess.
Yeet. So
We all
that's,
have
For what? For what?
hate the Yankees.
just to show them.
I'm the best Rangers fan you know.
But wouldn't you rather hate the Yankees with $1 million? You can buy me into thinking you're the best Rangers fan I know.
But now what happens is I have to give Aaron Judge, a Yankee, credit for all my $1 million. Every time I have to be like, that $1 million is because of Aaron
You
Judge.
will not be forgotten for a long time if you burn the Paul. I know I'm saying Paul
Dude,
Skeens.
think about how many drinks I'll get at card shows because people will be like, that's the guy
I'm
that
not sure
burned
you're
the-"
going to get a lot of drinks. Maybe in your face.
Which also is a smaller waste of money.
Yeah. All right.
Have you ever thrown a drink in someone's face or had someone probably more likely throw a drink in your face?
On your face. I don't think so.
Okay. I can just see it happen to Corey more in the bar game.
Yeah, no, that never happened. I've had recently, I went to a restaurant and I got a whole thing of ketchup dropped in right there on my zipper.
Oh my gosh.
Fell off the French fries. All right. Chris Jones is, you pointed out moments ago, dominant. He is a dominant force in the game, no matter what.
I also like that he dunked on people and he's like, as long as you keep letting us have Spags as our defense coordinator, we're going to keep winning the Super Bowl.
Dude, he's he doesn't get enough. He's the only coordinator ever to win 4 Super Bowls.
I believe that. I did see that as correct.
Like, he's just that
wild.
good. So I think Chris Jones is right. Former offensive lineman Mitchell Schwartz was, I think he was on with Barstool. I think he was on with their podcast. Let me confirm.
Does he have power?
Yeah.
Power of the
I see your
Schwartz.
is bigger
Spaceballs.
than mine.
Yeah, I get it.
But he was on Pardon My Take.
I got
And
you.
they asked him, no, was he on that? Yeah, Pardon My Take. And they asked him, what makes Chris Jones so special?
I mean, he's been showing up in big moments since the combine. So the thing with Chris is he's so naturally strong. You know, when you're watching film or one of the scouting reports, the reason he wasn't like a clear first rounder, well, he plays high and, you know, he's got to get his pad level down. Turns out you don't have to get your pad level down if you're stronger than the guy across from you. And so what Chris combines is a great natural strength with really skilled hands and the ability to basically make the offensive lineman wrong. You know, if he beats you with power and that bull rush and that strength, your tendency as an offensive lineman, you want to get your hands on the guy. You want to try to lock him up early. You want to kind of shut down the rush before it gets started. Well, the second you throw your hands at Chris, he swipes them. He beats you around the corner. You do get your hands on him. You know, we call it a Hamilton technique, but basically he grabs your wrist, lifts it up, and converts into power and kind of walks you back to the quarterback. So he has the ability to make you wrong however you want to block him. If you want to be handsy and be jumpy and try to get on him before he gets started, you're going to get swum and you're going to get beat with those Hamilton techniques. And if you want to kind of play patty cake and, you know, back up and kind of shake with him, he'll just run right through you and get to the quarterback either way. So it puts the offensive lineman in a really tough bind. You're not quite sure what technique to use because typically, you know, there's one thing I can try to take away, and if the guy beats me on a second or third best move, okay, I can deal with that. But Chris's two best moves counter the two things you want to do as an offensive lineman. So he really makes life difficult, and unless you've played him, unless you kind of understand, you know, how to block him, I think you have to do that in real time, and obviously that's a pretty difficult task.
That's whenever I feel like it's very much like Barry Bonds in that you really only have a very narrow margin to defeat that guy, a very narrow way of it. In most ways, he's going to find a way to beat you. He's going to find a way to force you into something he likes. Barry Bonds did that to Greg Maddux until he was like, I'm not throwing him a strike ever again. And that's what Chris Jones does. He forces you. You're sitting there thinking, okay, I'm going to do this to him. He's that good. He's that powerful. So that's from an offensive lineman's perspective. If you want to re-listen to that, it was on Barstool. But if you want to go watch the Super Bowl and kind of watch the techniques that he's running with, you'll understand a little more what he was talking about. But I just wanted to kind of give everybody an idea that that's an offensive lineman that's breaking down. You can do all these things to try and stop him, and he has other moves that are going to help him.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He doesn't get home every time, but what does he do? He forces quarterbacks to think. He forces running backs to go, oh, crap. He wrecks game plans.
Yeah.
And it's been a pleasure to watch him. Like,
he's so good.
It really has been a lot of times I understand if they don't like Taylor Swift and Mahomes and Kelsey. I get that. Watching Patrick Mahomes is a joy. He runs until he does the flop thing. That's kind of irritating. But when he's running around and doing what Mike says, being slow but also getting away for 40 yards, it's amazing. When you watch Chris Jones do this, when you watch Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley do these things, we're very lucky to be able to watch some of these great athletes do the things that they're doing right now.
How does Kansas City get so many people in a way so wide open on critical third or fourth down plays? And how does Patrick Mahomes, he escapes one guy and then there's literally nobody in that area for 15 yards?
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of the way Andy Reid draws it up and knowing what their outs are. You know, knowing that I'm going to have this space because we cleared it because of the way that this was routed. A lot of times that's what Patrick Mahomes knows. Just like you as a pitcher, I know if I'm going to miss, I need to miss here.
Right, but there's copying done. The Cowboys never have a play where Dak rolls out.
Yes.
And then if the guy's not wide open that he can run the ball forever, then Dak can just run the ball for 12 yards until somebody becomes close to touching him. That never happens.
Yeah,
and that's why they have the coordinators that people hold in such high regard.
Because Andy Reid. And then
that's probably true.
And then lastly, space advertising. I wanted to dive into space advertising real quick. Astronomers are calling on nations to ban advertising in space that can be seen from the ground, calling it the latest threat to the dark. and quiet sky. At a briefing during the 245th meeting of the American Astronomical Society earlier this month, the organization rolled out a statement calling for bans on, quote, obtrusive space advertising because of the interference it would cause with ground-based astronomy. Obtrusive space advertising is defined as advertising in outer space that's capable of being recognized by a human being on the surface of Earth without the aid of a telescope or technology. So basically, let's put something on the moon. Let's put it out on the moon. Let's put it up in the sky.
So Mike and I both looked at each other in confusion, and I found a picture that shows like you can see the Coca-Cola logo in the sky. I have never heard of this until just now.
Bud Light on the horizon.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. I did not realize that was such a threat.
Astronomers are furious about this because they don't want to look up in the sky and see, Google ads up there and be like, what's going on? This is the quote, Kevin. The lure of it is so great that I can't imagine that no one will try. I think the commercial value will prompt somebody to do it. If you can put ads in the sky, you're winning, man.
How big would you have to make it that it would be seen? Like, let's just take Dallas, Fort Worth.
I don't know.
To me, there's no way, but maybe I'm wrong. There's no way that if you're in, let's say, the Dallas area, that if you're in Fort Worth, you would see that, right? It'd be so small and so far away. And if you're living, let's say, out in the country, I call like Glen Rose the country. Yeah. There's no way you could see what's happening. Like, they have beautiful night skies. You can see all the stars on a clear night and everything. It's really cool. But like, you can't see a Coca-Cola sign in the sky from Glen Rose that's shining in Dallas.
Hey, look, Mike, I don't have the technology yet. Somebody does, though. Somebody out there is going to come up with it. They're going to make a lot of money.
This is
it's the next billboard, Kevin.
Yeah.
You might drive into work in the morning and you're just like, I'm looking up in the sky.
Sky's free. Billboards. Will it screw up planes?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
Maybe. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
If they can fly through clouds, they can definitely fly through light, right? Because clouds weigh tons.
I guess so.
Light's not that heavy,
Look,
right?
I'm not the one who said. I was just passing along the information that clouds weigh a lot.
Yeah, lights must weigh a whole bunch up there.
Don't forget, you can see
just like clouds.
The G-Bang Nation live from the Brass Tap in Rockwall today. If you want to go check them out doing their show. Coming up next, though, all the history and money made during NFL Championship Sunday. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Design run, Hurts, delay, Hurts, and touchdown Eagles.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We talked plenty about Championship Sunday yesterday, but maybe not as much as we normally would have because of the Cowboys introductory press conference with the new head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. And I wanted to run through some more of the history and money that was made during Championship Sunday. Would you all like to start with the Buffalo-Kansas City game or the Washington-Philadelphia game?
Which one started first?
It was Washington and Philadelphia, and we played that clip for a specific reason. Do you know that Jalen Hurts, with 9, now has the most rushing touchdowns in the playoffs of any quarterback in NFL history?
9?
9.
Wow.
Maybe they were trying to not him set the record by just jumping off sides and being like, fine, give him. Who do you give the touchdown to? You play the fantasy sports thing on the thing?
Underdog. Daily fantasy.
What happens if they're like, touchdown Philadelphia?
Believe it or not, I wouldn't think I would normally have this. I actually have a weird answer when it comes to underdog. They have vulture protection. So if your touchdown gets stolen away from your person, you're protected there. As to who would get the credit?
Yeah.
I have no freaking idea. I never even heard of that rule
in
until
basketball.
Sunday.
If a guy accidentally tips in the ball and you're playing defense, they have to award the points to somebody on the other team. You can't just say 2 points awarded to nobody.
A palpably unfair act.
That's what it's called?
That's what that is called. And Babe Laufenberg has known this for, it feels like I think a decade. He told me yesterday.
Did you know about it?
I did not know the name of it.
Okay.
I did not know the name of it, but Babe said that he did ask a long time ago. He's asked some referees about this, and it's a palpably, and he's like, I've been waiting so long for this to happen in the middle of a game and me be able to say that to Brad and be like, I got it. I know what this is.
Mm-hmm.
And they got it first. So we're still waiting for it for Babe. So hopefully one day he'll get that opportunity. I'm looking forward to it.
It is crazy to think, even if it's like, a fraction of a yard, that they're like, no, touchdown. We're just going to go ahead and, I would like that with a more egregious pass interference inside the 5. They're like, you know what, touchdown. I'm not even giving you the ball inside the 1.
It's more about them just being tired of dealing with it than anything else.
I could see
They're
that.
just like, we're just sick of this. Stop it.
For Saquon Barkley, in this NFC playoffs, he has 66 carries for 442 yards. Here's the most impressive part. 317 yards after contact. So think about it. He's averaging almost 5 yards per carry after first contact. So just sometimes we have debates about offensive line and how your offensive line's doing, how the defensive line is penetrating. This is just to throw out there. If you're an elite back, you can still work off of contact. He has 5 touchdowns, and he has 8 runs of 15 yards or more.
Yeah. Well, and that's what, listen, when he was at Penn State, that's the kind of running back he was. He's just advanced it to the NFL, and he's like, good luck, guys.
Now, he has added a lot of cash just on the end of the season and the awards and his postseason. It's a sweet $250,000 for making the Pro Bowl.
Really?
Another
He didn't make it, though.
He technically would.
Not going.
That's true. Another $250,000.
What if you said you're not getting that? You're not.
feels like something the Cowboys would do. $250,000 for making the NFC Championship
All
game.
you have to do is retire, though, and they'll make sure you get all of your money, even if you don't play.
Is a weird thing that we do that I don't understand either. $500,000 for winning the rushing title, another $500,000 for being AP All-Pro, and now if he wins the Super Bowl, get another $250,000. So that's already $1.5 million and another $250,000 potentially to go.
He was the first ever millionaire.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know that.
I did not either.
I thought there was one more, but that's cool.
I wonder who the first one ever was.
I think it
Just
was
out of all
Rockefeller?
people.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't it have been like...
I know my comment is that's, I believe, Nolan Ryan or Todd Van Poppel.
Like an
because
Egyptian
Todd
pharaoh
Van Poppel,
or-
I think, got the first $1 million signing
Widely
bonus.
considered to be the first millionaire in the United States.
Okay.
John Jacob Astor. He was a German-born businessman who,
What are you shaking your head? You don't know who that is,
who
Mike.
made his fortune in real
I
estate.
think he must have changed his name because people wanted his money, because I think it's John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Wouldn't you just get tired of writing that? Like if you had to sign things all the time?
Well, probably because it was such a common name. Because his name was my name, too.
That is, I think you've taken the wrong message from that song. And I hate that I know exactly what you're talking about. This is why we couldn't have bigger careers, because we have all this stupid knowledge in our brain. Could you have become a lawyer, a doctor, architect? Maybe, but I can still tell you the lyrics to John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Hey, what did he do to get the $1 million?
He was... I lost it. Like, I don't know what just... Oh, he...
You lost $1 million?
No. He was a real estate mogul, furs, and opium export.
Like the cafeteria?
No, I knew you were going to say that. Furs like animal furs. Do you think they had a furs in the 1800s?
He started
they
the
didn't.
all-you-can-eat cafeteria and took out Wyatt's?
The world's first billionaire was Rockefeller. He was
Okay.
the first billionaire.
He is rich.
And the word millionaire was coined in France in 1719 to describe speculators in the Mississippi bubble.
Okay.
No clue what that. I have no clue, but there you go.
I just learned a lot today.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That should end the show.
Let's go, man.
It's almost over.
Trust me, I think about ending the show all the
Need to go to the
time.
restroom.
Hey, speaking of the NFC, do you know that Jaden Daniels...
Oh, yeah. I know he's in the
Shut
NFC.
up. That Jaden Daniels entered the NFC Championship game just 5 yards passing short of the record for most passing yards by a rookie in the playoffs. Boom! Hit
Held
it
by
straight
Dak.
away. And what did you say?
Held by Dak.
I think it was held by Russell Wilson.
Oh.
Sorry.
I thought Dak went on. They went 13-3, and then they went on a big playoff run.
Hey, they played in a playoff game that year.
That was his
So-
best playoff game of his career.
So
He's gone downhill from there.
So Jaden Daniels now holds that record. Now, give me cut number 5, if you will. Let's move over to the AFC.
Mahomes looking left. Pass caught at the 5-yard line. Edward near side. Leaping forward. Xavier Worthy. Touchdown. Kansas City.
Did you know this is the first time in football history, and we'll get into this specifically more tomorrow, that a team has made the Super Bowl 5 times in 6 years?
No. I mean, I kind of feel like I knew that, but no.
It's pretty damn
That
impressive.
is very impressive, dude.
For Patrick Mahomes.
Stop being a Mahomer, Kevin.
I am.
Look,
I don't care.
He's
one of-
great.
One of the greatest players all
Yeah.
time.
Get your guns up.
already.
I was telling my wife, I was like, can you believe the greatest quarterback in football history came from Texas Tech, and they weren't even that good at football while he was
Did they
there?
ever win a bowl game while he was there?
No, they forgot to. The defensive players
Yeah.
stayed in Lubbock, and they were like, you need to score 762 points today to win.
So the
like,
two
"All right, I'll
greatest
try."
could be a backup from Michigan and the quarterback at Texas Tech.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever you're scouting quarterbacks, just be like, hell, I don't know.
Yeah.
They should have been picking those Hawaii quarterbacks every year that were putting up eye-popping stats, and they're like system quarterback. You don't know.
That's why Jerry's like, hey, it's like being an old 49er out there just picking for gold. The next pick could be the one.
Yeah, I get it.
Did you
Well,
find the right one?
talking about how great Mahomes is already. He's 28?
Whatever you
Ish.
say, I'll believe.
Okay, ish. To protect me there. By winning the AFC Championship game, Patrick Mahomes
You're
broke.
way off.
What is he?
29.
Okay. I feel like that covers the ish.
Yeah.
Oh, let me ask you this real quick, and I hate myself for asking this. How much room does ish cover when you're talking about an age?
2 years.
Yeah, 2 years either side.
Either side?
Yeah,
Okay.
so if you said they were 30 and they're 33, you're not ish-ish.
Okay, good point.
You've ished away.
So
Too
since
much
Mahomes won the AFC Championship game, he broke a tie with Joe Montana for the second most wins in playoff history by a quarterback. He, of course, trails Tom Brady. But yes, at the tender age of 29, he now has the second most wins in the history of the NFL playoffs for a quarterback.
Dude's insane. I mean, and again, the pairing with Andy Reid, those two together, because he couldn't do it without the defense. Tech proved that. The defense has helped, but he's made so many plays and been in so many clutch situations. He's come through for him.
He didn't even make the Pro Bowl this year.
Yeah, he wasn't good this year.
Yes.
He wasn't good this year.
He lost a game.
I am going to argue against that. I think he was really good in the second half of the year. First half, fair point.
He's played in 18 games and he lost one.
It's true.
Overall, then he wasn't good.
I mean, I think that if Dak would have been the quarterback of the Chiefs, they would have been to 5 Super Bowls already.
Feel fairly
I'll disagree with that.
You don't?
If Dak would have been, I said I will disagree with that.
No,
Okay. I thought you said I don't disagree with
No,
that.
I will disagree with
I
that.
think if Dak would have been drafted in 2016 by Kansas City, they would have the same fate that they have now.
Disagree.
I think he might be very
Stop
interested
it.
to see how
you
him
put
and
together that
him
research
and Andy Reid
tomorrow.
would work together.
Let me know how that goes. All right. You asked earlier, how did the Chiefs always figure out, kind of like both offensively and defensively, the right play? Here's a great example of why. Patrick Mahomes dislocated his knee on a quarterback sneak in 2019.
I remember.
So in the 5 years since then, they're like, let's not do that anymore. They have had 3 designed runs for him since then. 4th and 2, when they were trailing in overtime of the Super Bowl. 4th and 1 in the game on Sunday. And then the touchdown he ran in on Sunday. The second one. That is.
But didn't he have an option to pitch that ball if he needed to?
That might have been, but I think they designed it.
So it's a design where he is running the ball,
Yes.
but if the
If it
defense
falls
collapses
apart,
to
then
him,
you
he
can
has an
pitch.
option.
So it is a run pass option, but technically
Or run
it is
pitch
designed,
option, maybe.
as a run. 3 times, and 2 of them were on Sunday, when clearly Buffalo was not ready for. They're like, what?
Yeah.
As they shouldn't have.
How about
been.
Tony Romo letting them know, which is fine, the game's on, like too late, Buffalo, but they're like, Josh Allen never sneaks under center. He always moves usually to
right
the left.
or left?
I thought it
Yeah.
was to the left.
Well,
right?
it was the left, and,
Yeah.
and he said that the Chiefs had discussed that. He was saying the Chiefs, Jim Nantz had said the Chiefs were ready for this. They said he goes to the left all the time, and then he continued to do it.
A couple more quick notes for you outside of football. Did you see that Jimmy Butler got suspended a 3rd time, this time for allegedly walking out of practice? And then
I guess their asking price has been like kind of first round picks and a prospect or two, and they're finally, because we're getting closer and closer to the deadline,
it's a
they're
week
like,
from Thursday.
They're like, oh, we might back off of that one if you want.
Especially because this is the 3rd time they've suspended him. In those negotiations, I'd be like, great, keep him. See ya.
You just keep him.
It sounded like the teams that are still interested are Memphis and Milwaukee.
Phoenix
is out.
Interested because really?
Bradley Beal has a full no trade clause.
He doesn't want to do that.
And I guess he's turned down Chicago. They were going to get Zach Levine.
Who, by the way, Zach Levine is awesome this year.
Yeah, but because Bradley Beal is like, I have a full no trade clause. I'm not going to Chicago.
And then
I don't think, I don't know if I didn't see this, if Miami didn't want him or he's denied going to Miami, but Bradley Beal can stop everything Phoenix wants to do.
And then the last thing I have for you, we didn't mention this yesterday. Did you see what the Utah Hockey Club is trying to change its name to?
The Stocktons.
Incorrect.
The Malones. The Ostertags.
Hey, let's just say you got it right and give Corey a shot.
You can do 3 because I did 3.
The Mormons.
The Utah Yeti.
Oh, good. Great. That's exactly what I wanted it to be.
Not Yetis.
Yeah, that's where
Yeti.
where the Yeti is.
Now, they've run into a problem.
Oh, they want to use the logo.
The United
for Yeti?
States Patent Office refused their attempt to patent this name out of likelihood of confusion with other notable brands using the name, such as Yeti coolers.
That stinks.
Can't you pay them? Like, back in the day, Hulk Hogan had to give money to Marvel for using the word Hulk.
Oh, really?
As his first name. Can't you figure out a deal? I don't think people are going to go, dang it, I meant to get a cooler and I bought hockey tickets.
Yeah.
This is stupid. And I know they'd say no. Why not just try to team up and say, we want to be the Jazz? It's a stupid name in our state, but it works for our basketball team. Let's just all be the Jazz.
I don't know.
I don't know why I typed in Yeti Arena, but like that's what I would do.
Where are they? Where's the Yeti Arena?
There's not one.
Oh, Yeti's.
But I would
dropping the ball on
immediately,
that.
I would say, hey, Yeti, let's team up on this together. Can we use your name? And also we'll give you a share of advertising for the arena or whatever. I don't know.
Fair. They could be the Utah Trouts. That's where Mike Trout played AAA baseball.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. A lot of white people yell at you when you play against the Salt Lake Bumblebees.
The
or
Utah
whatever they are.
Miracle on Ices.
I think they're the Bees. Bees knees.
Do you know you're still talking?
Yeah, we
I
should have
think
gone
that
to
last
break
one
2
he
minutes
meant
ago,
Ethan as
Kevin.
We're the
That's on
KNC.
you.
Is it? We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, shut up. Let's talk with the G-Vag Nation live from the Brass Tap in Rockwall.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Valanciunas starts the third quarter, turned it over. Mavericks one. Tower of power finish by Daniel Gafford with a foul.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Wizards are defeated by the Mavericks 130-108, and a game was not even that close. Right now, let's turn our attention, courtesy of D&M Leasing, to the Brass Tap and the G-Bang Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today, and can you remind everybody, where is you?
We are in Rockwall. It's pretty close there. It's that first stop when you get on the other side of the bridge, when you're looking out over the lake and all that. And yeah, Brass Tap here today, where I just had one of the best shrimp baskets of my life.
Ooh. Now, Eric, I do believe it is your birthday, is it not?
It is. Yes, Hagee. Thank you.
All right, Eric, I'm going to give you this option for your birthday. Would you like Mike Bassick to ask you a question? Because he has a really dumb question that he wants to ask you guys.
Yeah, I'm totally here for that. That'd be a great. That would be a birthday wish come true.
So we were finding out some information, Eric, on millionaires.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever met a person named John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt?
Not personally, no, but I've heard of his legend.
Because there's a lot of people named that, and John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt changed his last three names to like Asher, I believe.
He was not the first millionaire in America.
That's what Corey said. Corey's in the bathroom right now. He had a major emergency with his gut.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I went in there and checked on him. He said he's doing all right, but he's still in
Grab
there.
his pants again?
Almost. And remember, he doesn't wear underwear.
It's literally his pants every time.
Yeah. So have you ever heard the song John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt?
John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. His name is my name too.
Yeah, what happens now?
Whenever I go out,
the people always shout, they say John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. La, 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 John Jacob. This is why we need to do that giveaway contest. This stuff right here. All right.
What makes that a church song? Didn't we do that in church a lot? Was that a Sunday school deal? Or was that an elementary school deal?
I think it was like a Barney thing.
Yeah.
I think that's where I
think it was.
Hold on.
That's where I was
So
turning.
the immediate answers we got were it was from church, it was a Jewish thing, and I think it was Barney. Those are the three options we've got.
That's what Moses was singing when he was walking out of Egypt.
No, it's like, get on the ark, let's get on the ark. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Da, 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 da.
All right. I don't know how we recover from this. So I'm going to try this.
Somebody
Hey.
needs to check on Corey.
Yeah,
I did earlier.
Mike did, except he did it with this evil grin and ran over there, and it sounded like he yelled at Corey when he was in the bathroom.
Mike,
Yeah.
you should cut the lights out. You should also do some like wet paper towel grenades. You know, let's get some of that going there.
What, you just throw them over the stall and it hits them?
Yeah. You just get a bunch of paper towels, you ball them up, you get them a little bit wet, and then you lob them
with the lights off
into the stall.
You'll know it's me.
What do you care?
He's listening
think it's
right
Medford.
now. He's listening.
me?
On the potty. We have the radio station on the potty.
No, he likes to listen to LeGrande.
Yeah, you know that.
Oh,
when he
yeah,
goes number two.
LeGrande.
Stop it. Don't say
When he-
anything else, Mike. All
When he's
right.
dropping the LeGrande.
Do you think it matters which team wears white in the Super Bowl? Because Philly had the
I think
option.
You have a stomach ache.
They declined. Jeez. They declined to wear white, and that means the Chiefs are going to wear white. And people are like, 37 of the 58 Super Bowl winners have won the white jersey. Do you think it actually matters if you wear the white jersey?
I'm not sure, but I'm not going to rule out there's something to it. So there's no way in hell I would turn down the chance to play white in that scenario.
Cowboys
Usually
have always worn white in their 8 Super Bowls?
The Cowboys?
Yeah. Are they?
No, against the Baltimore Colts in Super Bowl 4? 5, they wore blue.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when Jim O'Brien kicked the game-winning field goal.
Yeah, things got freaky.
And then Bob Lilly threw a helmet further than any human being ever.
He sure did.
Yes, he did.
Sure did.
What do you guys think? I know we all kind of thought this might have been a done deal yesterday, but you get the official news. Matt Eberflus
Let's go!
will be the defensive coordinator. It feels like when he left here, people were sad to see him go. I know he comes back here as a head coach who had some struggles, especially with the clock. How are you guys feeling about this hire?
I mean, I'm optimistic about it. I think he's a good coordinator, but for a coaching staff and an organization that talks about continuity a lot, I thought they had a good thing going with Mike Zimmer. So I don't know why we should be here. You know, I think the smart thing to do, in retrospect, looking back at the last 2 weeks, was to do what Brian suggested at midseason, let Schottenheimer call plays. And if you had just started with that, then you get all the good that McCarthy brings, and you elevate Schottenheimer, and you don't have, you know, a defense trying to learn a new coordinator here for the third year in a row.
Yeah, I prefer Zimmer. I mean, I think Eberflus is it's solid. His defenses are sound, but they're not necessarily exotic or overtly creative or aggressive. And so I would sort of prefer that. And I think Zimmer brought a little bit more of that to the table. But I mean, the proof is in the pudding for the most part. Like it's going to be a solid defense. I just don't think it's a wow hire by any stretch.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of guys that they're probably going to draft this year on defense. So new coordinator, new defense, the veteran guys like Micah Parsons. That's always going to be the challenge. Can you get Micah Parsons? You know, how do you free him up? Boy, it'd be really nice to have Overshown here and have him be a part of all this too. But they're going to have a lot of new players on that defense because I don't expect Osa to be back. I don't expect Golston to be back. I don't expect Jordan Lewis to be back, to be honest with you. We'll see how that all plays. So, new coordinator, new defense. It's not like you're teaching 11 guys a brand new defense. They're new guys, new defense.
Which
DeMarcus
reminds
Lawrence
me,
to Washington.
That's
my prediction.
Yeah.
Well, I can guarantee you won't be a Cowboy.
Yeah.
It's a good Cowboys free agent prediction, Mike.
Thanks.
What do you guys got coming up on the program, and where can people find you today?
Pure Gold, as always, Hagee, thanks for asking. Just come out 30 and go over the water, and then bang. You take that first right, you drop down into where all these glorious restaurants and hangouts are. And we are at the Brass Tap here today with our friends from Stella Artois. Stink joins us at 4:40. Mark Schlereth talking football.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them in Rockwall at the Brass Tap. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Hey, you're back.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Brass Tap in Rockwall. They got whatever you need. I told you I just had one of the best shrimp baskets of my life. I'm having a pitcher of Diet Coke delivered, so I'm fired up and ready for 5 hours of sports with you. Thank you, sir. Thanks to Stella Artois for having us out here once again today. Finest beer in the land. Come on out with us, and we'll crack them with you. We'll do some fellowship. It'd be nice to see you. Gentlemen at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Bros, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. You have Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. About, what are we looking at? 20 miles due west from our broadcast position today. Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the house. Wolchuk once again all dressed up nice. He was on TV doing East-West Shrine Game practice stuff. Let me fix your collar there for you, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. I need all the help I can get.
I know, you look damn good.
I only own like 2 collared shirts.
Look damn good. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And thanks for making us part of your day. Was it fun? I know coming up at 2:20 we're going to talk prospects.
Yeah.
Who stood out?
It was a blast, man. It was my first time really getting to go to the East-West Shrine Bowl and experience those practices. It's both teams did it differently. One team actually did some one-on-one, so we got some good offensive line, defensive line action, and the DBs and receivers, which I loved. You did some 7-on-7 red zone period. Other teams didn't do one-on-ones, but they did situational work. So it's like there's a minute 3 on the clock, you got 1 timeout, you're down 2. There's a minute 15 on the clock, you got 2 timeouts, you need a touchdown to win. So the situational football aspect of it I thought was a blast to watch as well.
Right on. So we'll have a lot of draft for you, obviously, all winter and into the spring. And as this is really the beginning of draft season with this deal and the Shrine Bowl and through the Combine, we're very excited about that. Nice win for the Mavs last night, though, guys. And I think a big picture storyline to ask you about right now as they scrape by with that Thunder win without touching 500. Now they've built a little bit of a cushion. You have New Orleans and Detroit coming up here this week. Hopefully they can win games against horrible opponents, which has been a problem with them over the last month or so. Unfortunately, during this Luka injury, they've gone back to playing horrible against bad teams. But what's that doing for you? Has your fanmanship or your belief been buoyed? I think we're looking at them needing to win about 16 of the remaining 35 games now to at least be a play-in team. That seems a lot more manageable than maybe we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago.
No, man, I was doom and gloom guy a little bit. Not as doom and gloom as Bassick, but man, when you start losing games to Charlotte and New Orleans, and then you turn around and you win one against. Yeah, but they've got Oklahoma City's number.
Unbelievable you got those 2 wins.
Yeah, I was talking to some folks, though. The New Orleans game, super important. Guy told me Detroit's playing better. Detroit last year was kind of what we saw in Washington. My guy said, Washington's a damn bad team. And I said, well, play them every day then.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, you wish. But, you need to go out and you need to take care of these games because, like you said, you got some games coming up in Philadelphia, Boston, those that are going to be. Boston is, we've seen them the other night, what they can do to you. Philadelphia has been a little bit of a team that struggled with the injuries, but boy, it'd be nice to start getting some players healthy again because they are doing it literally they're just throwing junk at these teams and hoping that they can find the combinations that work for them. There's really, no kind of rhyme or reason to it. It's like, okay, tonight we're going to need to play this way, and then tomorrow night we might have to play this way. So I'd love to get all their guys back. They were like at one time they were a team that, they were on a streak there, a nice little winning streak. When they were whole before Christmas break, they were winning a lot of games, and like I say, now they're just kind of a shell of a team, just trying to keep their head above water and throw that junk at the opponents and hope it works that night.
Yeah, and you need somebody to step up and have a big game for you, and it was P.J. Washington and, Kyrie Irving and Spencer Dinwiddie at times against the Thunder, but last night, right out of the gates, it was Klay Thompson with a historic Mavs shooting performance, 7 threes. He put up 10 of them in the first quarter, but 7 threes in the first quarter, too shy of the record that he set in the league-wide. About 10 years or so ago, he made 9 threes in a big third quarter flurry. So that was really cool to see him hit like that. I'm still open-minded to trading him. I think there's going to be big Klay Thompson moments, but as we sit here with over half the season played, I think I've seen enough that I think his offense is too inconsistent at this stage in his career, and his defense is definitely not a help anymore. I think he'd be kind of a liability in a playoff series and not help you out with scoring enough. So I'm open-minded to it. I know it's kind of a sensitive situation after you just signed the guy and you went through the courting of that whole deal. Maybe it'd be a bad business move, but I think it's important enough right now that I'd say I'm sorry we're doing a bad business move, but we need to do what's in the best interest of our chances of winning right now, because the Mavs championship opportunity is now, especially since they won those 2 games against OKC. I mean, if you had not won those games unexpectedly, you'd be looking at having to play above 500 from this point forward just to be a play-in team and get to 41 wins. So let's appreciate those. But after these 2, New Orleans and Detroit, and you're right, Brian, the Pistons are a 500 team. It's Cleveland, which is at the top of the East. Mm-hmm. They're an absolute demon of a regular season team. I don't know if they're real contenders.
Yeah,
but man, they can stack up wins, and they're hard to beat in the regular season.
Think about that, man. They're so good in the regular season, but would you pick them to beat Boston? Absolutely not.
No, you wouldn't. But getting to the Eastern Conference Finals, that ain't bad.
Yes. The Rockets are on the schedule here 4 or 5 games out, and
31
they are
and 14.
That's a pesky team.
Very good.
Yeah,
very good, very athletic. That's going to be tough, and you'll have the Kings, Warriors, Heat as well before the All-Star break. So hopefully this thing is manageable. I'm having a lot of fun seeing how the games go, because I think NBA basketball is still a very entertaining product, even if you get all the threes. And right now they're trying to hold it down until you get reinforcements. There's something fun about it. Okay. By the way, Klay was asked about a potential All-Star Weekend event. It's in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Him and Curry and Caitlin Clark and Sabrina Ionescu in some sort of a competition.
Yes.
It'd be a blast. Let's do that.
Yeah, it would be.
Because was it Steph versus Sabrina last year?
Yes. I thought that was going to happen. I thought when they announced the things, they were going to do like a.
The way he talked about it last night, he was like, "I'd love to be a part of it. I don't know much about it, though."
Okay. Maybe they were trying to. I could see Klay just being a bit aloof to just about anything.
But this was scheduled.
I perhaps
they asked me to do it. Oh yeah, sure, I'm in. Yeah.
Well, because they came out with the new All-Star dynamic, like whatever it was, maybe like a month and a half
3-on-3 basketball
ago.
or 4-on-4. What are we doing in this thing? They got various.
Well, they have multiple teams. Multiple now,
teams.
Instead of just 2 teams. You're talking about. I guess it's 3 or 4 teams, and then you tournament style to victory. But yeah, I think you got to try. And if you're the NBA, it's a no-brainer to have the Splash Bros. You have a Battle of the Sexes thing going. You're promoting the WNBA. Caitlin Clark is a freaking absolute superstar. That's not even you doing a favor to her. That's her doing a favor to you if she's getting in the mix on that. And that would be must watch. I mean, last year Steph versus Ionescu was actually really fun and entertaining. Yeah. And you add Caitlin Clark and Klay into the mix in the Bay. It's a no-brainer.
Be a blast.
Yeah, it would be. It'll be fun tonight. The Stars are in Las Vegas, 9 o'clock. Playoff positioning on the line. Obviously you feel the rivalry there with Las Vegas, considering the recent history. Ottinger has had some massive games recently. Can they do it again tonight against a high-powered Golden Knights offense?
Man, the last 2 minutes of that game the other night in Dallas against Vegas, it just goes to show you how important goaltending is. Because they set up, Vegas set up 3 different plays where, empty net gold except Otter getting across, getting a glove, getting a stick, getting a body. But man, Vegas is tough to play. There's so much talent on that, and the crowds in Vegas are great too. So it's a real home ice advantage to them. But man, the Stars have played really, really well on the road. Didn't matter whether they go on the East Coast, West Coast, wherever they've been playing on the road. They've been doing a pretty nice job there. So another big one coming up here against the Knights.
I mean, you got to be sharp. Special teams is going to be key tonight. Absolutely. Vegas is great at that. Defensive line depth. Can a guy like Thomas Harley have a big game, come up with some big plays? You need everybody. And again, that playoff positioning on the line, all these kind of games will be, hugely pivotal in determining the bracket here in just a couple of months. I did like what I saw from Schottenheimer yesterday, continuing to digest the social media, the reactions from it. I don't know if cautiously optimistic is the right tone, but I do feel like it could have been a lot worse than Schottenheimer. Maybe you lucked into the fact that you have a guy in the building who's really wanting to get motion going, right? And this is maybe what the Cowboys fans that want that kind of offense needed, because the Cowboys were never going to go on a search for one. They were never going to hire the hot candidate that's running a top offense. You sort of needed for it to fall in your lap, and just maybe that's what happened. Can you get with me at all on that?
Yeah, that's certainly the reason to be optimistic. He said the right things when he talked about more condensed formations. The Cowboys played super wide. All of their wide receivers were outside by the numbers. That's something where you look at the condensed formations. That's what Sean McVay really makes a living on with the Rams. They use probably the most in all of the National Football League. Dolphins,
49ers.
McDaniel, who came from obviously Kyle Shanahan, all of them studying under Mike. But absolutely, did he reinvent himself? Did he go and look at some of these other new innovative offenses? And is he actually going to do that? I think right now, as Cowboy fans, we're all just super pessimistic. We've heard the talk. We got to see it, right? So that is the reason to kind of have hope. But it's what do we see on Sunday when the season kicks off? And I don't know if we even see it in Oxnard, if it means that it's going to translate to the football field and games.
I wonder. Help me with this one, guys. He said all the right things about what he wants to do. Do you wonder if he was saying these things to McCarthy? And do you wonder, was he being such a good soldier, of not wanting to go to the Joneses and say, well, hey, listen, we could do this. We play way too open. We need to be condensed. We need to run more motion. We need to get Turpin more involved. We need to – it just makes me wonder – did he just sit in his office, close the door, and not say anything and not want to upset the apple cart, where you could have maybe said, hey, listen, Coach, Mike, listen, we've got to think about doing this. I watched tape the other day of the 49ers or the Rams, and they were doing this, and they were attacking people this way. Because this thing could have, if he sat there and did nothing about it, then I feel kind of like, that sucks,
Like a sabotage?
Well, I don't know if it's a sabotage, but it's like, are you just being such a good soldier that you're going to just put your head down and march? And now he's talking about all these things. And obviously he sent him to the Joneses in a way that they hired him as the head coach. I wish, did he not step up when things were not good, or did McCarthy just dismiss him? Mm-hmm. That's what I want to know. Mm-hmm. Did he just close his door? I've been there, man. Close your door. Work on self-improvement. Nobody's going to listen to you. Get ready for your next gig. Yeah. I wonder if he did that, or did he try and McCarthy just said, no, bro, nah. And now, and now the Joneses are like, whoa, hey, I like what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
As a general manager, I would have gone into my guys and said, listen, do we have any better ideas here, what we're doing on offense? Mm-hmm. Has anybody got – Schotty, you got something over there you're working on?
Yeah, it's just I think it is a little bit easier said than done when you have an entire offensive staff that is geared one way. And now all of a sudden you got one guy, and they did implement some of the motion stuff as the year went on last year, and their rushing attack didn't benefit from it. Their passing attack certainly did up until they went up against the cream of the crop defenses and opponents. But how much of that can you really – can you just ask Mike Solari to start teaching run concepts in a particular way after he's been coaching for forever, doing it, one way?
Yeah.
I don't know that it's that easy to do.
So you think that Schottenheimer just sat in his office, closed the door, and tried to work on self-improvement in the next job. Ultimately, it got him the head coaching job.
I'd like to think that he had a hand in revamping some of the things they did do in 2023 when they shifted things, and you could tell in their passing attack, and they got much better after that bye week. I would like to think he had something to do with that. But he probably didn't have enough capability himself to be like, hey, I know how to, Mike Solari, this is how we need to do it. Like, it's easy to look at something and say, man, I would like to do that. But I've never coached it that way. No one around me has coached it that way. So we can try and do some things. We can put guys in motion, and for the passing attack, we can try some stuff. But implementing a whole new way of doing something, maybe he did speak up and McCarthy didn't want to do it, or just we're not capable. I'm McCarthy. I've been doing this for 30 years one way. That's why I think the staff that Schottenheimer is hiring right now, you talk about that Cardinals guy, the offensive line coach, whatever. Like those, he has to surround himself with these guys. I think he has a vision for what he wants, but he's never done it, and he's never been surrounded by it.
Man, I think that's really well said, and I think we can hope for the best, with his hires and his ability to implement that. But they tried to implement it second half of 2023. Their running game didn't get better, Chief has pointed out a couple of times, right? They try to do it. So if you're Mike McCarthy and Brian's like, hey, we should try this, Mike's like, we did last year, it didn't work. Yeah. I'll tell you the easiest thing to do in the world internally inside a team is to politic for the job when the team is burning, when you've lost 5 in a row. Yeah. There's a lot of open ears, and you say, we have the right players, we have the right front office. We just have this guy that's our head coach that's refusing to do this. I have the answers for you. So I don't know if that's what Schottenheimer did after being in NFL buildings for more than half of his adult life. That's probably a very adept way of getting a head coaching job. And that's why my fingers are crossed, and I'm optimistic that it's actually because he has learned a detailed understanding on how to bring this to fruition.
Yeah, I think they answered your question during the presser yesterday when they specified he's had to bite his tongue a lot. I think it was Mike. I think Mike was not very open to a ton of new ideas. I do know that there were a couple of times where Mike went to Schotty, and Schotty was like, I've kind of been saying we need to do this for a long time. There was certainly a disconnect there between both visions. But I think that probably has a lot to do with, that's the first thing that I thought of when you brought that up. Like, why are they saying he's got to bite his tongue if he wasn't ever unhappy with something that was going on? So we can be hopeful and optimistic, but we do have a long list of time and stats of him being a play caller.
Yeah,
and he doesn't run any of that stuff.
No, absolutely. I know from my own personal experience, speaking out will get you fired. And, I didn't learn that till it was already gone, till my opportunity was already, you stand up and you say, hey, guys, this is wrong. This is absolutely wrong what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Then somebody will find a way to get rid of you.
Well, yeah, I think in an organization.
Maybe he did. Maybe Schottenheimer just said, okay, fine.
Yeah.
You're not going to listen to me. I'm just going to sit back here, and we'll see what happens at the end of the year.
G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Woolchuck wins Shrine Bowl, and what are we going to do next, buddy?
Yeah, we'll talk about some players that caught my eye at the Shrine Bowl that you can watch on Thursday night when they play the game on NFL Network. That's next to the Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a...
Welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Rockwall at the Brass Tap. Thanks to our friends, your friends, with Stella Artois. Come on by and we'll fellowship. We'll crack a couple of coldies, have ourselves a time. It's time now for Wolchuk to break down some draft gold that he saw today. He was, evaluating prospects at the East-West Shrine Game practice. This segment of the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, so it was awesome. Thank you so much to Lights Out Sports TV. That's Sean Merriman's bunch. We actually had him on the show a couple weeks ago. But Vach Lombardi and I, along with our friend Bonnie Jill, we were out there broadcasting the last 2 days of practice for the Shrine Bowl, and Eric Gelko and the staff they've got over there was at the University of North Texas Lovelace Family Facility, the indoor there at my old stomping grounds at UNT. And really, the talent that they were able to get there was impressive. And yesterday, I brought up the kid from Middlebury, Thomas Perry. Now, he's a Duke guy, Duke Manyweather. Actually works with him. He's a Division III player. And this is
looks extremely strong.
Extremely strong. Now he is like kind of short and stocky in a sense. When I say short, but like I'm talking about
6'2",
6'3", maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. But man, he to me against some of these bigger bodied defensive tackles, like specifically you've got Tonka Hemingway, who's a massive dude from South Carolina. Georgia's got another guy that he was going up against, Nazir Stackhouse.
Yeah, Stackhouse is big and strong.
Yes,
yeah.
and him as a bull rusher is very, very difficult to contain. But even a guy, I mean, you look at them side by side, Perry's going to be giving up quite a bit of size, but his ability to just kind of anchor and sit, and he's not getting driven off the football. I mean, the power, and sometimes he's trusting his power a little bit too much to where now I'm kind of a defensive tackle can get him leaning one way. I'm going to use your body weight against you.
And then throw him, but they can't throw the guy, right?
You can't, but they still did. In some
Okay.
practices, right?
Yeah.
So that would lead to some chippiness. But the kid was unbelievable, and after the practice today, I mean, he was just getting mobbed by scouts. Like, the secret's out on this kid from Middlebury. But I was really impressed with Kyle McCord, the quarterback from Syracuse who transferred from Ohio State. I did not think very highly of Kyle McCord before this.
Day 2, third round, fourth round guy?
Yeah, I think he's going to start.
Fourth round would be day 3,
like, he's probably going to be right behind Jackson Dart, I would envision.
Okay.
Like, and maybe Dart plays so well at the Senior Bowl,
Yeah.
and people are looking at his film, and he ends up getting into the conversation of like second round. Maybe he can sneak into the first round of teams like him more than Milroe. But yeah, I think third round, Kyle McCord for teams that need a quarterback, like he's in that next wave of guys.
Does he remind you? I know I hate doing this. Is there somebody when you watch on Sundays, and is he kind of he's got this kind of mobility. He's got, I mean, I've watched a little Syracuse because as an opponent, but I haven't focused on McCord that way. He came from Ohio State, right?
He did, and he can
so
spin
big
it,
time
man.
recruit. And then ends up at Syracuse, plays fine football.
Right, because they kind of used him as the scapegoat for why they lost to Michigan.
Right.
So he had that awesome audio afterwards where Syracuse ends up, hey, we're going to go. We beat, who was it, at the end of the season that allowed Clemson to get into the ACC championship game. And I guess I wasn't the problem, right, at Ohio State. But the kid, I mean, he's got the ability to move around. The play-action boot was there. And he just throws an extremely accurate football. That was the thing that really stood out to me. Like, they did a lot of red zone work.
Mm-hmm.
So you're in a tight confined. So he's got the touch. The deep ball was there. Two receivers that are absolute studs. Okay, I brought up one yesterday, and you know about one. Nick Nash, San Jose State.
Yeah.
Going to be on the E squad. He's going to wear number 3. Dude was a Triple Crown winner in college, right, at the FCS levels. He was the leader in receptions, yards, and touchdowns. So he was the Jamar Chase of college football this year. But you watch him move, and it looks different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's smooth as hell, caught pretty much everything that was thrown his way, even adjusted to some bad balls as well. And then the other kid.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How does he compare? Have you seen Besh from TCU?
I like Nash more.
Okay. Oh, more than.
Yeah.
See, because I've got Besh as like the bottom of the second round. Is Nash
I think Nash,
second round receiver?
I think he's definitely gonna go in the third. Maybe he can go. It depends on how teams. Because he's not as tall as Besh. I don't believe.
Okay. How about with
but
him?
he's a better route runner.
Okay. Well, how about then? Have you seen Royals from Utah State?
Yeah, I kind of like Nick Nash's game more well-rounded than Royals as well. Better route runner.
Okay,
now, he doesn't have the yak that Royals does. Royals really does. That's what makes him special. After the catch, he's certainly a game breaker, much like Luther Burden. But I think Nick Nash, like, you know what you're getting. It's kind of like if I'm comparing Emeka Egbuka to some of these other first-round guys, like, does everything well. Nick Nash does everything well.
Okay.
And then we got a kid, Eastern Washington, Efton Chisholm, wide receiver number 81.
Okay, people have asked me a ton about
Little
this
dude.
kid. Yeah.
Little dude, okay? He's this year's, like, Cooper Kupp. That's going to go in the middle of the draft. Now, does he end up being Cooper Kupp? I don't know. But you can see the Rams.
When you say little, are you talking about like Taj Johnson?
6 foot.
Oregon? Oh, 6 foot.
Yeah.
Okay.
5'11".
Okay.
You know,
all right.
shorter, right? But no, not as small as like a Kevontae Turpin.
Right.
We're not talking
that's
like 5'8".
That's Taj Johnson from Oregon.
Tez, yeah, from and apparently he's been crushing it at the Senior Bowl as well. But that's another guy to watch. Offensive lineman. Okay. Issei Pohl, Washington State, number 76 on the E squad.
Okay.
Played left tackle. They were working him on the right side. So he's a guy that's got position versatility. But if the Cowboys say they don't take an offensive tackle in the first round, I would keep an eye on this kid, maybe in the third. Issa Pohl out of Washington State, really, really talented player. On the other side, the West team, which I think overall they're just not quite as talented. On the East squad, real quick, just to finish, Za Frazier, the UTSA defensive back, long, lanky. I mean, he fits right in with what Tariq Woolen did, hit the ground running. But there's some players that I do like, especially running backs on the East side. I'm a big fan, as you know, of Taj Brooks, the running back from Texas Tech.
Heard great things about him.
Really, really good player. Jalen Conyers, also tight end out of Texas Tech. If you want to find some tight ends that are blocking well, the West team's going to be a team to watch for you. Like, these are guys, Conyers can give you something after the catch as well, big-bodied receiver, but I think at the block point, I'm interested to see how he does in the game. And then Tyler Batty, B-A-T-T-Y, an edge from BYU.
Okay.
Had some quickness to his game, little bit of bendiness. I liked what we saw from him, but the two defensive tackles are really ones that you're going to want to watch in this game. C.J. West, defensive lineman from Indiana, who was basically unguardable. And then,
unblockable.
Unblockable, excuse me. And then Jordan Phillips from Maryland.
Yeah.
Now, he's a transfer, but Jordan Phillips is another name. I've already seen some people kind of in the second round range. Maybe the Cowboys could be interested there. Jordan Phillips, big, wide body, but a sensational player that really, he won every rep that I saw.
Thank you, guys. There it is. Zach Wolchuk's report on East-West Shrine game. Did a heck of a job there.
It was fun, man.
Yeah, I bet. All right, it's time now to go back into the Pimp Cup as we're live in the Brass Tap in Rockwall. Here's Lucius, the G-Bag of the day.
That's me in the corner. That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion.
Trying to.
Yeah.
I was just. Yeah, there you go.
Nah, I was singing that driving in today. I don't know why. It's in my head. Okay, we got a vacated title right here. Mr. Dawson just dropped on us that he's feeling positive about the Cowboys coaching hire. Is that what you said there?
Yeah. I think more than average.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, sure did. Yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for listening, Lucius.
Well, I got a lot of
More of these
toxic reactions to the Cowboys coaching hire right here for G-Bag of the day. So, hey, let's see. Let's go to WFFFA TV, Channel 8, where they were talking to an upset Cowboys fan and his girlfriend.
The only thing Jerry Jones has ever done was hire Jimmy Johnson that won him 3 Super Bowls. And other than that, he makes a lot of money and that's it. Quit doing football. You don't do football. You suck at football. Quit controlling football. Make America's team great again. You suck. You're the worst owner in all of sports.
I told my boyfriend he should come talking about it because he's such a huge Cowboys fan. He's so upset. He doesn't even want to be associated with the Cowboys right now. He doesn't even want to talk about it. He doesn't want to be on camera about it because he's like so embarrassed that the Cowboys would do this, and he hates the choice so much, he doesn't even want to talk about it.
And I won't pay one dime to see the Cowboys or a jersey or anything. I'm done. Done paying a penny to them. I don't care.
I love it.
Wow.
You know, if I'm wrong about this Brian Schottenheimer thing being slightly lukewarm on a scale of 1 to 10, then I think the silver lining is this is a turning point for the fan base. This is different.
Yeah,
this is great.
Yeah.
This is like when they hired Kellen Moore to be OC. Remember the outrage about that?
Sure.
But now it's your freaking head coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't get any better when Stephen Jones mocked all of us with the quotes like, "Oh, is this even real? Is there really a drought going on? Like, are you kidding me right now?"
My man is not reading the room with that one. The quotes look really bad, Steve. That looks
like an
really
eccentric
bad,
billionaire.
Yep. That looks bad. All right. Speaking of WFFFA, let's go to the fan after dark. My man Blake Elliott has his Super Bowl prediction for you guys. Check this out.
What's your number 5? I got Commanders as well. This will be one of 2 appearances they'll make.
Okay.
I got Commanders Bears. Not very plausible with the Bears new, but I think of Ben Johnson his first year.
Wait a minute. Did you say Commanders Bears?
Yeah.
That's 2 NFC teams. That's not. I mean, I didn't know we were doing NFC championships.
Yeah, he was looking ahead for next year.
Jeez.
Blake. Oh, no.
That'll get you.
I like how Fred handled that.
Fred, what?
Wait a minute.
What? What are you talking about?
That's right. Blake's a legend.
Yeah.
Already.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, he does. He's not trying. It's not a bit or anything. That's real.
I know, he's really not.
Commanders Bears.
Naturally an idiot. He gets out of bed in the morning with that skill set.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
Hey, look at that.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
All right, let's go to the morning show here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean and RJ, or as I call it, the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools are Chop? Pastry chef Eric. We all love him. We know him. He's one of the greatest Tolos of all time. And he called into the RJ and Choppy show to vent about the Cowboys' new hire.
You finally turn on the show, or you just decided to call in?
Yo, I turned on the show.
Why is Sean so damn aggressive, bro?
Always. Always.
God, dog. All right, here we go. I'm sorry.
You finally turn on the show, or you just decided to call in?
Jeez.
Yo, I turned on the show. I decided to call in. No dump button needed.
All right.
I'm ready to go up to the star and just stage a coup, bro. I haven't. Oh my God. I'm so mad. I called my mom, and she was like, "It'll be okay to get better." And I'm like, "Dad, you the same lady that told me my dad's coming to pick me up, and I ain't seen him or a Super Bowl since."
Oh my God.
Oh man. Yo, listen, fam. Saturday morning, I got up and I was like emotional. I'm so tired, like, and the rest of the fan base. And he gets on there, and he just lies, and him and his son. And it's like, I feel betrayed, bro. Like, I hope Oxnard is a ghost town. I hope he sees it, because he's not hearing it. I hope nobody goes. And I love you guys, and I want you to have as much content as possible, and I want it to be I hope nobody's there. I hope his heart is broken. I hope they realize what they're doing to this fan base. I've been defending this team in different countries, in different states.
Different countries.
You know, I'm from the DMV area. Imagine going out as a kid and got to defend guys in starter jackets and Commanders jerseys.
Man.
It was a good call. That was great.
Yeah.
Really. What
And
a
he
legend.
should be thrilled as Ohio State Buckeyes just won a natty. And the Cowboys have him in the dumps.
Well, we'll have a great draft party for you, Oxnard, California, bucket list type of vacation.
Yeah.
You know, your Cowboys apparel on sale now. You know, I like seeing good sports passion one way or
Come
another.
see us at
Chuck.
the Rudder Room. We'll be there.
Yep.
Oh, we'll be there.
Yeah, we'll be at the Rudder Room.
3 challengers, Lucius. Anybody else?
This is not one. This is
Winner.
not one, but nah. I just want to know what Eric Chiafalo. Happy birthday, by the way, sir.
Hey, thank you, Lucius.
Happy
Appreciate
birthday
that, bro.
to you.
Cheers.
Yeah. What are you talking about here, bro?
You just decide how much, how thick, and where.
How much y'all thinking?
Hell are you talking about? I'm trying to introduce people to the radio station.
Talented guy.
That was awesome.
Have it your way. Talking about my birthday festivities.
Well done.
Is it the WFAA fan with wife? Quit controlling football, Jerry. Blake Elliott, Super Bowl prediction. Commanders, Bears. Pastry chef Eric calling into Sean and RJ. Or what is Eric Chiafalo talking about on his birthday? I'm going to go with the WFAA fan. Give me pastry chef Eric. Lucius?
Whoa. Yes, me too. Yes.
Wolchuk?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go pastry chef Eric.
Brian?
Give me the Blake Elliott.
by a score of 3-1. And for the first time, your G Bag of the Day champion. Maybe not first time.
No, he said some dumb crap in the past.
He's won in the past. Yeah, I'm starting to think of the stuff.
Might be his third time.
The Denver, Colorado thing threw him in the spin cycle.
There he is. Congrats to pastry chef Eric. You know,
I'm sorry. I was thinking about Blake Elliott. That's on me. Look at me. Screwing things up.
First sip of beer, that's Stella today. Here we go.
Hey, I fell right in line with you.
We're live at the Brass Tap in Rockwall, brought to you by our friends at Stella Artois. Come fellowship with us. And got a sports hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Yes, we're not really going to give our attention to this again, are we?
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we have more coverage of...
Never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Thanks to the Tolos who have already made it by. We're at the Brass Tap in Rockwall, and it's brought to you by our friends at Stella Artois, so salute to them. And we'd love to invite you to join us as well if you're getting off work, or maybe you're going to get off work later. We'll be here all the way until 7 o'clock. All righty, NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock. Time now for Eric Chiafalo, Sports Hodgepodge. Take it away, Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Walchuk just had a nice little tequila shot to kick off the proceedings today.
There's a double.
This could be, it was
a double, yeah.
Double pop?
That's why I passed it along. Just couldn't do it myself.
Oh,
I
he gave
noticed
it to
that.
you?
I noticed that. The Tolo with the
showed
long
up, I was
hair
like,
and the grill brought us a double shot of tequila.
Yeah.
And
I didn't know it was
ahead.
a double, and then I put it down and thought to myself, my God, that was a giant shot.
Good. Well, let's get this party
I
started.
appreciated it. Really, it did. I just could I've got work to do after our work to do. So
I could easily fall
I'll
asleep.
take two.
So I just said, "Well, Chuck, help me," and you did. Good job of powering that thing down.
No problem, buddy.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're really doing this. Did you guys see the graphic of the two greatest marketers going right now, just selling absolute garbage and making a ton of money off it? The two bros, the Paul Bros, Collision Course,
Is this-
HBO Max.
is
I guess
it
they're
real?
gonna box each other. Yeah,
It's really happening?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm totally out.
Totally out, right?
Because Connor was supposed to fight Logan, but I guess Dana White said, no, you've still got 2 fights left on your contract with me. If you're fighting anybody, I need you in the UFC. So you're not going and fighting Logan Paul in a boxing match.
In no way does any just non-Jake Paul slash what is his brother's name?
Jake and Logan?
Logan Paul. I mean, unless you're just a super fan of theirs and you're like 17 years old and you've been streaming these dudes for a long time.
I'm the idiot that's going to watch this, Eric, and you know that.
You're actually going to take the time.
Of course I will.
to
Unless
sit
there's something
down.
better going on March 27th.
Oh, there will be something better going on.
I don't know. I think I'll probably be at home with the family, and I'll just end up popping it on and seeing. Do one of them knock each other out, which is probably not going to happen. It'll go to decision, and it'll be Jake that wins because he's got a better future than Logan does in the sport.
But there's all sorts of things to watch from Netflix and
there
HBO
is,
Max.
there is.
This would require you like setting an event to watch this.
Right, but somebody's got to watch it from the show, right? So I'll just be the guinea pig, and I'll
You
talk about
dork.
it on Monday. I am a dork.
You've been subbing to these guys. You're part of their Patreon, aren't you?
No. I wasn't following them in YouTube, but I do like fights. I like boxing. I like MMA. So I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out.
Oh my gosh!
But it is,
but with no expectation,
No
no
I
excitement.
expect it to be lame.
Only because there's nothing else in the world you'll be doing in that very second, so you'll just turn it on.
Well, I
But,
hope Dana
this is
schedules a UFC card that night to counter that, and then I'll watch that instead.
Okay, yeah, that would watch some real professionals that actually want to beat each other up because there's something fun about that.
Yeah.
But these guys, I mean,
But
when I
the
saw that, I'm
Rangers
like,
home
are you
opener
kidding?
817 will probably be over by the time this fight starts.
Rangers home opener is like a 3 o'clock first pitch or something like that.
Yeah, and then they play over the course of the weekend against. Is it the Red Sox this year? I think we're opening up with Boston.
They open it up with Boston.
Yeah.
Yes, Bo Sox, baby. Yeah, so you might be so hammered from opening day that you just
Maybe I
pass
just
out
fall
early.
asleep. I might fall asleep right now
and miss the worst fight of the year. Okay, so did you see the Ohio State Buckeyes losing their defensive coordinator?
Yeah, to Penn State.
He's going to Penn State, dude.
They told him to stay home for the parade.
What?
I mean,
Jim Knowles.
Benedict Arnold,
Yeah.
if I've ever seen one. Penn State's like, okay, I'll just money whip you, and James Franklin's like, please come help me, come save my defense here, come save my job. And now he is the enemy of Buckeye Nation.
Oh.
I kind of love this. Like, if I was a Buckeyes fan, I'd be super bummed about it, but he gets a little over $3 million over the next 3 years, and he's just a mercenary. He wins the title with the Buckeyes. The confetti can't even hit the ground before
It hasn't even hit him.
He's signing the contract.
He's coming down
to go compete.
He's already got the whiteout outfit on for Penn State.
This is wonderful, dude. I'm up for this. I know Buckeye fans are probably just sending death threats and the usual Buckeye fan thing to do.
They got their championship.
Yeah,
Move
but
on.
they still just suck.
Move on.
Did you guys see what the cheapest ticket to the Super Bowl is? How fat it is?
I'm going to guess $3,000.
Let's go.
It's a nice little guess.
3,800.
Little 38 hundo. Can Walchuk up the ante?
5,000.
$6,201 tick pick nosebleed seats. You're touching the rafters. Yeah.
Man, I used to get tickets.
The cheapest ticket on the reselling site tick pick. Over $6,000.
Damn.
To watch Jalen Hurts lose again. I'd pay big money for that.
But you're watching, I mean, it should be, honestly, when we think about it. First time in history, maybe the only time you're ever going to get to see a three-peat happen in the greatest sport in the world.
Not worth it.
No.
I mean, you've crossed the point. Unless I'm super wealthy.
Let the wet blanket let us know it's not worth
All right,
it.
Dawson.
It's not worth it.
Credit card debt.
Watch this. Watch this. I'm about to get him here.
All right.
Cup final, World Cup final, $6,000 to get in.
Is the USA playing in it?
They're in.
Worth it.
That would be.
I knew.
But that's different. That's the red, white, and blue.
Oh, no.
It's an international competition.
No.
All athletes will tell you it's more meaningful.
Okay. So
every single one of them.
You just went poo-poo on America's game and then oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Get a chance to see my country play in a World Cup? Sure, count me in.
It maybe I'm biased against football, but
wrong football.
I think $6,000 is way too much. I will be just fine watching it at home and keeping my $6,000 unless, there's just something about it. I don't know, unless you got millions and millions of dollars, dude. It's too high of a percentage. Like a six-figure income after taxes, right? So $6,000.
Yeah.
6 figures after taxes is $60,000. I'm going to give you 10% of my income for an entire year.
Yeah.
How long it's going to take me to pay this off? And then my wife's coming too, so we're going to actually give you 20% of our net income to come watch this game and be paying off the debt for 8 years.
And keep in mind you're sitting in the worst seat in the house.
Yes, making the Cowboys rich, making the NFL rich, and making Visa rich. And there's a 50% chance we're going to lose this game. Not worth it.
Yeah, and just
okay.
Okay, keep pushing back. Go ahead.
No. I was going to ask him.
Closing arguments.
There's a pretty good chance you're going to get in that World Cup final, and the U.S. is not going to be the favorite in that thing.
And it will never happen again. It's legitimately a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it only happens every 4 years.
Well,
got to do it.
You think a three-peat's ever happening again?
No, and that's why I think if you have millions of dollars, you can justify spending thousands on going to a game. But for anybody else, it's irresponsible as the man of the house to do something like that with the family budget. How about that, Brian? How do you like them apples?
Yeah, how about that, Brian?
Seems like
I'll tell you what, hand me my phone.
Mr. Silver
slam the
Spoon
gavel.
over here.
We have a
winner, folks. I'll just ask my dad.
Oh, look.
He owned a restaurant.
Video poker's on my phone. Let's see if I can win some cash now.
Yeah, how would Bennett feel if he's like, Dad, can you send me some money at Rodeo Goat?
$5,700 hand there. Let's see if I can bluff this guy.
Dad, I need some more Stellas here at the Brass Tap. I'm sorry, son. I paid $6,000 to go see the Chiefs three-peat.
Oh, wait a minute. My right hand is numb because I've been playing this for 17 years of my life.
Is that why it's numb?
Wait a minute. Oh, let's see if I can hit it with my foot. Oh, yeah, I got the bet in. $5,700. Let's watch me bluff this SOB. Come on, River. Hit it.
Hey, kids, sorry you can't get a winter coat this year. Mom and Dad are off to the Super Bowl. Yeah, you should enjoy the TV dinners and Lunchables for the next 4 months.
We'll be blacking out on bourbon. Don't try and reach us. We have a curb to sleep on tonight.
Don't try and reach us.
But I mean, truth
it's okay. Childhood hunger builds character.
Yeah. You'll be better for it, I promise.
School meals. Just try the school meal program. You'll be okay. Don't worry about it.
The home viewing experience is unmatched anyways,
No, you know what?
The home viewing experience.
I'm just going to say this, though. You got to be particular if you're going to a Super Bowl party because there's some people that will not watch the game.
Oh, yeah.
They will not watch
separation of powers. Those who don't care, those who do. We are up in the important room, and really,
what if the best
there's
TV?
No reason. There's reason for us to come down from time to time. Refills,
I'm just telling you, you could go
There's
to a
no
party.
reason for you to come upstairs.
You could go to a party where people just do not care about watching the game.
Yeah, but I don't associate. You know what I'm saying?
Those aren't my parties.
Those aren't my parties. Those aren't my
All
people.
right, all right, let's be honest here. Have you gone to one of these where the people didn't care about watching the game?
Yeah, when I was younger and I was like along for the ride
Did
with
it
Mom
piss
and
you
Dad,
off?
and there's a bunch of
Absolutely,
I'm like
it did.
9 years old trying to get after it. And a
I
bunch
think
of
I was the
people
guy that
standing
didn't
in
care
front of
about
the TV.
watching the game when it was Cardinals Steelers.
And it was a legendary game.
I know. The highlights were tremendous.
It's a classic. The highlights.
Never forget.
It was a long bus ride to a casino.
Oh.
So we'd been getting after it probably for 4 hours by the time the game started.
Come on, bro. You could have
It was a
smoked
bad
about
scene.
3 or 4 cigs on the way. You'd have been fine.
Yeah, this can't sober you up. But I don't know if there was anything I could do about the 18-pack of cold beer that I drank on that bus ride. There wasn't much you were going to be caring about.
Truth
after that.
comes out.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Sports Hodgepodge here on the G-Bag Nation. We are live at the Brass Tap. It's brought to you by our friends at Stella Artois. We'll have the C-Note coming up at 3:20 and some takeaways here on Eberflus, officially new defensive coordinator here on your Cowboys. But where are we going next, Wolchuk?
All right, what does Chase Daniel think about your new Cowboys coach? Aaron Glenn isn't messing around. And Duval, that's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
That's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Brass Tap in Rockwall, brought to you by our friends at Stella Artois. Crack them if you got them. Swing on by. Try not to get my co-host too intoxicated. I think maybe Wolchuk and Chiafalo might be partially already on their way. Brian brought us doing the responsible thing.
I'm trying my best, man. It's hard.
Okay, C-Notes coming up in 20 minutes. We got the latest on the Cowboys here for you on your home of the Cowboys. Looking forward to Radio Row next week in New Orleans. That's going to be fun. We fly out Monday night after the show. And, of course, looking forward to spring training here on your home of the Rangers before too long as well. It's now right around the corner. Here's Wolchuk with some NFL news of the day.
All right, so the latest we've got in the NFL breaking news, Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, despite interest from the Saints and other teams, he's deciding to stay put in Washington for a second season after a remarkable turnaround as the team went all the way to the NFC Championship game. So Cliff said thank you, but no thank you. I want to stay here with Jaden Daniels. Makes a ton of sense. I'd stay there too if I were to Cliff, and I'm still getting paid, of course, from Arizona previously as a head coach. I don't need to rush into this thing. You'd assume as the play caller for Jaden Daniels, your name's going to kind of stay in the hiring cycle, so I'm sure Cliff will have other opportunities in the future.
It's good self-awareness. I'm not that good of a head coach. I got good money coming in, got good money in the bank. Let me just go ahead and stay here and have some success and fun winning times for a little bit.
I think he's crushing it. That's from our buddy Jordan Schultz. Schultz also had this nugget on Eric Bieniemy. It's like, what the heck happened to Eric Bieniemy?
UCLA got let go.
My gosh. So
they were pretty bad.
He spoke with multiple NFL teams, also interviewed for the Patriots offensive coordinator job before it went to Josh McDaniels. The belief was that Bieniemy was a top candidate for the New England job had McDaniels not been the obvious choice. Talks with other teams are still ongoing. So maybe he doesn't. Is it just go back to Kansas City and just be on the staff if all else fails?
Yeah, I don't think it's that simple though.
Because
that would have been the case last year, don't you think?
I mean, Matt Nagy did it after he got let go, but remember that Eric went off. He went to the Commanders.
He went to Washington for a year.
Yeah, he went to the Commanders, and let me be honest with you too. Mike Kafka, who went to the Giants. Andy was talking about like he was hoping that Eric would go and get a job.
Yeah, so he could promote Kafka.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to fire Eric. He was just like, hey, I hope so I don't lose. Mm-hmm. But, man, you talk about a couple of guys whose stars have kind of diminished when you start to talk about, I know Mike Kafka did interview for the Saints head coach.
Still in the running for that, actually.
Yeah, so
I don't know if he'll get it, but he's in the running.
I think McCarthy's got a really good shot at that job, believe it or not.
So Josina Anderson said, a league source tells me some of the questions surrounding Mike McCarthy and the Saints head coaching vacancy have involved sentiments over the power structure and communication when it comes to football decisions, length of contract, similar situation to Dallas. Yep. Obviously, McCarthy, accomplished, tenured, not hard to surmise where he'd likely expect due respect from the Saints. Everything has its own weight and impact on talks, according to Josina, adding that note for context towards what eventually happens in New Orleans. A league's perspective have been given as to what owner Gail Benson should do when it comes to operations in her building in the future, and I guess that's where there's an issue here. I don't know if it's like Mickey Loomis doesn't want to give up some control, and Mike is having a pushback there.
That's the problem with what's going on right now, because there's some thought that Mickey Loomis might not be long for the job, that there might be some, and let's going to say something. Jeff Ireland's in that building.
Oh.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some shenanigans going on with that situation.
He's a shenanigans guy.
He's a shenanigans guy.
He sure is.
He's very, very good at reading a room and very good at being political and very good at walking up to somebody and going, if I was doing it, we'd do it this way.
Well, I think good for Mike McCarthy to be at a point in his career where he can turn something down if he doesn't like the smell test.
And that's where, I think the thing with, I can understand why Mike, okay, let me put it this way. Don Yee has a great relationship with Mickey Loomis because of all the contracts he negotiated with Sean Payton. Sean Payton is also a Don Yee guy.
Makes sense.
So, with that being said, there's a relationship that Don and Mickey have. And so I could see why Mike is, but if they're worried about Mickey maybe being pushed out, that maybe they don't want to take that opportunity. We'll see. But there's a lot of, you used the word, a lot of shenanigans going on with
he's
Jeff
a shenanigans guy.
Be careful of the
We are in
shenanigans.
Rockwall.
Yeah, the shenanigans guy.
No doubt. Jeremy Fowler reported that, speaking of the Saints opening, Kellen Moore interviewed last night. That went late into the evening, early morning. Did he pull a slumber party?
Wow, a little walk of shame action.
Oh, maybe. Maybe he was out there on bourbon. I don't know.
No, they flew to Philadelphia to meet him.
Oh, so they were partying in Philly.
They partied in Philly.
Why? Why wouldn't you just come? I guess he's still playing.
Yeah.
So whatever.
Not a bad place downtown.
Screw them.
A lot of historic bars.
Yeah. No, I have heard actually Philadelphia's a pretty awesome city.
Yeah.
I just screw their sports teams. Dolphins defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver has also come up often as a candidate that's made a strong impression. So we'll see what happens with the Saints gig. Now the Cowboys gig, that's spoken for. And Scoop City, Diana Ursini, Chase Daniel, former South Lake Carroll Dragon, had Drew Brees communicating with them. And I guess Brees had Schotty at one point when they were with the Chargers together as his quarterback's coach. And here's his thoughts on Schotty.
I didn't know what to think of Brian Schottenheimer when he got hired, because I know he's been a lot of different places offensive coordinator wise, and I think he does actually a pretty decent job calling plays. So I asked Drew Brees, because Drew, if you remember, Brian Schottenheimer was his quarterback coach for the San Diego Chargers. And the first thing that came out of Drew's mouth was, and I'm reading a text from him, shout out Drew. He said, I love him. He's a great coach and he's a great communicator. Thought he's done really well with multiple play caller in multiple places. And I said, okay, that's good because you've been with him, but how will he be as a head coach? And he just brought him, I'm not going to say verbatim what he said, but he said that. No, he actually sent back like a paragraph, and I don't want to just out him and everything he said, but pretty much the rapport between him and Dak, I think, is what, in some of the team leaders, I think what really pushed him toward that job. Like, hey, we don't want to make a rash hire. We don't want to do this. Okay, he's got a rapport with the team leaders. Dak absolutely loves him.
There you go. So it's all the things that we had heard of. And now, you've got other – and yes, I do believe Schotty is a good communicator. I think he is. I think everything that he said yesterday about, like, okay, he's good with the X's and O's, but he's great with people, I think that's true. I think we could tell that from sitting down with him for 15 minutes. I think we all really loved getting to sit and talk with him. We probably could have done it for hours. But I think all the question marks that Cowboy fans and I have are totally fair.
Absolutely.
If you were such a great candidate, if you were so qualified, why over the last 15 years has nobody else wanted you as their head coach?
Well, I mean, Stephen Jones said yesterday he was about to take a job somewhere else.
Yeah, Stephen can say that, and it might very well be true. I think Stephen sees a lot of himself in Schotty. I thought Sean made a brilliant point about that this morning. Think about that a little bit, right? Stephen, Dad, Jerry, apparently co-owner now, Stephen Jones.
Well, it's been that way. That's been for a while.
We've never brought Stephen on and said co-owner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, no, but if you look at how it's structured, and they in the media guides, it does say
it says that
all the kids have had that title for like the last 4 years.
And I'll be honest, I never really looked at the media.
Yeah,
guide.
no, they've had that in the title of their guys.
But Schotty also now wanting to, hey, my dad, 200 wins, 7th all-time winningest coach in National Football League history. You've got two guys that have kind of grown up larger-than-life father figures, I think there's a lot of things that they can bond over and can get along over. And I really believe this is a Stephen Jones hire. I don't think this is a Jerry Jones hire.
Well, I think there was something too that there was. They went to Dak, asked him what he would think. Trying to help him. They realized, we talked about this yesterday, lack of mobility. Do you want to get a coach? I know Eric and I did Love of the Star this morning together, talking
please
about
listen and download Love of the Star. It's a phenomenal show. It's a phenomenal show.
But talking about it, you got a quarterback that's no longer mobile like we once was. So do you bring somebody else in that's going to want to play with a little bit more of that quarterback element to the game?
Mm-hmm.
And so now you have to call the game a certain way. And I think that Steven realized, okay, Dak, his preference was Schottenheimer. I think there was something where Jerry Jones was probably saying, listen, last year, Dad, you didn't want to get rid of Mike McCarthy. I told you we should have gotten rid of McCarthy and hired Dan Quinn. Okay, this time around, let's think about this. What are we doing here? So I think Jerry got his way last year, just as this me looking at it. Jerry got his way last year keeping McCarthy when Steven wanted to move on from him. And then this year it's kind of like, Dad, hey, let's see, are we going through this again? We're going to talk about this again? We've got to talk about the quarterback we just gave $60 million to a year. So to me, I think this is, I like what you're saying about his hire, and I think it's somebody that he feels like he can work with on the personnel side of things going forward as well.
And we'll get to some of Will McClay and how that could work out coming up in the C-Note. Lions, how about this? Okay, their offensive coordinator, what are they doing? They're hiring Broncos passing game assistant John Morton as their new offensive coordinator. So we were all speculating, could it be somebody that's already been there? Could it be Mark Brunell?
Yeah.
Tanner Angstad is another name that's kind of been around that now it might go somewhere else.
Even Fraley, I thought.
Hank Fraley, yeah. And Hank Fraley is staying, but I guess it's not as the OC.
No.
Maybe he just got himself a pay raise. He's still the offensive line coach, maybe the assistant head coach. I don't know. But they're going from the Sean Payton squad here.
Dude, it seems like a lot of people are. I think Ben Johnson's picking from his
Well, you
Sean
got to
Payton's
remember
staff.
where Dan Campbell came from. He came from the
New
Sean
Orleans,
Payton, New Orleans. So
well, and he met Ben Johnson in Miami when they were there together. So and maybe this ends up being a tremendous hire from Sean Payton. Now the Jags. Oh man, I know everyone's probably heard this. Okay, but we got to get to Liam Cohen. This is either going to be the most brilliant coach in the NFL, and we're going to love him like Mike McDaniel, or this poor dude is going to be picked on every single week as being the most cringy, awkward head coaching hire probably of this cycle.
Got a little Mark Davis vibes.
Yeah. Yes, except not as bad of a haircut, but maybe he does. I don't know. I got to get your scouting report on him visually. We've got two cuts of Liam Cohen. Let's get Lucius, just fire off whichever one you want here.
Jacksonville, the community, Duval.
Duval.
And watching it is so funny too. Like the way he gets into
the
it.
Face.
You would be like, if you just saw it out of context, you're like, there's no way this is a person being serious.
Yes.
What type of like satire bit is somebody doing acting like a goober coach?
Right.
He's a goob. He's the all-time goob. Like every time I look at his face, I just think goob.
Yeah.
But his offense was way more than goob. His offense was freaking fantastic. So that's good news. But when you talk about face of the franchise, that's a tough face.
Duval.
I mean, come on.
It's unbelievable. Okay. And
face of the franchise or bad play caller? Which one you going with?
Oh, I'm not choosing the bad play caller.
I don't know.
That's
man.
what I'm not doing.
That guy lost to the Cowboys this year.
That's true.
He could be Poochie's.
because his head coach Todd Bowles' defense.
We're going to blame the head coach.
Couldn't stop.
I like
Cooper Rush.
that. I like that.
Eric's always quick with an answer with defending
Not
his
your
guy.
fault, Duval. Okay, here's Liam.
But goob, right? Isn't that do we classify him? He's the goob of the league.
Yes. If you've ever seen the show Silicon Valley on HBO, he looks like the main character in Silicon Valley.
Well done.
He really does.
Yeah, I was trying to think of who he reminded me of.
Yeah, that's exactly who he looks like.
I don't know. I think there's some of this new age, like Mike McDaniel has some of this, where we're kind of being funny, we're doing bits,
awkward.
I'm likable, I'm kind of nerdy. You know, this might be the next generation's kids like showing up as NFL coaches, and they're just not as stiff upper lip as the kind of old school we're used to.
214 said he is so white, and another 214 said his chin actually looks like butt cheeks. we might have a new one here.
Is it really? He's got a little Bill O'Brien to his
Liam
game?
Buttcheeks Cohen. Okay, here was his answer to, what's the best policy here for the team?
And that's really what this is going to come down to is honesty. I want to surround ourselves with people that are going to be able to tell you hard truths, be able to show you your blind spots, because that's really, like I mentioned, where growth occurs, when you can truly be yourself and be honest with looking in the mirror, knowing that process to get you there was clean and it was right, and the results will speak for themselves.
Yeah, you got to be honest, but without breaking the golden rule, right? You got the best policy, but you also need to be honest in a way that you would want others to be honest with you, especially with these kids, man.
It's amazing.
I think that's a misevaluation on the chin. I don't see butt chin stuff there. I don't see crevice at all.
I don't see
the chin is not strong. I'm not going to sit here and talk about the idea that he's got some impressive jawline straw chin.
He might need to shave the hair, and then we might be able to see crevice.
I do love that he let the neck beard portion of his beard just ride on intro.
I'm disappointed. I'm actually disappointed in Aaron Glenn. He shaved his silver that beard that he has.
He did, and
took it
I'm
way
ticked
down.
about it. Okay, I'm glad you brought up Aaron Glenn.
Because he knew it was time to become a head coach. It was time to
I'm
tighten
just
up
telling
the
it,
look.
man. Rock that
5%.
thing. Like the rain's coming
Liam
down.
did not get
It's
that
just-
memo.
Yeah,
He
come
still
on.
looks fantastic. Aaron Glenn still looks great. I'm actually okay.
He's clean. He's sharp. He put some thought into his
No,
aesthetic.
man. The reason he got that gig was because he didn't wear a rain jacket or a hat. He's standing there calling plays.
Parcells
The
guy.
glasses are all wet.
Very
he's-
Parcells guy.
His guys are, and he's got that long silver.
I hear you.
Now
Yeah,
he looks
I hear
Wall
you.
Street. Liam looks like he's trying to sell
Not
you
going to win a damn
suit.
game looking like
He's
that.
okay. Well, here's Aaron Glenn. He's already putting the New York Jets media in their place. Don't be asking me any double questions, okay?
Will Aaron Rodgers be your quarterback?
You're going to continue to ask me the same question and get the same answer. We're still in evaluation mode. So for anybody else going to ask that, I'm going to give you the same answer. So don't waste your time. We're clear.
Well, let's answer that. What do you look for in a quarterback? Like, what's an Aaron Glenn quarterback?
A winner. A winner.
DMT user.
Ayahuasca.
When you talk about you're not going to get
But let me ask you this. Parcells over, I know you guys are close. He always
That's
said...
Parcells.
Okay.
I'm Aaron Glenn.
Okay, so you don't...
That's Parcells. I'm Aaron Glenn.
Okay.
Wow, I like that energy from Aaron Glenn. Yeah. He's setting the tone early with this Jets media. All right, I'm not falling for this crap.
You got to go on the offensive. You got to fight back against those jerks.
Damn right.
By the way, guy I followed on X tried that dang old darkness retreat.
Oh yeah.
And it was planned for like 72 hours. He hit the eject button after the first 24. Said he was getting like sleep paralysis and like your worst demons and nightmares are just starting to flood down upon you.
I don't doubt that.
It was
for a
just.
second,
He said
dude.
it was a real.
See, I wish
moment.
Dawson,
That makes so much
Dawson would
sense.
spend $6,000 on that, and then 18 hours in, hit the button. I'm out. Get me out of this thing. I can't handle it.
At least I would have been trying to improve myself instead of wasting the family fortune on Super Bowl tickets.
Oh, come on. It's a lifelong memory, damn it. Last thing, NFL news today, Texas A&M defensive tackle Shamar Turner.
Yeah.
He is withdrawing from the Reese's Senior Bowl. He's got a leg injury. So the DeSoto native not going to be playing. However, he did take a rep today. And what was his favorite? He did. But Devin Jackson on Twitter asked him after practice, hey, all right, what was your favorite rep today? He said, quote, I told number 52 I was going to run through his face. Then I ran through his face.
There you go. That's how you get the job
over
done.
and over.
He just
and
bumped
over
up.
and
he
over
just
and over again.
bumped up at least a round, if not two, on my big board.
Yep.
And over 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 again.
We got the C note coming up here in about 5 minutes or so. Cowboys news of the evening as their new defensive coordinator is official. We're live at the Brass Tap in Rockwall. It's brought to you by Stella Artois, and we're back in the nation.
I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's time for the C-Note here. Cowboys news of the evening time. Will McClay speaking out of the Senior Bowl about everything that's gone on with the Cowboys over the last week or so. We'll get you caught up on that. This segment of The Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved ones injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. This segment of The Nation also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. And we're live at the Brass Tap in Rockwall. This is one of my favorite places to hang out because we just live across the lake in Sunnyvale.
Yeah.
So, we jump over here, especially when the sun's setting. You sit out here on this patio on some of these beautiful spring or fall days. And
sure.
It is, it's just majestic here on this lake in Rockwall. And, of course, our friends at Stella Artois have brought us out here, so salute to our friends at Stella. All right, Brian, I got some Will McClay quotes for you here. On the coaching process, is this new? Will said, I've been part of the whole process. They allowed me to be part of it, and so to visit with the different candidates and whatnot and hearing what people brought to the table was very important to be a part of.
I think that's Will McClay for a number of years has turned down potential general manager interviews, and it just appears that even more and more we're seeing him be now with the Cowboys being more involved in things.
Included in GM type stuff.
Exactly.
I just hope it's to prepare him to take on a bigger role within
the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I think that should be your hope. Yeah.
I mean, if you could just take away Jerry and Steven's interactions on the football side and replace it with Will McClay as the official GM, I think this team would take a significant leap in their probabilities of winning the Super Bowl.
I think
the dream.
Yeah, I think the fan. There's some of the fan base that's not too totally happy with Will and some of the things, but I think the majority of the people do like what Will's done.
He's had some stinkers in the draft. Everybody has, though.
Yep, absolutely.
The Eagles are coming off one of their greatest drafts ever, but they had taken some swings and misses.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And that's why they kind of stumbled 2-3 years ago. On Schotty, McClay says he's been observing him since the 2022 season when Brian first started working with the Cowboys. Says he liked how he grinded and was a big part of the advanced process and helping the coaches get ready. We spent a lot of time talking. He spent a lot of time talking to the pro staff. You get a great feeling for his understanding of personnel and how personnel is used. When he looks at this draft class, Will McClay, he sees an opportunity for the Cowboys to build strong depth. Would you agree with that overall assessment? He says there's some good players. There's middle depth. We'll begin to see what the top first-round talent is, how deep that goes, but there's a lot of good players. It's just finding the right value for them to add to your roster.
Kind of feel like I got the third round down. Feel like I got some guys in the fourth. I got to get through the fifth to kind of figure out some of these things. But if I can, I'm 100 players into this thing. And so far, like I said, I think at the top I have more questions about the potential of the top 20 players. Go on past that, it kind of clears up for me a little bit, but I need to figure out the fifth round here to kind of have a real understanding because I think in the third and the fourth he's right, but I need to see the fifth to make sure that he's on base with that.
I mean, when you say you're picking 12th and 44th, though, I need impact. I need potential
There's
stars.
no question.
Right.
Yeah.
There were two things that came to mind as you said that those were his thoughts. One, maybe he doesn't think that this draft class is really going to necessarily give you day one starters, which could be a fair assessment. Maybe he is looking at, okay, we're kind of going to get some depth pieces, and if they emerge as like starting players, then great. Otherwise, the second thought was, I don't know what roster, and look, Will's fantastic, but I mean, this team's not looking for depth. This team's looking for starters. Osa Digizua, you needed a starting defensive tackle, right? Unless you're bringing him back. DeMarcus Lawrence, free agent at left defensive end. Chauncey Golston, free agent at left defensive end. Are you sliding Marshawn Nealon in there and thinking he's your guy? Okay. You need a new starting linebacker. Kendricks, free agent. Overshown, out for the year. Diggs, out for the year most likely, right? You need another corner opposite him. Jordan Lewis is a free agent. I mean, you just go down the depth chart. This team's not looking for depth. This team is looking to plug holes in their starting lineup right now. This roster is not as good as they seem to think it is.
Is he preparing us for the lack of punch that the 12th overall pick is going to have?
I think he's preparing you that he's about to lose a lot of his guys that Zach was talking about, Osa, Golston, Lewis, those guys. I think he's preparing you that he knows he's going to have to replace a lot of those guys. So I don't think he's preparing you for the 12th pick. I think he's preparing you for about he's going to have to go and address all the guys he's about to lose. I think that's his biggest issue right now.
Okay, and he followed that statement up by pointing out we played 10 corners this year, the largest number I've ever played because of injuries. Yeah. And you look at the defensive line, and you can never cover yourself up all the way. How do you like your chances at 12 for corner and defensive line?
Well, Siobhan Ravel would be probably my number one option there, but he's coming off an ACL, which might be right up the Cowboys' alley, judging by how they draft previously. I do like Jahdae Barron. I don't care what scouts say across the league at 12 maybe being too high. I'm confident in the player. I think he's fine. If you want a corner, take Jahdae Barron at 12. Maybe in a perfect world, somebody slides that another team wants, and I can drop back, pick up an extra pick, and take him a couple picks later. But I do think there's two corners there that I'd be interested in having a conversation about at 12.
Okay, so that's some of the highlights, Will McClay. Do you have something to add to that, Brian? Or
story? If I could follow up, he mentions Ravel from East Carolina, Morrison from Notre Dame. Two of my 4 first-round corners are coming off some type of injury, whether it's a knee or a hip.
Okay.
But, man, you watch their play, the ability they have. If you get clean bills on both those guys, they're outstanding players to take.
So we got the news today that Eberflus is official. He's going to be the Cowboys' new defensive coordinator. He was linebackers coach here from 2011 through 2017, so he knows the organization well. When you were talking with John Owning yesterday, Brian, about Eberflus running a Rod Marinelli-type defense, what relevance did that have for you? What were you thinking about as he was answering that?
Well, I was thinking about because when Matt first came here, he was under the Rob Ryan administration, so he was odd front, 3-down lineman, linebackers, kind of a thing. So he morphed from a guy, and he was one of the guys that was a holdover. Him, Jerome Henderson, guys like that, they were holdovers. So, it was like he went from okay, well, I know this, and now I have to learn this. The one thing I remember Rod Marinelli talking about him was how smart he was. And there was things that, and Rod realized that having Flus on staff and letting him call defenses was really a good thing. Him, Chris Richard, he was like, Rod kind of felt like that maybe the game, he was into it, but he wasn't into it like these younger coordinators were. And Flus got a lot of experience that way. So, with Rod Marinelli, it's about the 3 technique. We remember how they gave Tyron Crawford a ton of money because they thought Marinelli thought that he was going to be a perfect 3 technique for him, and said he was just really, really too banged up to be, in his late in his career the way it was. So I was just you got to kind of pay attention to those trends of where you've played, whether it's Indianapolis or with the Bears, what did the personnel look like, and then take that and then now marry that to what you think he's going to do with the Cowboys. I think he's got some players that he could marry that scheme to. I'll be interested to see what he does with Micah Parsons. That's my biggest
I just remember
right
with Rod Marinelli not hitting on pass rushers, and then you're weak against the run as well.
Yeah.
And I really think that set them up to be bad against the run for the majority of the last 15 years.
Rod Marinelli, all of it was really about playing the run on the way to rushing the passer.
Yeah.
And I think with Flus, I don't think he's somewhere in between, because I don't think he takes the chances of Rob Ryan, where Rob Ryan will have 10 guys on the field and go 0 blitz and then get beat. Rod was a little bit more like, okay, we're going to rush the passer. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to get you in the 3rd down. Eric and I were talking again this morning on Love of the Star, and Eric brought it up about some of Flus's defenses at Chicago on 3rd down. They were giving up some plays and stuff like that, and that's bad for a guy that tries to keep everything in front of him.
I do think it's fair to consider, going back to when he got hired as the defensive coordinator of the Colts for the last half decade before Eberflus were running the 3-4, and he made it a point to switch them to a 4-3.
Sure, right.
So I do think he leans the Marinelli way probably a touch more than the Ryan.
Well, the two things that really stood out, just real quick, that are positives with him, and Blogging the Boys put this out. They were top 10 in takeaways all 4 seasons as a defense coordinator with the Colts, so that's exciting. And then 3 out of the 4 seasons they finished in the top 10 in terms of points allowed. So they didn't allow a ton of points, and part of that was a 23-0 shutout of the Cowboys back in 2019, the last time I think they've ever been shut out. So he doesn't allow a lot of points. They're stingy, and then the takeaways, maybe they come back, which you missed with Dan Quinn leaving.
So in your division, those are good insights. In your division, you have a team that has renaissanced the power running game, right? For me, like getting up the field, that's going to get you murdered against Philadelphia and Saquon Barkley for the foreseeable future, right?
They're going to need to figure out about playing. Like I was asking people about Mason Graham from Michigan, if you were to draft him. And the scout told me, hey, think of him as like a power 3, a 3 technique that has some power. And maybe that's the kind of the route that Flus is going to want to go with a little bit. Get a guy like Mozzie Smith, get a little bit bigger guy. Not so much with Marinelli. Marinelli was like the Warren Sapp, up the field, kind of, those types of players, but a little bit lighter across the front. The reason Marinelli got away with it in Tampa is he had guys like Derek Brooks and others that were playing linebackers that were pretty badass as far as getting downhill, filling gaps and stuff like that. I mean, if Flus is going to have to, this linebacking room doesn't look really great right now. Health and then some of the inexperience it has. It's going to have to go out and maybe grab a guy or two, but they're going to have to draft it as well.
That's a look at your top Cowboys headlines. A couple of others. I find it humorous sometimes what comes up with high hit rate if you just put in Dallas Cowboys into Google. Here's one of the headlines. TWSN's Marissa Myers, just a made-up story. Cowboys' $24 million superstar predicted to seek trade after new head coach hire, talking about Micah Parsons. She's just like, yeah, I think if they keep losing, he's going to get frustrated and ask for a trade. That's just it made up out of nowhere, but I saw it on Cowboys Twitter. And then I did like this one from A to Z Sports. Stephen Jones must apologize to Cowboys fans for unacceptable comment. And I would appreciate that. I don't think that's coming anytime soon from Stephen Jones. I think one of the most terrifying things we have seen in recent memory is, his statement yesterday about the drought that they're supposedly in and his absolute denial of their current state of just needing to get better. But there you have it as we're live from the Brass Tap in Rockwall. Great place to come hang out. It's presented by our friends at Stella Artois. If you're getting out of work or you're looking for a place to come get something to eat and drink, you can do no better today than joining us here at the Brass Tap. Brian, where are you taking us next in Crusher's Corner?
I've got some thoughts on these coaches that are potential hires for the Cowboys. We'll go through those guys next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else. All prices sell, people. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu, Equinox, and more, y'all. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, live at the Brass Tap in Rockwall, brought to you by Stella Artois. Come on by for some delicious food and beverage, maybe some fellowship. Time now, speaking of that, for Krusty's Corner, and here's the king, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate that. Just trying to work these phones about some of these potential hires and stuff like that. So, and this is the hard part of when you do this, because if you say something positive about these guys, you get evidently San Francisco didn't want him anymore. Well, evidently so-and-so didn't want him anymore, Please, just spare me that, I mean, there's coaches in this league, coaches in all professions, that they get hired, they get fired, and they get hired again, Not every, it's not like teams are looking to get rid of guys, man. Maybe the situation with Nick Sorensen, and I'm going to talk about him a little bit because he's going to be your special teams coach. So, he had an opportunity. He's a coach that they really, really liked in San Francisco. He was a coach that, as the defensive coordinator, he was out over his skis. But as far as the special teams coach and some of the other things, this guy's a pretty good coach. And I think he fits a pattern in talking to some people around the league about him that we're maybe going to see from the hires that Brian Schottenheimer makes here. And it goes back to Schottenheimer talking about how he is with people and how that is a strength of his. And I think listening to people, a couple of different sources I had on Nick Sorensen, he is a guy that is very much that type of guy. Really, really good with people. But also, people were telling me about this guy. He's a really good coach. Now, we'll see. The defensive coordinator thing at San Francisco, injuries, whatever, it didn't work out. They like I said, they wanted to keep him, wanted to put him in another role, but he's going to get an opportunity to go out and be here in Dallas, I believe. But to a man, they were telling me this guy is a really good coach, and he's a really good dude. They really enjoy these guys who were with him, who have been with him before, really enjoyed working with him. He's smart. He's thoughtful. He's into people. Players in the building will really like him, and he will connect with them. So that's kind of where I think that Schottenheimer, when you're starting to talk about...
He's trying to build the most likable staff of all time, starting with himself.
Well, he's trying to build a staff that can relate to the people, that can relate to the players, and Sorensen was a player in the league for a bit. And so, but I think he's trying to get people that when you have to coach, when you're able to, in this day and age, it's not like when I played football where coaches yell and scream at you the whole time. I think you have players in this day and age that don't respond to that well. I think there are guys that like tough coaching, but I also feel like that there's players respond better to guys that are like that more. And I'm not saying coddle, because there's coaches, like I say, you could ask some folks about, with our coach that just left to go to Chicago, the Al Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little too much coddling going on there. Maybe
too player friendly.
Too player friendly. I think there's a point in time where you have to be able to interact with your players and to get the best out of them. But I mean, like I say, you also can't coddle them so much that they don't do what they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
They don't encourage a guy to go get treatment. They don't encourage a guy to go study a little more, or show up at the facility a little early and all that. They just let him do those,
right.
Just let him skate by.
You know what I'm thinking of as you say this is it's Dak's personality. That's how Dak is.
Yeah.
If he's got an issue with you, he's going to come at it more of almost like a youth pastor or like a life coach. Like, we're going to collaborate to come up with a great solution together and be positive and excited about it, and I do think there's value in that, especially as the younger generation sort of idealizes that form of communication and moves farther away from direct, bold, blunt communication. You got to get yourself aligned.
Yeah.
But I remember Mark Cuban 6 or 7 years ago talking about that's why Rick Carlisle had to go. I guess that was only 4 or 5 years ago at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guys from my era, it's probably not the best way to coach anymore. I think you have to have tough coaches. I think that's why guys like Nick Saban and them have to get out of the game.
Yeah.
Because it'll be interesting to see what Bill Belichick does, with New England. Does he, or not with New England, with North Carolina.
Sure.
Will he do? But
takes a lot of patience and mindfulness and intention.
That's where I think, that's why. But also asked about the potential, because we're starting to hear about Clayton Adams, who is the Arizona Cardinals offensive line coach.
Yeah, we saw how that run game tore up the Cowboys early 2023.
Exactly.
That's exciting to me because Schotty's going to need some guys that know how to get boots in the ground and get in the trenches in Oxnard and teach the techniques and the angles.
Yeah, that's the thing that I heard from Clayton Adams is, and I asked this question to a couple different people who had been with Clayton before, and they said that he's a tough guy, tough in the way of teaching and wanting to be physical and wanting to be not tough as a yell or screamer guy, but he's like a tough
play tough.
He's a very encouraging guy, but his big thing is though he has been in programs that have run the football and run it well.
Mm-hmm.
Goes all the way back to Stanford when they used to have with the rushing attack. Not that far back, but
Jeremiah Love.
Well, David Shaw. When David Shaw would line up with big, like 7 offensive linemen and downhill, and McCaffrey and those guys and the way they ran the football. That's the kind of attitude that he has about it. But the Colts and now with Arizona, he really, really likes the interchangeable parts with players, like especially his offensive line. Now, I used to think that position flex was a cool thing to say and all that, and then I'm like, position flex. What? Why? We keep talking about it. I've seen guys like we were talking about Tyron Crawford. I kind of saw his career. They couldn't figure out where to play him. No, position flex. Is he a tackle? Is he an end? They did the same damn thing with Golston. Is he a tackle? Is he an end? They finally play him. Sometimes position flex is like a curse that you can't be able. You're not able.
Well, you just can't force it.
You can't force it, right?
You got to find where his home is.
But what these guys were telling me about this guy is he does like the ability with the interchangeable with the centers and the guards, and that the tackles can play both sides. What I really, really liked about him was that this guy told me, he said, listen, this guy coaches veterans and rookies the same way. Like he's not going to coach, he's not going to be tougher on the rookies and let things slide with the veteran guys. No, he's going to coach the whole line the same way. Because he said, look what they've done. They've played with rookie offensive linemen at Arizona and had success doing it. Sometimes these coaches, like we saw what happened with Guyton here a little bit. They're like, well, maybe we shouldn't.
Let's play Adoga.
Let's play Adoga. All right,
He's a veteran.
Yeah. So sometimes you get coaches that are in that mode where they don't want to play. They don't want to play a rookie player. They don't want to coach up a rookie player. But this guy is really, really open to that idea.
Yeah, I mean, the Cardinals dealt with some injuries on the offensive line this year, and he was able to keep them really impressive when it comes to not giving up pressures and some of that stuff. But and we know how much of a wide variety he brings to the table. I think the idea that he's bounced around college, NFL, he's also been a tight ends coach.
Yeah.
And there's something to be said for that. Like if you're a tight ends coach, you have to have the passing game in the back of your mind as well.
Yeah.
You can't, you have to understand the marriage between everything. And so that's a guy who I think is extremely well-rounded, and I really, really hope they get this dude.
See, this is where, and you're absolutely right, this is where I remember with Andy Reid. Andy Reid started with the Packers as the tight ends tackles coach.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mike, Steve Mariucci and those guys all left, and then Andy became the quarterback coach. Well, Andy didn't know anything about it. I mean, he wasn't really, but what Andy learned is, like you're talking about, Chief, offensive line play, marry it to the passing game, because you have to know the perimeter of everything going around.
That's what Brian Schottenheimer talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
We want to marry the run and the pass, and we're going to do it out of looks that look familiar so you can't tell what's coming.
Yeah, this
is a guy that I think can help you go a long way in actually accomplishing, which is a great mission, but difficult to pull off if you don't know how to do that.
I kind of feel like, because there was talk about maybe Lunda Wells was going to be maybe the line coach. I heard that from a bunch of people that, Lunda Wells, he's better. He's a better line coach than he's a tight ends coach. And I'm like, okay, cool, if that's the case. But if Lunda Wells, I mean, we felt like that group got better at tight end with the blocking, didn't we? At the little bit at the end. I mean, it weren't dudes just hammering people, but we felt like that group got better. So I'm thinking if you can, Lunda Wells working with that tight end group, getting those guys better as blockers, then you get this coach
who's done a little bit of that
Adams
as well.
who comes in, and now you have the Y's and the offensive line working together, and then you have that continuity, that physicality, the way they block. Schottenheimer, he was a gap scheme guy. He's been a wide zone scheme guy. There's things I'm encouraged by their ability to kind of adjust this thing. And I think if they get some of these coaches, like you said, Eric, that are not in the building but outside and bring those different ideas, different philosophies. But Clayton Adams sound like to me the type of guy that needs to be here working on Brian Schottenheimer's first staff.
Sounds like a guy that take you out to his deer lease too and just help you, fill your card.
Yeah.
1 week.
Well, he would
Clayton
definitely
Adams,
take the Chiafalo girls to go hunting for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, he.
I'm gonna try and dial that up.
Yeah, you need to dial that up.
Knows his way around some feral animals.
There you go.
That much. Thank you,
Might be
Brian.
one himself.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. What do you say we talk some hoop, Chief?
Yes, let's crank open a rim sesh live from Brass Tap at Rockwall. Clay goes scores. We got a stat of the day for you, and we have a Fox on the loose next in the nation.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Got you down.
There's Zach Wolchuk planting the flag for you here. Top of the hour. We're live at the Brass Tap in Rockwall. It's right off 30. Just come on over and you can take a right at that first exit. I think it's 67A. You'll be here before you know it. And we're here with our friends at Stella Artois.
Man, that beer is nice and cold.
Yeah.
Out of that tap.
Oh, it's just
get you one.
You'll be feeling
Get you
right.
a bunch of them.
Delicious food, though. Had one of the best shrimp baskets I've ever had in my
Shrimp
life.
was no joke.
Okay. And salute to the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, wherever you may be.
We love you, CA.
It's time to talk some basketball, and there are juicy rumorooskies afoot. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, hot off the presses, ladies and gentlemen. This is fantastic. Thank you for granting my birthday wish of making sure that we have a nice rim sesh live from the Brass Tap. First time in the history of the G-Bag Nation. We go ahead and cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. And we're all going 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance! Wow. The beer works.
Double shot tequila.
It's always a special occasion.
Another one?
Wolchuk is rain dancing at a level like this.
Woo!
Gosh,
Rain
happy
dance!
birthday to me, man. This is beautiful.
I don't think
bring
I've
his
ever
mic
seen
down a little?
Wolchuk with a hat on.
Oh, I've worn one.
How much
during the show.
hats? What would you say your hat
level?
percentage is? I would say his hat percentage is in the single digits.
I would say 7%.
Yeah, I think that you might get 2 or 3 times a year that I wear a hat.
Sporting events, right?
Yeah, maybe. No, not even really.
Really?
It's usually only work functions.
Outstanding. I thought you were, stars cap at the
I'll tell you what,
AAC.
if you got him an Ohio State hat, would he look like Ryan Day?
Well, when you have that
Don't
great
say
hair.
that. I hate that.
Would he look like Ryan Day?
Yeah, but Wolchuk doesn't have to dye his beard to look like
No,
that.
I
That's
can't-
the
I
big
can't stand
difference.
Ryan
But that's actually a really
It's a
good
good
pull.
look.
It's a good call. I mean, he's a handsome guy.
I've been told that before.
Oh, really?
Not that he's a handsome guy, but that
You look like him?
yeah, the side by side things happen.
You look
Dead
like
ringer.
his
I think for
better-looking brother.
Halloween you need to go like as
I
Ryan
think
Day.
Ryan Day looks like me. Don't step off, Ryan.
There you go.
Oh wow.
Own this thing.
Yeah.
Or maybe you from like 12 months ago.
I'd beat Michigan.
You'd beat Michigan 4 times. And the title.
Harbaugh's still
Hit
beat the
Dawson right in
Wolverines.
Hit Dawson
I'm not
in the
going to hit him.
face.
I'm not Sean. I don't threaten my teammates.
Watch me. Let me go down there.
You would.
I'm going to hit you first.
Do you want to get punched in the freaking face?
Freaking.
We
This is
should-
freaking
That
beer.
was
we could
good,
have
though,
a-
Dawson. That was good.
a Ryan Day like punch fest of sorts where you could have Tolos come up, and if you want to take, like, you got to think Mooney to Mayor.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez. If Wolchuk's going to dress up like Ryan Day,
He'd probably
I
wanna
could
take
see
Dutch-
Mooney
Dutch
like,
would take a
paying
s-
like to
take a
charity,
swing.
like right to charity.
Yeah.
This is where you get to come punch a Ryan Day lookalike.
I think you need to go over to Holland's house, full Ohio State Ryan Day gear
Well,
on.
the door would be unlocked, so I'd walk right in. But then he'd kick me out.
No, he wouldn't.
I'd say
Dutch likes you.
I'd say what's up to Trey Lance, and then he'd kick me out.
Well, speaking of Derek Holland, I got a feeling he was full torque last night with what the Mavs had going on to start that game. They wasted no time putting it on the worst team in basketball, potentially basketball history. This is what you're supposed to do to an opponent like this. This is just what the doctor ordered every time the Wizards are on the sked. It doesn't matter who's in the lineup. Fortunately for the Mavericks, Klay Thompson was in the lineup, and he was making it splash. And those moments right there, that capability to erupt in that sort of way is the reason why you have him, and those opportunities are obviously more abundant when you have your full arsenal of Avengers with Luka and Kyrie, and even, of course, Derek Lively being on the floor. The space that Klay Thompson creates, and when he can get hot like that, that is a series-winning type of player. If you can channel that, how often can you channel that, Klay? So it was just a nice confidence booster for him and some others. I mean, Hardy was awesome last night, efficient. Omax, the youngster, that's beautiful stuff. So if you could just play the Wizards every single night, you'd be the best team in basketball history.
Yeah, Larry O'Brien Trophy, just bring it on over if you had to play those guys every night. I need to do a deep dive study on something basketball related, metrics. And see, Chief, do you know this?
No.
Like, I wonder when Klay Thompson, when he has to play, what the Mavs record is when he has to play more than, say, 29% of the time.
I got you.
Or are they a better team when he plays less? And I mean this in a way that, like, because of what Dawson's was kind of talking about with defensive liabilities and things like that, is the less that he plays, the better the Mavs are. Now, he's capable of knocking down all kinds of shots, but he'll also miss some shots too. You know, he's not the same player he was.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you have to respect what they were doing in Golden State, the fact that him and Curry, those guys, no defense. You want to talk about Draymond Green? You know, like, that dude must have had to play his ass off every night on defense to make up for what they were going through. But I think there's something we need to dig into, because I know earlier when we started talking about him and when, you know, and he's having to play now because of all the injuries.
Yeah.
You can't sit him with this roster the way it currently is. If you sat him right now and brought him off the bench, that's kind of disrespectful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So I just don't know. I mean, I wonder if there's a metric there that could tell me what the Mavs record is when he plays 25%, or is their record when he plays more than 29%.
Yeah, we should dig into that a little bit.
Yeah.
My Klay Thompson stat of the day for you is potentially more of a Steph Curry stat of the day.
Oh.
That was his 52nd career game with 7 or more three-pointers made for Klay Thompson.
Okay.
Wow. 52 times he's played in a game where he hit at least 7 threes. Okay,
Legend.
now he's number 2 all time. Steph is number 1. If Klay has 52 of those games, how many do you believe Steph has?
53.
69.
74.
100.
142.
142? Whoa.
142
Almost
games
3
with
times. That's why he's the best shooter of all
with
time.
7 or more threes. And Klay's number 2. So the
incredible.
gap here
That is incredible.
is quite large. And thank you to Stat Mamba for that nugget. Okay, now we have some big time news because Shams is reporting that the Kings are open for biz as it pertains to the young point guard De'Aaron Fox. And this is within the hour. He says the Kings are expected to open up talks to potentially deal All-Star De'Aaron Fox ahead of the February 6th trade deadline. There will be plenty of suitors, he says, but it's believed that Fox has a target destination in mind ahead of 2026 free agency. So he obviously, like all these guys, when they want to leave, they usually have a team or two that they're saying, hey, get me to one of these 2 teams. So
here's the team I want to re-sign with.
Now, Shams is on record as saying that team is not the Lakers.
No.
It is not the Lakers.
Celtics.
Nope. I don't imagine it's the Celtics.
Probably Wemby and the Spurs.
It's Wemby. Wemby and the Spurs is the most obvious connection.
It's a good fit.
Like for basketball reasons, that is the ideal landing spot.
Yeah,
now that
makes a lot of
really
sense.
sucks if Wemby's going to now have Fox as his running mate. That is a really, really nasty duo of young studs on the rise.
Yeah.
You can't trade that guy in conference. I don't care what the guy says. You know, that just...
Yeah, it depends on how much he tries to strong arm it. Where it's like no other team, I don't want to play for you. So everybody's like, okay, well, crap, I'm not going to trade for you then. You know.
Yeah.
But I think the Miami Heat are the other team that might be. He's apparently like
that makes sense.
Best friends with Bam Adebayo.
Okay.
So that particular relationship could potentially maybe they work something out with Jimmy Butler. You know, I know the Spurs.
Okay, so the Spurs are in a LeBron problem right now where you get Wemby, you put some veterans around him, and suddenly we're not in a position to draft superstars anymore. Right? So you're waiting for Wemby to drag you to a final and then hopefully beat a completely constructed basketball team. You can't, in the West, give them their other superstar that they can rain hell on you for the next decade under.
I'm totally
That
with
would
you.
make Sacramento my most hated team in the association.
That's a great point. It's a great take. And I will say, on the other side of that coin, if I'm the Spurs, I'm doing everything in my power, potentially even overpaying, if that's what it takes, to make sure that I get this guy because I got to start this Wemby clock as quickly as freaking possible.
I mean, they don't have much other ammunition other than draft picks to trade, but that might be what Sacramento wants. You know, load me up, even though they're going to be picks in the 20s. Maybe we'll have a year in there where Wemby gets hurt and we get a sudden pick out of the top 10. But, yeah, and if I'm the Mavs, how can we block this? You know, I'm willing to take a half step back on this year's probabilities, move on from Kyrie Irving, some of my other picks, send him out west, and bring in a guy who's almost got all of Kyrie Irving's skill, 10 years younger and not as injury prone.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm here for a situation like that. That'd be beautiful. And if you do a little trade block, you know, you find a way to
Two
get in
birds,
there.
one stone.
we frown upon C blocking, but T blocking, that's fair game.
I think so. Seen some C blocks that have been nasty over the years. Unbelievable, legendary type stuff. But I mean, I think the Kings would block every team in the West from competing for championships in the not too distant future if you bless them like that.
They should.
It's one thing to watch them tank and get Tim Duncan and then Wemby. They tank like once every 2 decades, end up with a transformational type player. You can't help them in the trade market. This Wemby guy, do you watch his games? It's insane.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Yes, he's phenomenal. We got to watch him the other day at Christie's in the Paris game.
Yeah.
That was a home game for him, of course, and he went berserk.
Yeah.
And just watching him, it's a completely different type of experience. And I have a Wemby stat of the day for you. Wemby leads the league in blocks.
Sure.
Anthony Davis is second. The gap is Victor Wembanyama at 1 with 150 blocks, and Anthony Davis with 88.
Wow.
I mean,
Extra block a game.
he's almost doubling up Anthony Davis, which has been one of the premier
he's a cheat code.
rim defenders in the sport for quite some time, and he's talking about how the narrative is that Wemby's just going to get the depoy just because, and there's plenty of other things to grade the differences between the two. But when it comes to blocks, there is no question, there is no narrative. That is just a stone cold fact that Wemby is not a guy. I mean, and we see it all the time. And in transition, it's a 2-on-1 or 3-on-1, and these guys are like, nope, let's kick this back out. Somebody hit a 3, please. And he can even block that. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, the most impactful defensive player I've ever seen. Just the anti-gravity that he has pushing people out. It's just a matter of time, with good health and Popovich and, a couple of more seasons, they'll get the shooters around him to score enough points that they're going to have a tremendous advantage for the championship. I mean, watching the movement of the ball, we can only probe a little bit. We're not serious. I mean, guys get in the middle there. They're not even looking at the rim.
No.
I'm not even thinking about it.
No, because he's gonna send it into the rafters.
No, not today.
Now, from a Jimmy Butler standpoint, the Heat suspend him indefinitely, and it is imminent that he is going to end up being traded here. Windhorse says from ESPN that the last 48 hours or so, and definitely tonight after the suspension, because Jimmy Butler showed up to the arena last night off his 2-game suspension, and they told him that he wasn't going to be in the starting lineup, and then he just left. So it's like, all right, you know what? We're done, Ski. Peyton Russell in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Nice.
Salute.
Rockwall zone.
Cutting glass. All-time glass cutter, Peyton Russell.
Big time.
Look at those things.
Chilly out there.
So the Heat's asking price for Jimmy Butler has dropped precipitously. They are willing to do more than they were when this all started last month. The Heat are trying to get this done. So Jimmy Butler on the move. We'll see where that goes. That's probably going to be a multi-team trade. Maybe they could try to work in Fox, but that seems to be very, very likely. And the Sixers are a team to watch as it pertains to Jimmy Butler. Maybe they have some level of a reunion. Just sprinkle a little Jimmy Butler into that disaster that is the Sixers. That seems like a good recipe. That seems
this
smart.
isn't going to go well for whoever ends up with him, but I think every team going for him, it's like, well, what else are we going to do? Let's bring Jimmy Butler to the Warriors, to the Suns, to the 76ers.
Solve our problems, Jimmy Butler.
By the way, wild scene last night. Did you see there was like a piece of shrapnel that fell off the Jumbotron in Minnesota and almost hit Rudy Gobert?
No.
And everybody was like, dang it.
Why didn't it hit him?
Because it didn't hit him.
Was that Blue Star Construction there?
It was like a
things falling off the ceiling.
Yeah, that's very FedEx Field of them.
Shots fired.
I mean,
that would have been poop.
It didn't actually hit him though, but the idea that you could be playing and something could be falling from the Jumbotron, that's a concussion waiting to happen.
That's not good.
You gotta button up over there, Alex Rodriguez and company. If he's even, I don't even know, but I'd like to blame him for something.
Yeah, target center just not very stable. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Get a good drill and an Allen wrench up there. Make sure everything's tightened up. Some of these teams, I don't know.
Some people might be pushing it up there.
You never know. Okay.
Pushes.
Thanks to the Brass Tap for having us here in Rockwall. We're about halfway done with the show.
Damn it!
It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420, buddy. Where you taking us?
Just halfway. Okay, we've got brands that remind you of your childhood in honor of National Lego Day.
Oh.
What reminds you of your childhood? 877-881-1053 and a new Rangers announcement. That's next in the nation.
has Lola Beauty products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. You never know who you're going to run into at a break there. That was a very interesting conversation. We're live at the Brass Tap here in Rockwall, brought to you by our friends at Stella Artois. Time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. It's presented by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Now here he is, Zach with an H. Your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. Big Ranger news. As the Rangers now, as we had the announcement of Ranger Sports Network, they have announced that a standalone direct-to-consumer streaming option with the parent company of Victory Plus as well. But the Rangers have now announced deals with major linear traditional cable providers, DirecTV, DirecTV Stream, AT&T Uverse, and Spectrum. So the Rangers are finalizing details with other providers.
Look at that.
Also planning a 15-game over-the-air package, something they haven't had since 2014, that could extend to more than 30 of the designated market areas in the club's 5-state territory, which includes Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and part of New Mexico. So in the Dallas-Fort Worth market, that over-the-air package would air on CW33. So for the Mavericks games, obviously you've now got Channel 29, but for the Rangers, for that specific 15-game over-the-air package, you could find it locally on CW33. So all kinds of ways to watch your Rangers this year. You can do the Victory Plus if you don't want to mess around with it, get the $100 game package, and you'll be able to get every single game. You'll get some spring training games, or you can go ahead and do the Rangers streaming network, and then you'll also have the ability to watch them on DirecTV, DirecTV Stream, Uverse, and Spectrum.
I kind of feel like the reaction would have been so much better if this news came out before the $100 deal they dropped, 2 weeks ago or whatever?
The people have already spent money on?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly why, Brian.
Some people
That's exactly why. You see.
Yeah, I guess that's the business move. Like, no, sorry, you're going to have to pay for it right here.
Yeah, you're only going to get Ranger games if you get this $100 for us.
Jump on it now. It's the best possible deal. Hurry.
Well, I certainly don't.
Hurry.
I don't blame everybody for trying to make money on this, but what a disaster about the last 15 years have been with these regional sports networks, and having to go on a scavenger hunt to figure out what platform they're on. It seems like we're getting back to some sort of normalcy with I have cable TV or I have satellite dish. Of course, if I'm paying a significant amount of money for my sports packages, I have my local teams. And you couldn't assume that anymore. So I think maybe the falling ratings, over the last couple of years has probably put an impact to these owners. But I think a lot of the owners should be legitimately embarrassed for how much of a pain in the ass they made it for their fans. You want to give it to the highest bidder, but have some sort of a safety net in there to avoid what we've been through. As a sports owner, if your entire metropolitan area can't access your games easily, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, it should be a no-brainer.
You're slitting your throat.
You are.
Yeah,
you are.
Nobody ever wants to do that.
Nope.
Don't go full slit
usually
throat.
not.
Can't say nobody ever.
Oh, that one time.
Yeah.
Okay, top 10 brands that remind you of your childhood. 877-881-1053. Seamless transition. And shout out to the Jerry Jones impersonator at our bar. Yeah, Brandon, I got you, brother. Thank you so much. Hornitos is what we're drinking to right now. Cheers to you, sir. Cheers to you.
And thanks for the Stella.
All right, hold on, Eric. I need you to vamp for me. I'm going to take this on here live
Okay,
right now. Live boozing.
Wolchuk without a lime is just going to hammer home this single shot after the first half double. He comes second half with the single. Very much so got the stank face with that one.
You got to man up a little bit.
Oh, chasing it with a little Stella
Be a little
beer.
bit more stoic.
That's the beauty.
With your
So
liquor.
delicious. I don't really,
What are we looking forward to, Dawson, you think about 6 o'clock here?
We're good. That's the last one.
Pure chaos.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying. Are you ready for the whole...
This is my last segment that I have to run, Brian. After this, it's wheels on.
I'm just hoping that we can get another Wolchuk CA flag.
Where were we that time? Where were we that time that he just...
Oh, my God.
What was that bar?
We were
Was
in
that
Richardson?
That hot
It
bar.
was Richardson Bar
That
and
bar
Grill.
that was like 100 degrees.
Okay, Brian, they're sweet, sweet people. They're never going to invite us back.
And I didn't say the name of it.
Yeah, we did.
RBG.
But that bullshit. Remember how drunk he got?
Oh, yeah,
I was like,
I'm sorry, guys.
I'm really sorry.
Oh, he had to apologize.
He took his headset off.
Was that a bag of ass? You tell me if it was a bag of ass, right?
Oh, that was the bag of ass moment.
That was the bag of ass moment.
That's right.
This one I'm not really sure is going to go over well.
You wore that, though. I was proud of the way you sunk into that.
I'm so sorry. I'm really bad at my job right now.
I think the brand Hasbro, resonates in my mind. It was a maker of some great toys, including Hungry Hippos.
Number 10 on the list, Hasbro.
Tonka.
Tonka Hemingway. It's a hell of a defensive tackle in this class.
How about Hess?
What about him?
Hess Trucks?
Never heard of them.
Oh, that's the oil company from New Jersey?
I was more of a Hot Wheels guy.
The green and white trucks?
Yeah.
Okay.
My mom was from Jersey. I didn't realize it was just strictly a Jersey thing,
It's a
but
Jersey
we had a
thing.
buttload of those.
That's
trucks.
why you call him Porter John.
Hess used to
Yeah,
own
that's also-
the Jets before Woody Johnson.
Oh,
Hess.
really?
Yeah, the Hesses owned that.
Woody
Yeah.
Johnson was a Hess guy?
No. Hess
I'm a Woody
owned
Johnson
the team
guy?
before Woody Johnson.
Hess owned
Oh,
them
Hess owned the
before
Okay,
Woody.
gotcha.
Okay.
Very good.
But now Brick owns it.
Dots connected.
One of my core memories, though, is running a Tonka truck into the sheetrock, the drywall, and punching a hole in it.
How pissed
And
were your parents?
it devastated me. I must have been like 5 or 6 years old because I didn't get the Tonka truck back for a long time. My parents realized I wasn't responsible enough to rip that thing around the house.
Yeah.
Without running it
You
into an
throw a
occasional
Tonka
wall.
truck at somebody, you're going to hurt them. I swear.
Yeah. It was built.
Did you guys ever have? Here's another one. You ever have? I bet you Dawson had one of these. I bet you Lucius might have one too. G.I. Joe.
Okay, yes.
Absolutely. Hundreds.
All right, Lucius, what reminds you of your childhood on National Lego Day?
Hey, G.I. Joe was cool, bro, but them little green men, they were...
Oh, the little army men?
Oh, that you could play like...
We used to have...
Yes.
Lucius, you're right. We used to set them up. We took those thick bank rubber bands you wrap
There
money
were
with.
so many of
and
them.
you could take the rubber bands and just like wipe out a whole company of them.
You're recreating D-Day with these little green guys.
Exactly. It's like push, and then on the bank rubber band would wipe out like 12 of them.
Yeah, it's
You were
crazy.
probably too old. Oh, sorry, Lucius.
Because it was all about setting them up.
It was
Yeah.
about
It was just
setting them
about
up.
setting them up. You really couldn't do much after that. It's just about the setup.
There was always the one guy that was the bayonet dude, He was like the flamethrower dude.
Look at this. So this would be your standard Star Wars figure.
Oh.
Okay, this is a
Dawson's got-
stormtrooper.
yeah, Dawson's
Remy
got one.
likes me to have this wherever I go. She wants to play with the stormtroopers, which is what she calls any Star Wars figure.
They're all stormtroopers.
They're all
Okay.
stormtroopers.
Hey, that's cool.
They didn't have the bendy knees. When the G.I. Joes came back, he had the bendy knees and arms. That's
Yeah.
when it kind of went next
Well,
level.
G.I. Joe had lifelike hair, and he also had the ability to talk. They had that.
You see, you guys had a different G.I. Joe in the 70s.
Oh, no, in the 70s.
We had the
our,
little plastic
Our
figures.
G.I. Joe, you could set him on fire and act like, something bad was, oh, look out, he's on fire. You have to put him out.
817, I got a Hess truck every Christmas for 30 years. Grandpa was from Jersey. Boom, there you go. Transformer Legos from the 254. Power Rangers action figures from the 940. I will say, Power Rangers does remind me of my childhood. I think I probably dressed up as like the Red Ranger one year.
Did you guys ever have slot cars? The
Excuse me?
racetrack slot.
Oh, yeah.
Slot
Oh,
cars.
yeah.
Like,
And you
you
could
build
build
the
the
tracks,
racetrack.
and then
Yes.
and they went around the track. And
You always had to slow down on the corners.
you had
or
to
go
slow down, or
flying
you're going to
off. Yeah.
just go flying off the
I
track.
loved that.
Yeah.
I also
Hot Wheels were great for
as
me.
a kid. For me, like I think one of the best gifts I ever got was like this little hockey goal and little stick, and I would just run around my entire house playing hockey against myself during the Stanley Cup playoffs in the late 90s when the Stars were making their run.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I'd be like commentating like I'm scoring the goals like Mike Modano.
Wow.
Yet couldn't skate. Never have. Never will. But maybe I should have been a hockey player in another life.
I did that with a golf club, a racquetball, and my sister's dollhouse. Her dollhouse was the goal.
That's fun. You just kind of like make, like as a kid,
Fired it into the
you can
windows.
find a way to be creative with anything.
Yeah.
And just have fun with it. Like I miss kind of that whimsical nature.
That's what
You
not
grow
having
up,
a
like,
tablet will do.
Dead to you in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
As soon as you
exactly.
get bored now, you're watching YouTube or TikTok or whatever.
No, these kids, it's terrible. And my poor daughter's about to be 1 year old. She sees a screen. It's like, mesmerized, zombie-like. Like, I don't know. Do I want you to watch television? I mean, you can watch football with Daddy, but that's it. No more TV for you.
Hey, is this strictly about just toys, or is it just brands from back in the day that you messed with?
I
think
started talking about
it's
brands.
brands. It's brands.
Okay. So do you remember the store called Oshman's?
Oh,
Oh, my gosh, Lucius, yes.
Did
Sporting goods.
Oshman's close down? Do they not have Oshman's anymore?
Yeah, they used to. When I went to was on Forest Lane.
Yeah, I went there with my grandpa a lot.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah,
I
so
loved Oshman's.
You get your cleats from over there, and you get your Rydell helmets.
And your
Rydell.
mouth guard that you had to dip in the boiling water.
Bro.
The Rydell helmets.
They got the pro player jackets. That's throwback.
Yeah, the pro players. You're right. Good call. Good
Man,
call.
the level up from the Schutt helmet to the Rydell helmet. What a moment that was. That was big.
He went
dude.
from being concussed every year to like having somewhat of a chance.
First
Lead
4
with
years,
your head, kid.
First 4
No.
years of tackle, I was a Schutt guy.
No wonder. That explains a lot. Okay, let's get to the brands that remind you honorable mentions of your childhood. Fruit Loops, or Fruit Roll-Ups, excuse me.
Oh, Fruit Roll-Ups.
Fruit Roll-Ups
Man.
are like fruit by the foot.
Fruit by the foot.
I freaking love that.
My mom tried to make homemade fruit roll-ups. It was so disappointing because they were the healthy.
What?
Yeah.
Ew, that's
She'd
gross.
put them on like some sort of plastic sheeting. It was terrible.
Daddy, tell me what you think. Oh, these are trash, Mom.
Yeah, those are good. Where's the sugar? Ice Pops, which you would pretty much get at every summer camp every year.
Let me ask you this though: the Ice Pops, was that in the plastic?
Yes,
where you
the
cut
plastic.
the top
Yeah, you gotta
off.
cut the top
You
off.
cut the
Yes.
top, and
Pretty
you got
good. You got
blue,
blue,
pretty
purple,
good.
red. Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good.
McDonald's. I do think McDonald's does an excellent job of just like advertising for kids.
Yes. Yeah.
Like then
toys.
then they've got
The
just
toys.
Yeah, and the McDonald's Happy Meal, like the box.
Yeah.
Like there's something that's very pleasing
Is that for a
about
girl
that.
or a boy?
As a child.
Boy. And they
I love
put
the Mighty
appropriate
Kids meal
toy in
as a
there.
kid. Yeah, like
Back in the
good
days.
My little fat Wolchuk self, you know, the Mighty Kids meal, it was 6 McNuggets instead of the 4 on the kids meal.
So you went mighty.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course. I'm like, haha, 2 more McNuggets. You
Big
kidding
mighty
me?
Wolchuk.
Then add a Big Mac on there, Mom. We got the Toys R Us at 13.
What toy?
Toys R Us.
Oh yeah.
Now gone.
Giraffe, right?
Yeah. Sega and Slinky are your honorable mentions. And Sega Dreamcast, first console I ever had.
Slinky.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
You
was
guys never
awesome.
had a
It's a good
Slinky,
console.
did you?
Of course.
Slinkies,
Slinky?
yeah.
Okay.
Hacky sacks.
Number 10 is Hasbro. You nailed that one, Gabby.
Yep.
Nerf, like Nerf guns.
Oh, Nerf football.
I think
football.
football.
Nerf football
Around the
too.
pool.
Yeah.
Nerf football around
Like
the pool
Nerf,
was
Nerf,
great.
Yeah, still to this day, Nerf football around the pool is great.
Yeah.
Like, you're never too old for that.
Always
You never
jumping
age out
off
of
the
that.
diving
Yeah,
board,
you're
trying
into
to
the
make a
pool,
diving catch.
making the snag.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
Number 8, I need help with this, guys. Mattel.
Mattel. Yeah.
Mattel
Made a lot of toys.
Mattel made a ton of toys. Like space toys and stuff like that. You know, like
Space
Lunar Rover and all that. Yeah, Mattel.
7 is Kool-Aid.
Oh, geez.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
See, you guys never had it in the pack.
I did.
Did you,
Made
Dawson?
a lot of it. Yeah.
Okay. Because you had to add your own sugar to that.
Yeah.
You could make it where you're like in a coma. Like, oh my God. this is
I
a monster.
don't know if I did or
Yeah,
not.
It came in a little packet.
6 is Monopoly.
That game. Pass
yeah,
out all the money, all the cards, and put the hotels on the board, and then start the game.
If you ask someone, did you cheat at Monopoly, and they
Hell
tell you no,
yes.
they're a liar.
Yeah.
Everybody cheats at Monopoly.
That game takes 4 days to play. It's like watching cricket.
Top 5 brands that remind you of your childhood. Number 5 is Disney.
Yeah, that was after football at 6
Yeah.
o'clock on NBC. The Wonderful World of Disney.
And everybody grows up with Disney. 4 is Hot Wheels.
Wish I had all my set.
3
I'd be
is
a millionaire.
Play-Doh. Okay, I didn't get grounded a ton as a kid. I was a pretty good kid.
You ate Play-Doh.
No, I got Play-Doh stuck all over new carpet.
Oh.
My mother was pissed. Man, it was bad. I couldn't go see Franklin the Turtle at Barnes & Noble. They had like a Franklin that dressed up in the suit. I didn't know that. Of course, at my age, I'm thinking it's Franklin.
Actually.
It's the real turtle. But no, we had a big plan on a Saturday to go, and little me playing with Play-Doh gets stuck all in the carpet.
No, we're
that
not
was
going.
my punishment. I couldn't go see Franklin. To this day, it stuck with
Good
me.
consequences.
It stuck with me.
It's good parenting
I
right
know what
there.
it sounds like talking about Franklin. I think I would do the same thing not to see Franklin.
I love
Oh,
Franklin.
what? Watch this.
Yeah.
Ah, Play-Doh in the rug.
I think Mrs. Wolchuk saw that Play-Doh in the rug and said, "Sweet, we're not going to see Franklin."
Probably.
Mrs. Wolchuk.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sad part, what he was 13 years old at the
I was
time.
at 13. I loved me some
Dad
Franklin.
was out back smoking a cigarette, ready to light the car up. Hey, we going? No.
Hell yeah, let's go get breakfast, honey.
Young Zach just mashed Play-Doh all on the rug. Yeah.
Same day I shoved my sister in dog poop. Number 2 is Legos.
Legos
National
are
Lego
until
Day.
you step on one.
But number 1 brand that reminds you of your childhood, Nintendo.
Yes, sir. Got to run. Had to save up and buy my own for $80. Didn't even have Super Mario Brothers. One controller. Okay, that was a lot of
Raw dogging it over there, huh?
And you got like $4 a lawn back then. That was '86, boy. Okay, we're live at the Brass Tap in Rockwall. Thanks to our friends at Stella Artois. Come fellowship with us, crack a couple of coldies, and we're back with Mark Schlereth talking Super Bowl here next in the nation.
Coming up.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Precursor?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to ClassicChevrolet.com and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Let's talk with Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Make sure you check out the Stinkin' Truth podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And a good afternoon to you, Mark. How the heck are you?
Well, I'm doing great, man. How are you guys doing?
Well, we're doing good. You know, Cowboys have a coaching staff now. It's Schottenheimer head coach and Eberflus is defensive coordinator, as I'm sure you've seen. Now, yesterday in all of his media, Schotty talked about, you know, wanting to do more shifts and motions. How difficult is it to install that from your perspective? Can he get that cooking in one off season?
Oh yeah. I don't think there's any question. I mean, the shifts and the motions, and you know, it's how you use that stuff, right? And you know, the kind of philosophical approach behind that is different personnel groupings, different shifts, different motions, changing the strength of the formation, getting guys to run with your motion and adjusting your motion. And what really ends up happening to you, and, you know, I think where it becomes problematic for a defense is, one, you can out-leverage a defense by the way you can get somebody moving in motion and with speed and then snapping it when you have an advantage as somebody's following across the formation, or if they're just kicking across the formation, meaning they're playing like some type of zone, you can get an automatic leverage to maybe a wide side of the field, that type of thing. So that's one. I think the biggest thing that motion has really kind of become very prominent in the NFL, and I'll go back to San Francisco for this, is you can gain with your motions 6 to 8 inches of real estate for offensive linemen to get on, you know, the backside to cut off a linebacker, to create a great angle on a defensive end. And that's really one of the big areas. So it's just an advantage of creating a little bit of leverage so that I get my guy in a better position to block your guy. And that's the really good teams. That's what they use a ton of motion for, is to really get those run game advantages.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of negative reaction to this hire. Obviously, it does not have the eyeball or the sectionist that maybe you'd want, or a candidate for other jobs. But it kind of feels like, at least in that regard, the Cowboys are heading in the right direction, Stink?
Yeah, I mean, I like Schotty. Schotty's a good dude. I think he's a good offensive coordinator. I mean, the issue is, and you guys know this, when Jerry comes in and says, you know, I mean, what Jerry says in the press conference, I just was like, I felt bad. Schottenheimer sitting between Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, and the look on his face was just like, will you guys please shut up? You're not doing me any favors. Like, there's so many things that were said, and I didn't listen to the entirety of the press conference, I'll be honest with you. But the pieces that I heard, the stuff we put on Breakfast Ball this morning, I was like, oh, my God, he's got to just be thinking, gosh, please. You know, when Stephen Jones talks about, you know, air quotes and saying, you know, our drought, you know, you guys called our drought. And you're just like, dude, you ain't won nothing in 30 years, and you're the Dallas freaking Cowboys. And Jerry's like, hey, I'm not afraid, you know, to make a risky decision, and you know the odds of this working out are not good, or whatever he said. You know, of course, I'm you know being facetious to some degree, but that's what it came out sounding like. I was like, Lord have mercy, this poor guy is already, you know, kind of behind the eight ball, so to speak, just based on the press conference.
Have you ever heard another person in the NFL qualify success as winning regular season games?
No. The whole press conference was a mess. So anyhow, but that's Cowboys football at this particular point in time, which is a shame to say, but it's just at this point it's just a fact.
Yeah, it sucks, Stink. I mean, they're hanging banners for the 6th winningest franchise since 2010. It's unbelievable. They did hire Eberflus as the defensive coordinator. What do you think of that addition? Did you get to call any Bears games with him as the head coach?
Oh yeah, I like Eberflus, and I think there's a lot of guys. You know, the old Peter Principle book where you rise to the level of your incompetence, and you know, I think Eberflus historically he's very well respected as a defensive coordinator. Does a really good job with that stuff. And, you know, you get the opportunity to be a head coach, and just maybe you don't have a dynamic enough personality, whatever the case may be. Really didn't work out. I get it, but there's a lot of guys that came from either a defense coordinator or offensive coordinator that got their opportunities to be a head coach, and it never really worked out. And so, you know, those guys, I mean, Vic Fangio had 5 defensive coordinator jobs before he got the head coaching job in Denver. And I remember sitting in a meeting with him, you know, and it was during COVID, so we had to do it on Zoom, and I hate meeting coaches. I hate meeting anybody in Zoom. I like to go meet in person. But, you know, I met with him on a Zoom, and I swear he was doing his taxes while we were having a conversation about football. Like, I was like, okay, I'm done. Like, I don't need to talk to this guy anymore. It's like talking to your PE coach from junior high school. So, but he's a brilliant defensive coordinator, right? So there's a big difference there. I remember talking to Kyle Shanahan about the difference between being an offense coordinator and a head coach. He goes, you know, when things didn't work well as an offensive coordinator, I locked myself into my office for 3 days. I wouldn't come out. I wouldn't shower. I would figure out ways to fix things. He goes, as a head coach, you got to get up, you got to shower every day, you got to meet the press, you got to take care of all these other issues on your football team. You know, everything comes across your desk. It's just a different dynamic, and then you've got to be able to address the entirety of the team. And you lose some of that ability to coach individuals. You have to coach your coaches and present to them what you want taught, and then they have to go out and present it to the players. So there's just a difference. You lose a little bit of that player-coach connectivity, and it's more coach-to-coach connectivity. And some guys handle it well. Some guys obviously don't.
What's your early read on the Super Bowl matchup?
Listen, okay, so I would tell you if I went from a confidence pick standpoint, right, I would tell you every position with the Philadelphia Eagles, you know, I think their offensive line is better. I think their wide receiver / tight end combination is better with Philadelphia. Their running back is better with Philadelphia. I think D-line is a better combination of D-linemen, better different depth of rotation. I think their linebacking core is better. I think their secondary is better. But I think the Kansas City Chiefs have one of the greatest coaches that ever coached on offense and one of the great defense coordinators in the National Football League. And, oh, by the way, they have a quarterback whose pulse never rises regardless of the situation. And so, you know, ultimately, I think Philadelphia is a better team, but it's the Kansas City Chiefs. And the way they have been coached and the way they play and the way they execute in critical moments. There's nobody I trust more in a critical moment. And the bottom line is, I go back to the AFC Championship game. The Buffalo Bills had everything they ever wanted. You know, people can complain about the officiating, like whatever. You know, I've complained plenty. I'm not going to complain anymore. But the bottom line is the Buffalo Bills got the ball. First, they chased points early in the game, which I think is stupid. 2, they got the ball with 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes and 25 seconds left with a chance to tie it with a field goal or win it with a touchdown, and they took a dump in their helmets. They couldn't convert on 3rd down and 1. They couldn't convert on 4th down and 1. And then they couldn't stop the Kansas City Chiefs on a 3rd down and 9, where they dumped it to Piron. He gets 17 yards. It's the first time he touched the ball all game. So say what you want, but in critical moments, the Kansas City Chiefs find a way to make a play that they need to, and nobody else seems to be able to do it like the Chiefs. So with that, I'd give the advantage to the Chiefs, even though I think Philadelphia's got just a better overall roster.
Stink, do you worry at all? You mentioned right off the jump about the Eagles' offensive line better. Do you worry about their injuries, or is this going to be we get to Super Bowl Sunday and everybody's going to be fine?
Yeah, well, I think Cam Jurgens would be fine. He had the back injury. He came back in second half and played once Landon Dickerson went out. But think about this, guys. Think about your all-pro guard in Landon Dickerson moves over to center, right? And you bring in a backup guard because your Pro Bowl center is out. You bring up a backup guard, and you don't miss a beat. On the first play of the game, you go 60 yards for a touchdown from Saquon Barkley on a little crack toss. And the next thing you know, Landon Dickerson hurts his knee and has to leave, and your starting center, who's out with an injury, goes back in, and you still don't miss a beat. And I don't even know who played left guard, but I'm watching the coach's tape, and I'm like, who the hell is this guy? This guy's great. This guy would start on every team in the National Football League, and he's a backup for the Eagles, and I don't even know who he is, but he's just kicking ass. So, do I worry about it? Not really.
You're the man, Mark. We'll talk to you next week live from Radio Row in New Orleans, if you don't mind. Thank you so much for your time.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
There he is, Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Make sure you check out the Stinkin' Truth podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Where we find ourselves today is Rockwall, right on the other side of the lake here, just off 30, at the Brass Tap, brought to you by our friends at Stella Artois. And we're back with an edition of The Finest. Chief, what's cooking?
What history says about Mahomes versus Dick Fangio next year in the nation. But let's get you to advancedhair.com. We got to talk about your hair, or perhaps
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. Come say hi. Okay, we're out and about here today, just about 15 minutes from my house, actually. We're in Rockwall, Brass Tap. Just come on over the bridge on 30 and take your first right. You'll see us over here by the movie theater and all the different restaurants. And it's a great hangout here, especially in the spring when you get that good weather going. Well, yeah, we're live at the Brass Tap. Thanks to Stella Artois for sponsoring our appearance once again. Finest beer in town, finest beer around, Stella Artois. Make a great 0.0, by the way. Anyway, it is time now on a very busy Football Tuesday for an edition of the finest. Here's the Chief.
Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. I got some Super Bowl questions, and I'm actually just wondering in real time right now. I see Greg Olson with some quotes. And does Tom Brady have the most pressure on him for this Super Bowl than any of the other guys? I mean, Tom Brady's got to be up there on the list of who's got the most pressure on them to meet the moment and perform at the highest level. I think Tom Brady might be Jalen Hurts, Tom Brady, 1A, 1B. I think the pressure's real.
Yeah, and I feel bad for him. You know, I know he's doing his best, but it was over this past weekend where I recognized that look on his face, and it reminds me
the Brotox.
Not the Brotox, although that is significant.
It really doesn't move.
My wife was like, "Oh my gosh, he can't move his face really."
But there's a broadcaster deer in headlights look that I have not seen since Mike Bassick in his rookie year in the G-Bag Nation. I got to go back to 2013, right? And it'd be time for his live spot, and it was like, oh my goodness, just right. And I think longtime Tolos, it was hilarious. Roy White did this hilarious bit of a Mike Bassick live spot. This classic piece of audio, if you remember that. But over the next 3, 4, 7, 8 years, like, Bassick became one of the greats.
Yes.
You know, so I do believe if Tom sticks with it, but, like, his energy is off. He's forcing it. He's not letting the game come to him. And, you know, it's starting to be a pretty tough scene at times, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'd say that there's two things here that could end up coming into focus. One, and this is the positive for Tommy, is that it's the Super Bowl. When did Tom Brady usually perform? In the Super Bowl. So maybe he's saving his best for this very moment. The other thing that's saving him is...
It's optimistic.
I think we're at an all-time low when it comes to color commentators right now.
Okay.
I think we are. I don't think Romo's got his fastball anymore. I think Collinsworth has gone downhill. I don't think we've got anybody that's good.
Troy's
okay, but Troy's now shoved himself to Monday Night Football. Honestly, Eric, who cares anymore?
Troy's pretty good. I think you got a good point, though, and I think part of the problem is you took a lot of former players. They were going after the name recognition. Remember the last time the big NFL TV deals were negotiated, there was a bidding war between CBS, Fox, and ABC, ESPN to get the top name to sell to the networks. Hey, look at what we're bringing. And Romo was involved in that. Brady was a big part of that. And in the end, the best analysts who are doing the great work kind of got overlooked, and now we're dealing with the post-reality of that.
See, that's where I've got some blind spots where when you watch a game, like maybe there's some guys that are working on crews 3, 4, 5 that you don't hear enough, and you're thinking, gosh, this guy would be pretty good. They don't. Why is he working? Why is he working this Arizona? Atlanta game. Or why, I used Atlanta. Why is he working this Cowboys game now? Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Olsen's awesome.
That's what I'm saying.
Olsen is an upgrade to me right now over Romo or Collinsworth if I'm those networks.
See, that's what I thought Olsen was great. And there's people that don't like Olsen doing the games. And
there's always going to be some, like, they just don't like somebody for some reason. But, like, I always thought Earl Johnston was pretty good.
I couldn't tell you the other guys that were the Jonathan Vilmas and the other guys. Stink. I know, you don't hear them enough. They could be superstars.
Yeah.
But they're just, they're working those bad games that only 3% of the country is seeing right now. So I'd like to believe there's some seriously talented guys out there that are working these games. I just know I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah. Greg Olson said he wouldn't describe it as resentment, but he says it's not too far off either, if I'm being honest about the idea that he got taken over by Brady. He says it's hard to sit there and watch games that over the last couple of years you were preparing for, you were calling, and then you're sitting there on your couch and you're watching the game and you're almost kind of broadcasting the game in your brain. You're saying, oh, man, what would I have said on this play? There was so much to talk about here or there, or that would have been super fun to dive into. So, yeah, I understand. The salty nature that he would be carrying around with him a little bit, but he's still fantastic. I really enjoyed when he was on the Cowboys games this year. But I do think that the Brady conversation leading up to the Super Bowl on Super Bowl Sunday, day after,
a lot
little
of pressure
clips,
on
little
Tom.
moments. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, as we power rank the pressures,
he was a great player in
Hurts,
Super Bowl.
Brady,
Yeah.
Hurts, Brady.
Yeah.
By the way, you mentioned the Botox, and I do think appearance is relevant here, because the more unconfident he becomes, the less good looking he becomes. You can see that. I think it's knocking off at least a solid 2 points from him.
Yeah,
and he can feel it, so he's going to the Botox, but even that can't help him at this point.
No, that's
starting to look a little Chucky-esque at times.
Pinpoint
Tension in his face.
Yeah. When they go to the face shots of him and they sit there, and
it's like I'm struggling to make words for the first time in my life for some reason.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough.
He used to do great work with that Jim Gray Monday night interview. I mean, there have been
the Let's Go.
Yeah. I mean, he really had that down. By the end of his career, he could do a really nice player interview for you. We just need to get back to that comfort zone.
Do you think Mahomes is keeping Dick Fangio up at night already? Or will it start next week that he gets the night sweats with Mahomes haunting his dreams? Because
he's going to put in his game plan this week. Because when you get to the game, you
All
really
right,
don't.
we didn't need a literal
Hayes in the
answer,
barn.
Brian.
Hayes in the barn.
What?
That was, just play along with the bid.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
What was the bid?
Is Mahomes keeping Dick Fangio up at night?
Yes, he's sweating.
What else do I need to say?
Nightmares.
I feel like we painted that picture pretty nicely.
No, I was just saying
He's
he
not
better.
feeling nicey.
No, I was saying he better put his game plan in this week
Right
because
now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because when you get to New Orleans, it's
Distractions.
hard. Distractions. It's hard.
Bourbon.
Yes.
Beads.
Okay, go ahead.
Of a multitude of varieties.
Right.
How
there
do
you
the
go.
beads really work, though, Brian? Is that just we're going to be walking down the street and people are throwing beads at us? I got jugs.
If Wolchuk does the truffle shuffle and takes that shirt off, he's gonna. I think Wolchuk could collect a lot of beads.
This set.
In New
Is this a
Orleans.
24/7, 365 thing, or just a Mardi Gras thing? Right?
This
would be a little bit early.
I think this is. I think it's a little early, but yeah, because I think March is when we do. But Mardi Gras is going on right now, so there'll be some beads involved here. Yeah.
So do we need to stock up on the beads?
If you want to be passing along,
we
I think Wolchuk's going to collect them by showing off his own.
I'm going to make sure I get the most beads.
You got a hell of a set.
You kidding me? I've been working hard for this in soda.
I can see that. That's going to be something I think we're going to be working towards. We're going to have our stat of the day. How many beads has Wolchuk collected by showing off, showing a little skin.
Triple D Cherie.
Showing those salamis.
Mm-hmm. Pepperonis.
That's true.
They're a little bit smaller than salami.
You're right. No, you're 100%. I misspoke.
Well, when in a row.
I just threw up in my mouth.
Pepperoni's delicious.
Yeah,
so is salami for
but
what
the
it's
way
worth.
the way you just described it, I threw up in my mouth.
Well, it was a bit descriptive.
I think Fangio's throwing up in his mouth as he recalls the last 8 instances, the only 8 instances that he's met his match with Pat Mahomes. 8-0.
Matt Mahomes.
Matt Mahomes.
Who's Matt Mahomes?
That's a different
Yeah, this Matt Mahomes. I'll tell you what, man. This Matt Mahomes is keeping me up at night.
Patty's 8-0 against this guy?
And you're ripping me about
How much of that is Broncos?
Matt Mahomes. All right.
You have every right to lash
That's
out
a
at me
bit.
right now.
That's now a bit. Matt
Mahomes.
Hey, what do you think about this Matt Mahomes guy?
That's a great idea. That's a great
How
idea.
about Jagon and Terrell, who's standing 10 feet away from us? I don't know. I'm bad at math. And he said, I'll give Wolchuk beads not to show him.
There you go.
Wow.
I like
wow.
what you're doing.
That's a dear friend.
Hey, that's a guy that hasn't seen him. That's how you know he hasn't seen him yet.
Fair enough.
Okay, so yeah, Mahomes is 8-0 versus Fangio, and this is a couple of times when Fangio was the head coach of the Broncos, so they met, plenty twice a year, and then he was the defensive coordinator for the Dolphins when the Dolphins went up to Arrowhead and people were getting frostbite, and Tua was just
tough day,
crapping in his helmet.
Yes.
He literally,
So-
like Schlereth would say.
I mean, he had some pretty good defenses with Denver, but no offense. Now he's got the full package.
That's true.
Seems
Now,
like a fair fight now.
Mahomes, 8 games. He's got 2,000 yards, 11 touchdowns.
I don't know about that Matt Mahomes.
He
though.
completes 63% of his passes, and they've outscored him 215-95. So he's put up some points in these games.
He's done well.
But it's still just something to consider right now. And I think the other thing, too, is with the way the goal line sort of defense for the Chiefs was playing the other day, I know that the Eagles, they've mastered the tush push, but It's still not the same. The tush push is not the same. The Juergens tush is not the same as the Kelsey tush.
There's only one Travis Kelsey tush.
Right, and there's only one Jason
Kelsey gets he used to get really low.
He could really burrow in.
Low man wins.
Yeah, Juergens kind of plays a little bit higher, and it doesn't get. They don't get the because when you get down, everybody then surges behind that.
So hold on? Do you guys think the Chiefs could actually stop them on a 4th and 1?
Well, so that's what I'm saying. Like with the way
I like the Commanders' plan. Just keep jumping off
Frankie
sides.
Louvu just keeps leaping them.
keep jumping off sides.
we had epic goal line battles, first, 4th down and inches battles versus Josh Allen, who is a giant, strong dude, and
he runs to his left every time.
You think that would be a cheat code, though? Like Josh
they knew
Allen
that.
at the
They
1
knew
yard
that.
line.
That's why they were stopping him.
What
He
is
runs
going
left
on?
every time.
He should be the modern-day Cam Newton.
What are you worried about over there?
Josh Allen.
Are you on FaceTime?
What are you doing?
No, my grandma FaceTimed me, and it connects to my computer, so it just is frozen.
Wave to her. Say hi.
No, she's not on there.
Oh,
I
she's
denied
not.
Grandma the birthday FaceTime. She's in South Carolina right now.
Is that Mama?
But it connects. No, it's Grandma Lynn. That's on my dad's side.
Lynn.
And she. That's the annoying part is when your phone is connected to your computer, and now I have this FaceTime. Like 20% of my screen right now is in use.
Kids, hola.
Yeah, that was a few minutes
Hey,
ago.
Josie,
in the commercial
hey.
break.
They're out there having archery practice in the backyard.
But yes, I think the goal line defense of the Chiefs is going to be something that's going to be a tall order. That's not going to be a pushover,
No,
easy.
that's gonna be a fun matchup.
4th down conversions and goal line conversions for the Eagles, something that they've become a little bit accustomed to, and they're banged up on the interior of the offensive line right now as well. So all things to consider. And Chris Jones, I mean, he just had a 33.3% pass rush win rate against the Bills. For reference, Myles Garrett led the league during the regular season, 23%. Chris Jones just had a 10% better pass rush win rate in a game than Myles Garrett, who led the league this season.
Remember, we were watching that play, right guard that blocked nobody on the final snap.
Yeah.
With a blitz, and that was a great call by our guy there, the defense coordinator.
That game, by the way, it was almost 58 million viewers on CBS. Best for any NFC or AFC title game since Giants-Niners in 2012.
I mean, am I off on this? Like, I was really disappointed listening to Romo in that game.
Have another drink.
Because we don't
encourage that.
On Sunday, we don't get to see him. We're working.
That's what I was saying.
So the playoffs, really, that's kind of the first time I'm like, okay, what's up with Romo? Is he stinking now? I wasn't impressed.
Jeez. No, I unfortunately don't.
Zach Wolchuk.
I didn't.
It is.
I didn't get a chance to really sink into it with the
Okay,
kids and the conversation. No, it's just like I'm watching, but I'm not really getting to hear as much as I would like to, and that's just a concession I have to make. I can't be yelling about it. But I get what you're saying.
Awkward at times. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, he's not giving
noises.
Some of his analysis on the questionable calls from like a refereeing standpoint, and he's got
throwing
nothing.
it to break.
Jim's
it's like,
all right.
what are you saying right now? I don't know. I'm kind of off of him right now.
I saw from the Washington Post that Jaden Daniels had the highest selling jersey across all sports since the new year.
He's a likable guy.
And the best selling jersey this season for the NFL.
Yeah.
So, yeah, super likable guy.
Likable guy.
Football or ball sack on this?
Because Washington fans haven't been able to buy a jersey for the last 8 years either, so they got a lot of pent-up demand.
Yeah, that's
taking out the Doug Williams jersey.
Somebody from what's the stadium? Is that Hancock Whitney Stadium?
Is that the Buffalo
in Mobile?
Oh, the roof fell in.
University of South Alabama.
Yeah.
Is that where they're doing this thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to be Hancock Whitney Stadium. I saw somebody take a picture of the Jumbotron that had ball metric leaders for National Day 1, and it showed
ball metric leaders.
Yeah, ball metrics. You know, like who had the longest air distance on a pass, who had the highest velocity on a pass,
best volume.
Dylan Gabriel of Oregon, the lefty.
Yeah.
Fastest initial airspeed of 74.9 miles per hour. Wow. I don't think that's. I'm wondering if this is how real this can be. The combine record.
Well, he measured him super short.
Yeah, I don't think of him as like cannon arm guy.
No, screw him.
You buying that? You think that's real?
Isn't a hot football like at 65 miles an hour, 66?
Yeah, I think the combine record's 62 miles per hour.
We might have caught a wind gust. Maybe a wind gust.
Maybe it was
outdoors. We catch a wind gust.
You had a metric Canadian radar gun.
Frickin'. Steve Palazzo was like, dude, this is Aroldis Chapman in a football uniform.
Yeah, I don't even know if
Steve
you catch
Palazzo
that.
hates
A
me.
lefty with
That's
exactly.
a shocker. What's the story with Steve Palazzo?
You guys always like, let's interview Steve
He
Palazzo.
sat
and
down
make-
with us, and you guys were fine.
He looked at me and goes, "My God, what am I doing here?"
He's the
And I
Pro
didn't
Football
blame-
Focus guy.
Yeah,
He might be taller than you. That's one of the few people that I can say that.
I mean, John Elway is one of the hardest throwing balls, and
Brett, I almost said it.
he could move it 70 yards, but they're saying it just over 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, he might have
If he
caught
could
a
throw
gust.
78, that's probably goal line to goal line.
That's gust.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Hey, my
in
pleasure.
addition to football's
Ball
finest,
sack
live at the
again.
Brass Tap in Rockwall here, G-Bag Nation. It's brought to you by Stella
Get on
Artois,
FaceTime now.
finest beer in the land, finest beer glass in the land. I like the gold rim. I just think that
You
puts an
do
extra
like
touch
the gold
on it.
rim. You always have.
Yeah.
Top tier rim.
Have another drink,
Should
Wolfchuck.
we do the top 10 rims? Wooly Bully, top 10 list of the day?
I think Wolchuk needs
Tomorrow?
another couple of drinks to put this thing over the top.
Salted rim,
Stop.
margarita.
We need a tush push from Wolchuk.
Somebody get this guy an Uber for about 7 o'clock. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. L.A. Live's coming up in 23 minutes. We'll hit the expressway with you next in the nation. I want to chat with you about the Frankels. Before we do that, though, because life's unpredictable, you never know when you are...
Uber Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it,
In Rockwall, brought to you by Stella Artois. If it's quitting time, we'd love to see you swing on by. We haven't done a ton of remotes out here on the far east side, but here we are, and saying hi to a lot of familiar faces. Kevin Gray, KG, salute to you. Brought his wonderful daughter here with him to the Brass Tap, and you should come by and fellowship. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the On Time Experts as well. The Expressway is presented by the On Time Experts. Okay, LA Live with Lucius coming up here in just over 15 minutes. You ready for another Mavs trade rumor, Ruski?
Let's do it.
According to an NBA insider, Jovan Buha, the Pacers are not sure if they want to give Miles Turner 30-plus mil in unrestricted free agency this summer, and said he has heard a little bit of chatter about the Pacers' willingness to include the DFW native in a trade. Okay, averaging 15.7 boards, almost a full steal a game and 2 blocks per game, while shooting 47.9% from the floor, 39.3 from downtown. Obviously, you wouldn't need 3 centers, so I think this would be a Daniel Gafford, Jaden Hardy, plus a draft pick type of situation. Chief, can I get you to bite?
Wow, I'm definitely interested in it. I need to kind of look at where his health has been, because that is, with the big men, that's always sort of a problem. But that would certainly be an upgrade. If you have Lively and Turner,
there was a time Miles Turner was just a dream. It was like,
yeah.
Oh, could you please get Miles Turner, bring him back home?
Yeah,
let's make.
It's like
this
he's missed
happen.
3 or 4 games this year.
That's not bad. That is not bad at all.
Haven't had to use him too much. He is playing 31 minutes a night. That'd be an upgrade over Gafford, and it would add a dimension to your offense. The ability to get a rim protector who is also a floor stretcher.
Yeah, that's the huge thing.
Yeah.
He can actually shoot from a lot of different places on the floor, and that's not something that Lively or Gafford can bring you.
And
the space could be crazy.
He's going to be a free agent after this year. Okay, so you're like, oh, well, we're going to have to pay him. But Gafford's going to be a free agent after next year.
Sure.
So if he wants $28-30 million, I just hope New Vegas money, the Adelson family, is willing to go, maybe not Golden State Warriors territory, but like New York or Los Angeles type of territory when it comes to doing whatever it takes to keep a roster together. Invest in the fans, invest in the future of your fan base, lock them in with great rosters that can win championships and build you generations and generations of passionate fans is, I think, how you want an owner to look at it. Some of them are just flat out, unwilling to lose any amount of money. I need to be accruing some sort of revenue from this. I think Golden State's thrown that out. Obviously, the Dodgers have thrown that out. There are a handful of teams around the world. Actually, Manchester City from the English Premier League is going through a significant investigation right now. They might strip them of their titles because they were spending more than you were supposed to. They're like, to hell with this. We want all the good players. So they might get punished. And, that's the kind of owner you dream about. So we'll find out soon, one way or another. Like if you just let the Gafford situation play out and, the offseason of 2026, that's a must bring back. And if you don't bring him back, you're signaling to the world we're scared of the luxury tax and, get ready for another round of, miser ball here with the Scrooge McDuck factor. Mavs are 6-16 in games in which Klay Thompson plays 27 minutes or more.
There you go.
Maybe that is skewed by, the last 20 games or so being without Luka. But, I just think he's got to be a role player, that and not only that, but a role player who's willing to say, maybe I only get 12 minutes tonight. Maybe my defense is so bad and, my shot's not falling in the first half, so I don't play in the second half. But other nights, maybe I'm on fire and my defense is great and you play me 35 minutes. I think of the championship year and Peja Stojakovic, one of the great three-point shooters of all time, spent the majority of his career with the Kings, was acquired. Maybe they waived him, and he just came over as like a late free agent, and he would start and play 15 minutes a night. So I say that because if you're worried about offending Klay Thompson by considering trading him, just imagine when you get to the playoffs and you're like, hey, we don't have that many minutes for you tonight. Like, his feelings are going to be hurt one way or another. They've been hurt the last 2 or 3 seasons as he's tried and failed to come back to the player that he was. That's why he's here.
For sure. Yeah,
because
absolutely.
the league just does not see him as that player anymore. So I don't know how worried you could be about offending him when you see a number like that. Like, what's that mean to you? 6-16 when Thompson plays 27 or more. That's almost as bad as Dak passing 35 times.
See, that's the problem that you run into, though. As long as the roster is depleted, you really can't justify not playing him.
Yeah, right now you got to play him. Yeah.
If the roster was whole, then you could say, well, wait a minute, man. You need look. Here are the metrics. You got to understand that, right? When you play, we're this. When you play this many minutes, we're this.
Yeah.
You got to look at that. But that's a hard thing for them to sit there with the roster the way it is now and say you're not going to play. But if you get that thing whole, then maybe we can have that discussion because he clearly is not the same player the more that he plays. And everybody in Golden State knew that. That's why they let him move on.
Yeah.
They tried to bring him off the bench and things like that. And he,
And this is a front office to pay Jordan Poole 2 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
So, yeah, I think you got to look at that. And also the Luka factor. Like, if you can just get him on the perimeter catching passes from Luka and shooting, 10 times a game over the course of 20 minutes, it probably, his efficiency numbers are better. His winning percentage number is better.
There's no question. He's not a guy that you need creating or doing anything like that. Just give him the space necessary. Luka and Kyrie provide that, and you got a window into what he is capable of. You talk about not having to play too much. That's in one quarter. In one quarter, he can change.
Brought here to do.
He can change the entire dynamic of a game. And I know it's the Wizards and all that, but you can see what he's capable of, and that can win you a game in a series. That's of the utmost importance. Where you're trying to win 4 games. If Klay Thompson gives you one of those, and it's one quarter of flawless, ridiculous, historical basketball, very few guys can just flip that switch.
Yeah,
but how consistent can you give me something?
They put that team away last night. Early.
12 minutes.
Yeah, it was buried. It was over.
Derek Lively named the Rising Stars player pool for All-Star Weekend. Obviously, that's not going to be something that he is involved in with his injury that we're hoping he can be back for before the start of the playoffs. But it's cool to see him get that sort of recognition. And, obviously a lot of their championship hopes kind of hinge on his availability. Great win last night, though. Dante Exum actually doubtful for the next game. So not out. He is apparently on the comeback trail, hasn't been able to play all year. I don't know how much he helps, but he is a decent defender. He's a big body, gives you defensive versatility, some ball handling, and a little bit of offensive game, a little bit of creating off the dribble. But, Dante Exum definitely a role player at this point in his career. Stars are in Vegas tonight. big game here, playoff positioning, going to be on the line. Just beat the Golden Knights last week, trying to win their third game in a row. So it's going to be a fun one, and that game tonight is at 9 o'clock. The Texas Rangers have a new TV deal. They're creating a bunch of new partnerships with local cable providers. So if you have local cable or satellite, you're going to be able to watch the Mavs, right? Is this what this comes down to, Wolchuk?
Yeah, it's DirecTV Stream, Uverse, and Spectrum. We'll all be able to have that, and then there'll also be some local, I think at least 15 games that'll be on CW33 if you're in the Dallas market. So you'll be able to consume your Rangers. You don't necessarily have to do the Victory Plus deal.
Okay, hey, one little basketball update. Shams was reporting the Heat are engaged with Golden State and Phoenix on a potential Jimmy Butler trade.
You think that's a three-way?
I don't know if that's a three-way or if that's trying to, out-leverage one team for a little bit more.
Well, maybe the price has come down so far they don't need the third team.
Yeah, that's fair.
Going to be really interesting to see if that can reshape the West. I don't know if anything can help Golden State or Phoenix. They look old, and it looks desperate to try to bring somebody in like this. I don't know how many times this actually works, where a team that's massively underperforming brings in another guy that really needs the ball. It just seems like your issues are much more fundamental than bringing a Jimmy Butler in to fix it. But as he showed in Miami, he can be quite a catalyst when his game is going. Okay, we have leftover storylines from the Brian Schottenheimer hiring, guys. I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. We've had a couple of days to react to it, but we never got to the story of Dak Prescott and 9 other Cowboys being there.
Yep.
How relevant is this, for you? Dak said, I wanted to show him that I'm going to be here with you and for you. Not only that, but he's here for 4 years. I got 4 years on my contract. He's tied directly to my future. So let's go be the best that we can be in these 4 years together. I guess it was cool. I think that was probably just more evidence of why he got the job, because so many people in the building like him.
I think that is a big factor. If you look at the pie, that I think the players, it's something the Joneses do. They listen to their players and they listen to outside sources and stuff like that. And their players clearly spoke. There were people in the building that were players that were in the building that were rallying in order to get him, even as the offensive coordinator. Maybe there was going to be an outside hire from another head coach was going to come in, but they were talking about, hey, the players were trying to push to make sure that he had some type of spot on this staff. And the Joneses said, wow, we think this much of him. And, they asked Will McClay his opinion as well. Who can we work with in personnel? Well, that's probably why you got the coach you got.
I mean, is it being too tough to say maybe you go with who you like when you don't have an awareness or a desire to go find the absolute best?
No, it's exactly what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the easiest thing to do. If I don't want the best, why am I going to go slaving away through a bunch of interviews for no reason? Like, let me just make this as easy on myself as possible. Again, it's all back to the big C word for them, and it's comfortability. What's the easiest possible thing that I can do?
Jerry didn't like you saying that yesterday. Jerry's talking about, this wasn't an outside, this is not a comfortable hire and all that. No, he also did hire a head coach, a guy for a head coach that didn't have head coaching experience in Jason Garrett. So this is not something that's new for Jerry Jones. He's kind of talking about it as not being comfortable.
That seems delusional, though. Like, I'll show you how I'm not going to be comfortable. I'm going to hire Brian Schottenheimer.
And I'm like, sir, you hired Jason Garrett that had no head coaching experience just 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Listen, we all, you want to feel comfortable to a point with what you're doing, but you don't want it to let you just overwhelm you when you're trying to do your job. And hey, we all hey, I'm comfortable making this move. Sometimes you have to talk people out of being comfortable, though. Like, listen, we can't do this. We got to go. And that's what I'm saying. I just wonder with Schottenheimer, was one of his selling points was when he talked to the Joneses, he brought up all the things that they, in their mind, were thinking there were problems with the offense.
Yeah.
When they were listening to Mike McCarthy, when they sat down on Monday and watched the film with the coaches, and McCarthy was explaining stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure there were times where Brian Schottenheimer was probably sitting there like, we effed that up. That was and now he was able, in sitting in those meetings with the Joneses and seeing their reactions, he's able to play on that. Mm-hmm. He's able. Remember the time in the Atlanta game, before Dak got hurt, we were
that really annoyed you guys.
Yeah, remember the Baltimore game when I remember, Jerry. I remember the Baltimore game. You had questions about. Yeah. He's able to bring that by and then say, well, this is what I would have done differently here. So maybe McCarthy did not give him a listen, and he just kind of stored it all away, just put it all away. And then when he got his opportunity, he unloaded. And that's what got him the job, probably.
Yeah, so we have to hope that, he genuinely has evolved with his understanding, and then he's going to know how to implement it and call the plays for it.
Sure.
I'll hold out a significant amount of optimism. I think you saw enough good. I mean, over 4.5 yards an attempt in the run game with Rico Dowdle. If you can install a good blocking scheme and create bigger holes, and now you're making the defense think twice about playing clog and cover against Dak Prescott, I think you could take a significant step in the right direction, at least schematically. Do they have enough talent that they can become contenders even if Schottenheimer is the best offensive coordinator / head coach in football next year? I don't think so.
Not right now, they don't.
I think you have to nail a couple of drafts, and you could be looking at it like, let's load up on offensive linemen and a runner, or you might think, hey, we're going to win this thing with defense. That's why I think it's going to be a multi-year process. You need multiple premium picks to address the weaknesses around your football team, needing corner and linebacker and defensive line at the same time you're trying to improve a running game and add a second wide receiver. I just think if you're not going to start spending money, okay, which takes me to another talking point here of the Cowboys coverage here. Stephen Jones also saying we're going to take a hard look at how we've looked at free agency, and if we need to change some things there, we will. Not just Jerry saying we got to maybe look at how we're running the cap, but Steven acknowledging, some free agency issues. Is that a little bit different? Do you think he could be priming us to actually have an unexpected, healthy free agent class?
Two best things they could have said. Number one has to be the cap.
Yeah.
That's the thing they've got to get figured out. They've never had it figured out. I don't envision when it's going to be figured out. But, yeah, you can't look at, say, just the NFC Championship game. Okay, I'm not even going to include the AFC. You've got Frankie Louvu making massive plays for Washington in that game, free agent addition. Zach Bond forcing a fumble for Filthy. That's a free agent addition, right? C.J. Gardner-Johnson, another guy that was starting for them, free agent addition. Like, free agency does matter. And their one guy that they did sign led the damn team in tackles, and Eric Kendricks. That's production. You can't just ignore free agency and expect to contend. So I'll believe it when I see it. But those are two great things that they at least acknowledge they probably do need to address.
I think what they're going to change with their philosophy, they're not going to focus so much on signing their own. I think they're looking at signing our own, and where has that got us? Has signing our own limited what we could do in free agency, and has free agency's players, are they better than our own?
Yeah,
and I
you
think
need to trust your pro scouts' abilities.
Yeah, I think this is where this is going to change. They're not going to be really interested in, we're going to sign Oso Digizwa. We're going to sign Lewis. We're going to sign. They're good players, but maybe the focus now does not mean, hey, we have to get Steele done. We have to get no.
Yeah.
Maybe take what you're thinking about with those guys and working the angle of other players. It's all about comfortable spending money with guys we know, not comfortable spending money with guys we don't know.
Yeah.
That's kind of where this is at.
And it's just the occasional big one that is if you're not going to spend any more money, $18 million for Terrence Steele, $11 million for Jalen Smith, a one-legged linebacker. Mm-hmm. Those are back-breaking kind of decisions that we've had to try to overcome. Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Gallup, Zeke.
Yes.
I mean,
and guys off injury.
Dak.
Like, it's okay if you get hurt if you're playing here. We're still going to give you, what you were planning on getting anyway. It's time as we broadcast live here from the Brass Tap in Rockwall, brought to you by Stella Artois, to head back into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
We lit. We in here. We lit.
I'm saying.
Hey, say. So when are you fellas headed to New Orleans for the Super Bowl?
Monday night.
Monday night.
Yeah, after the show.
Monday night. Well, if you run into Pat Mahomes' pops on Bourbon Street, make sure he gets back to his room safely.
Oh, yeah. People are worried about him.
Yeah,
I'm going to be looking for him. Be careful in New Orleans.
Just
sir.
follow the cigar smoke.
Yeah, smoking on that Joe Barrow. All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday right after the great Rick James. Let's go. Shoot.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Slim Thug.
The reason why I'm so emotional, because this is my first time that I've ever performed without any cocaine, without any pill, without any ecstasy.
Let's go. Let's go, girl. Free your mind and your ass would follow. This is LA Live for Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live, and I promise you, folks, it will be toxic. Mr. Gavin Dawson.
Sir.
While you were out on Friday, Howie Mandel ambushed Bill Burr by forcing him to meet his side brother, alleged side brother, Billy Corgan. So they finally linked up. They finally seen each other, and it happened on I think Thursday. We seen it Friday, whatever. And I played it, but all weekend I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is real, or if they really side brothers, or is this a work? I'm not sure. Bill Burr.
I'm not either.
I'm gonna play you some clips, and I want you to decipher, because you're pretty good at looking in, seeing the 3D things that are happening when people are not looking. You know what I mean?
The Dick Wolf of Radio is here.
The Dick Wolf of Radio.
Yep, there we go.
Your third eye is open, sir. Yeah, Bill Burr is good. He's a good actor. He's done some TV and movies and whatnot. He's trying to be
Star Wars stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's trying to be better at acting, because I think he has some Broadway stuff coming up. This would be a good rollout, because he does have a special dropping soon. Billy Corgan, he owns like a wrestling league. So that's always about working somebody, Yeah. It's always the work. And then Howie Mandel is addicted to the bit. So I don't know who to trust in this situation. I'll let you listen to these 3 clips if we can get to all 3 of them, and you tell me what you think. Is there working us, or is this a genuine article right here? This is Billy Burr and his alleged side brother, Billy Corgan. If you Google those 2 up, they look just alike right now.
When they was a Rolling Stone.
When they were younger, they didn't look anything alike. And yes, and Pops was basically saying I was traveling. I was a traveling musician on one side of the game, and to the other family, he told them he was a dentist. Allegedly.
Traveling dentist.
Yes, let's go to Howie Mandel's podcast. Bill Burr kind of lets Bill Corgan know that I don't appreciate you going around and telling this story. Tell me if you think this is the genuine article or if this is a ruse.
You've done well for yourself. I'm happy for you. But I just would prefer if you just kind of go around. No, not telling these stories. Like, why did you feel the need to do that?
Okay, can I give you the setup on all this? Because it's his fault.
You can do whatever you want, because you kind of already did that.
Okay, I'm trying to be respectful.
Now you are.
Okay, no, wait. He told me you were cool with me.
You're a Cubs fan? That tracks.
Theo Epstein.
Wrigleyville. Bunch of South Side's where it's at. What's up?
Sounds like it may be real.
Yeah, it's a little hostile.
Yeah. But it seems like maybe at the very least there was something staged to this, like how it was like, let's do this on my show. Like, I'll have both of you on and you can confront him here.
Because my bad, bro. When it first came out, Billy Corgan told Howie Mandel this on the low, and Howie said, "Let's take it to the pod," and that's when we got a hold of it and it got big. And now he's cornering Bill Burr with his alleged side brother.
Might be like showmen helping each other out promoting the podcast. I can definitely see that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I'm not sure.
This would be great. We got everybody talking about it this month. Now let's come on the podcast. We'll do episode 2, and everybody's going to get a big entertainment factor out of this.
And I watched this. Like, not one time did the guy say, "Hey, let me see a photo of your dad." Let's compare the pops. They didn't compare the pops whatsoever. They just, they were talking like my dad, your dad type thing. our
we can
dad.
get this settled if we have pictures.
Yeah. Listen to this clip right here. Howie tries to get these guys to open up to each other, and Bill Burr says, "Our dad."
It's not that I don't want to. It's just like this. I don't think that this was the situation. But I am happy though that I have evolved as much as a person that I'm able to sort of like handle. Because I don't want to like get mad at you because of our dad or whatever. But like,
why don't you talk more? And Sonny, why don't you play some beautiful like mood, like family? Just.
Dude, you are such a dick. You know, I never thought that, when I finally would meet you, that there would be like cameras on and this here.
Yeah, he might believe it's really just doesn't appreciate this playing out in public like this.
So do you think they had a conversation before all of this, like you said earlier, and they've kind of hashed their way through it because he's talking about our dad?
Yes.
And they didn't ask any questions about the dad except for like one little clip I have later, but they didn't go into it.
No, I feel like you add now an element of production coming in from Howie Mandel, which makes me feel like he's trying to play this up like he's doing a Howard Stern segment or some sort of a TV talk show with Ricky Lake or something. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to make a production out of it.
Yeah, he's not the one for it, by the way.
But Bill has to be at some point complicit in the planning of this. I don't get the feeling from him that this is a surprise to him. I feel like he's kind of playing his part.
He's not selling it well.
No, there should be like some bleep yous. I didn't know we were going to talk about this.
We're just like storm
I
off.
told you I didn't want to talk about this on air. Yeah, we got to wait till the My 23andMe comes back or something like that.
Yeah. There was a little bit of that, but it wasn't a whole lot of pushback like it could be a work. They discovered more lies from their alleged father right here.
So, what was your relationship with Dad?
It was difficult.
Dad.
It was difficult.
What did he tell you he did for a living?
He was a musician, traveling, kind of club musician. Never got above the clubs.
He played piano, saxophone.
No, just guitar.
Well, in my house.
Oh, sorry.
Are you serious?
Oh.
He told me he couldn't play guitar because his fingers were too fat.